The bell rang, and a little later, sighing in surprise, Daeun, straightening her hair, opened her eyes wider in amazement and asked what all this means. Choi Siwoo, blushing with embarrassment, admitted that he liked Daeun, and frowning in order to give his words the greatest confidence, said that from the moment he saw her for the first time, and as they became closer, he likes Daeun. Daeun thought for a moment, not knowing what to say, and placed her palm on her chin, lowering her head and looking to the side. Siwoo was silent, waiting for an answer, and then, after apologizing to Daeun, he lowered his head, suggesting that it was very awkward when the person Daeun didn't like said that. Daeun was brought out of her thoughts when she heard these words and exclaimed that this was not true, asking what does Siwoo mean when he says that she doesn't like him. She exclaimed that there was nothing like that, and, having calmed down a little, said that Siwoo was kind. He clenched his hands into fists and frowned, preparing to listen further, and Daeun added that he was also cheerful and funny. That's why she didn't understand why she didn't like Shiva. However, something still got in the way, and very soon Yashin, who was standing on the street, noticed the man he was waiting for, and looking at him, asked how it all went. However, seeing Siva's sad state, he realized that it was better not to even ask here, and placing a comforting hand on Siva's shoulder, who was struggling to hold back tears, he asked if it was true that Siva was preparing for such an outcome. Siwoo, with an offended frown, said that Daeun told him that she wanted to focus on her studies, and Yashin, looking a little to the side in irritation, sighed, because he realized that Daeun could come up with something better, especially since everyone knows that she is not as an excellent student. Siwoo suddenly asked why he was like this. But before he could finish the question, the ball that the other schoolchildren were playing with suddenly flew towards him. However, the blow did not happen, since Siwoo, without looking in the direction of the ball, simply extended his hand to the side, blocking its path. The schoolchildren, who noticed that the ball flew towards Siwoo and Yashin, ran closer, asking for forgiveness for this, and asked whether Siwoo was okay. Siwoo, ignoring this question, continued to hold the ball in his outstretched hand and asked why it looked like that. Yashin admitted that this is a big mystery even for him, since Siwoo goes in for sports, and, at the same time, does it very well, and also counts the calories he consumes. He imagined Siwoo playing basketball, as well as the minimum amount of food on his plate, and noted that if everyone who was on a diet tried at least half as hard as Siwoo, there would be no obese people in the world. Among other things that Yashin listed, Siwoo also did jump rope and ran, and realizing that all this was to no avail, Yashin asked if Siwoo went to the hospital. Siwoo admitted that he does this many times, and Yashin asked what the doctors say. Siwoo, sighing, bowed his head doomedly and replied that they say that if, despite all his efforts, his weight remains the same, then with a 99% probability it's all down to genetics. Returning home, Siwoo closed the door behind him, thought about genetics and looked at the photographs on the table. He thought it would be great if it were true, because then, even though it would be unfair, he could just accept the state of things. Taking in his hands one of the photographs in which Siwoo's parents were, he thought that in his youth, as now, his mother was used to compliments. Touching his father's image with his fingers, Siwoo remembered that he had never seen him in person, but had heard a lot about him. Siwoo's father was a very successful Syrian fighter, and although his career was short, his records and strength are still known today. Siwoo thought about his father, who won and received an award, and suddenly thought that being overweight was no big deal, since his mother told him that he had this type of body, and he should increase his thoughts just by breathing. Walking a little further into the apartment, Siwoo noticed a salad on a plate and a note asking him to stay strong, as diet is good, but Siwoo is most beautiful when he is healthy. Frowning, Siwoo admitted that this made him angry and, looking into one of the drawers in the kitchen, looked at the packages of snacks and asked himself, what good is a diet if it doesn't work? He remembered how many years of stupid efforts he had put into this matter, and taking the cooking utensils and food, he decided that instead of worrying pointlessly, it was better to eat properly. Taking one of the snack bags in his hands, Siwoo was about to open it, but suddenly froze, covered in sweat from exertion, and was surprised that his hands did not move to open the bag. As a result, swearing, Siwoo took the salad and, pricking vegetables on a fork, began to eat it with a dissatisfied expression on his face. When the sun began to go down, Siwoo went for a run and, although covered in sweat from fatigue and tension, suggested running. The phone that was attached to Siwoo's clothes announced that he had already run a distance of 4 kilometers. But Siwoo did not stop when he heard this. And suddenly he noticed that his pace was faster than usual today, and remembering the expression on Daeun's face when he talked to her, Siwoo decided that he would never give up. Some time passed, it became completely dark outside, and stopping, Siva caught his breath, thinking that he had covered a distance of 15.5 kilometers. He broke his personal best, and now, with difficulty straightening his back, he realized that he had run too much. However, suddenly looking out, Siwa asked if this place had always been here. It was the first time he saw it, and, as he was about to grab his phone, he decided he needed to look up where it was on the map. And suddenly someone announced that Siva was very nimble, noting that he moved like 10,000 pigs. Siwa froze in shock when he heard someone else's voice, and looking in the direction where the sound came from, he noticed a dark silhouette on the bridge. Babai assumed that there was no way to hide the blood, and, jumping high into the air, landed next to Sivu. Sivu moved back a little, afraid of what was happening, and thought that the distance was about 6 meters. He asked if Babai was okay. Babai asked Shiva not to be afraid, explaining that he was not hunting for him, and gave his name, announcing that he was serving as a judge. When the Babai said this, his eyes shone and streams of magical energy appeared around him, and he added that he was responsible for monitoring the monsters on this peninsula. Siva did not understand what this meant, and Babai, seeing his amazement, assumed that Siva knew nothing at all. In this case, he decided that it was good and suggested not to speak for a long time. He asked Siva to follow him and took out a piece of cloth, which he threw towards Sivu. Sivu covered his face with his hands, screaming in amazement, and the next moment the piece of cloth that Babai threw enveloped him like a cocoon, and Sivu clenched his jaw, unable to get out of it. He didn't understand what was happening and asked himself about it. Some time later, the cocoon suddenly opened and Sivu fell to the ground, and Babai, catching the cloth, folded it. Sivu, rising to his knees, grabbed his head with his hand and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He suddenly opened his eyes wider and began to look around, noticing that the situation around him had changed greatly. Babai welcomed him to the world of monsters, and Siwu froze in shock, raising his palm and frowning. Babai, looking at him seriously, advised him to look around, noting that in this case Siva himself would understand everything. He asked if Siwa saw this. Looking around, Siva noticed terrible monsters around, and Babai announced that everyone who had gathered here were the inhabitants of this world, that is, monsters. Siva was scared when he saw all this, and Babai said that once people were afraid of monsters and worshipped them as gods, but now these creatures are spoken of only as superstitions and ghosts. Once every 666 years, a festival was held to determine the king of the monsters, and among all the members of the monster families around the world, including the Korean peninsula, the youngest, most talented monsters were chosen and presented as candidates. Sivu rose to his feet and listened carefully to everything Babai said. Babai, meanwhile, said that 666 years ago one monster ascended as a king, defeating the rest of the monsters, and by now 666 years have passed. Siva asked him to wait, and stretching his palms forward, said that he understood everything, but asked why he was here. Babai asked if he hadn't already told Siv that each monster tribe nominates one candidate. Since Shiwa was the only one who inherited goblin blood in both the monster world and the human world, he should be here. Sivu opened his eyes wider, clenching his jaw, and Babai noted that Sivu was a 4th or 5th generation goblin, albeit a mixed one. Sivu asked for forgiveness, drawing attention to himself, and admitted that he thought Babai had made a mistake. Suddenly Siva heard a loud sound, and this made him more afraid. Someone jumped high into the air, and Siwu, noticing this, trembled, unable to control his emotions. The next moment, the monster landed right in front of him, throwing up shards of stone and dust into the air from how hard the landing was. Sivu covered his face with his hand to protect it from the shrapnel, and Babai announced that he should at least give Sivu a test to see how useful he was. Opening his eyes slightly, Sivu noticed a huge monster landing next to him. The monster, turning to Babai, assumed that everything was fine with Sivu and asked if this was so. Without answering this question, Babai seriously announced that if the monster wins, he can eat Shiva. The big-mouthed goblin agreed to these terms, as he was sure that the chance to eat a person for the first time in 666 years should not be lost. These words only horrified Siwa more, and he jumped aside, and the goblin swung his leg to hit Siwa. Very soon it did hit Sivu, and because of how strong the blow was, Sivu flew far to the side, and then fell to the ground with such force that it cracked. Babai warned that even if Siwu inherited the blood of goblins, the right to participate in the festival should not be given to an ordinary person. From the blow, blood became visible on Sivu's clothes, but ignoring the pain, he, trembling, tried to get up. Babai, meanwhile, ordered him to prove his worth and frowned seriously, adding that Siva must do this if he wants to live. Blood ran down Siva's face and he frowned before clenching his jaw, trying to stand up. However, he did not have time to do this, since the goblin, having lifted him, threw Shiva to the ground with force, which caused even more cracks to appear. Siwu spat out blood from his mouth, and the goblin asked if Siwu was really stronger than he seemed. Ito thoughtfully put his hand under his chin, admitting that he thought Siwu was just a tasty piece of meat, but in the end decided that there was nothing to lose, and raised his hand up to deliver the decisive blow, and suggested that Siwu be made into a chop, since it's fun too. The next moment the goblin lowered his hand, but it did not touch the ground. Suddenly a bright flash of light appeared, and Babai closed his eyes, listening to the loud sounds heard around him. The goblin didn't quite understand what was happening, but continued to press, while Siwu, suddenly changing, stood up, holding the goblin's hand. Since ancient times, goblins had limitless capabilities, and now even Babai was surprised to see that Sivu stopped the blow. As a result, the main strength and weapon of the goblins became something special, and thinking about this, Babai looked at Shiva, who, clenching his jaw with effort, held the goblin's hand above him, and noted that this feature was the sense of play, because if someone is a goblin, the talent will already be in his body. It was an instinct that no one had learned, and now Siwu, under the influence of this instinct, bent down a little, and after that he used a mountain throw and, lifting the goblin into the air, he threw it to the ground with force. Huge stone slabs rose from the ground, and when the dust that flew into the air due to the impact cleared, everyone saw a goblin lying on the ground and Shiva standing next to it. Siva suddenly changed, and instead of a man he became a half-goblin. Squinting his eyes, he tried to catch his breath, looking straight ahead, and ignored the blood running down his face. The awakening was finally complete. Some time later, in the store, someone asked his interlocutor what happened then. Sivu, sighing, announced that then it was all over, and his interlocutor, remembering what Siva had said about his changed body and the fight with the goblin, asked what kind of crazy dream was this? Yashin guessed that Siwu was having a lot of fun there, judging by his face, but Siwu frowned, declaring that there was nothing fun about it, since he was getting hit all the time, and all he could do was one throw. According to Yashin, it was strange that in Siwa's dream he was beaten, since usually people in dreams are doing something familiar. He suddenly remembered that Shiwu said that he never learned to fight, as he usually took up boxing to lose weight. Sivu agreed that this was very strange, since the dream was indeed very vivid. He recalled the moment he started to throw and noted that he felt like he knew what he needed to do from the very beginning. Sivu suggested that he could do it even now if he wanted to repeat it. Seeing the concentrated expression on Siwu's face, Yashin smiled and asked if Siwu was getting too caught up in this. Sivu, frowning irritably, noted that he was talking about this, and then, sighing, decided, be that as it may, all this was most likely due to stress. He clutched the empty juice box in his hands and, looking at his palms, asked if he was really that obsessed with losing weight. Even if it was a dream, Shiwu didn't understand why his body would suddenly become like this. And suddenly everything changed again and Siva looked at his changed body in shock. He was amazed that this happened, and suddenly he heard someone ask if he had really woken up. Turning his head from side to side, Siva finally noticed Babai standing nearby, who admitted that he thought that Siva would wake up soon, since he fell asleep standing up. Sivu, looking around again, realized that this was not a dream, and again looked at the world of monsters surrounding him. The monsters that were around began to look at each other, because they did not expect something like this, and especially did not think that Siwa would be able to immediately kill the goblin. The monsters assumed that Siwa was hiding his power, but in the end they realized that this was not the case, since Siwu still had goblin blood in him. Continuing to talk, the monsters remembered that they had not seen the goblin serum for a long time, and Sivu, listening to all this, stood with his hands clenched into fists and his head down, not knowing how to react. He was breathing heavily, and finally Babai, striking the ground with his staff, attracted attention to himself and, announcing his title as the judge of the monsters of the peninsula, said that he assessed the candidate Siwa as promising, given the evidence of hundreds of monsters around and one of the monsters located here. Poking his cane towards Siwu, Babai declared him not a man, but a monster, and added that if anyone is against this, they should express it now and spread the news throughout Busan. None of the monsters was against what Babai said, and noting that in order to accidentally meet a goblin, you need to try, they jumped into the air, planning to taxi out to carry out Babai's instructions. The monsters understood that this festival would be very interesting. A little later, coming closer to SIV, Babai announced, since he had become a monster, his name would now be added to the list. No one could now capture Sivu or harm him without a special reason, and Sivu, deciding that this was good, still said that he needed to return home. He suddenly asked himself, what if there is no reason for this? Suddenly Selkva, who was also next to Babai, said that this was some kind of nonsense, and sighing, noted that either Sivu was pretending to be an idiot, or he really was an idiot. She asked if he hadn't heard about how he was now a monster? Crossing her arms over her chest, Selwa added that if the monster does not prove the ability to completely hide its essence among people, then it will not be allowed to appear in the human kingdom until it is 500 years old. Sivu was amazed to hear this, and said that he caused little problems, since he never beat anyone and always lived peacefully. Babai suddenly became thoughtful and announced that if Sivu does not understand, then there is no other choice. Sivu froze in shock, and the next moment he saw that Babai began to look much more threatening. Babai announced that he must kill Sivu, and frightened by this, Sivu jumped back, and then froze in shock, noticing that he had flown a huge distance. Landing on the ground, Sivu looked at Babai, who again began to look normal, and then asked if Sivu now understood what he was talking about. Selkva, sighing, looked away displeasedly, and Babai added, no matter who Sivu considers himself to be, he has the body of a monster. Sivu suddenly realized that for a moment he thought his body shook, and Babai declared that among monsters, Goblin's abilities were certainly considered the best. Even if Shiwu is a newly awakened child, his strength exceeds that of a human dozens of times, and therefore he can cripple an ordinary person just by touching him. Having said this, Babai presented the broken and bloody mannequins, and Sivu finally understood everything and, looking down, sadly said that waiting for 500 years was some kind of nonsense. But Babai suddenly announced that in fact Sivu only needed to wait 6 months. Sivu asked in shock whether this was really true. Babai asked if he didn't say that the king of the monsters is chosen every 666 years. This ban was carried out for 500 years by the current king, and Babai said that 666 years ago everything was different. He imagined a man running through a dark forest, as well as a monster chasing the man. Previously, all monsters were free to enter and leave the human realm, and so people could only run away. The man in the memory, Babai, suddenly tripped over a stone and fell, trembling with fright. When monsters came, they were afraid of them, or something else happened, and noting this, Babai remembered how the monster looked to the side, hearing some kind of sound, and the man, more frightened, looked forward. A larger monster came closer and looked at the enemy menacingly. In some situations, people relied on the strongest monsters that lived among them, and remembering the man's frightened face, as well as the way he bowed when he noticed the monster that protected him, Babai declared that people used to treat them with fear and worship. However, at the end of the festival 666 years ago, the new king, having defeated all the monsters, was not happy with what happened before. On the day the king ascended the throne, he wrote a new law with the blood of the monsters he killed, and because of the ban, now monsters could not harm people, and also could not show themselves to them. Because of this, people have long ceased to be afraid of monsters, and did not even suspect that they existed. People thought that monsters were just fictional characters from fairy tales, but Babai was sure that this would not last long, since in 6 months a new king would appear who would change everything. In this case, the law would have been rewritten, and Sivu, hearing this, froze, opening his eyes wider, and Babai added that on that day the sun would set in the kingdom of people and the moment would come that all the monsters had been waiting for 666 years. It would be a night of monsters, in which all the monsters would return to humans and awaken the forgotten fear and horror in humanity. Babai imagined how people, crying and screaming in horror, would run away from the monsters, and Sivu, also thinking about this, frowned and lowered his head, but said nothing. Babai added that during these 6 months, SIV needs to either wait out everything that is happening, or learn to manage the force in order to do something. This, according to Babai, was something that Sivu had to decide on his own, and Sivu asked how he could control the power. Besides this, he was wondering what would happen if he learned how to do this, and he asked how strong one needs to be for monsters to call a person strong. Babai laughed quietly, closed one eye and grabbed his beard with his hand, and then noted that for a second it seemed to him that Sivu made a confident expression on his face. That's why he asked what Sivu was up to. Frowning, Sivu clenched his hands into fists and asked himself, what will happen to the world when monsters appear? He announced out loud that he wanted to make sure that monsters did not touch people, and although it was difficult for a 17-year-old man to make promises, It was clear that the world would become a much more dangerous place if everything was as Babai said. After introducing Yashin, as well as his mother, Siwa decided that he must at least protect those who were dear to him. Babai, approaching Sivu, noted that perhaps all was not lost, since the goblin blood in Siva's veins was very strong. It couldn't be compared to the blood of a pure-blooded goblin, but if Siwu could properly use all of his powers, then no monster would dare to offend those who held Siwu dear. Although the likelihood of this was small, Babai noted that Siwu never knows what might happen, and warned that he would be able to extend the law if he could win the festival and become the king of the monsters. Selwa suddenly interrupted Babai's speech, ordering him not to talk about the impossible, since, although Siwu is not the worst monster, he still has no chance of winning the festival. She asked if Babai understood this. Babai and Sivu, hearing Selb's voice, turned in her direction, and Babai suddenly remembered that he had not yet introduced Self. He asked permission to do this and, pointing to Selwa, called her name, saying that she, just like Siwa, would take part in the festival for the sake of her people. Selva, straightening her hair, sighed, and then asked why Siva needed her name. She did not understand why this was necessary, since she was sure that she would never see Shiva again, and added that, moreover, she did not come here to meet each other. She recalled that Babai said that he wanted to take a test to see if he could return to people, and promised that she would be angry if he went back on his word. Babai, without reacting to this, explained to Siv that Selkva was in the same situation as him, and despite her young age, she wanted to get to people. He put this question off because he already had a lot to do, but Selwa still wanted to take this test. Sivu, widening his eyes, asked, didn't Babai say that monsters would be able to reach people in just 6 months? Anyway, Babai asked Siwa to look at Selwa, and Selwa angrily asked why she had to take this test at all. Remembering the magic of transformation or the strength of monsters, she said that there are many weaker monsters who have spent 500 years among people. Babai knew about this, and therefore it was difficult for him to understand how ready Selkva was. The whole point was that in order not to reveal themselves to people, monsters needed not only basic skills, but also patience and self-control. Selkva understood what Babai was saying, but expressed hope that this was not just a reason not to deal with her. Babai said that her assumption was nonsense, because if that were the case, he would not even have called Self here. He explained that the festival was coming soon and the old law was about to expire, so he asked why he should listen to Selwa's whims when he was already busy. However, according to Babai, Selkwa was lucky, since there will not be a better opportunity to see how she gets along with people. This was Selwa's chance, and Babai noted that as far as she could understand, Siwa was human, so there was no better judge than him. Siwa froze in shock, and even Selwa was surprised when she assumed what Babai wanted from her. Babai promised that he would give Selwa until the end of the month, and asked her to help Siv deal with the monster's powers, including transformation magic. He promised that if he saw that Selkva had progressed enough for a month, he would give her and Siva the right to live in the kingdom of people. Siwa still didn't say anything, but just stood there, frozen in shock, and Selwa asked Babai to stop talking nonsense. Pointing her finger at Sivu, she angrily asked what she could teach him in a month. In this case, she shouted that Babai had better immediately say that he did not give her permission. Babai said if she thinks so, then she can just wait 6 months, and asked what's wrong with that. Selkva frowned, and Babai asked, what difference does it make if this happens a month earlier or a month later? He also added whether Selwa abandons Siwa or teaches depends on her. Without saying anything else, Babai threw a piece of cloth into the air, and it covered him with a dome. Finally, before hiding, Babai admitted that he personally thinks that anything is possible. The fabric, hiding Babai, twisted into a cocoon and, rising in the air, gradually began to disappear. Siwu and Selwa watched as the cocoon disappeared in a bright flash, and when it did, Selwa clenched her jaw and, although she knew that the question was stupid, decided that she would ask it anyway, and asked if Siwu knew what strength was monsters. Siva honestly admitted that he did not know this, and Selwa, resigned, realized that she had no choice. Siva suddenly opened his eyes wider in horror, as he noticed that the goblin with whom he had been fighting before suddenly stood right behind Selv. Selwa, noticing the expression on Siva's face, asked what was wrong with his face. Meanwhile, the goblin, attracting Selv's attention, asked where Babai had gone. This said that the fight was not over yet, and Siva even opened his mouth in fear. But Selkva, unlike him, remained calm, and looking displeasedly at the goblin, said that it had stuck, adding that because of people like this goblin, people forgot about monsters. Frowning with dissatisfaction, she looked at the goblin, and it became so angry that it trembled, and then, calling Selkv, waved its hand, intending to attack her. However, Selwa, undeterred, continued to stand in place, while Siwu cried out in fear upon noticing this. Unlike people, where race decided little, with monsters everything was far from the same, since they had completely different strength and size. The difference among monsters was determined by the average potential and skills of each type, and because of this, classes appeared in the world of monsters. Now that purebred goblins had disappeared, there was debate about which class was considered the strongest on the Korean peninsula. However, pride aside, many monsters reluctantly agreed that one of the species was still the strongest. At this time, the goblin suddenly froze, finding himself entangled in magical chains, and trembled, covered in sweat from horror. Selkva asked, "Is something really wrong?" She smiled, looking at the goblin's powerlessness. The rabid beasts that were the nine-tailed foxes were considered the strongest of the monsters on the Korean peninsula, and now Seowa proved it by telling the goblin to continue. However, it could not move, bound by chains, and now a series of surreal scenes flashed before its eyes. However, the goblin no longer groaned in pain, and Siwu froze in shock when he noticed what had happened. He eventually realized that simply standing there, frozen in surprise, was not an option in this case, and so, clenching his jaw, Siwu began to think about what to do next. The situation he faced required him to accept it and adapt, and suddenly Siwu noticed Selwa looking at him, seriously noting that he himself had seen that it was magic. It was the ability to absorb and use energy and powers, and Selwa also explained that there were two types of magic, one called unique and the other called acquired. Siva listened attentively, and Selwa added that she was sure that Siva already knew what unique magic was. An example was the Goblin Serene, which was a special ability for the goblin race that was remembered by the blood of Sivu. To use this ability, you did not need to learn anything special, you just needed to get the hang of it, and using this ability would be as easy as breathing. However, Selwa added that this is not the case with acquired magic, and explained that anyone can use it if they master it. This required training and practice, not to mention quality. Pointing her finger at the goblin, she asked if Siwa could see this. Selva noted that the goblin had not taken the time to train, relying on his natural size and strength, and now it had been humiliated with a simple binding spell. She also added that the goblin is a clear example of creatures that are much lower than her level. The goblin was still trying to do something, but all that happened to his body was trembling. Selwa finally announced that, be that as it may, since it came to this, she would teach Siwa. She offered to clarify everything at once, and admitted that she did not like difficulties, so if the result was unsatisfactory, she would not control her anger. That is why she advised Siv to give up immediately if he is not ready for this, since for someone who was a human a few minutes ago, this would be very difficult. Siwu had not yet responded, but simply lowered his head in thought, and Selwa warned that he could die if he disappointed her. Suddenly Siwu frowned with determination, promising that he would do whatever he could or die trying if Selwa would teach him. He needed to learn at all costs, and Selkva, seeing this determination, thought, putting her finger to her chin. Sivu added that he could not afford to worry about the future now, and Selwa, smiling, noted that Sivu most likely would not cope, but suggested that it would be better to do so than not try at all. In the end, she suggested that they eat first, and Sivu asked again in confusion. Selkva recalled that she said that magic absorbs energy and strength. She extended her palm forward, and a magical light appeared above it, and Selva added that this is the power of all the inhabitants of the monster world. However, now much was not available to Shiwu, since this power was usually gained when a person breathed air and ate food in the world of monsters. But Shiwu had just arrived in their world, and Selwa said that with the normal diet of the human world it would not be possible to gain anything, so all that Shiwu had now was his innate strength. Smirking, she asked if it was true that he was hungry? In the end, after such efforts, as Selwa assumed, Sivu would probably want to eat, and Sivu, awkwardly putting his hand on his neck, admitted that he was not that hungry. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, trembling, and looked at his hands, on which the veins became clearly visible. Sivu did not understand what was happening and only began to tremble more and more. Selkva recalled that she had already spoken about this, and looking at Shiva, said that he had little strength, and now there was very little left, since that battle with the goblin had spent everything. She remembered how Siwu used the technique and explained that this is what usually happens with power. Selkva, approaching Siv, who was bent over with trembling, ran her palm over his back and noted that the solution to this problem was simple. Walking closer to Siv, she pressed herself against his back and, leaning towards his ear, asked if he could see the goblin. Sivu did not answer, and Selwa said that among monsters there is a rule, and if the judge declares the winner of the duel, then the death and life of the loser is in the hands of the winner. Selwa, also looking at the goblin, ordered Siwu to eat the loser in order to take over the power, and explained that this was the most effective and simple way. Looking at the goblin, who was trembling more, Selva said that with such a size, Sivu would quickly get full, and warned that hunger would immediately die. Siwu walked forward with a serious frown, acting on instinct. For the first time in his life, he felt demonic hunger, and was inexorably approaching the goblin. This hunger only fueled Selva's whispers more, and all that was in Siva's head was the power of the predator over the prey. However, there was something that Selwa did not think about, and because of this, Siwu suddenly froze, and then looked back at Selwa. What Selva did not take into account was the fact that the greedy goblin nature always aims to catch a bigger and tastier prey. Noticing that Siwu was looking at her, Selwa froze in shock, her eyes widening, and Siwu the next moment ran forward, aiming at her. Frowning with displeasure, Selva invited herself to look at Shiva and, waving her hand, used the chain. A powerful stream of magical energy headed towards Sivu, and Selwa replied, "No matter how strong Sivu is, there is no need to be so impudent." Sivu's body was bound in chains, and Selwa wearily added that an unfinished monster like Sivu could not eat her. She was shocked that Shiwu actually thought that way and asked if he thought she was an easy target. Siwu did not answer, and Selwa decided that she needed to teach him good manners. However, before Selwa could do anything, Siwu suddenly began to free himself from the bonds, and although he only broke one chain, he still managed to break this one. Selwa frowned in bewilderment, realizing that Sivu had done it simply with the force of his hand, and Sivu, meanwhile, continued to attack and sank to the ground with force. Looking at him, Selwa assumed that Siwu wanted to show that even though he was half a goblin, he was still a monster. Grasping the nail of her other hand with one hand, she pulled the nail out of her finger and admitted it with a grin. Ignoring the pain, as well as the fact that Siwu ran to attack again, Selwa drew a circle in the air with her blood, and summoned the blessed Great Demon King. She summoned only one fist, and thanks to the magic, a huge fist appeared, which, hitting Siwa, threw him aside. Sivu frowned in confusion, amazed by this, and then opened his eyes wider, as he noticed that the fist had opened, turning into a palm. This palm began to put pressure on Sivu with great speed, pushing him forward, but Sivu did not give up and put his hands in front of him to soften the blow. The goblin took advantage of this and gradually began to move to the side, and the palm flew forward for some time. After that, when the magic dissipated, Selwa looked at the trench that formed in the ground after this and asked if Siwu was still alive. She noticed a dark silhouette in the dust and noted that nothing could be done, even if Siwu was dead. She recalled that he himself asked for death when he attacked her, and admitted that she did not expect much from Siwu. However, frowning, she mentally admitted that she did not expect any resistance from Siwu, and added that the fact that Siwu had awakened was surprising even among powerful goblins. She suddenly noticed that Siva's eyes were apologetic, as well as the fact that a horn had appeared on his forehead, and recalling other monsters, she mentally noted that only a few goblins were endowed with a unique magic that was as rare as it was powerful. Sivu, meanwhile, took hold of the horn and tore it off, and Selwa realized that Siva had the makings to become a symbol of the goblin race. At this moment, Sivu, stretching his hand with the horn to the side, waited until it was transformed, and Selkva, grinning, admitted that for an unfinished goblin, Sivu was quite good. She was ready to fight, and Sivu used a unique magic called the Goblin Club. Siwa was an outstanding monster. She was a genius who received 9 tails even before reaching the age of 100, a talent that had been passed down in the family of demonic persons of the Korean peninsula for 1,000 years, which is why she felt it so clearly. Siwu stood in a fighting pose with a tense body and bent knees. He held in his outstretched hand a goblin club, which was a clod of magical energy collected in his hand. Selkva understood how dangerous this thing was, although she saw it for the first time. She looked at him confidently, frowning her eyebrows and thinking that if we talk about the amount of power of monsters, then she will not lose. But she asked herself in bewilderment, what kind of pressure is this? Sivu collected in his hands dark clots of magical energy that rushed towards him in waves. He confidently leaned on the ground with his foot. Selwa looked at him intensely with her eyes wide open. Immediately after that, Sivu made a sharp jerk towards her while holding a magical weapon behind his head. This technique was called the transformation of a goblin club. Selwa stood opposite him, preparing to defend herself with a thunderstrike spell. She put her hand in front of her, looking up tensely, A few moments after that, Siwoo fell on her with powerful force. There was a large explosion that was both deafening and dazzling, fragments scattered in different directions. Selkva looked ahead and after a pause she said yes. Then she noticed that this is what a goblin club felt like. A huge muscular arm grew out of the ground near her. Siva flew at her with a burning eye. Selwa looked at him from bottom to top, gesturing with the fingers of her hands. She said what it means and she needs to show us what she is capable of. At this time, a massive red hand was squeezing the magical energy that Siwoo possessed. The hand was pulling it towards itself, thereby pulling Siwoo out. Sivu, like a toy, was thrown up with his hand, after which a huge palm clenched into a fist hit him with great effort. Selwa, with a smile on her face, sentenced the sound of an explosion. The blow to Siv was heard with enormous power. He flew a long distance into the distance. Selkva, watching what was happening, exhaled the air from her lungs and noticed that this was clearly not enough. Looking ahead, she thought that if she thought about the incredible endurance she had just seen, she needed to hit him 5 or 6 times until he came to his senses. At this time, the giant hand next to her was tensely holding the goblin club, and someone was also pulling it from the other end. Selkva looked in that direction in surprise with her eyes wide open. When the dust and steam cleared, she saw that someone's figure was holding a goblin club. When she looked closer, she saw that it was Sivu, whose veins began to glow in a bright purple color. Looking at this, she thought in surprise that she couldn't believe it. She understood that he was fighting with only one hand, but she asked herself in shock, how could he fight against the Demon King? Siwu at that moment raised the goblin club above his head, looking ahead with rage. He transformed his goblin club, thereby making it so that the giant hand could no longer hold it. All magical energy rushed towards Siv. A weapon that freely changes shape according to the will and desire of the owner, which is why in the past, when goblins lived and monsters flourished, they called the goblin club a weapon that can be anything. At this moment, Sivu, using transformation, changed the shape of his weapon. Soon after, he used the chopping club spell to attack the giant hand. Selwa looked intensely in front of her with her hands outstretched. She thought that the form and method of attack had changed, after which she realized that this was done so that she could not counterattack. She thought about the fact that this club, if we put aside the power of this one, then the ratio of its magical price and combat power is simply ridiculous. When she thought about this, she drew a circle with her blood. Soon after that, several more huge hands grew out of the ground near her. She understood that instead of giving him space to use brute force, Siva looked confidently in front of him. Tensing his whole body, he held the goblin club, raising it higher to hit. A giant red hand rushed towards him to knock him down with a punch. Selwa watched him tensely and realized that she was using the deception of the Demon King. A few moments after that, she used a double chaotic clap. After casting this spell, many different huge red fists rushed towards Shiwu in unison. He tensely clenched the goblin club and simultaneously attacked all the hands that fell on him with many blows. Selkva put her hand on her head and took a deep breath of air from her lungs. She was surprised to realize that he was still holding on. After that she said that, seriously speaking, even those who lived 100 or 200 years would not be equal to him. She realized that now she understood why the goblins were so good. She saw how Siwa, with glowing veins and a clenched jaw, furiously fought off a huge number of powerful blows. She thought that even if the half-breed who opened his eyes a couple of minutes ago was already at this level, it seemed to her that it did not matter at all how favorable the price-to-strength ratio was. She thought that it seemed that his magic had reached its limit, and if they continued like this, he would simply tear his body apart. She closed her eyes and exhaled the air from her lungs, after which after a pause she said what to do. Sivu, with his swift movements, took the goblin club like a spear and pointed it towards the hands that were trying to grab it. Using various techniques to attack, Siwu attacked these with the help of dark magical matter. Selkva raised her index finger up, bright red blood oozed from her finger. She said 3 tails, after which she interrupted herself and said no. She clarified by saying again, 5 tails. When she said this, she drew a circle with her blood over her head. At that moment she said that she had every reason to be proud. At this time, Sivu, raising a huge weapon high above his head, which was formed from thick dark matter, was about to attack. Selkva, having almost finished drawing the circle of blood, said with a calm expression on her face that it didn't matter that this was his first time. She explained her words by saying that an enemy with such strength could be considered a worthy opponent. After she finished making a bloody circle above her head, a huge red man appeared next to her. He appeared due to the use of the Great Demon King's deception spell, upper part. The Demon King had in his hand a melee weapon with a sharp blade similar to a glaive. Siwoo jumped and tried to attack the emerging Demon King using his goblin club. The Demon King prepared for a counterattack with a sharp movement of his hand. He cut the floor with his huge blade. After that, he made a strike of 6 cuts and 5 connections. This strike was the first. A dazzling flash of bright light, like rays emanating from the ground, struck upward. From such a strong blow, Siwoo flew up many meters into the air. His face looked pale and lifeless. His veins swelled even brighter, turning a deep purple color. Selwa, with the upper part of the Demon King behind her, calmly watched what was happening. Looking in front of her, a few meters away from her, a huge territory that was burned to the ground and contained only the body of Siwoo lying there. She walked up to him and, heavily exhaling the air from her lungs, said that there was no point in this, after which she asked if she was late. Siwoo lay there with his mouth open and moaned. Selwa apologized to him, telling him that she was very sorry that he would die soon. She began to explain to him, saying that the collapse caused by magical exhaustion had already begun. Then she added, asking him if he understood that it was on his conscience. Standing in front of him and crossing her arms on her chest, she noticed that he was such a fool that he didn't know his place and couldn't stop even when his body began to fail him. Then she irritably remarked that she thought her grandfather would scold her severely. She turned away from him. After that she heard him mutter something. She turned to him in surprise. Siwoo said painfully, "Mom." Large drops of tears flowed down his face abundantly. Selwa looked at him with a serious expression on her face. Then she strained to exhale the air from her lungs and said that this was serious. Stretching out her hand in front of her, she began to collect magical energy in it. Then, lifting him with the help of this magical energy from the ground, she began to bring him closer to herself, with a gentle movement of her hand, grabbing him by the back of his head. She pressed his face to hers, after which she kissed him while holding his exhausted body. When she pulled away from him, purple energy glowed in their mouths. When she walked away from him, she spat to the side. Siwoo fell heavily to the ground. She talked about how from the 5 tails to the magic of the fox pearl that she had recently received. Seriously looking down at him and wiping her mouth with her palm, she told him that if he did not live up to expectations, he would receive serious punishment from her. Some time later, Siwoo opened his eyes. He jumped up sharply and screamed in fear. He did not realize where he was. He was lying on the bed. There were several candles near him. He was in a clean, well-kept room. Looking around in fear, he talked about what it was. After that, he heard the door open with a creak. He sharply looked in this direction. Selva came into the open door, holding a cup in front of her on a tray. Without looking into his eyes, with a calm expression on her face, she came closer and closer to him. Siwoo looked up at her in surprise and fear. In the cup that Selwa brought him there was a thick dark liquid. He took a deep breath of air from his lungs and with a frustrated expression on his face, lowering his head down, said that he was very sorry, then told her that he remembers everything that he had done. He told her that he did not know how it happened, but he noticed that despite the fact that he was fully aware of what had happened, he could not control his body. He sat on his feet leaning on his knees and bowed to her, and shouted that no matter how he was very sorry. He told her that she was just trying to help him, but because of him she was in danger. Selva sat opposite him, also putting her legs under her and crossing her arms on her chest. She carefully watched him. She then emotionlessly ordered him to drink. Surprised, he raised his head to her and asked her again. She pointed her finger at the cup and ordered him to drink it before it got cold. He obeyed and, calling her respectfully, thanked her for the drink. He took the cup in his hand and, looking inside, asked himself, "Is this some kind of traditional medicine?" After that, he began to drink liquid from the cup. His face suddenly distorted. He grabbed his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. His whole body began to shake. Selva threateningly told him that if he spit it out, she would kill him. Siwoo asked her what it was even made of. Selva answered him with a question and asked, "Who knows?" After that, she noticed that this information would not help him finish his drink. She added that she would not feel sorry for him, so she ordered him to drink and listen while he drank. Siwoo's whole body was trembling. There was a grimace of disgust on his face, but he continued to drink this liquid. Selwa, with a bored expression on her face, said that firstly, he was forgetting about something important. She explained that large-mouthed goblin ran away while they were fighting. She assumed that he was still by right his and probably hid somewhere, curled up in a ball for the next 100 years. She explained these actions of his by the fact that he knows how everything will happen if he is caught. She then noticed that it was the perfect snack for a half-breed like him, and it looked like he had missed the prey that was already in his mouth. Siwoo asked her while swallowing the liquid, "Isn't there another way?" She asked him again, "Another?" After that, with a smile on her face, she ordered to look at him. She asked if he still considered himself a human. She then started talking about how if he wasn't willing to hurt others to become stronger, that meant he wouldn't. Siwoo interrupted her speech by handing her an empty cup, which had recently been filled with liquid. He told her that he still did not realize that he would have to kill or eat monsters and he really didn't want to eat it. However, he began to talk about the fact that, to be honest, then no matter who they are, for him they are all dangerous monsters that threaten people. Hanging his head down, he said that if he doesn't do everything right, then in a few months the people he values will seriously suffer, and if he needs to kill, then he will kill, and if he needs to eat them, then he will eat. He looked at her confidently from under his brows and said that he had already said that he would do everything he could. He then began to confidently say that he asked if there was another way, not because he was not going to eat them. He explained that he asked just in case there were other options. Selwa looked at him in surprise and was silent. After that she noticed that, as she told him, the most effective way to increase your monster power is to eat other monsters. However, she noticed that usually this is only possible in the event of a duel, to which they both agreed. She explained to him that he is a special case. Then she began to tell him that if this does not contradict the rules, then the weak will be caught and eaten. She explained that they will not remain alive for long. After that, she added, saying that, moreover, he would no longer have easy prey. She explained this by saying that even if he was a half-breed, many monsters saw that he was a goblin who had a little knowledge of sheer, and rumors about him spread throughout the area. She began to tell him that those whom he can easily defeat will not fight him, but there are others who will come after him. These are those whom he cannot cope with at his current level. Then, rising from the floor, she clarified using a metaphor that if he lost a pheasant, then she advised him to cook a chicken. That is, she recommended that he take a simpler path, after which she asked him if this was true. Siva looked at her in surprise. After that, Selwa, with a smile on her face, pointed her finger to the side and asked him to go. She explained this by saying that she had a gift for him. After some time, they were on the street. He followed her and repeated in bewilderment, "A gift." In front of him stood Selwa, behind whose back was a large monster who was bound by magical chains. This monster made loud noises and tried to bite through the magical metal with its fangs. Selkva, standing with a smile on her face, asked how it was for him. Then she asked if it was good. Sivu, looking ahead in fear, asked, "Is this a monster?" Selkva said uncertainly that it was both. She then told him that technically it had lost its right to be called a monster. She began to explain that everyone has their own reasons, however many of them lose their minds and completely give in to their instincts. She clarified that this was happening just like what happened to him recently, after which she asked him if this was so. She began to levitate in the sky, saying that, however, when monsters are not as lucky as him and they do something irreparable, they call them animals and not monsters and deprive them of their rights as monsters. She said, "Dry mouths." After which she clarified that that's what they call those on the Korean peninsula. Using levitation, she rose up and was already standing on the roof of the house. Selwa, with a smile on her face, asked him what he was looking at like that. She then asked him, did she already tell him? After that, she reminded that this is a beast that has lost its mind. Behind Sivu stood a monster with a crazy face. Its eyes were directed in different directions. It was no longer constrained by magical chains and was completely free. Siva looked at Selwa in surprise, standing with his back to the monster. The monster made a sharp blow with his hand. Sparks began to fly in different directions. Siva managed to dodge this blow, after which he, standing in a fighting stance, looked piercingly at his opponent. He exhaled the air from his lungs and looked confidently at his opponent. Selwa sat on the roof of the house carefully watching the fight. She thought that at first she assumed that he was frozen in confusion and was about to be killed. But now she noticed that he was using his body better than she expected. She asked herself if she had underestimated him. After that she thought that even if that was the case, he was probably just trying to delay the moment of contraction as much as possible. At that moment, the monster was approaching Siv, who was squatting. Selwa understood that his enemy came from a family of fire dogs and earned himself a good name, but because of his irrepressible pride, he wanted to represent the family at the festival. He was accused of kidnapping and eating monsters. He exceeded his limit, could not cope with the power of monsters and went crazy. Now the mad monster tried to pierce Siva's body with its sharp claws. Siva managed to dodge his attacks. He carefully followed the events taking place. After this, the monster tried to tear his flesh with its teeth, but Sivu, with a frightened expression on his face, managed to move his body away from his teeth. The villager watching this thought about the fact that, as she had assumed, he could not consciously use a baton. After that, she finally thought about the fact that she didn't expect anything else. She doubted that Sivu would win this fight. She understood that although he was crazy against him, he was still a level higher in strength. While she was thinking about this, the monster made another blow with a loud scream. Selva understood that, moreover, that part of the Sirium that emphasizes throws and wrestling would not work against him. She understood that this was a cruel but effective method to awaken his instinct, which awakens only when he is on the verge of death, however. She saw Shiva with a concentrated expression on his face in a fighting stance, raising his fists to his jaw, looking in front of him with his knees bent. He was in a fighting boxing stance, looking confidently in front of him. Selva looked at him in surprise, opening her eyes wide. The knuckles of Igor's fists began to turn white from the effort with which he clenched his fist, after which he delivered a side blow with his right hand to the monster. The monster staggered from the unexpected resistance that was shown to him. Sivu remembered how in the martial arts section the coach told him with surprise that he was much stronger than he thought, after which the coach apologized to him, saying that because he said that his goal was to lose weight, he did not expect that he will be so good. After that he asked him, did he ever want to take up boxing seriously? Sivu, with a tired expression on his face, regaining his breath, was silent in response, drops of sweat flowing profusely down his face. He then replied that when he loses weight he will think about it. The coach with a smile on his face asked him, weight? Then he noticed that he would lose it on his own if he constantly exercised. A trainer with specialized paws on his palms that are designed for sharpening strikes suggested that Siv train for 6 months, after which he noted that if he wanted, he could help him with diet and exercise. Then the coach said that with such a skill he would reach the competition. The coach put his hand on his shoulder and encouraged him that the excess weight would certainly fly off his body on its own. Sivu smiled looking at the floor and thought that it would be nice if boxing had an effect. Unlike other martial arts trainees, his goal was not physical strength or fighting ability, he wanted to lose weight. When he thought about this, he dealt many sharp blows to the monster's entire body. He wanted to lose his weight, and his usual and simple desire, however, despite all this, desperate desires, despite his constant efforts, did not come true. However, he did not give up, and since primary school he has been involved in 16 sports. At this moment, Siwu struck the monster with crushing blows with his legs, causing the monster's bones to begin to crunch. Of the 16 sports that he practiced, 7 were combat sports, and although he did not train for long and his weight did not go away, his efforts and natural talent as a goblin made him perfectly absorb all the skills from those 7 sports. Sivu furiously struck many blows at the frightened face of the monster. While jumping with his legs he crushed his jaw and fragments of fangs flew out of his mouth. Selva looked at this in incredible surprise with her mouth wide open and asked how to explain this. The defeated monster lay unconscious at Sivu's feet. Sivu, looking at this and regaining his breath, asked, how can he eat it now? While the monster was lying on the ground with smoking fur in the place where Sivu was struck and with fragments of teeth near his mouth, Sivu examined his body in surprise. Selva watched this while sitting on the roof of the house and asked herself, is this martial arts? After that, she mentally hoped that this was not an innate strength. She thought that this power was invented by people and it would not be useful against the bodies and strength of monsters. She understood that he received the body of a monster quite recently. However, in a real battle he was able to quickly figure it out and apply his skills. She thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and looked at him, realizing that his potential was much greater than she thought. Sivu turned to her and asked what to do now. Looking at her, he said that it seemed to him that he had won, after which he hesitantly said that he didn't need to eat it completely to prove it like she did. He didn't have time to finish because Selwa interrupted him with a smile on her face and said that of course not. After that she invited him to talk about it when he finally defeats the monster. Then she asked him, right? Sivu looked at her questioningly. A moment later a monster pierced his shoulder with its long sharp fangs. He grabbed him with his sharp claws and, digging into his shoulder, began to tear his flesh. Splashes of blood began to spread throughout the space surrounding them. Sivu looked at him in shock. He screamed loudly as the monster threw him up, stretching his skin and crushing his bones. Blood flowed abundantly from his body. He trembled with fear and pain. A monster with a bloody muzzle was approaching him. Sivu looked at the place where he was bitten. He saw how his shoulder was missing, instead of which there was now a bloody mess of a dark color. He looked at it in horror, shaking with fear. From the horror that gripped him, he could not move. It was because of this that the monster hit him on the head. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Selva hugged her legs with a bored look and asked, how is this possible? After that, she said sadly that she was sure that they would have more than enough time after he answered him. The main reason why people are afraid of injury is not pain but loss, that is, the fear that a part of the body will be either deformed or completely lost. This is one of the innate fears that is inherent in living beings called people. This is quite enough for an 18-year-old guy to start panic attack. A monster with a bloody, sinister muzzle looked at Shiva, growling. He turned his attention in surprise to his shoulder, which was healing before his eyes. He saw how its tissues were restored and muscles reappeared. He looked at it in bewilderment. A moment later, the monster made a sharp blow with its claws. Shiva's chest was torn. He looked at it in fear, but after that he noticed that after a few seconds his wounds began to close and the cuts disappeared. Monsters and people have so many differences that it's useless to even count them, but if you point out the main ones, these would be endurance, body recovery, and the difference in thinking that comes from this. Shiva, after realizing his invulnerability, was able to dodge the monster's next attack, and with a confident expression on his face, standing in a boxing stance, he prepared his fist to strike. If he is not dead or mortally wounded, then the injuries mean nothing. When he understands this, the restriction of the subconscious aimed at protecting the body disappears and the limits of physical abilities increase. Siwoo struck the monster with a blow from his fist. From a blow of such power, the monster flew a huge number of meters to the side, thereby creating a blazing path. Shiva looked intensely at his fist. He thought that his hand hurt as if it would break very soon. But he understood that this was not happening. He thought that the blows had become much stronger compared to what it was before. The monster lay unconscious among a lot of debris and destroyed things. Shiva thought that the impact of a simple punch could be compared to a car flying into him at full speed. However, at the same time, he realized that he was the only one here who knew how to recover, and if he thought about what happened, it would no longer surprise him. Selkva turned to him from behind and said that enough was enough. She walked up to him and put her hands on her hips and noticed that the blows landed well. Then she noticed that both the place and the strength. After that, she began to say that although he would not die, he would not be able to get up quickly and recover. She turned her gaze to Siwa and asked him what he thought. After that, she clarified her question by saying that she was talking about the feeling when he does not lose his mind and consciously uses magic for the first time in his life. Siwoo pointed a finger at himself in surprise and asked with his mouth wide open, did he use magic? Then he said that he really didn't do anything special. Selwa answered him that magic is not such a grandiose feature, and even if it is not high level, it can be used in different ways, after which she asked him if he understands. Siva said in surprise that his body quickly recovered because he used magic. Selwa responded by saying that he had no control over it yet. However, even his last blows were the result of magic added to his physical strength. Then she noticed that besides the fact that he hit hard, she asked him if he felt something else. Siva looked thoughtfully at his palm and said that he was not sure, but it seemed to him that there was something similar to static current. Selkva answered him that if he was not lying, then most likely it was magic, and due to the fact that he had little experience, he could not feel it accurately. Then Selwa looked to the side and extended her hand, which began to glow with magical energy. She began to move her index finger along with this, saying that she forced him to fight just for the experience, due to the fact that the fight was bloody and he tried to win. Then he subconsciously used magic. With a gesture of her finger, she began to raise the defeated monster. When she did this, she said that she was still a little surprised. Then she noticed that she thought that he would mark time for 10 days until he began to figure out what was what. Then she said that she would give him a compliment, after which she told him that he was quite talented, more talented than she thought. Siwoo, with a shy expression on his face, lowered his eyes to the floor and began to scratch his head with his finger, laughing awkwardly. Using magical power, Selwa brought the monster's body to them. She said that it was time to finish. After that, she looked at Siwa and asked him if he said he was ready. She then noticed that the next question would be inappropriate, but she asked him if he had killed before. Sivu answered her negatively. Selwa noticed that in this case it would be better for both of them if he finished him off with one blow. She explained this by saying that if he just wounded him, he would still move. After that, she indicated that this should be done above the navel. She explained this by saying that for most humanoid monsters this is a weak point, that is, the place where they store their energy. She advised Siv to gather his magic and put it into one blow. Siwoo exhaled heavily from his lungs and began to approach the monster's body. He began to concentrate energy in his fist, looking confidently in front of him. Everything is hard the first time, and this too when he strives to gain weight. Even if he kills and devours everything in his path, and whatever his excuses and reasons, few will hesitate. In Siva's mind, memories appeared from his life when he was an ordinary person, or, more precisely, a mediocre overweight guy who still had people close to him in that world. Siwa clenched his jaw with rage and bared his teeth. With a sharp movement of his fist, he struck the center of the monster's torso. A copious splash of blood flew out from the monster's back. Selwa asked him if he grabbed something in his fist. She then asked him to open it. Siwa opened his palm and saw a purple ball in it. Selva explained to him that this is internal cinnabar, that is, where the magic is stored. Then she noticed that it is also called magic pearl. She explained that if he swallows it, the owner's magic will become his. Siva swallowed this ball without thinking, then he began to look at his body, thinking that he swallowed it as she said, but he asked himself, did nothing happen to him? Someone from the outside said that this was strange, after which an unusual shadow bird landed on his shoulder, and said that something like loud exploding sounds usually happens as soon as he swallows. Siva looked at it in fear and then screamed loudly in horror and misunderstanding, asking what else is this? The bird, flapping its wings, suddenly transformed into a girl named Solmi. Siva looked at this in surprise. Selva asked her with irritation, what did she forget here? Then she noticed that she was sure that she had nothing to do with her. Solmi said that she was sorry. After that she asked if friends need a reason to meet. After that she admitted that she was right. She said that she came because she had business. Then she asked with a smile, looking ahead, does this mean this is the half-goblin that everyone is talking about? She spread her wings out to the sides and said that she was pleased to meet you, after which she said that her name was Seolmi and she was Selwa's childhood friend. Siva bowed to her with a surprised expression and said that he was glad to meet her, after which he introduced himself to her as Sivu. Selva looked at her with displeasure and asked, what's the matter? Solmi answered her that as they know, she works part-time for the woman. Selva asked irritably, part-time? After that, she asked her how it was. Solmi explained that this is what people say, and what it means sometimes. Sivu, looking at her in surprise, thought about something about the way she was saying and something else. Solmi, with a smile on her face, talked about the fact that since she caught these two demons, she came instead of the old man, Babai, to give out the reward. Selva, exhaling the air from her lungs, said that she didn't need it. After that she said that she had better give it to Siv, since he knocked them out alone, he deserved it. Solmi repeatedly said that she knew this, after which she said that she had seen everything from the very beginning. She began to bring her face closer to Siwa's face, saying that it was impressive and she could not believe that he had recently been a person. Then she asked, is it possible that something unexpected will happen at the festival? After that, she asked another question addressed to Selwa, could he become her rival? Selwa said with a big smile on her face that she didn't think about it. Then she asked her what festival? She noticed that he would be finished as soon as he set foot there. Solmi, with reddened cheeks, looked intently at Siwa, saying that she was interested. Then she said that she thought he had potential. She then started talking about his reward. She said that she would give him a choice. The choice was between the chance to go home right now or the chance to become a stronger monster. Then she, with a wide smile on her face, looking up at him, asked what he would choose. Some time later, Sivu called Yashin, who menacingly asked him in response, what kind of nonsense is going on? Yashin walked down the street telling him that he didn't show up at school and his phone was turned off. He then talked about how he accepted a call when an unfamiliar number called because he thought it was him. Then he asked him if something happened. Sivu said that he would like to say that no, but that would be a lie. Yashin responded by asking him what? Sivu addressed him by name and said that he had a crazy request for him. Then he said that if he couldn't, he would understand. He interrupted himself and explained that in fact he would not understand because only he could help him. Yashin irritably asked him to say it already. Then he asked what was the matter. Sivu began his story. After Yashin heard what he said, he asked in bewilderment, what? And then he angrily asked what he was even saying. After that, he asked another loud question, where is he now anyway? The volume of his speech almost made Sivu drop his phone. Then he explained to him in confusion that now he had some unforeseen circumstances here and his mother would go crazy if she found out that he simply disappeared without a trace for a month. Then he said that his family has a training center in traditional martial arts in Enong. Sivu asked him if he was right. He then asked Yashin to tell his mother that he was going there for a month to lose weight. Yashin said that he thought that he knew that they don't take everyone there. Sivu confirmed this by saying that he knows. Then he said that it sounds like nonsense, but he understands it and knows that he is uncomfortable. Then he admitted that he had no other choice and that's why he asked him about it. Yashin tensely put his hand to his face and told him okay. Then he asked him in response. He reminded him that he could not talk about the reason. Yashin, looking carefully in front of him, said that if he behaves this way because he thinks that he will not believe him, then he asked him to speak and not be afraid because there is the likelihood that it will be useful. Siwoo looked in fear at Salmi sitting in front of him, who pressed her finger to her mouth and hissed, which meant that he was not allowed to speak. She explained that he could lie, but it was against the rules to disclose their existence. Then she explained that even she would be punished for this along with him. Some time later, Yashin answered him in the affirmative and said okay. Then he asked him to call if something happened and he could somehow help. After that, he pressed the button to end the dialogue and asked himself, it looks like he lied, right? After hanging up the call, Siva looked at the screen of his phone with a worried expression and tensely exhaled the air from his lungs. Some time before this, Shiva asked in surprise if she was saying that he could return right now. After that, with his eyes wide open, he spread his arms to the sides and said that, however, he had heard that this was only possible if he passed the test. Soulmi confirmed this with a smile on her face and said that it was so, after which she explained to him that she was not going to lie to him. She added saying that if he really wants to go back, then she can send him to the human world right now. Selwa, with an irritated expression on her face, crossed her arms over her chest and looked to the side angrily. Then Soulmi looked at him and asked him what he would choose. Siva looked ahead tensely, after which he told her, okay, he said that he would leave here in a month after he passed the test. Soulmi looked at him in surprise with wide open eyes and asked, huh? After that, she asked him why this was so. Sivu, frowning his eyebrows, looked down and said that if he doesn't study properly now, something worse will happen than the inability to return. He said that this fight only convinced him of this, after which he clenched his palm into a fist with great tension and said that he needed strength to cope with such situations, and that is why he decided that it would be better to strengthen his monster abilities. Looking menacingly in front of him, he said that this would happen. He didn't have time to finish as Soulmi, looking up at him in admiration, showing him her outstretched thumb and closing her mouth, said that it was cool. Then she noticed what he just said. It looked like he was some kind of main character. Selkva approached him and asked irritably if she was having fun. Then she crossed her arms on her chest and asked menacingly if she was teasing him with a choice that was not there. She recommended just giving him a reward and that's it. Then she said that this could not be a reward. She called her a fool and explained that this is her bad habit, which is to mislead others and evaluate them. Soulmi cleared her throat into her fist and noted that they call this a test to understand the personality and mood of a creature. Then she said that people learn about each other by asking a similar question. After that, turning to Selwa, she suggested that she hadn't finished reading the book she gave her last time, after which she asked her if this was true. Siwoo, looking at her in surprise, thought that this was true. He noticed that this girl, from the way she spoke to the atmosphere, was different from other monsters. He felt as if he knew her. Selkva asked her in response, is she talking about that stupid theory? After that, she noticed that it was so simple and childish that she didn't even get through a couple of pages. Soulmi, with a saddened expression on her face, noted that she did this personally for her to understand. Then she added that if she wants to become a human, she needs to at least learn the basics. Then she exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she would take him somewhere for a while. She asked her, okay? She then explained that she had thought about this from the very beginning. Siva looked ahead uncertainly, pointing at himself with his index finger in confusion. Selwa emotionlessly told her to do as she pleases. Claudia, with a smile on her face, spread her wings to the sides and with flapping movements turned into a bird called a demonic crow. Siva looked at her in surprise. Then Soulmi, in the guise of a demonic crow, told Siv that she said that she did not offer the impossible, after which she asked him if this was true. She continued to say that she is a monster who has the right to move between the human world and this one with the condition that she will bear responsibility for everything that happens there. Next, she told him that for one day every 6 months she has the right to take a monster who has not passed the test to the human world. After that, she suggested that he would probably be sick, but she said that she thought that he could handle it. Then she asked him if that was true. Siva asked her in bewilderment, what? Selwa looked above herself emotionlessly. Salmi, who grabbed Shiva in her bird's grasp, flew away, telling Selwa that she would return soon. Returning to the present, Siva thanked her for lending him the phone. He handed her the phone back, saying that thanks to her he was able to calm down a little. Soulmi rocked on her office chair with a smile on her face and told him that she was glad that she helped him. After that, she asked him if he was sure that one call to a friend would be enough for him. She noticed that there was still a little time left. She asked him if he wanted to see his family. Siva looked down and told her that he only has his mother, and she is now on a business trip. Then he told her that, to be honest, it was even easier for him, because if someone had been at home, such a scandal would have started. Then he asked her if she was hungry? He explained that this couldn't be called payback, but he would also buy dinner. Selwa, putting the phone screen to her chin, looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Is it true?" Then she abruptly rose from her chair and loudly shouted that it was super. She said that she had long wanted to try something since her first visit to the human world, but it was difficult for her to get it, so she had not had the opportunity to try it until that day. Siva looked up at her in surprise and asked her what it was. After that, she began to tell her extensive list. Some time later, the dining table was filled with a large number of different dishes. There were seaweed and cold cuts, and soups, as well as various snacks and dishes. Siwoo, holding a bowl of rice in his hands, looking in front of him, said that he had set the table with everything he had at home. Then he asked her in confusion, "But would she really like this?" Solmi, appetizingly devouring the dishes, zealously confirmed this by shouting that she was very pleased. Then she said that she had long wanted homemade food, but all the human food that she tried had to be bought herself or eaten at school. Siva looked at her in surprise and asked again, "At school?" Solmi licked the spoon and said that she goes to school. Then she asked him if he knew Hojin's school. Siwoo asked her loudly if it was true. Then he told her that it was next to his school. Claudia explained to him that she had been going there since the beginning of this year, but she did not have close friends who could treat her at home. She assumed that he was the first one she visited. Siwoo, while eating food using wooden chopsticks, thought about the fact that it seemed to him that someone like her should have many friends. Some time later, Solmi thanked him for the food. There were many empty plates on the table that had recently been filled with various foods. She told him that it was very tasty and was not at all like food from a restaurant. After that, with a smile on her face, holding a cup in her hand, her other hand made a click with her fingers and a certain object appeared from a steam cloud near her face. She told him that she needed to give him the reward she was talking about. Then, looking at the emerald-colored scroll, she said that this scroll was called the Monster's Inventory. She explained to him that the name was a little misleading, but it was something like a bag or phone for monsters. After that, she unfolded the scroll with a gesture of her hand, saying that just like she had just done, he can freely summon it, and he can also show what he wants, because for this you only need to swipe your finger like on a phone. Then she lowered her hand inside the scroll, saying that this was inside. She took out a box from inside the scroll with the words that here he could store things and take them whenever he wanted. She also explained to him that he could carry everything with him without thinking about sizes. She handed this box to the surprised Siv, saying that there would also be other uses for this. As soon as he started using it, he would quickly figure it out. The box opened and inside it were seen several dozen coins, a scroll and a leather object that looked like a piece of clothing. With a smile on her face, Sol pointed her finger in front of him and said that in the middle there was an inventory that he would use and also a small pile of coins. She explained that on the left there were coins of the goblin face. She further said that this currency is highly valued in the world of monsters and the 40 coins that he earned is a large amount. She advised him to use this amount wisely. When Siva took one of the large gold coins in his hand, he saw on it the image of a monster baring its teeth. After that, Solmi said that the object on the right is a goblin treasure that passes from hand to hand. She explained to him that treasures are things that acquire different abilities if you pour the power of monsters into them. She looked up in fascination, putting it well on her cheek, imagining various artifacts, and asked him if he knew how in old fairy tales of people there are magical objects that appear out of nowhere. She remembered how the old man gave her this box. She told that for defeating the Shutterwalk, only coins are awarded, but the old man packed all this for him personally. She assumed that he had big plans for him. Siva thoughtfully repeated after her, "Big plans?" After that he asked, "This concerns the award for the festival, is it so?" He clarified that he was talking about where the king of the monster is chosen. Solmi confirmed this and said that although they do not have this developed as much as humans, monsters also have the concept of a homeland. Resting her head on her hand, she talked about how if the monster from the Korean peninsula becomes king, then they can brag about it, and moreover, this is their sore point from the last festival. Siwoo asked, "Is the monster from the Korean peninsula almost becoming a king?" Solmi confirmed this and said that from what she heard, he held out until the very end and the fight with the king of monsters was equal. Sivu, with a sad expression on his face, said that he was very sorry that this did not work out. Solmi answered him in the affirmative, and said that what was even more interesting was that that monster was also a goblin, just like him. Saying this, she pointed her index finger at Shiva, who looked at her in confusion. Solmi reported that he was of course so strong that none of the Korean monsters could compare with him. Sivu, looking at the treasure in his hands, said that even so he did not suspect that he was a monster until yesterday, after which he said that to be honest, some part of him still does not believe in what is happening. Looking closely at the treasure, he admitted that every minute he is ready to wake up from all this as if from a bad dream. Solmi asked him if it was true. Then she said that she couldn't even believe it because he adapted quite quickly and got used to what was happening. She told him that when she saw him for the first time and heard the confidence in his words, he made an impression on her, after which she asked him if she knew this. She went on to say that although he had already made up his mind, it might be a good idea to aim higher. Sivu, looking at her seriously with frowning eyebrows, asked, "Above?" With a smile, looking at Shiva from under her brows and holding a glass in her hands, she explained to him that people and the threat to them from the new king. She said that he was afraid of this, and if so, she asked why he doesn't become king and extend the law further for 600 years. Siwu looked at her in shock. He then asked her if he could ask her a question. Solmi confirmed this with a wide smile on her face and said that he could ask her anything he wanted because he was her first human friend. She said that if he was interested in something, she would try to answer. Sivu pointed his finger to the side, saying that this was not serious, but the quackery, he clarified, speaking about the inventory of the monsters next to her. He reported that it just started flashing like this. Salmi, surprised, turned to the side and saw a large inscription on the inventory, urgent. Solmi asked lightly, "Is this?" Then she explained that this was an urgent call, and it was transmitted to all the monsters in the area. When something important happened, then she again took a cup of tea in her hand and told him that if the call was transmitted to the human world, it meant that the monster had broken the rules and injured person. Then she asked him if he understood this. Then she noted with a smile on her face that, however, this had not happened for several decades and it could not be that this was an urgent call. Then, in great surprise, she opened her eyes wide and looked ahead. Realizing what was happening, she screamed in horror, clutching her hair with her hands. Siva looked in incredible confusion in front of him, unable to move. After that, Solmi asked with a loud scream if this was serious. Some time passed, it was already dark outside, and Siwu, snapping his fingers, froze in amazement, as the magic scroll actually appeared in the air in front of him. Upon revealing this, Siwu noticed a picture of the armlet that was given to him as a reward and asked if he should just insert the arm. He touched the scroll with his hand and took out an armlet, assuming that he just needed to walk around in it, since it was some kind of armor. In the end, Sivu decided that he would need to ask how to use it, and then got distracted by looking at the clock standing on the table nearby. He remembered that a while ago, Solmi announced that it wouldn't take long, and looked at her phone screen and noticed that 6 hours had already passed. She calculated that half a day was 6 hours, and in this case, if they arrived at 4 o'clock, they had to return before 10 o'clock. To make sure of her words, Solmi asked if this was true. Without waiting for an answer from Sivu, she promised that she would be right back and asked him to just wait for her and not do anything. Saiwa didn't argue with this, and Solmi smiled and asked if he could talk to her informally before leaving. She noted that they were friends and asked that Si would just call her by her first name when she returned. At the moment, looking at the still closed door, Shiwu realized that it was already past 10 o'clock and asked himself if everything was okay. If he knew that this would happen, he would have taken Solmi's number, and now he was very worried. Suddenly looking a little to the side, Sivu noticed a photo of his father, and assumed that if goblin blood flowed through his veins, then it was most likely from his father. He remembered how Babai said that Sivu was from the 4th or 5th generation, and now, continuing to look at his father's photograph, Sivu asked if his father knew that he was also a goblin. Saiwa didn't have time to continue thinking about this, because he heard some rustling, and turning towards the open window, asked if it was Solmi. At the same time, on the street in a dark alley, a man, unable to hold back the tears flowing down his face, was trembling, trying to say something. However, only muffled wheezes sounded from their throats, as the spirit forcefully squeezed the man's throat, not allowing him to speak. Moving his hand, the spirit screamed, about to deliver a decisive blow, but suddenly an attack passed through his body, and Solmi noted that she was still catching these monsters, for which there was no end in sight. She assumed that at this rate she would run out of feathers, and looked at the feather she was using as a projectile. Focusing on the spirit, who turned her way, distracted from the man, Solmi asked what she was so worried about. She noted that the spirit did not feel pain, and frowned seriously, and at that time the spirit jumped up, preparing to run away. Solmi ran towards it to stop it, and from her attack, which turned into a bright flash. The spirit disappeared. The man, still crying in horror, sat in the corner, continuing to rise in price, and Selwa asked him not to worry. Walking closer to another man who was lying on the ground nearby, she said that he would be fine, since the wound was not deep, and she applied ointment to stop the bleeding. Smiling reassuringly, Solmi also said that the ambulance was on the way, but the man was still terrified, and suddenly became even more scared as he noticed a huge spirit that had landed on one of the high-rise buildings nearby. Solmi, noticing the man's horror, also heard a noise from the spirit and turned around to notice that it had already jumped, about to strike. But someone suddenly used their own attack to cut the spirit, and it did not have time to touch Solmi. Solmi looked at the dissipating spirit particles, and Goyo, coming closer, advised her to keep her head higher, since if rumors spread that such a spirit had defeated her, shame would cover the entire Solmi family. Solmi, sighing with relief, noted that her family's reputation was already not very good, and added that she knew that Goyo would be on her side. She called Goyo her elder brother, and he, a little dissatisfied with this, asked who she called that. He moved closer and Solmi explained that Goyo is a little older and close to her, which means he is her older brother. However, she did not insist and said that if Goyo did not like it, she could call him by name. Goyo waved his hand, activated the magic, and suggested that Solmi address him politely. Solmi suggested calling her differently, but still keeping in mind that Goyo is her brother. In the end, Goyo told Solmi to call him whatever she wanted, and then focusing on the man, ordered him to think of this day as a bad day, and said that a car appeared in the alley and hit the man and his friend, and the driver fled the scene. In addition, until the ambulance arrived, Goyo ordered the man not to be afraid and just rest. Looking at how the man gradually began to fall to the ground, Solmi realized that this was hypnosis and asked if it was true that this was not the innate magic of the Goyo family. She also admitted that she heard that learning such magic separately is very difficult, and said that she tried to learn from Seolwa, but she scolded her, so Solmi gave up. That's why Solmi now assumed that this meant that Goyo was overtaking her. Doyu, not paying attention to this, looked around and, noticing that there were 2 spirits, asked how many he had caught. Solmi? Solmi announced that including those with whom Goyo helped her, in total she caught 24 spirits, among which there was not a single normal one, and all were quackers. In addition, Goyo and Solmi noticed that all the spirits are on leashes, which means that someone is controlling these evil spirits. From what Solmi saw, she noticed that the monsters killed 7 people and injured about 50 people. She didn't understand who needed this and why they were doing it, since she assumed that the monsters knew how serious a crime it was to injure a person. She suggested that all these monsters really like to carry out massacres, but Goyo, closing his eyes, noted that she was mistaken, since they not only like to do this, but they have a goal. Solet was surprised and asked if monsters really kill people for profit. She did not understand what this meant, and Goyo noted that it was obvious, since their generation knew very little about it. He said that for a long time, goblins ate people, but not because they were hungry or sadistic, but because they consumed human blood and flesh, since this in itself was incredibly useful food for monsters. Speaking about this, Goyo imagined a monster that ate a man, and Solmi admitted that she could not believe it, since she had never heard of such a thing. She was very amazed at what Goyo told her, and Goyo noted that before this was known to everyone, but it simply did not reach their generation. He also added that one can easily become strong by eating human flesh, and asked whether the human world would be as peaceful as it is now if this became known to everyone. He knew that Solmi understood perfectly well what he was talking about, because she had passed the qualifying test, and very few young people like Goyo or Solmi, who are not even 500 years old, would dare to go through all these difficulties and take such a difficult one. Test. Goyo understood that only strangers like Solmi or others like him could do this, since the human world is a boring place where there is no point in going until the law changes. This was exactly how their generation saw the world of people. But now, when the time of the festival was approaching, Goyo understood that everyone was trying to become at least a little stronger. He knew that there were monsters who knew about the secret of human flesh, and therefore they were willing to take the risk. He noted that Solmi should also know about this, since Babai is helping, and reminded that in recent days many have gone crazy in the pursuit of power. Solmi froze, remembering the monster that Shirwu recently fought, and Goyo said that stupidity is not an excuse, but a state of mind. He was sure that if he were in the place of these monsters, he would never have created such a mess, and instead of attracting the attention of evil spirits who cannot even move secretly, he would have done everything on his own, kidnapping people one by one before eat them too. Soulmi assumed that the one who did everything that happened was very cowardly, as she understood that whoever would dare attack a person who does not even know how to resist. He thought for a moment, and then suggested that even if a criminal uses evil spirits, he has the ability to summon it in hundreds, and thus this monster will feel that using spirits is safer than personal intervention. Soulmi suddenly asked if maybe she should somehow convey to this monster that instead of acting like an attention-hungry idiot, she could simply do something different. However, suddenly she realized something and opened her eyes wider, noting that this simply could not be. She called herself names and hastily shouting that he would go, said goodbye to Goyo and asked if he would clean everything here. The next moment, Soulmi flew away, leaving behind several feathers in the air, and Goyo, not understanding what had happened, simply looked after her. At the same time, Sivu, approaching the railing of the balcony, asked in surprise, "What is this?" He remembered that a second ago it was closed here, and began to look around in surprise. At the same moment, the monster, appearing behind him, gradually began to approach closer, thinking that it turned out to be very simple. It was confident that it would not have tried so hard if it had known that Siwa would be defenseless, and raising its hand, prepared to strike. However, Siwa suddenly crouched down, dodging it, and without wasting a second, grabbed the monster that attacked him by the hand, and then, pressing his feet harder on the floor, he began to attack on his own. The monster realized that Siva knew everything, and Siva used the goblin's stream and threw the monster off the balcony to the ground, while simultaneously using a lightning cut. After catching his breath, he admitted that he thought his heart would jump out of his chest, and mentally noted that his ability, which he did not want to call it that, was one of the characteristics of goblins. He remembered the moment when a monster attacked him in a similar way from behind, biting him on the shoulder, and briefly distracted, looked at the broken partition of the balcony, asking what kind of nonsense this was. He eventually realized that he could rarely be beaten with the same attack. Continuing to look at the destroyed part of the balcony, Sivu suddenly sighed and remembered the moment when the monster attacked him from behind. At that moment, he felt coldness on his back, right before the bite, and now, if he had not realized that this was the same feeling, he would have been killed. Not long ago, having felt the same thing, Siva frowned warily, and therefore managed to dodge the blow. In any case, now he just threw the monster without thinking too much, but he was glad that he didn't hurt anyone. He squinted and looked carefully down at the huge hole that had formed in the ground. When the dust from the impact cleared, the crack became much more visible, but suddenly Siwu heard someone tell him that there was nothing to worry about. Frowning warily, he noticed that the monster grinned, noting that he had already put all the people in this area to sleep, because if they had all screamed at once, it would hardly have been able to clean everything up properly. The next moment, Sivu suddenly felt a snake's body wrapped around his neck, and trembling, he grabbed the snake's body with his hands, trying to remove it from himself. The monster, with a snake tail beginning to grow from its back, noted that this was what it was looking for and asked if Siwu really was the goblin everyone was talking about. Smirking, it noted that Shiwu's monster strength seemed to be quite insignificant, and the monster also admitted that he thought that Shiwu would hit harder. Pushing off the wall with its feet, the monster began to fall down, dragging Siwa with it, and frowning, Siwa clenched his jaw, still trying to get out. The monster grinned and then swung its tail, throwing Siwa to the ground with force. Dust and stones rose into the air, and Sivu, closing his eyes, cried out quietly. The monster admitted that he did not want to throw Siwa so far, and asked with interest whether he had weakened after the monster's last fall. Sivu did not answer the monster's questions, which in the meantime suggested that people might think it was due to poor quality construction or a gas pipe explosion. The monster understood that those who live here were out of luck, but noted that in this case, at least rental prices would fall. Having said this, the monster grinned, and Shiwa thought about this monster that harms people, as well as Solmi, who has not returned yet. The monster continued talking and asked if it was true that it would be nice if Siwu broke after one throw. A similar question was due to the fact that Shiwu gradually stood up, and was already sitting on his knees, thinking that the main source of both problems was the monster that stood in front of Shiwu. Now Siva realized that this all happened because of this monster, and the monster said that by resisting Siva he was simply adding to the trouble. Sivu also felt that he was now in the face of incredible danger, and he abruptly rose to his feet when he noticed that the monster in front of him had suddenly turned from the appearance of a man into a huge snake. Taking on human form again, the monster asked if Siv should be given a chance. It asked that Siwu would just let it eat him and not say anything, and Siwu frowned in confusion upon hearing this. The monster told Siwu not to look at it that way, as it wouldn't hurt Siwu. Smirking, He added that they had quite a big difference in the classes of monsters, and announced that Siwoo would simply die with pain if he fought, and then asked if it would be better to die painlessly if the result would still be the same. Besides this, the monster could even promise Siva something, and Siva's eyes widened, wondering what this could mean. The monster, showing Siva a photograph of her standing next to his mother, promised that he would let Siva's mother go and eat someone else, and then asked Siva how this was an option. It thought that the proposal was quite exciting, but did not have time to finish, as Siva, gritting his teeth in rage, activated his magic and ran forward, intending to attack. He hit the monster and grabbed it by the clothes, about to use the goblin stream, but suddenly froze, and the monster apologized for this, asking if it was true that this was a very banal and rude threat. The monster even thought that he had gone too far with this, but asked what could have been done differently. Siva suddenly trembled, letting go of the monster's clothes from his hands, and he admitted that he had not come up with anything more provocative. Showing 2 fingers that glowed faintly, it activated a unique magic called Murderous Blasphemy. This explained that the unique magic is poison, and, looking at Siwa, who could not do anything, said that this power is not so bad, but the monster needs to be touched for the magic to work. The monster remembered the recent moment when Siwa attacked, and asked if it was true that this was a stupid ability. The monster couldn't use it against those stronger than that, and added that even for it to work on Siwa, he had to think about it carefully. Siwa by this point fell to his knees exhausted, and the monster suddenly noted that he had heard that those with a good pedigree could pin others down with just a glance. Sivu realized that he could not gather strength in his body, as if he had sleep paralysis, and the monster noted that life is very unfair, since when the rules are established, the weak can only be victims. This also added that if Sivan knew how to use the thing put on his hand, then everything could have been different, and said that troubles do not wait when a person is prepared for it. The monster threw the photo to the ground, turning back into a snake, and promised that he would remember Siwa, so he advised him to keep this in mind in his next life. Siwu, clenching his jaw, thought that it was impossible to say that he could not move at all, since he could feel that he could make one movement. Meanwhile, the monster, its mouth wide open, narrowed its eyes, about to attack, and Siva froze, waiting for this. He clenched his hands into fists, gathering magic, and the monster, noticing this, froze, amazed at what was happening. Siva suddenly extended his hand forward, directing a powerful magical attack towards the snake. The monster that was hit by the attack cursed as he realized that he had almost died, and suddenly Sivu, gathering his strength, jumped forward, hitting the monster while it was distracted. However, the monster managed to react in time and, waving its tail, threw Shiva back. Siva hit the wall and it cracked, and the monster was surprised that Siva could do something like that, although the poison was already circulating through him with might and main. Siva trembled, unable to move anymore, and the monster asked, "Is it really possible that even a weak goblin should not be underestimated?" And suddenly it was distracted, feeling something, and noticed that someone had thrust a sword into this body. Looking at the weapon in the body, the monster asked what it was. At this moment Yashin, who came closer, hiding his face behind a mask, called upon the Storm Ancestor, who lives above the 9 heavens and presides over the Ministry of Thunder. From the fact that Yashin began to read the spell, the swords stabbed into the monster's body were endowed with magical energy, which was transferred to the monster's body. The night was just beginning, and Siwu, hearing Yashin say this, forced himself to open his eyes and look at him. Yashin, whose body was shrouded in a magical aura, called the monster, saying that what he was doing here was nonsense, and began to come closer. The monster, who had by this time taken on a human form, pulled the swords out of his body, saying that Yashin was holding his useless weapon, and asked if the main skill of a human exorcist was to speak in a deep voice. Ignoring the pain, it grinned, asking where Yashin was even taught to talk like that. The monster understood that he had gained time, but assumed that it had been overtaken anyway, and asked how Yashin managed to get here. However, it understood that this is not what is important at all, since Yashin is dangerous and is on a completely different level when compared to other charlatans. Yashin at that moment took out another sword, intending to fight with it, and the monster wondered whether to leave or not. This bit his lower lip, thinking, and realized that if he hesitated, he would die, and also remembered Solmi, who was also very skillful. However, distracted from thoughts about Solmi, the monster thought that if even Yashin came for Siwa, then this would not defeat him, even if he was resurrected. Clenching his jaw, he said out loud that all this was very bad, and Yashin suddenly froze in shock, noticing something. Blood began to flow out of the monster's body with force, which flowed forward like a river, and the monster announced that if he could, he would wait for the festival. From the blood of this came a dark spirit, which stood in front of Yashin, and the monster, looking at this, asked, "Is it true that this is not bad?" When this spirit was sane, this spirit's name was widely known in the West, and looking at the roaring spirit, the monster noted that this spirit had the body of a divine class monster, although he admitted that he did not know how the spirit ended up in such a state. Smirking, this advised Yashin and the others to have fun, since spirit is quite good for an appearance-obsessed person. However, before leaving, the monster suggested that it should finish its dish first, and looked at the still under the influence of the poison Shiva. Spirit opened its mouth and an attack began to form next to it. However, before anything could happen, Yashin suddenly ran forward, holding his sword ready, and the moment the spirit released his attack from his mouth, he swung it, cutting the attack with his sword. In addition to the magical attack, the blow inflicted by Yashin cut the spirit itself, and the monster, seeing this, asked in amazement what was happening. It turned around, hearing an incomprehensible noise, and saw Yashin, instantly approaching, swinging his sword. Yashin stabbed the blade of his sword into the monster's head, and Siwoo's mouth opened in shock as he saw it. Yashin, who had not yet recognized Siwoo, came closer to him, suggesting that he was not at one with this monster, and advised him to answer questions if Siwoo wanted to survive. He wanted to ask what Siwoo was doing here. However, interrupting this question, Siwoo suddenly admitted that he could not believe it, although he heard Yashin's voice. Yashin froze in shock, and Siwoo forced himself to smile and admitted that he wanted to ask something, and then asked if Yashin really didn't recognize his voice. Yashin took off the mask that had previously covered his face and asked if this was really Siwoo. He was wondering what happened to Siwoo's appearance, and he closed his eyes and tried to answer something, but in the end he announced that it was a long story. Gradually he forced himself to his feet, and Yashin, dropping his mask, came closer to Siwoo and placing his hand on his shoulder, began to carefully examine Siwoo, asking what happened. He decided not to even ask about the body, and simply asked how Siwoo was able to deal with all this. Before starting to answer questions, Siwoo asked Yashin to stop and announced that he could not breathe. He tried to raise his trembling hand, and Yashin suddenly realized that it was poison, and not just any poison, but an ability. With the medicine that Yashin had, he would not have cured something like this, and realizing that there was something more important, Yashin decided not to talk about the questions he asked now. And suddenly he asked Siwoo to wait and focused on the veins on his body, which were very clearly visible. However, very soon, the veins gradually began to return to normal, and Yashin was very amazed at this, and then asked himself, does Siwoo really have regeneration? Siwoo himself was surprised when he felt better, and hearing some sound, turned sharply to the side, noticing that the spirit with which they fought had disappeared, leaving behind a long road of blood. When Siwoo and Yashin followed the direction of the bloody road, they only managed to see the tail of a snake disappearing behind the cars parked in the parking lot. Frowning, Yashin said that this was some kind of nonsense, and Siwoo opened his eyes in amazement. Some time passed and Siwoo asked if this meant that Yashin was feeling better. Yashin, who was sitting with his head bowed, asked if Siwoo was asking if he was better. He noted that this was hardly possible at all, and added that, in addition, the man he had known for 3 years turned out to be half a monster. Siwoo, who had fully recovered, awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger, and Yashin added that his friend was Half-Goblin. He continued to talk in frustration about how Siwoo had been right in front of them for 3 years. But they didn't even suspect anything, and now Yashin assumed that if his father found out about this, he would ridicule him. Siv felt awkward as he watched this, and in order to distract Yashin a little, he asked if it was true that Yashin never said what kind of martial arts they were studying. Yashin confirmed this and, straightening up, straightened his hair, sighing tiredly. He explained that it was their family's duty to train and destroy supernatural beings, and added that if not for this, then everyone would have long considered him crazy. In addition, he noted that there were only 6 months left, and Siwoo, hearing this, realized that Yashin also knew about the festival. Unable to contain his emotions, he twitched and asked, "Does this really happen so often?" He explained that he meant supernatural creatures breaking out into the human world and harming people. Yashin admitted that this doesn't happen very often, and even quite rarely, admitting that he wouldn't mind if the monsters fought each other. Over the past 100 years, judging by Yashin's words, monster attacks on people have been very rare, but recently everything has changed. Siwoo asked in shock, how recently did this happen? Yashin frowned and explained that for monsters, humans are a source of power, and said that monsters who want to become kings not only absorb other monsters, but also humans. Sivu said nothing, but was surprised, and Yashin said that a month ago the number of missing people began to grow, especially in densely populated cities. He also noted that there is no direct evidence that these are monsters, but in most cases there were signs of a struggle in the houses. Raising his head, Yashin said that this was the first time that the monsters showed themselves so clearly. Rising abruptly, he took his sword and asked what they had here. The next moment, turning around, Sivu noticed a flash of light, and then heard someone shout out his name. Widening his eyes in amazement, Saiwa saw Solmi, who excitedly asked if Saiwa was okay. She also asked if Sivu was injured. Solmi was very scared and started apologizing, calling herself stupid. And suddenly Yashin, putting his sword forward, ordered Solmi not to approach. Solmi froze, unable to hold back her tears, and Yashin seriously announced that if she took another step, he would think that she was attacking, in which case she would have to kill Solmi. Sivu, coming closer to Yashin, wanted to warn him, but Yashin interrupted Sivu's words and said that this was not a person, but a monster. He was sure that the monsters understood what the rules were, so he said that he warned Solmi instead of killing her right away. Sivu noted that there is no point in talking to monsters if Yashin wants a fight. Yashin explained that he was doing this for the sake of Siwu. He asked if Siv had been told that he could live in the human world if he passed the exam. Siwu froze, shocked by this, and Yashin, calling him a fool, asked if Siwu even understood what this meant. He, looking at Solmi, reminded that these are monsters, and said, even if they outwardly look like people and have individual features, the nature itself remains the same, and monsters are driven by a thirst for power and massacre. Yashin thought that monsters are monsters that eat each other and people, and said that Siwu is still a human, and therefore it does not matter how mixed his blood is. According to Yashin, this place was Siwu's home, so he didn't need the monster's permission to be here. Yashin was already annoyed that Siwa was kidnapped, and asked if he was now saying that he had to become a full-fledged monster in order to stay at home. He was sure that this was some kind of nonsense, and deciding that it did not matter to him what happened, he announced that he would not let Siwa go back. Solmi understood what Yashin was talking about, since from Siwu's point of view all this was some kind of nightmare. However, Siwa was already on the list of monsters, so it didn't matter how he felt about it, since he was part of the monster realm. Looking at Siwa, Solmi decided to put aside what was right and wrong, since breaking the rules would entail dire consequences. Imagining Babai's menacing expression, Solmi realized that there would be consequences for both Siwa and Yashin, and therefore decided that she needed to deal with this matter before it got worse. Frowning, Solmi thought that she would run away with Siwu and try not to hurt anyone. However, she did not know if she could do this, since Yashin's aura alone was enough to understand that he was a strong person. She assumed that Selwa and Goy could work it out, but she couldn't handle it. And yet Solmi abandoned these thoughts, deciding that even if she couldn't say anything out loud, standing and doing nothing was definitely not an appropriate option. Taking up her quill, she frowned confidently and, saying that she was very sorry, announced that, as her guardian, she would have to take Siwa with her. Yashin warned what he would do if Solmi ignored his words, and only frowned more seriously, and then suddenly froze in shock, as he felt something strange. The next moment, Yashin noticed that Siwa stood right in front of him, blocking the path to Solmi, and asked in shock what kind of nonsense was this. Without answering this question, Sivu extended his hand forward and, taking the sword from Yashin, began to examine it, and, saying that it looked interesting, asked if the engraving meant anything. Yashin, astonished by Siwu's behavior, assumed that he was bewitched or under hypnosis or control. However, he suddenly assumed that there was something else here, and calling out to Shiva, again asked what this nonsense was. Sivu admitted that he may not understand the term murder, but noted that he thinks that the phrase about a mad monster that devours its own kind can be applied specifically to Yashin, as well as to Sivu himself, because he has already managed to devour someone today. Yashin froze upon hearing this, and Sivu noted that it was said that the one he consumed today was a monster whose right to be so was taken away. He honestly admitted that he did not know how true this was, but announced that in any case he killed someone in order to protect himself and those around him. He had no intention of stopping. Solmi, with his lips tightly pursed, watched Siwu, and he admitted that he did not want to harm people, but he agreed to absorb monsters if it made him stronger. Yashin tried to argue, exclaiming that Siwa didn't need to go that far, and said that his family, and even he, had enough power to protect Yashin and his mother in 6 months. Yashin, instead of answering immediately, let go of the hilt of the sword, and it fell down and stuck into the ground. Drawing Yashin's attention to him, Sherwoon noted that he had something else to say and smiled as he announced that he would become the king of the monsters. Yashin was shocked when he heard this, and his eyes widened in amazement, and even Solmi was surprised. Finally controlling his emotions, Yashin, coming closer to Sivu, asked if he had gone crazy. He also asked if Siwa even understood what this meant. Sivu excitedly admitted that he could not read Yashin the exact definition. However, clenching his palms into fists more confidently, he decided that he needed to try to take a risk, because if he succeeded, then the world could continue to exist as before. Yashin wanted to say something else, but Siwu, interrupting his words, asked Yashin not to look at him like that, and asked what he could do. Resigned, Siva said that everything had turned out this way, and although he did not know whether it would work or not, he asked what else was left. Sighing, he smiled, declaring that it was better to do at least something than to give up and stand still. He warned that this was what he thought, and added that he wanted to try to do it. Yashin still couldn't cope with his shock, and then, pressing his lips tightly together, he finally announced that he understood everything. As he pulled out his sword from the ground, he said it didn't matter whether Siwa was a man or a monster, because if his thoughts were pure, then he didn't need to prove his strength. Siwa's eyes widened, amazed at this reaction, and Yashin warned that if, being a monster, Siwu ever crossed the line, he would destroy him without delay. Sivu, putting his hand on his neck, agreed with this, since he was sure that this was the right thing to do, and asked that when Yashin decides that Sivu deserved it, let it be something for which Yashin would kill himself. Yashin, without answering, took his mask and, before leaving, looked at Solmi and asked what her name was. Solmi said his name, explaining that he was a messenger in the kingdom of monsters, and Yashin, realizing that this was indeed the case, apologized for interfering in the affairs of monsters, but said that he had heard that monsters also have laws and order. Sun Mi and Siwa listened attentively, and Yashin, meaning Siwa, promised that if Siwa failed and if he was unfairly killed or injured, then, as the main shaman of the Star Hall, he would destroy everyone involved in this. Turning his back to Solmi and Saiwu, Yashin finally noted that they would see each other again and asked Saiwu not to worry about his mother. Siwu could not say anything other than Yashin's name, and stood still, looking at how Yashin calmly walked away. When Yashin left, Solmi sighed, fell to her knees and admitted that she thought she would die of fear. The whole point was that she saw a shaman for the first time, and, almost crying, Solmi asked, "Are all shamans really that scary?" Sivu didn't know what to answer, and suddenly he heard someone say that not all shamans are like that, since Yashin is special even among them. Siwu was surprised to hear someone else's voice and turned around, and Solmi, recognizing Goya's voice, asked in amazement if he really followed her. Goya asked what else he could do. He admitted that she immediately understood what Solmi was up to, and noted that she rushed forward without even knowing how strong the enemy was and how many allies he had. Goya warned that if the enemy were a little stronger, then Solmi would simply be eaten, and Solmi, sadly lowering her head, realized that this was indeed the case and did not argue. Goya, meanwhile, turning his attention to Siwa, asked if he was that reckless half-goblin. Sivu greeted Goya. In the world of monsters, there were monsters that originated from animals, and such species were called demon beasts. In most cases, such monsters were associated with the form and instincts of animals that could be considered their ancestors. As the power of these monsters grew, both human and beast forms began to change, such as in the case of Selwa. Such monsters were called ghostly beasts. However, moreover, there were also those monsters that outgrew their primary form. Siwu, thinking about this, widened his eyes in fear, since in the past such monsters were called divine beasts. Sivu saw a huge monster with several heads, and realized that this was a creature that was worshipped by both monsters and people. Goya, meanwhile, came closer to Siv, smiled, attracting attention, and said that he was glad to meet you, and also said his name. Extending his hand to shake, he announced that Siv would have to defeat him in order to become the Demon King. Goya was a member of the Black Turtle clan. Trying to smile benevolently, Goya greeted Sivu again, and Sivu, also holding out his hand to shake hands, asked himself what was going on. He noticed that the atmosphere had changed, and suddenly Solmi shouted that Siwu should not shake Goya's hand. Siwu, looking in Solmi's direction in bewilderment, pulled back his hand, and Solmi, frowning, asked why Goya suddenly appears and does this. She warned that Siwu had already had a difficult day, but Goya didn't understand what difference it made, and asked if there was really some kind of rule that made him sleep forever too. Besides, he was sure that it was funny, and holding his chin with his hand, he said that now standing in front of him was a half-goblin who was declaring that he would become the king of the monsters. Goya nevertheless shook Siwu's hand, and before Siwoo could react, Goyo bit his nail with his teeth and, with a sharp jerk of his hand, pulled it out to activate the acquired techniques. A line drawn by fire appeared around Siwoo and Goyo activated the falling earth. Soulmi jumped up, but could not do anything, and Goyo and Siwoo suddenly disappeared, after which they moved to a completely different place near a huge lake. Siwoo managed to stand on his feet, albeit with difficulty, and frowned as he tried to cope. Goyo assumed that Siwoo was stronger than he seemed, as he encountered falling ground the first time and was still able to stay on his feet. Goyo understood that this could not be seen often, and added that, moreover, Siwoo was not even surprised. Siwoo simply frowned and, looking seriously at Goyo, asked if he really wanted to eat him too? Goyo assumed that this would be the end of it, and noted that he wanted to ask something before they started. He asked if Siwoo plays games? Just in case, Goyo clarified that he does not mean this question metaphorically, but is talking about video games. Siwoo was surprised to hear this question and admitted that he was into it in middle school, but didn't play much of it in high school. Goyo realized how things really were and asked what genre did Siv like. He listed several types of games, and Siwoo, realizing that he had to choose, singled out one of the types of games, admitting that he was not a fan of online games, since it created the feeling that spending money was more important than playing. Goyo understood this and grinned, suggesting that they had a lot in common. And suddenly Siwoo heard some sound, and turning around sharply, noticed that there seemed to be an explosion in the water, and a large amount of splashes rose into the air. Jumping sharply to the side, Siwoo dodged the fragments and also noticed that an ice spike had appeared from the lake. Loud noises continued to be heard, and Siwoo, running to the side, noticed that several of these spikes had emerged from the water and were heading towards the shore to attack. The next moment, all these attacks flew forward, and Goyo, who was watching the progress of the battle, said that Siwoo was definitely very fast. He raised his head, looking at Siwoo, who hung briefly in the air, and realized that instead of dodging and attacking, Siwoo first focused on Goyo and only then dodged. Goyo attacked, and Siwoo followed him, and Goyo noted that this was quite good for a beginner. Activating his magic, he decided to move forward, realizing that when things came to a fight, Siwoo's senses and talents surpassed everything. But what mattered most now was Siwoo's ability to learn, and the enemies who tried to attack him in the same ways he had already experienced taught Siwoo to be more careful and not to let his guard down. Goyo suddenly froze, eyes widening, and noticed how Siwoo, frowning confidently, used the acceleration from his fall to strike. Siwoo's solution was the lesson he learned today, and so he launched a powerful remote attack that flew towards Goyo. He used bracers, which were items that released the life force and energy of the wearer. Dropping to the ground, Siwoo began to peer carefully into the clouds of dust that had risen, thinking that he had learned another lesson, which was that even if the attack seemed to hit the target, one should never relax ahead of time. He sent several more attacks into the dust. Sighing, Siwoo thought that he had understood the power of monsters, although he had not completely done so. The static electricity that passed through the body, according to Siwoo, began from the stomach, and intuitively it now turned out to him that it remained somewhere around 60%. When Siwoo attacked strongly, about 10 of this power was spent, and as he continued to analyze his actions further, he thought that each small attack took about 3%. Continuing to ponder further, Siwoo asked if the power would be depleted like last time if it reached 0%. He assumed that he could not use this power indefinitely, and suddenly heard Goyo say that it was an amazing concept, drawing attention to himself. The shield that had been created cracked around him, and Goyo admitted that he did not think that he would be able to use his abilities so early. He guessed that he had misjudged Siwoo since he had to rush through the first phase just short of starting. Siwoo, again getting into a fighting position, asked Goyo to tell him something and asked if what Goyo was saying was true and that he was going to eat Siwoo. Goyo was surprised to hear this question, and Siwoo, although he did not know how to say it correctly, still admitted that he did not feel in Goyo a desire to harm him. Goyo smiled, admitting that this happens when a person blatantly lies, and explained that he had no personal grudge against Siv or a desire to eat him. He noted, as he said at the beginning, he was hooked by what Siwoo said and asked if Siwoo knew what exactly the king of the monsters was. Siwoo assumed that this meant that someone literally became the king of the monsters, and asked if that was not true. He thought that it would be necessary to introduce laws and rule over other monsters, but Goyo asked if this was not strange, if you think about it a little. Goyo recalled that the competition was simply based on strength, and moreover, the election cycle took place every 666 years, that is, the king would rule for hundreds of years, and Goya reminded that this was decided by just one festival. He noted that the fact is that all monsters obey this strange custom since ancient times, which must be performed simply because it is a tradition. Siva thought about it, but did not say anything, and Goya explained that monsters are true to their desires and instincts, and just because the strong came up with a law and introduced some kind of rule, does not mean that they will listen to this person. He asked if it was true that in that case the massacre would not have stopped. That is why, in order to prevent this, the ancient monsters created this precaution, which was the king of the monsters. In order to prevent the nature of the monsters from leading to an inevitable catastrophe, everyone agreed that it was necessary to protect this empty one. Thanks to this, all the monsters in the world obeyed the creature in exchange for harmony in their existence, and this creature was the king of the monsters. Goya believed that it was fortunate that for 10,000 years, kings ruled the monsters of the eras without much change, and although the policies were different, the basic principles of the survival of monsters remained the same. There was only one exception, according to Goya, and that was the king of the generation. Siwa widened his eyes, listening intently, and Goya asked Siwa to imagine if human leaders one day made a law against eating meat, and asked what would happen then. Sivu realized that everyone would start protesting violently, and there would be no guarantee that this law would be implemented, since everything could hardly end with protests alone. Goya said that this was indeed the case and asked if it was true that they held on. They acted in this way for 666 years, no more, no less, and with a shrug Goya assumed that this itself would tell Siwa how important the king of the monsters was to them and how much they had suffered in order not to offend tradition. However, now the monsters were running out of patience, and Goya asked if Siwa understood what he was talking about. Siwa realized that if the next king made the same law, not everyone would be as obedient as before, and asked if this was what Goya was leading to. Goya, pointing his finger towards Shiwu, noted that he quickly understood everything, and explained that even if the king orders, the monsters may not listen, and even if the king of the monsters is the strongest among all, if the majority of the monsters do not want to obey, then nothing can be done, and if it comes to this, then not only will the new king of the monsters go, but the very existence of such a thing as the king of the monsters, the power and symbol of it will literally fall to the ground. Goya introduced the crumbling crown, and then asked if Shiva now understands what he is saying. He was sure that few would turn a blind eye to the impudent words and promises to become the king of the monsters and keep everything as it is. Goya moved closer to Sivu, noting that the young monster could laugh and move on, but the older one would simply tear Sivu to pieces. He understood where this wind was coming from, and although he admitted that Siwu was good, he noted that he did not fit the stereotype of monsters. The problem, according to Goya, was that Siwu did not understand how the world worked and foolishly doled out its condescension in all directions. Sivu suggested that Goya was asking him to take back his words, and Goya confirmed this, honestly admitting that at first he thought that Sivu was just some kind of inexperienced monster that Goya could definitely crush with one foot. However, now Sivu turned out to be a more mature Goya, since he quickly understood everything and had good potential for growth. That is why he invited Siwa to come under his command, promising that he would allow him to become the ruler of the Korean peninsula if he allowed Goya to become the king of the monsters. Goya asked if it was true that this was a good proposal. Even if Goya ruled, he could not completely destroy the people, but he could leave a few who would be close to Shiwu. However, without immediately agreeing, Siva asked how strong Goya was. He noted that Goya was convinced that he would become a king, but did not know whether he objectively assessed himself. Goya was surprised by this question and admitted that he could not say that he was the strongest on the peninsula, but explained that among the representatives there was no one stronger than him, since there was still an age limit. Ziva thought for a moment and finally agreed, extending his hand towards Goya and deciding that he would accept the offer if it meant that he would protect the people around him. Goya shook Siva's hand and smiled, noting how he thought Siva did not disappoint. He was sure that Siva did everything right, and Siva seriously said that he would not feel guilty and activated the magic. Goya frowned, sensing this, and Siva warned that it was he who broke the trust between them, since he pretended to shake hands, deceived and attacked first. All this, as far as Siwu understood, was Goya's methods, and now, grabbing Goya by the clothes, he used a different type of goblin fighting, which was completely different from what Siwu had shown before. He used all 60% of the remaining energy and left very little, squeezing out all his strength. However, Sivu did this not reflexively, but with cold calculation, and for the first time he implemented the technique, full of confidence and intelligence. He, intercepting Goya, used Goblin's Siriem and Mountain Flip, throwing Goya to the ground without hesitation. He clenched his jaw and frowned, acting only with confidence and readiness. The force with which Goya hit the ground sent fragments into the air, and also released a large amount of energy from Shiwu. Zivu sat exhaustedly on the ground with his head down. He asked himself, does his body keep shaking because of the monster's strength? This assumption of his was correct, since the restoration of the body and endurance for Siva poured all the power of the monster into the attack, leaving only a little spare. Either one nor the other is available. Now that he has run out of resources, he cannot continue the fight. He stood on his knee, looking tiredly in front of him. His whole body was trembling. He looked in front of him with anger, frowning his eyebrows. Goya stood in front of him, saying that he should hold back his bloodthirstiness until the last moment, and then spend all his monster power on one blow. He noted that only heaven gives such talent for battles. A unique monster art is Arctic Chase that freezes water and allows you to control it in a certain radius around the target. Siva looked up at Goya menacingly. He tried to lean on the ground with his trembling hands. Goya continued to say that if the difference in the basic strength of the monsters between them was at least a little less, he asked, who knows, maybe he would have eaten him? Arctic Pursuit is an art with which you can attack and defend without restrictions. Goya stood with half of his body frozen. This part of his body was in cracks. He then looked down at Siwa and asked what his last words would be. Sivu answered him, nothing special. After that he began to say that even if he had a will, he would not have read it to him, and since he rushed at him with the thought of killing and devouring from the very beginning, he was preparing himself for that such a fate can await him too. Then he added that besides, he wasn't finished yet. Goya looked at him in surprise. Sivu was able to get to his feet and took a fighting stance. He confidently said that if he wants him to beg him to save his life or something like that, then he thinks it's too early. His eyes are still burning brightly and he is waiting for his opponent to show a weak spot so that he can strike at the right moment. Or perhaps the fighting spirit of the goblin awakens in him, which he does not even suspect about yet. Goya looked at him with a smile on his face and said that he spoke well, after which he regretted that he only had enough strength to stand. Siva looked at him from under his brows, frowning his eyebrows. Goya extended his hand in front of him and told him, okay. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and patted him on it with a wide and good-natured smile on his face and told him that he had passed. Siva looked at him with wide eyes in bewilderment. Goya friendly continued to say that this was true. He noticed that he did not disappoint him even at the very end. Then he said that he was just so inspired. Siva asked him to stop, then he asked him again, did he pass? After that, in bewilderment, he rudely asked what else does this mean? Goya continues to smile widely and explained to him that he just wanted to see if he was worth rooting for or not. Then he asked what was the point of rooting for a fool who had no chance of becoming the king of the monsters. Then he asked him again if this was true. Sivu, moving back from him, asked in surprise, should I root for him? He then noticed that he had just explained why he couldn't be the king of the monsters. He asked him if that wasn't the case. Goya confirmed this and said that everyone wants to see who will become the new king, but they are not so eager for the night of monsters. He explained to him that he didn't like the noise from monsters since childhood because everyone tears each other to shreds and growls for no reason. He told him that he never understood why everyone behaves as if it's normal and necessary. Looking around he said that compared to that world, it is very calm and quiet here, and although it seems to him that people live very chaotically, they can at least choose how they want to live. After which he asked him if this is so. He then continued to say that in addition to all this, they like that they are the kind of people who know what to do out of boredom. He began to list manhwas, games, novels, films. He called all these useless things that do not exist in the world monsters. However, with a smile on his face, he spread his hands in different directions and said that they like these useless things more than eating people. He noted that if it happens that the human world can no longer do this, then it will be a tragedy for them. Siwu tensed his jaw, looking worriedly in front of him, thinking that he was speaking in the plural. He asked himself, does this mean that there are other monsters who think like that? He then asked, Solmi? After that, Siva said that he understands what he means. However, he noticed that there is still no need to root for him. Siva noted that he can become the king of monsters and Goya interrupted him with a wide smile on his face and said, that's the problem. Then he explained, putting his hands in his pockets, that the Korean peninsula has every chance of winning, but whether he will become king or not, there is one problem. Looking into the sky, he said that including him, all the candidates are from famous families and they have talents that they inherited, as well as optimal methods for using the unique techniques of monsters that were passed down to them from their ancestors. There are even unique techniques of monsters of similar strength. He said that the one who has a manual for using practices proven over thousands of years will be stronger by definition. Then he raised his index finger up and said that people have the expression born with a golden spoon in their mouth. He asked him if this was true. After that, he explained that it was the same here. Sivu exhaled heavily from his lungs, looking at him seriously, and asked if he wants to say that a family is like a conglomerate that is passed on from generation to generation. Then he asked again, is the family putting a lot of pressure on him? With a slight smile on his face, Goya repeated after him, pressure, after which he noticed what a cute expression it was. He edited this expression somewhat, saying that in fact it was more like being pressed into the ground until he died. He explained that as soon as a child has a grain of talent, the whole family clings to him and shouts that he needs to become the next king of the monsters. He further explained that it doesn't matter whether he wants it or not, since as soon as he becomes a representative of the family, they forcefully hang a yoke on him, which consists is to work for the sake of other people's interests and desires. After that, he said that if he was against it, then he would be sent to the very bottom or killed so that others would be discouraged. When he said these words, he put his palm to his neck, making a sharp movement near it. Sivu, looking at the ground with a frustrated expression on his face, understood that he was not a person. However, when the whole family turns away from him and becomes his enemy, it is cruel. After that, the Goya extended his index finger towards Sivu and winked at him with a wide smile on his face, and shouted that he was different. And then he shouted that his talent was inherited from a famous bloodline, but at the same time he is not tied to a family or clan, and he has his own will and motive to become the king of monsters. Siva looked at him in confusion as he said this. Goya brought his happy expression closer to his, saying that he could do this, after which he interrupted himself and said that he should. Siva pulled away in confusion from the Goya approaching him. Then he asked him to stop and wait. Just then, a massive bird flew overhead. Siva said that he understood what he was talking about. However, he asked to let him think. When he said this, he put his hands in front of him and, walking back, said that everything was happening so suddenly. After this, with a sharp movement of her bird's paw with claws, Solmi, in the guise of a huge demonic bird, began to land on Goya. At this time, Goya, with a smile on his face, said that from his point of view everything was accurate. With a sharp movement of her paw, Solmi grabbed the Goya by the head and then, furiously clenching her jaw, squeezed his head with huge claws. Siva looked at this in horror, opening his mouth and eyes wide. Then Salmi, with a sharp movement of her paws, threw the Goya many meters into the distance. The throw was so strong that it, like a ball bouncing on the ground, flew into the distance, piercing a tree with a loud explosion. Solmi landed on the ground and waved her wings menacingly in front of her. She used a unique monster art called the First Wind. Sivu, putting his hand out in front of him, cautiously asked her to stop. Solmi at that moment directed many of her pointed feathers that looked like arrows in the direction where she had recently thrown the Goya. Sivu, looking to the side in surprise, began to approach Solmi. She told him that everything was fine and there wouldn't even be a scratch on her. After that, looking into the deep forest where there were many broken trees, she said that it seemed to her that he dived somewhere far away because she knew that now a curse would come to him. Siva asked her again, dived? He then asked in bewilderment who he even was? Solmi explained to him that the one he met was not entirely original, and to put it simply, he had something like a split personality. A black turtle, according to legends, is a creature that was born from a snake and a turtle and became one of these, but if you trace the origin of this, it is generally accepted that it was a simple turtle. However, they say that in the distant past there was a genius who understood why yin and yang are needed. He separated yin and yang from his monster power and thereby divided the power of the yin monster, as a result of which he broke through all his innate limits and awakened as a divine beast, which is exactly how the black turtle appeared. Solmi continued to say that after this, the heirs of the black turtle were born who adopted the unique abilities of this one. However, she clarified that in order to become a full-fledged black turtle, you need to go through very painful training, and the side effect of this process is a snake, that is, the person with whom he communicated. Sivu, looking at her in surprise, sitting on the bed and holding the backpack behind his back, summed up by saying that it didn't seem so bad to him. Then he noticed that, however, at the beginning it was different. Solmi sat on a computer chair with her arms crossed on her chest. She answered him in the affirmative, and said that there was no malice in him. But the problem was that he didn't have much depth either. She told him that he was impulsive and often put people in an uncomfortable position. She explained this by saying that from the concentration of the yang energy of the monster's power, a personality is naturally created. She admitted that she doesn't know if it's because of this, But his main personality is very calm and cool. She told him that it is completely subordinate to the turtle, and this side is responsible for analysis and strategy as far as she knows. She then said that for some reason the Goya's snake was crazy from the very beginning. However, personality is half the problem, since for some reason it even has the ability to gain control of the body whenever it pleases. She noticed that it often does this, is why sometimes troubles happen. Then, heavily exhaling the air from her lungs, she rose from the chair and said that this is why even when he was chosen as a representative of the family, many were against it, calling him half a turtle and everything like that. She sadly said that he was so talented that his opponents were quickly convinced. However, she interrupted and asked herself, is he ready? She explained this by saying that they needed to return as soon as possible. Sivu, with a heavy expression on his face, lowered his gaze and answered her in the affirmative. Solmi approached him and asked him not to worry. She explained to him that all this was not his fault, and even if they said something for being late, it would not affect him in any way. Sivu told her that he was not worried about it. Then he drew attention to the broken veranda that was damaged during the battle with the monster. He told her that they had been gone for a month, so his mother would be very nervous when she saw this. Solmi looked at this with a smile on her face. A voice from the side asked them not to worry about it. Siwu and Salmi turned in surprise towards the voice speaking to them. This voice belonged to the old man who, entering the apartment, combing his beard, said that tomorrow everything would be restored, after which he explained that they have people who are responsible for such things. After that, looking carefully at Salmi, he ordered her to go first. He explained his order by saying that he needed to tell Sivu something in private. Salmi, confused, put her hands in front of her and began to speak loudly about how he did everything right. Then she began to quickly talk about how this happened because of her, and because she miscalculated everything. Babai emotionlessly confirmed this and said that he already knew everything. Then he said that she simply did not need to be here since the three of them had something to talk about. Sivu and Solmi looked at him in surprise and asked again, the three of them? Babai looked behind himself and said that he knew that such sudden visits were rude, but he said that he needed to shake one more hand. Selkva came into the room and, looking around, said that this is how people live. Holding her hands behind her back, she looked at the closet and noticed that it was not bad. Then she made the observation that there was not enough space, but it was cozy in its own way. Sivu turned his head from side to side in confusion, asking if she had already received permission to enter. She answered him negatively, and then added that she was unlucky since she was not given a 12-hour visit every 6 months, and she was not going to go out into the human world where she had to hide from view. Looking emotionlessly at Shiva, she said that she was simply dragged out here. Then she annoyedly told him that the old man said that he would explain everything if she followed him, after which she asked, maybe it's worth starting already? Babai answered in the affirmative and, stroking his beard, said that first he needed to share what happened that night. Then he began the story that when it got dark in Seocho, that is, in Seoul, about 50 quackers appeared who obeyed someone and attacked people on the street. He continued to say that after dealing with them, he managed to find out that the control method was very crude and the attacker did not remove traces of himself. He explained that that's why he thought that this trick was to lure out Solmi and target Siwa. However, Solmi, peeking around the corner, asked in surprise if he wanted to say that this was not their goal. Babai answered her that he was not saying that this was not their goal. He explained that perhaps they had more goals than one. Selwa looked at him carefully with her arms crossed over her chest. Babai continued to say that tonight at least 200 people disappeared from the streets and from the Seoul metro. He then went on to say that this number was based on statements that came to human police stations. He concluded that therefore the real number of missing people was more than 500. After hearing this, Sivu and Selwa looked at him with wide open eyes in great surprise. Solmi, in a confused state and with a downcast look, said that she could not believe it. She concluded that this means that it was not one or two. She assumed that there must be a whole group of at least 5 people who arranged this. She then noted that if they have a list of suspects, if they work hard at it, they can do it. Babai interrupted her reasoning by saying that she was right. He noted that if the one who did this is from the Korean peninsula, then they will easily find him. However, looking to the side, he said that following the traces at the crime scene, one can come to an unpleasant conclusion. Babai stated that it was impossible to accurately count the monsters that came here from other regions. He added that in their native places they would have been caught immediately, so they decided to hunt people in Korea where it would be much more difficult to catch them. He clarified that if they did not find and if they punish them as soon as possible, then they will start hunting for people 6 months before the festival itself. Selwa looked at him in shock with her mouth slightly open. She said, that's why? Babai confidently said that he needed a monster who had the will and ability to protect the world of people. He clarified that now they need any help. He told the boy that he wanted to make an offer to the two of them. He said that they knew that they had to take the exam this month, and if they agreed, then he also agreed to change the format of the exam. Sivu and Selwa looked attentively at him as he said this. Babai continued to say that their task is to find and kill those who invaded the Korean peninsula as soon as possible. He said this looking from under his brows, frowning his eyebrows. His eyes glowed with a bright magical purple color. He confidently looked in front of him and declared that this was their test. Yashin walked along the morning city street with his head down. He kept his hands in his pockets and there were large bruises under his eyes because he could not sleep all night. He thought that he shouldn't have let the main character go like that. He decided that he had behaved like a coward. Then, with a gloomy expression on his face, he thought that if this scoundrel did not return, it was entirely on his conscience. He understood that he needed to take some preventive measures. Someone came up to him and said that his phone was turned off. It was Siva who, with a hysterical smile on his face and holding his hand on the back of his head, said that he knew that he would go to school. Then he asked him if he had a minute. He explained that a lot has changed after his words since yesterday. So, some time later, sitting in a cafe, Yashin asked him in furious bewilderment, "What?" After this, turning to Siv, he asked him loudly, "Has he gone crazy?" The cafe worker and the visitor turned to look at them in bewilderment. The main character asked him to be quieter. After that he said that you shouldn't shout in public. Then he explained that he wasn't going crazy. He turned to the cafe visitors and with a smile on his face asked them for forgiveness. Then, holding the glass of drink he was holding in his hand with his finger, he said that the conditions were still not bad. Then he asked him if this was true. He explained that he could be here and not in the world of monsters. He further added by saying that he would not have to make him or his mother worry about him. Yashin heavily lowered his head onto his hand and asked him, "He doesn't know what class he belongs to, right?" Siva responded by asking him how he knew what class he was. After that, he noticed that he only found out yesterday that he was a monster in principle. Yashin said, "Shin Ryan Ki Gwasu." The main character looked at him in surprise as he said this while he was drinking his drink. Then he asked him what kind of name this is. He said that it was the first time he heard it, but he noted that it still gave him goosebumps. Then he noticed that it was mysterious. Yashin answered him that this is not one word, but each of 5 words that symbolize the status of a monster. Then he began to explain that the lowest su from Hancha is translated as beasts. In fact, this is what it means. He further explained that most monsters belong to this class. He explained that although these are dangerous, they are only pitiful creatures not far removed from ordinary wild animals. He noticed that the strength of these is the same. Then he told him that the main advantage of these is their weapons and numbers. He explained that ordinary people can fight with these even if they have not studied magic, like he did, for example. Then he told him that in the old records there are even mentions of such cases, and with the current weapons you can fight with these without problems. He began to tell him that problems begin from a class above Su when the monster becomes of such a level that ordinary people cannot do anything to them. This class is called Go. These monsters have the strength of at least 100 people, but even if you put 100 people against them, this comparison only concerns their pure physical strength, which means that even if you send thousands of people, they will all die. The main character, with wide open eyes, said in fear that if these are the 2 lowest classes, then he asked, "What about the other 3? Yashin said, "Catastrophic power." Looking into the glass he was holding in his hand, he said that he could not give him an exact answer because he himself had not met such people. However, he made it clear that there were fears that Ki-class monsters were 10 times stronger than Go monsters. He explained that if they are not restrained, then in one night such monsters can turn a small city into a branch of hell on earth. Then he explained that if we talk about Seoul, then somewhere around the area in the case of Shin and Ryan. He told him to just know that it is better not to mess with them. Then he looked piercingly to the side, saying that most likely he would not get involved because such powerful creatures would not try to break the law. He warned him not to even think about getting involved in this hunt. He advised him to try to escape in silence, and if that didn't work, he asked him to call him or hide at his house. Pointing his finger at himself, he said that if these are really the monsters that invaded Korea, then they are ready to fight the local monsters or shamans like him. He further said that he does not know exactly how many of these there are, but everything will be fine if they are Ki-class. The main character, looking uncertainly in front of him, turned to Yashin and asked him what he thinks is the monster who took the form of a snake. What class is he? Yashin answered him that he was small. Then he noticed that he was unlikely to be Su class. but he was definitely not key class. Then he concluded that he was average, that is, go class. After that, he noticed that the corpse he controlled had much more powerful energy. He said that if he could cope with at least half the power of this, then they would not be sitting here with him now. He understood that there was a reason why he used it to distract attention. He said that if he understood the situation correctly, then that vile man was almost swallowed by the main character. And then, pointing his finger at him, he said that his current status as a monster is lower than his and he is at best an average, or even a lower go. Yashin said menacingly that he was a goblin or was just trying to boast, but the truth is this, and that is why he advises him not to get involved in situations that he cannot cope with. Siva listened to this with his head down, and without saying anything to him. Yashin continued to speak menacingly about how he should soberly assess his situation, then he called him a fool. During his speech, Yashin thought that he was not speaking strictly enough, but he understood that he needed to hammer it in properly so that nothing would come to his mind. Siva tried to answer him something hesitantly, but Yashin loudly asked him, "What?" Then he said that he could not hear anything. He ordered him to speak louder. The main character raised his eyes and said that if he meets him again, he is seriously 100% sure that he can beat him. Yashin looked at him in bewilderment as he said this. The main character with a triumphant expression on his face said that, as he said, if he had not been there, he would not have had time to make a sound. However, he noticed that a lot had changed during this time. He talked about what he, in a sense, understood how the power of monsters works and also figured out a little how to fight. Yashin looked at him piercingly, thinking that he was a fool and with such a train of thought he would destroy himself. Some time after this, Sherwood looked in surprise at Yashin, who stood up from his chair. He asked him if he had gone to school. Then, looking at the screen of his phone, he noticed that it was already time. He didn't have time to finish because Yashin answered him in the negative. He explained that he wouldn't go to school today, and it seemed to him that he wouldn't figure it out on his own, after which he noticed that in that case he would have to figure it out for him. He looked at him imperiously holding the backpack behind his back and ordered him to follow him. Some time later, they approached the Olympic gymnastics arena, which looked like a modern large hall for physical activity. It was a sports building built in 1986 to host the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul. Now it is known as a large dome concert venue, but ordinary people do not know that it has another purpose. The main character looked around with a surprised expression on his face. He admired, saying that he could not think that there would be something like that in the basement. Being in a huge hall with many coats of arms and areas in the center for sparring, he said that he had seen many such places on the way here, after which he asked him if all this belonged to his family. The Olympic gymnastics arena is a special underground area that serves as a public training center. Yashin answered him negatively and explained that this place was created by the government. Then he noticed that there were other shamans with masters and not just his family. When he talked about this, he began to take off his jacket. The main character asked him in bewilderment, "The government?" Then, realizing the information he had received, he asked again, "Does this mean that they know about monsters and the festival?" Yashin, looking gloomily in front of him, explained to him that since ancient times, people with power kept the power of shamans with them, after which he interrupted his thought and said that perhaps the first shamans created the very concept of the state. He explained this by saying that their ability to fight monsters would have been valued more than anything else by the standards of the distant past. He then told him that 666 years ago, at the dawn of the Joseon dynasty, the threat of monsters disappeared, but the Joseon family still organized a constellation hall for training shamans, and his family continues to serve. Continuing to take off his clothes, he continued to talk about how monsters, festivals, etc. are recognized at the national level. Then, loosening the tie around his neck, he said that, however, this is a secret that even the elites know only a few, and it seems to him that they do not take everything seriously enough. Then, summarizing, confidently looking at Shiva standing in front of him, he told him that if he was ready, then he asked him to attack. The main character looked at him uncertainly from under his brows. Yashin, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt, said that, as he already said, there are no restrictions or rules. He added that if he could hit him with any of his moves, then he wouldn't worry about fighting monsters. Sivu asked him if he would use a sword or dagger like he did yesterday. Yashin answered him negatively, explaining that they can fight only on such conditions, after which he said that although shamans are different, most often they can show only half of their skills without weapons. Then he clarified that everything is so serious that shamans don't care no matter what, you can't part with your weapons. Then, looking from under his brows, he added that, however, he could fight a first-class monster without a weapon and it would be easy for him. When blue magical energy began to emanate from Yashin, he began to approach Siva, telling him that, in other words, if he can defeat him, it means that he is a monster of a higher class. Then he asked him if he understood this. Then, hurrying him up, he reminded the main character, saying that he had already told him to attack, after which he asked him, "Isn't that so?" Siwa looked at him uncertainly with a confused look. His lessons were shaking and a bead of sweat ran down his face. Yashin looked in front of him in surprise with his eyes wide open. The main character jumped on him and raised his fist behind his back to strike. He stretched out his other hand in front of him, trying to grab it. Yashin, looking at the hand, with a sharp movement of his hand was able to repel the attack and then hit the main character in the jaw with his fist. The blow was so strong that Siva staggered, turning his bruised face to the side. Yashin continued to counterattack with a sharp movement of his body, stepping forward and with a roundhouse kick of his foot, sending the main character flying many meters into the distance. Sivu, tearing the floor covering with his body, hit the wall at the opposite end of the hall. Yashin didn't ask him if he was okay because there was no point. He understood everything the second he struck. He had already seen Siva's regeneration. Yashin looked ahead confidently. Drops of blood remained in the torn floor covering. The main character with a bloody face and a bruised nose called Yashin amazing. Yashin wanted to save his friend by forcing him to pull himself together, which is why he didn't hold back. The main character confidently stood on his feet in a fighting pose. With the sleeve of his jacket he wiped his bloody nose, leaving bloody marks on his light jacket. At the same time, looking at Yashin, he told him that he was like the main character of a manhwa. If the blow dealt to him was close to zero. Yashin looked tensely in front of him. He realized that he was rather the losing side. He felt as if he had hit a brick wall. His clenched fist shook from the damage he had suffered, realizing that if he had used less energy he would have crushed all his bones. Siva looked confidently in front of him and understood that his friend would not be hurt, even if he did not control his strength. And Yashin realized that Siva was a much more dangerous monster than he thought. They looked into each other's eyes, the atmosphere in the room, and their mood changed. The main character was the first to attack. At great speed he was able to bypass Yashin from the side and attack him with a surprise attack from the side. He jumped on him, stretching his arms out in front of him. Yashin, having managed to turn towards him with a confident expression on his face and frowning eyebrows, realized that he had become much faster than before. However, he understood that his attack style was anything but. He didn't have time to finish this thought because Siva grabbed his hand. Yashin, with a deft movement of his leg, kicked Shiva right in the face with his knee. Yashin looked ahead warily with his eyes wide open. The main character at that moment raised it above his head with the help of a movement of his hand. With one hand he raised the Yashin high above his head. After this, he cast a spell of temporary prohibition in which the energy of all created things reached him, a horizontal descent. He asked that he descend and become one. Yashin looked down in confusion, being in weightlessness. He clenched the fist he was holding above his head. Then their hands separated and, with a crushing blow, Yashin knocked Siwa out many meters into the distance. Bright blue magical energy filled the entire space surrounding them. Having landed on the floor, Yashin stood surrounded by dust and steam that rose up due to the air shaken by a powerful blow. Yashin, with a serious expression on his face, looking in front of him from under his brows and frowning his eyebrows, turned menacingly to Chao Sivu and asked him, "What is he holding?" After that, he asked him, "Is this what he is thinking about?" The main character hesitantly confirmed this. Clumps of dark matter called a goblin club appeared in his hand, which glowed with a bright red color. He looked at it with his eyes and mouth wide open, stating that, however, this was the first time he pulled it out of his own free will. However, there was something that was not so obvious. At the moment, Shiwa's overall condition was quite sad, and looking at the goblin club he had created, he knew it. If we talk only about the physical endurance of the main character, everything was not so bad. However, after sighing, he realized that the problem lay in spiritual energy. The thing was that during the battle last night, Siva had spent approximately 93% of his spiritual energy, and usually this amount was restored after a full day of rest. But in the human realm the process could be delayed, and Siva was sleeping at home. But the protagonist's current exhausted state, ironically, helped greatly when he pulled out the goblin's club. Although Siv lacked control over his body, his consciousness and senses were heightened, allowing him to vividly remember the first time he used the goblin club. And suddenly, distracting Siwa from his thoughts, Yashin admitted that all this was a little disappointing to him, since he had read about goblin clubs in old documents. Now he didn't know whether the documents exaggerated the power of the weapon or whether the problem lay with the main character himself, but he still noted that based on what he saw and felt, he was not particularly impressed with Siwa. Shiwu didn't think the documents were wrong, and as he said this, Yashin frowned warily, noticing Shiwu jump high into the air. Narrowing his eyes, the main character also added that he did not think that he was superior to himself compared to last time. Magical energy began to emit from the club, spreading far to the sides, and Sivu, swinging, struck. Yashin put his hands out in front of him, using this as a shield, and his own magic protected him from the attack. As Yashin continued to closely observe Shiwu, he realized that the protagonist was more powerful than he had imagined. However, he realized that there was nothing here that he could not defend against if he was in his enhanced state. Continuing to think about it, Yashin noted that the cost of stamina and energy per hit after a large jump would be quite high. Now Yashin had no reason to deliberately close the distance, and he could simply maintain the defense and wait for Siwu to exhaust himself. But suddenly, distracted from his thoughts, Yashin opened his eyes wide in amazement, as he noticed that Siwu, having transformed the shape of the club so that it looked like long threads, stuck one of the ends into the ceiling and hung on the resulting vine in the air. Now the main character understood that this could work, and Yashin asked in shock what Siwu was doing now. The protagonist smirked, and noted that it would be difficult for him to defeat up close, and added that he felt that he could not continue to block that huge fist-like attack. Sivu knew for sure that he would not be able to duplicate the power of his last club, and mentally noted that the size and strength of what he created now was simply nothing, since it was not even half the same as it was last time. However, Shiwu also thought that there was something more and focused on the fact that he had the ability to freely change the shape of the club that he could control. Obeying Sivu's wishes, the free end of the resulting rope joined together to form a ball, and the protagonist had enough cunning to use it. He began to spin the ball to increase the speed of it, and accordingly, the striking force, and suggested that we begin. Yashin warily watched the ball that Shiva launched approaching him, and at the last moment he put his hands in front of him to stop the attack. He had to lean back a little and clench his teeth tighter, but although he moved to the side, he did not receive much damage. Siwu at this moment continued to strike using the goblin club, and this made Yashin's eyes widen in fear, as he understood what the next attack could be. Pushing off from the ground, he jumped high into the air, deflecting to the side, and in the next instant, the attack launched by the main character pierced the floor with force in the place where Yashin had previously stood. Clenching his jaw, Yashin mentally noted that there was no noticeable difference in the aura compared to what it was before, but there was simply a change in the form and control of it. In addition, Yashin realized that his strength had also increased manifold, and after landing on the ground, he raised his head, looking at Siwa, who continued to hang from the ceiling, and asked, did Siwa really want to play dishonestly? The main character, spinning a new ball, grinned, admitting that he himself was not the most honest, but also asked if it was true that Yashin wanted them to fight. He reminded that this was a test to see if he could fight the monster or not. Siva asked if, in this case, Yashin doesn't think it's better to be mean in such a fight. He was sure that there was no point in fighting honestly in a battle to the death, and Yashin froze, as he understood that Shiwu's arguments were so strong that it could not be argued with. Siwu meanwhile continued to speak and noted that if you think about it, although the situation is a little strange, in the end they appear to be just two good friends who are teenagers, as well as two guys. Smirking, he added that sometimes admitting he was wrong was the best option, hinting that Yashin should say that he was wrong. Immediately after these words, the main character noted that Yashin may be right about something, but asked what to do if Siva's own abilities are not enough for a fair fight. Yashin remained silent, not knowing what to say, and activated his magic to be ready to repel possible attacks. In the end he asked, is it really going to be like this? He trembled, unable to contain his emotions, and then, grinning angrily, said that he had had enough of listening to the nonsense that Siwu was saying. The main character said sarcastically that he was very scared and launched a new attack, but Yashin jumped to the side, dodging. Siva didn't stop there and launched the ball again. The attacks were very powerful, and Yashin realized that it was he who should become faster, but mentally noted that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to avoid Sherwoo's attack. As he dodged another blow, he noticed that he was adapting to Siva's martial arts and speed, and moreover, was doing it quite quickly. However, the main character struck again, and Yashin realized that he had moved in the wrong direction. At the last moment, he put out his hands in defense and clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to repel the attack. A huge explosion appeared in Sherwoo, who saw it, excitedly shouted Yashin's name and asked if he was okay. He changed his tactics to minimize the effect of others' attacks, although it was much weaker than before, but he assumed that he was already wounded. And suddenly Siva felt some movement along the thread he had created, and then heard Yashin turn to the righteous comfort of longevity. The main character widened his eyes in amazement, and offered to listen to Yashin talk about the true ruler who allows the sun and flags to shine brightly, as well as the urgency prescribed by law and demanded by equals. As the dust from the impact cleared, Siwoo saw Yashin standing and managed to intercept the weapon Siwoo was using. In addition, Yashin activated magic, saying that the arrows can pierce willow leaves like thorns. He extended his hand forward, and a powerful magical attack rushed along the thread. Siwoo, seeing this, opened his eyes wider in amazement, and then looked up, noticing that the attack that Yashin created cut part of the thread that was at the top, due to which Siwoo gradually began to fall down. Without waiting for the main character to reach the floor, Yashin ran to attack, but Siwoo pulled part of the weapon in his hands to hit Yashin from behind. However, Yashin felt this and, turning his head, managed to deviate to the side in time, and did not receive damage, but continued to speak and read the spell, saying about the monarch of cold swords, which changes the color of the crimson skies. Currently, Yashin did not use any rituals to help his fighting skills, and as a result, this hindered him greatly since, for example, he could not use most of his techniques. However, Siwoo frowned as he looked closely at Yashin and realized that even if he could use these techniques, it would be difficult for him to control his powers. Now Yashin, surrounded by a magical aura, almost approached Siwoo, who stood without attacking in response and watched Yashin in amazement. Meanwhile, Yashin spoke of the urgency prescribed by law and demanded by equals, and adding his energy, created a weapon of divine power. A shining sword appeared in Yashin's hands, and it was a heavenly sword that was the art of the motherland. The protagonist, realizing that Yashin had created a weapon, clenched his jaw and tried to attack. However, even if this sword was made hastily, the power it took to defeat the monster was amazing. Both attacks, launched from different directions, collided, and very soon Siwoo was surprised to notice that his weapon was cut. It was the moment before the end, and Yashin froze for a moment, carefully watching the shocked expression on Siwoo's face. The reason why Yashin hesitated was because his friend was standing in front of him. However, pressing his lips tighter, he still decided to bring everything to the end and did it precisely because his friend was standing in front of him. Despite the fact that the goblin's club was destroyed, Siwoo was not going to give up and, frowning, clenched his palm into a fist to strike. At the same time, Yashin swung his sword, but the next moment he froze in amazement when he saw that it began to dissipate before reaching Siwoo's body. Before Yashin could ask anything, Siwoo's fist suddenly flew into his face, and Yashin flew back a little and fell to the floor. The main character asked in bewilderment, "What happened?" The goblin's magic gradually began to dissipate, and he asked why Yashin spared him in the end. He noted that he would have recovered quickly even if Yashin had killed him, but Yashin explained that this was not the case, and continuing to lie on his back, said that he had used all his power in the art of exorcism. If the enemy were a monster, it would not be able to withstand this blow even at the chi level, no matter how strong it was. Yashin explained that it would have happened something similar to how Siwoo's club shattered, and said that his technique recognizes beings similar to Siwa, who are different. The main character did not answer anything to this, and Yashin, cursing, called Shiva kindly and looked at the ceiling, unable to hold back the tears that suddenly appeared in his eyes. A little later, going out into the street, Yashin walked with his head down and looking at his feet. In the end, turning to Siva walking next to him, he asked the main character to say at least something, since Yashin was very annoyed when Siva was so nervous next to him. Siwoo, scared by how suddenly Yashin began to speak, even twitched, and finally asked if Yashin's nose hurt much. He wanted to say something about what would happen if a scar remained, but Yashin, interrupting Siva's words, announced that there would be no scar since, although he does not have such a powerful body as the monster, he also worked hard on this will heal broken bones and torn skin in a day. Touching his nose, which was covered with a bandage, with a finger, Yashin realized something and asked if it was true that the main character restrained his powers right before the blow. He noted that the second Siwoo realized that Yashin's attack didn't work, he weakened the blow, since if he didn't, Yashin would have no nose left. Sighing, he admitted that Siva had potential and allowed Siva to run around the city and catch monsters if he wanted to. Yashin told the main character to do as he knows, and Siwoo thanked him for his understanding. However, before he finished speaking, Yashin suddenly admitted that there was something he still didn't understand and explained that he was only acting this way because he made a promise. He finally asked Sherwood to take something, and Sherwood was surprised to see Yashin handing him 3 vessels attached to a ring. The main character asked if it was right that it looked like a pumpkin. Yashin noted that this was indeed the case and explained that these were pumpkins. He said that these were consumables, adding that these items were something like a disposable bomb. In order to activate this bomb, Yashin said that you need to hold it in your hands and say quickly and confidently SVH. He also added that if Siwoo was in a hurry, he could simply throw it on the ground, and suggested that with Siwoo's power, all he had to do was hold it in his hands, and then the magic inside the pumpkin would be activated. He advised SIV to use this when he was in danger, and warned the protagonist not to break several pumpkins together, even if he wanted to use several at once. Siva thanked him for this, but excitedly asked him if he could accept 3 of these pumpkins. He noted that this contained Yashin's energy and asked if that was not the case. He said that, among other things, there was a lot of energy, and therefore he did not think that such items were very easy to make. Yashin froze in shock upon hearing this and asked how Sherwood knew about this. He assumed that Sherwood had seen it before, but Sherwood explained that this was not the case, and touching one of the pumpkins with his hand, he admitted that while holding it in his hands, he felt the energy that Yashin used in the battle with him. He imagined Yashin at the moment she attacked, and added that a lot of this energy was stored inside the pumpkins. The main character's observation actually turned out to be correct, since there were 3 colored streams inside. It was a storage-type Dharma weapon and was mainly used by the Yashin family. At the moment when the shaman had time, he poured his energy into the pumpkin, which was specially processed. Yashin also did this in his free moments, since in a critical situation the bearer could use magic that would otherwise be too difficult to concentrate. It was not necessary to be the creator of this thing, since anyone who had a gourd could use this Dharma tool for this to perform magic. Yashin, still unable to cope with his emotions, remembered that the purpose of processing pumpkins is to seal the energy. However, it is almost impossible to look inside and even know how much energy is inside and what type it is. Trying to find an explanation for what happened, Yashin asked Sherwood to show him his hand for a second. Siva was very surprised to hear this request and asked why this was necessary. He assumed that there was something in the palm of his hand. However, even before receiving an answer to his question, he extended his palm towards Yashin. Some people said that you could tell a lot about a person's destiny just by looking at the length and shape of the palm, and this was mostly untrue, but it was still possible to understand something. Bending over Siva's palm, Yashin looked at it carefully and realized that Siva had not just a predisposition, but the embodiment of talent. With his eyes wide open, Yashin trembled, releasing the palm of the main character, and realized that this was the level of a spiritual person, a master or guru, similar to a shaman. Although Yashin wasn't entirely sure of Siwa's hand, it was one thing that 3 streams of color could be seen, but the way Siwa looked during the fight meant something completely different. Yashin understood that this was quite enough for a conclusion, and the main character, seeing the state Yashin was in, asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" Ignoring this question, Yashin thought about what he would immediately tell his father if Sherwood was not a monster, but abandoned these thoughts, assuming that he could do everything himself without needing anyone's permission. Siva still didn't understand what was happening and looked at Yashin in bewilderment, and Yashin continued to think that Siva's talent was at that level that even if he were accepted as a student from the street, no one would mind. He hoped it wasn't too late, and although they couldn't hide it, the main character was a monster. Without a doubt he was also half-human with his will. However, covering his mouth with his hand, Yashin ordered himself not to think about it, since he understood that his other comrades, whom he called stubborn idiots, would never agree to such a thing. Moreover, Yashin knew that they could misunderstand everything, because, to be honest, if it were not Siwoo, then Yashin would not look at him so kindly, since Siwoo was a goblin with the talent of a shaman. For a short time, Yashin thought about what would have happened if he had found out about all this just 3 days earlier, and in the end, hiding his amazement, he smiled, closing his eyes, and said that Siwoo has a very complicated life. The main character even opened his mouth in surprise and asked if Yashin could really see this just by looking at his palm. Yashin responded evasively, saying that he may or may not have done it, and asked when Sherwood was thinking of coming to school again. Sivu, looking at his clothes, decided that first he needed to find a new uniform, since he had no other clothes besides the tracksuit that he was currently wearing. In addition, the main character's legs seemed to have even shrunk by 1 size, and Yashin admitted that this was impressive, but added with a smile that the reaction of everyone at school would be worth it all. He wondered how many people would recognize Siwa if he didn't tell anyone who he was. Sivu froze, opening his eyes wider, and then, looking displeasedly at Yashin, asked if it was true that he was having fun. He admitted that he had a headache just thinking about it, but Yashin, despite the anger of the main character, was really looking forward to the moment he was talking about just recently. He suddenly took out his phone and, looking at the screen, said that this simply could not happen, since it was already very late. Now he understood why he was so hungry, and Siwu offered to eat nearby, saying that he would treat Yashin. Yashin didn't understand why Siwu was suggesting this and asked if they couldn't go to Siwu's and eat there. He recalled the kimchi fried rice that Siwa made last time, and noted that it was delicious when the main character added pork to it. Yashin added that he could buy meat at the supermarket, but Sivu, awkwardly looking a little to the side, admitted that there were slight problems with this, since he now had a guest at home, who was most likely sleeping now. Yashin asked again in bewilderment, and Sivu, confirming this, added that he needed to go somewhere after they had eaten. Yashin froze for a while, and then, attracting Sivu's attention, he sighed and seriously said that he didn't need to force this out of himself, that he didn't want to talk. He recalled that he told the main character to do whatever he wanted with the monsters, and promised that he would not pay attention to it. Assuming that Siwu had something to do, Yashin decided that he would just go, noting that Siwu would treat him next time. He moved forward a little, but before leaving completely, he finally turned towards Sivu and told him not to be sad, as if he had committed a crime or something like that. Yashin advised that the main character should straighten his shoulders and walk confidently no matter who he meets, as he is more than strong enough to do so. Some time passed, and Sivu, emerging from the tunnel, looked around, noticing that this was a rather old area. He made this choice because the building seemed abandoned, and he asked if he was in the right place. Just in case, Sivu looked at his phone to check it and suddenly noticed a massive door ahead, hidden in the shadows. Having read on the sign above the door the information that this is the house of the rising dark moon, the main character asked in bewilderment what this means. He did not understand what the inscription meant, since he mastered Han Sha only at the 2nd level. And suddenly the door to which Siva came closer opened, and a guy came out of it and looked at Siva seriously. The main character realized that this was a monster, mentally noting that this monster was very strong. Without paying much attention to Sivu, the guy simply walked past, and Siva looked after him in fear. Suddenly, someone else appeared on the threshold of the house, who cried out in amazement, noticing that a new guest had appeared. The main character looked in the direction from which he heard the voice and noticed Hungrian, who admitted that she was glad to see Siwa. She said her name and announced that she was the head of the house of the rising dark moon. Sivu, having said hello, said his name and added that someone told him about this place yesterday and gave him the address, warning him that he should go here first. Hearing the name of the main character, Hungrian was surprised, since she had already heard about him, and therefore asked Siwu to pass. She pointed her hand towards the doorway, and Siwu looked around as he walked inside, noticing that it was not dark inside, but rather a black fog enveloping everything around. He frowned warily, looking around, but very soon he came out into the illuminated area and froze, his eyes widening in amazement, as he noticed a spacious courtyard in front of him. Some time later, the main character and Hungrian sat down at the table, and after pouring tea into cups, Hungrian asked Siwu to try it. Siwa thanked Hungrian for her hospitality, and cupping his cup with his hands asked if it was right that they were not in Seoul. He noted that there were no houses on the horizon, and also added that the air and wind seemed very fresh. Hungrian said that everything was true and explained that the house of the rising dark moon is separated from the human world. She added that their home had stood on the side of civilization for hundreds of years, and was therefore full of fresh air and energy. She suggested that the main character might not understand why this was needed, and in case he was going to ask about it, she immediately said that this is a store that offers various goods that help the inhabitants of the world of monsters adapt to the world of people. Siva listened attentively, and after that he remembered how Babai said that if Siva came to this place during the day, they would help him. Now Sherwu was guessing what needs to be done if there is a monster store here, and snapping his fingers, summoned a scroll, after which he took out a small box from it, and showing the contents of it to Hanrian, remembered that someone told him that this was currency from the world of monsters, and asked if he could use it here. Hanrian, having looked closely, realized that this was a monster coin, and said that they could help the main character with everything, both with the purchase and with the exchange. Zivu was surprised to hear about the exchange, and Hungrian, confirming this, said that there are monsters who work in the human world, and they often exchange coins for human money. She added that at the current exchange rate of this nation, one monster coin is worth 3 million won, including commission. Siva's eyes widened in amazement, and thinking about how much money one coin from the world of monsters was equal to, he wondered how much the total would be, since he had 40 coins. In all 17 years of the main character's life, he never had more than 720,000 won. Distracting Siwa from his thoughts, Hungrian closed her eyes with a wave of her hand and asked if he wanted to look at the goods. Looking at the assistant who came closer, she asked him to show them their demonic spirit pill. The assistant agreed and, taking out the chest, opened the lid of it, revealing several containers inside. Hungrian revealed that in front of Shiwu are demonic spirit pills, which are the most popular item in their store. This pill accelerated the restoration of the monster's strength, and Siwu, leaning forward a little, took a closer look at the contents of the chest. Hungrian noted that the main character knows that in the human world there is almost no natural strength of monsters, and even in the monster world, recovery takes some time. That is why one pill was made from many elements of the monster realm, using the secret technique of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, and Hungrian added that even in an environment where monsters are naturally weak, one can regain strength immediately after consumption. Sivu exclaimed that he was buying this because he needed pills like these. Looking sharply towards the chest, he noticed that the colors of the containers in which the pills were stored were different, and asked if there was really a difference in the effect. He looked at Hungrian again, and she explained that the color of the container meant the class of the demonic pill. She also decided to talk about the prices for these pills and monster coins called Niang. Hungrian asked for 10 Niang for a silver pill, 3 Niang for a gold pill, and 1 Niang for a black pill. Hungrian added that the higher the class, the faster the recovery speed, and advised Siwa to buy a black pill if he was in a hurry. The main character thought for a while, and after that he decided to take 1 black pill, and asked if he could eat it right now. Smirking, Hungrian said that he could do it, and explained that if Siwa took the pill immediately, the effect would appear closer to night. She mentally added that in reality there would be no difference, thinking about the fact that monsters often argue about strength, but 2 criteria can be distinguished, among which are the size and the speed of absorption of Niden. The size of a Niden, as far as Hungrian knew, was also called the total amount of strength of a monster, and this increased with age, as well as the number of creatures eaten. And yet there was something else, and Hungrian thought that with the speed of absorption, everything is not so simple, since the environment, or the food that the monster absorbs in order to restore strength are taken into account. It was very difficult to increase speed using third-party methods, and therefore such a factor usually depended on talent, or the influence of bloodline. Thinking about high-ranking monsters, Hungrian mentally noted that they would spend 3 or 4 hours absorbing the black demon spirit pill, but she realized that with a half-monster's body, even half of it would not be absorbed in a few days, after which the pill would leave the body naturally. However, Hungrian also thought that she had not lied, and watching as Shiwu prepared to eat the pill, mentally noted that if he absorbed at least part of it, his Niden would be restored by night. According to Hungrian's assessment, the black pill was too strong a medicine for the protagonist, and with 1 such pill he could restore Niden 3, 4, or even 5 times. Watching Siwu swallow the pill, Hungrian wanted to offer him something else, but she didn't have time to finish her sentence, as suddenly a blindingly bright flash of light illuminated everything around her. This light and energy splashed out into the air in a high column, accompanied by a loud sound, and Hungrian realized that everything she had thought about earlier meant that the effect of the pill was limited by Shiwu's size. When the light dissipated, it became noticeable that the table on which the dishes were standing had overturned and the dishes had scattered across the floor. In surprise, Hungrian leaned back and opened her eyes wide, thinking that this couldn't be happening. She remembered that the main character had just swallowed a pill, and only a few seconds had passed after that. She was shocked that in such a short time the entire volume of the monster's power had been restored from Shiwu, and she looked forward, where a dark silhouette could be seen in the cloud of dust remaining after the explosion of magical energy. Siwu sighed and lowered his head slightly, and remembering that it was the 3rd day of his life as a monster, he stretched out his palm forward, looking at the aura of magical energy that was spreading uncontrollably from him, and asked if it was true that for a low-level pill, this didn't even work too well? For the first time, Siwa experienced 100% or more of his monster power. A few minutes earlier, in the House of the Rising Dark Moon, Dongwu, holding a liquid container in his hands, asked what the guest thought about this. Smiling, he said that this was a specially prepared 6-flower liqueur in honor of Yasum's visit. He also added that the liqueur is made from 6 flowers that grow on the Sansa River, explaining that this way the liqueur is more flavorful. Dongwoo was the leader of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, and Yuzium, having tasted the drink, said that it was not bad, although he admitted that he did not like that they served such good alcohol to some newcomer. Smirking, Yusum added that he had not seen Hongrian for a long time, and said that she would return after she saw someone. He asked if he should take this as a sign that she doesn't care about him as a guest. Smiling excitedly, Dongwoo asked how this was possible. He explained that Hongrian was just a little late because she had some work to do, and noted that the guest Babai was talking about paid a short visit. Yusum froze, frowning, and asked who this guest was. Dongwoo himself didn't know the details, but he remembered that some people said that this guest was a half-monster with goblin blood flowing through his veins. Putting his hand to his chin, Yusum admitted that he thought there would be something interesting, but now he realized that it was again about Siwoo, whom he called an idiot. Yusum also added that Babai is also a laughingstock, since he could have simply left this withered vein to perish. Yusum could not believe that Babai was doing everything to find a half-monster and force him to fight at the festival. Yusum added that Siwa cannot even be called a monster, let alone talk about him as a participant. Hearing these words, Dongwoo suddenly twitched, but did not say anything, and Yusum, noticing this, said that Dongwoo suddenly became quiet and asked why this happened. He assumed that pouring him alcohol was very boring, but suddenly he realized something else and asked if it was because Dongwoo is the same half-monster loser and he doesn't like Yusum's words. Dongwoo clenched his palms into fists and lowered his head, and Yusum suddenly said that his older sister told him something about old 1,000-year-old traditions that everyone respects. However, Yusum also heard that in reality the Dark Moon is just a bunch of half-breeds who have nowhere else to go, and asked if this is true. He noted that all members of this family are strange creatures that are neither humans nor monsters. According to Yusum, the members of this family did not consider themselves human, but no one considered them part of the kingdom of monsters, and this entire place was the result of the suffering of half-breeds and existed so that they would not feel useless, no matter what the result. Dongwoo only clenched his fists tighter, and Yusum admitted that everything he was saying was pretty smart. However, even if this was not the case, Yusum smirked and declared that the day would never come when the members of the Dark Moon family would be called true monsters. He asked if he was right. Dongwoo was silent for a while, thinking, and then, smiling, he asked how people like him know the future. He noticed that Yusum's bowl was empty, and lifting the jug, he asked if it should be refilled again. Sighing, Yusum asked, is it really possible that if a person was once a merchant, he will always remain a merchant? However, even if that was the case, he decided that he was still bored of mocking Dongwoo, so he lifted the cup he was drinking from. Dongwoo simply apologized for everything that happened and Yusum asked when he could come out. Dongwoo explained that all procedures and preparations would be completed today, and noted that they exchanged all the monster coins that Yusum gave them, and also prepared all the documents and housing that would be useful in the human world, as Yusum requested. He also added that it is made to the best quality using as few people as possible. Chuckling, Yusum admitted that Dongwoo and his company were working much faster than he thought, and Dongwoo said that Yusum risked his life for the people and explained that that was why he was trying his best. However, interrupting his words, Yusum announced that he did not do this for the House of the Dark Moon, but did it out of disgust, since strangers appeared who allowed themselves too much, and, as the owner, Yusum cannot simply leave everything to chance. He asked if this was true. After taking a sip, he thought more seriously. If he invested in the reputation of his species, even his father would not be able to deny his right to participate in the festival. Yusum was not so far behind his brother and sister when it came to natural talent, but due to the fact that he was born 100 years later than his brother and sister, they were all treated completely differently. That's why Yusum knew he had to first get recognized as a candidate, and then catch up and overtake his brother and sister over the next 6 months. Putting the bowl on the table, he asked where Hongrian was. Dongwoo decided that he would go and immediately asked her to come here, but Yusum said that there was no need to do this, and explained that he had more important things to do than finding a drinking buddy for Yusum. He added that he wanted Hongrian to serve him while he was in the human world. Dongwoo was very surprised to hear this request, and Yusum asked him not to think too much, since he didn't even think about getting dirty with a half-breed, albeit a pretty one. He said that he did not come to the human world to talk in vain, and explained that there was something else he would like to do besides hunting strangers. Stuttering, Dongwoo tried to protest, saying that he couldn't do this, and although Yuzium knew this, he asked if Dongwoo wasn't a merchant. He suggested that in this case, Dongwoo should shut up and serve the respected client in the highest class, and asked if it was right that the client is always right. Dongwoo pursed his lips tightly, not knowing what else to say, and Yusum ordered Dongwoo to go and tell Hungrian about it. However, before Yuseum could finish speaking, an explosion suddenly appeared due to Siwoo eating the pill, and Dongwoo and Yuseum simultaneously looked in the direction where the roar came from, equally amazed. Through the window they noticed the dust already dissipating, and Yusum asked in amazement what this nonsense was. In this world, everyone knew that qi, like water, flows in everything that exists, and for living beings such water was a small puddle that accumulated over time. The composition of this water and the use of it varied for each living creature, but it did not even need to be said that the main laws were the same for all species, monsters, or people. Even if you take a larger container, a person could not fill it more than the plate can hold, and this was an obvious principle that does not even need to be described so pompously. Currently, Siwoo, looking at the frightened Hungrian, asked if she was okay. Energy was still emanating from him, and Siwoo assumed that something strange had happened because of him. He also added that the pill was still much better than what Hungrian said, and Hungrian asked herself in shock, why did this happen? The main character continued speaking, noting that this was a very pleasant feeling, and thought about how to describe it. In the end, he suggested that it could be said that he could do anything in the world, and Hungrian thought that the obvious principle did not apply to SIV. Suddenly she froze, hearing someone come closer and ask what was happening here. It was Yusum, who displeasedly asked, "What kind of ignorant idiot do you have to be to brazenly release energy in this place?" He decided that he needed to take this chance to teach SIV a lesson if he didn't understand how to behave. Hungrian, drawing Yusum's attention to herself, said that it was her fault, and the main character had nothing to do with it. She asked Yusum not to be angry, but Yusum ordered her to shut up and announced that he did not ask her or allow her to open her mouth. He also assumed that Hungrian thought he was an idiot and called her names. Hungrian did not answer, but Yusum confidently said that the power of the monster that he felt after the roar came from Siwoo, whom he considered a failure. In addition, Yusum suggested that Siwoo does not understand where he is and continues to release energy. This irritated him very much, and, looking contemptuously at the main character, Yusum asked, even knowing that Yusum saw everything with his own eyes, Hungrian still wants him not to pay attention to this because of her stupid excuse. Siwoo was silent, listening carefully to Yusum's words, and Hungrian wanted to ask Yusum for something, but before she could do this, Siwoo, turning sharply towards Yusum, apologized to him, explaining that he was not yet used to controlling his monster power. He touched a finger to his lips, smiling. Siwoo had a very kind and modest character even for a human, and therefore now admitted that he did not even think that something like this would happen, and apologized to Yes, suggesting that he had disturbed him. However, because she was night and was filled to the brim for the first time, his body and mind ascended. Taking his hand to his hair, he, without stopping smiling, suddenly added, even if everything happened exactly like this, it seems to him that Yusum is speaking too rudely to someone whom he sees for the first time. Because of everything that happened, for a moment the protagonist's character became more like that of a monster than a man, and upon hearing the insolent words, Yusum frowned angrily and asked what Siwoo just said. Ignoring this question, Siwoo asked what Yusum was even thinking. He admitted that he was really sorry that everything had turned out this way. However, remembering what Yusum had said about him as a loser, he advised him not to speak so rudely. Clenching his jaw with rage, Yusum waved his hand and this sent Siwoo flying far to the side. When Siwoo hit the ground, dust rose into the air, and Hungrian watched in horror. Seeing the expression on her face, Yusum ordered Hungrian to look at it, and although he had not yet made Hungrian think so, he warned her that it would be better for her not to even think about overstepping the boundaries, since this is not a fight, but education and the process of teaching mud-blood monsters proper manners. Despite the strong attack, the main character very soon rose to his feet, and Yusum, seeing this, waved his fingers, which caused a new attack to appear, hitting Siwa from below in the jaw. Hungrian asked Yusum to calm down, since no matter the reason, violence was prohibited in this place. She also added that even if Yusum had a noble family, if the Great Hall knew about what happened, the members of it would not turn a blind eye to what happened. In response, Yusum sent several attacks at Hungrian, and she screamed in pain, and Yusum recalled that he told her not to even think about overstepping the boundaries. Yusum glared cruelly at Hungrian, who trembled in pain and bent over, holding her stomach with her hand. Yusum added that he had been keeping an eye on Hungrian and thought that she was the smartest of everyone here, but now he realized that in the end she showed that she was a half-breed like the others. Hungrian, covered in sweat from pain, could not hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes and asked herself, what was that just now? She felt not only the monster's power, but nothing at all, and mentally noted that something that could not be seen with her eyes suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hanrian suddenly realized that this was a divine beast, a unique ability of heat, and Yusum, meanwhile, turning to Sivu, ordered him, while he could, to come closer and fall to his knees since he was going to teach the main character the manners that Babai had not taught him. Sivu, getting into a fighting position, asked if Yusum was still talking nonsense. Throwing off his jacket so that it would not interfere, Sivu began to run over to Yusum and said that he had to ask politely if he wanted to solve everything with words, and then drew Yusum's attention to the fact that he was talking about manners after hitting Sivu with all his might, and asked if Yusum thought that in itself was not very polite. Having walked a little forward, he stopped in a more comfortable position and, smiling confidently, offered to continue what they had started. Yusum did not argue with this and agreed, suggesting that the main character wanted to die so badly. He extended his hand forward, activating the magic, but suddenly his eyes widened as he noticed that Siwu, quickly twitching several times, struck, reflecting the attacks that Yusum directed at him. Yusum and Hungrian were equally amazed at this, and Siwu asked if it was true that what Yusum threw at him was water. He smiled and admitted that he didn't know the basics well, but noted that it was all about the art of monsters. The main character assumed that Yusum was throwing small drops of water at him at a very high speed, and remembering the first attack, assumed that Yusum first hit him with tea that was spilled on the floor, and although it was not much, it felt so, conventionally, and Siwa was hit by a car. However, Siva smelled a little tea, so he understood everything. Yusum suggested that the main character was ready for Yusum to hit him again, and Siwu, recalling the second hit, said that drops the size of fingernails suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and suggested that Yusum was using moisture from the air or dew on the grass. He also noticed how Yusum had just hit him, and assumed that the greater the distance, the stronger the blow, thinking that it was all about acceleration. He was not proud of what he was about to say, however, he smirked and noted that he had already had a similar experience last night, and in comparison, Yusum was very weak. Yusum frowned in confusion and asked what did Siwu say. He even trembled slightly, and Sivu, smiling, apologized to Yes in case he had offended him, and ran sharply forward. Clenching his jaw with dissatisfaction, Yusum asked how the main character dares to do this. Before he could do anything, Sivu approached, frowning in concentration, and raised his hand to strike. Noticing this, Yusum asked if Siwu was attacking with his right hand. He was sure that this ability to control the power of monsters was simply insignificant in itself, since the direction of the attack could be seen using the power of the monsters, and this meant that the main character did not understand that he needed to train to hide it. Yusum assumed that now Siwu would know the cost of his ignorance. However, the moment he struck to attack Siwu, the protagonist abruptly dodged and confessed, as he thought, everything looked really obvious. Yusum opened his eyes wide in fear, as he did not expect this, and Siwu launched his own attack, remembering that in this way Yashin read his movements. Seeing that Siwa was hit by Yusum, Hungrian, unable to contain her emotions, opened her mouth in shock, placing her palms on it in order to somehow hide her amazement. The main character, smiling, looked at Yusum, who had fallen to his knees and bent over, who was trembling in pain, and holding his hair with his hand, said that he had hit Yusum, again calling him weak. Hungrian looked ahead in shock, holding her bruised torso with her hand. She said in confusion that she couldn't believe it. Hungrian was shocked for a number of reasons. This was his first meeting, his first fight with magic, but the way he accidentally repelled the attacks, the way he realized that the enemy could read his energy and in an instant strengthened it by hiding the direction of the attack. After that, he immediately redirected it in the other direction. He accurately hit right at the opponent, and of course this is possible. For strong types of monsters, this is something of a basic skill. Sivu stood exuding abundant magical energy. Yusum in front of him lay on the ground, crouching in pain. He pressed himself into the ground and shook in pain. Hungrian, who was watching this with blood flowing from her mouth, thought that the descendant of the goblins appeared only 3 days ago, but she heard that before he was an ordinary person. In bewilderment, she asked herself how could it happen that a 3-day-old monster could become so strong? The main character looked menacingly at Yusum lying in front of him. Then the main character asked him with a commanding expression on his face, "That's all?" Then he noticed that it didn't matter to him. He added that if that's all, then he ordered him to apologize and leave here normally. After that he asked him if this suits him. Yusum did not answer him and continued to shake while lying on the floor. Then Siva pointed his finger at Hungrian and said that perhaps he was here and making a splash, but he generally crossed all the lines. He asked Yusum what he did with the man who tried to stop the fight. After that, he continued to say that no matter how you look at this situation, it's all his fault 100%. He again ordered him to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Yusum began to raise his head. His face was tense, and his teeth transformed into wolf-like rocks, veins bulging on his face. Siva turned around and looked at him and said, "That's how it is." There were many empty plates on the floor. A sharp spike created from water and frozen flew into the head of the main character. He managed to put his hand in front of his face. An ice spike pierced his hand right through and thick light blood began to flow down his hand. Siva looked warily at his injuries. Immediately after this, Yusum rushed at him with a furious look, putting his hands in front of him. The main character watched this calmly, moving back. Then, pouring out abundant magical energy, he raised his leg up. Immediately after that, with a sharp movement of his foot, he hit Yusum in the torso, causing him to fly many meters into the distance. The blow was so strong that Yusum, hitting the ground several times, flew further and further. Finally, when he finally landed, a large explosion was heard. The unique magic of the High Tai clan is called Pure Autumn Water, the ability of which is to control nearby water. As Siwu recently noted, the principle of operation of this magic is similar to the northern martial arts of High Tai, however. Yusum looked ahead with a crazy look while lying on the ground. His body did not stop shaking. A wild smile spread across his face. Looking from under his brows, he looked more like an animal than a monster. However, what separates those magics is that it is a narrower application, with the help of which you can increase water pressure to the maximum. The main character looked ahead in confusion. Blood was flowing from his eye sockets, as well as from his nose and mouth. The veins on his neck were swollen, and his eyeballs began to turn a painful red color. Also, a feature of magic is the ability to use water as a weapon. This weapon is sharp like metal and it works even with a grain of water in the enemy's body. Magic can be used as a poison that will destroy internal organs including blood vessels and nerves. The main character fell to the floor, leaning his hands on it. Yusum, standing a few meters opposite him, after a powerful kick, began to stand on his feet. Yusum said that there is something interesting in the regeneration of monsters. With a smile on his face, he said that losing an arm or a leg is nothing if you have enough strength. However, he insidiously said that when it comes to poisons and infections, recovery takes longer than one might think. Looking at the exhausted expression on Siva's face, who was shaking and blood was flowing profusely from his eyes, nose and mouth, he said that he probably wouldn't understand, after which Yusum added that as a person, he also had not gone through this. Summing up, Yusum admitted that he surprised him even being a completely inexperienced enemy. Then Yusum, with a wide smile on his face, raising his hands up from which magical energy emanated, said that, however, only thanks to his exceptional pedigree that he inherited, maybe he was simply lucky with the proportion of goblin blood. Hungrian looked ahead in fear, her face turning a reflected bright blue. Right in front of her, Yusoma formed a huge amount of water around himself, which he controlled thanks to his magic. Forming water around himself, he said that he wants to help the main character understand that he is no match for a real monster, despite the fact that he is a half-breed of whatever clan he is. Siva lowered his hand down, reaching towards the floor. Then he spoke, saying that he didn't know whether he was a real monster or an imposter and didn't want to know, but there was one thing he was sure of. Yusum looked at him with wide eyes and raised eyebrows, a bead of sweat running down his face. The main character, filled with magical energy, looking at him menacingly, said that he was seriously getting on his nerves, after which he insulted him, calling him a non-entity. Yusum looked at him in confusion. Forming magical water energy behind her, she put her hand in front of her in bewilderment, asking herself, did he ruin all the veins and organs and is already healed? After that, he clenched his honor and bit his lip. He sent a powerful stream of water energy towards him. This energy was a reservoir, which is one of the complex variations of pure autumn water, which extracts large flows of water from river sources as well as lakes, seas, or groundwater. This technique is called advanced because water can be compressed so much that it will violate even the laws of physics. The real weight of water is hundreds of times greater than what can be seen. This powerful stream of water was directed directly at the main character. On top of all this, the speed and power exceeds that of a fast-moving truck. The main hero stood firmly on the floor holding a goblin club in his hand. He formed a goblin club from his hand, clumps of dark matter glowing with a bright red color coming out of it. Focus on the future and not on the mediocre threat. Siva looked ahead confidently with a calm gaze. You need to choose the right form. If it matches the situation, the strength will increase significantly, as experience has already shown. It was amazing, and the answer was clear from the very beginning. The water magic stream had already approached the main character and was a few meters away from him. The main hero looked at this emotionlessly, holding a goblin club in his hand. He then raised the goblin club above his head with a furious gaze. And although there is no skilled swordsman here to imitate, he put everything into pure sharpness. The main hero, blazing with the magical energy he possessed, clenched his jaw and menacingly raised the goblin club above his head. Moreover, along with the excess energy, she was nigh and released energy that a normal protagonist would not be able to use. The main hero directed a powerful beam emanating from the goblin club, thereby cutting the water flow that was directed from Yusum. With literally one movement of his hands, he divided the flow of water into two parts. Yusum, standing a few meters away from him, was directing a long stream with tension. Suddenly he discovered that the stream he had formed had spread to the sides. He looked at this in bewilderment, raising his eyebrows high. He saw that Siva was not in front of him. There is only a destroyed building in which he was supposed to be. The flow of water had already weakened and spread throughout the space surrounding it. Yusum asked himself in bewilderment, where did he go? A splash of water came from behind him. Yusum spun around with a tense expression on his face. The main character calmly asked him, what happened to the words he said recently? If he has enough energy, then it won't matter if he loses an arm or a leg? After finishing his quote, he said, okay. A moment later, with a sharp movement, he separated Yusum's hands from his body. He looked in front of him in horror. The main hero, with a sly smile on his face, holding a goblin club in his hands, offered to get rid of these. Yusum looked ahead with wide open eyes in absolute confusion. He saw how his hands, cut off from his body, lay in the water, turning it bloody red. He made a pained sound from his mouth, then he fell to his knees in the water below him. The main character, looking down at him emotionlessly, asked, does it really hurt that much when someone cuts off a hand? He himself understood that this had not happened to him, however. Sivu turned to him and said that he was saying that he was a real monster, then he said that this meant that he should be used to pain. Yusum looked up at him in horror with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. A moment after this, the main character hit him with a direct movement of his leg, causing Yusum to fly many meters into the distance from such a powerful blow. Siwu was shaking while sitting on the ground. The reason why Yusum is trembling is not the pain of losing his arms. The High Tai are undoubtedly a clan from the category of divine beasts. They rule over many monsters and are a blessed family. One of them, that is, the youngest Yusum, has always been loved and adored, so he was not used to this. The main character, standing menacingly in front of him, asked if it was time for him to apologize. Yusum was not used to the feeling of someone being so superior to him. He was not used to the suffocating pressure. The main character began to extend his palm towards him. Yusum, horrified, with tears in his eyes and his mouth wide open, screamed asking for forgiveness. Siva asked him what he was talking about. After that, he summed it up with his thumb to the side and said that he had also offended him. Then he said that that was enough. Looking at Hongrian, he told Yusum that the matter was not only about him. He added that there was someone else to whom he should apologize properly. Hongrian looked ahead in bewilderment with her eyes wide open. She looked shabby and beads of sweat were running down her face. The main hero ordered him to go to her, bow his head and ask for forgiveness. Yusum looked uncertainly in her direction and wanted to say something about what it was. Siva looked at him menacingly, frowning his eyebrows, and asked him, what is this? Then he asked him what he wanted to say. Continuing to look at him imperiously, he said that he could not believe that he still did not understand anything. Then he asked him if he would continue to slur his words. After this, the main character noted that if it is difficult for him to apologize, then let him do as he knows. Yusum looked at him in genuine horror, his whole body shaking violently. Yusum walked up to Hongrian with trembling legs, after which he fell on his knees in front of her, and bowed his head and said that he was very sorry. Some time later, in an apartment in a multi-story building, a voice was heard from the room that addressed the main character and asked him if he could hear her. Then the voice asked if she told him to bring water. After cursing, Selkva yawned and asked, is he not at home? Lying in bed and dressed in sleepwear, taking off the blanket and scratching the hair on her head, looking irritably to the side, she asked, did he go somewhere leaving the guest alone? Looking at the small wooden houses illuminated by sunlight, the Moray said that he couldn't believe it. He said that it was the first time in 10 years. After that he interrupted himself and noticed that he had been gone for a while. Then he said that he hadn't thought that something will happen during this time. Muriang stood with his hands folded behind his back. He was the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. Behind him stood Dongwu, who lowered his head down with a guilty expression on his face. Then he sadly said that it was his fault. He added, saying that if only he had been a little braver. Muriang told him that it was useless to blame himself. Then, looking ahead thoughtfully and putting his hand to his chin, he said that besides, it was not his responsibility, he added, saying that he and Hongrian should not have entertained him. Muriang continued to say that he knew that the youngest of the Haichi clan was unusual, but he didn't think that it was that much. He then turned to Dongwu and asked him if this meant Hongrian was seriously injured. Dongwu looked at him with wide open eyes and said that it seemed to him that she was injured, but he noticed that there was nothing serious about it. Then he noticed with a worried expression that she was much more shocked by the guilt of the situation itself. Dongwu then spoke about how, however, even if we are talking about dark absorption magic, he asked how Hongrian could have predicted that everything would happen so quickly. Muriang remained silent in response to him for a while and then answered him by saying that because of her absorption speed, the possibility of reflection appeared, therefore. Dongwu asked him again in surprise. Muriang asked him in response, "Where is the guest now?" In the illuminated room, with a tray on which various dishes and cookies were placed on the floor, Siwoo sat looking in front of him in surprise. It gradually cooled down, unlike what it was 3 days ago. This time he did not completely lose control of his body, he only entered a slightly insane state due to his strength. However, all emotions and willpower were in his power, the life energy that he released and the hot emotions cooled down. Moreover, the so-called time of reflection quickly overwhelmed him. The main character, in a completely confused state of mind, looked in front of him with his mouth slightly open and asked what happened in the first place. He lay on the floor and looked at the ceiling and thought that, to be honest, he assumed that the fight was justified. He understood that regardless of who turned to violence, especially with the desire to kill the other and cut off his hand, it was also necessary to nullify the effect his magic. He reasoned that now he would repeat everything without delay, but then he literally felt euphoria and pure pleasure from cutting off his enemy's hands. He asked himself, maybe this is temporary? Then he thought thoughtfully about the fact that, however, his reasoning was interrupted by a voice that addressed him from the side and asked him if he could come in. The main character looked at the ceiling in surprise with his eyes wide open, after which he abruptly jumped out of bed and looking at the shadow behind his door and answered affirmatively to the person addressing him. Hongrian came through the door, pressing her hands to her torso and sadly looking at the floor. He told Hongrian, who came up to him, that it seemed to him that she had been wounded. Then he asked if she was feeling better. Hongrian answered him in the affirmative and said that the wound was not serious. Siwoo then asked with a surprised expression, but didn't she spit blood? Then he noticed that this happened to him too. He explained that the wound was not a light one. Hongrian, with a tense expression on her face, leaned her elbows on the table and asked him to forgive her too. Then she said that she lost control and did the wrong thing. Siwoo hurriedly put his hands in front of him and repeatedly answered her negatively. Then he explained that the responsibility for the fight lies only with the participants in it. After that he began to explain to her that he should apologize. Even though it was just a roof, he could still destroy it. Hongrian said tensely that it was her fault. Then she started talking about how she shouldn't have offered the black spirit pearl to him. She began to tell him that the effect he needed could be obtained with the help of silver and gold, but she recommended black. Knowing this, Siva looked at her in surprise and then asked in confusion if she wanted to say that she had deceived him. Then he noticed that the black pearl was the most expensive. Hongrian, with a gloomy expression on her face, told him that, as he had already heard, she was a half-breed, that is, the child of a human father and a monster mother. Such hybrids are not uncommon, because it often happens that children are born from relationships of 2 times. Those who are born from such unions receive the quality of both parents. In other words, they are neither people nor demons. Hongrian, looking at the floor, told him that in the case of most half-breeds, they are born with the essence of life and can sense the energy of monsters, however they cannot absorb it. She then confessed to him that this is why the situation is pitiful and useless. They experience an eternal thirst that they cannot quench. They can touch the world's hot spring but they cannot drink from it. She continued to tell him that even if they swallowed medicine like the bright lotus pill, it would only wet their lips, which was why she was jealous of him. The main character looked at her in great surprise, opening his eyes wide. Hongrian concluded her confession by saying that among half-breeds he is a real miracle. When she said this, she addressed him as a master. She reported that despite his mixed origin, his monster abilities are comparable to purebloods. She then explained that the dark elixir was not for her personal benefit, she again admitted that she simply saw that he had something that she wanted so badly, and from her inability to accept it, she decided to play a joke. With an exhausted expression, sitting on the floor, straining her face, she said that she had committed an act of deception and incompetence as a seller. She said with pain that this is a crime for which you can lose your life. While beads of sweat were pouring down her face, she talked about how no matter what punishment or fine she received, she noted that it would not be enough. Murian, who stood behind her scratching his beard, repeated her words by saying that it doesn't matter what the punishment will be. Then he continued her phrase by saying that ultimately it will shift the blame to the one who accepts the apology. Hongrian turned back in bewilderment and asked, "Sir?" The main character also looked in surprise at the moray eel who entered. Murian sadly lowered his eyes. He held his hands behind his back and confusedly said that he had to apologize for everything, after which he introduced himself by saying that his name was Murian and he was the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. After that, he turned to Hongrian and asked her to stop playing the show. He called her the manager and ordered her to go and entertain the guests. Hongrian looked at him in bewilderment with her eyes wide open and wanted to tell him something. She was interrupted by Sivu, who told them that everything was fine. Then he said that he agreed with them and he understood their apologies and accepted them. With a smile on his face, he said that there was no need to think about him anymore. When he said this, he pressed his hand to his chest. Then he remarked that although if possible he would like to return the money for the black pearl. Hongrian humbly stood next to him with her eyes closed. Murian confirmed this with a smile on his face and said that it was fair. Hongrian then bowed and left the room. She walked down the corridor with a sad expression on her face. There were bruises under her eyes from fatigue and her posture was hunched. Murian remained in the room and, turning to the main character, said that it was more of an excuse than an apology. However, he noted that it was good that he accepted it. The main character, placing his hand on the back of his head, noticed that the mistake, in his opinion, was small. Murian sat opposite him. Both of them were near a table on which there were several different dishes. Murian said that if he agreed, he would like to set up a conciliation meeting in the future. Siwa, pointing his finger in front of him, asked again, "Conciliatory?" Murian, putting his hand in front of him, explained that he was fighting with a man named Yusum. Then he explained that he was the youngest son of the High Tai tribe, that is, divine beasts. The main character, holding the cookies in his hands, thoughtfully asked himself, "Hi there?" Then he asked himself, "Is he?" The main character thought that this was not how he imagined them. Murian continued to say that of course the High Tai tribe cannot humiliate the dignity of the divine beasts since he understands the circumstances. Then he said that he does not think that this will all become a serious problem. However, he added that of course some misunderstandings that are unfavorable for him may occur. Yusum, with tears in his eyes and a furious expression on his face, looking back and leaving back into the world of people, menacingly said that he would make him regret it. Murian explained to Siwo that before things got worse, he needed to arrange a meeting and listen to the opinions of both parties about what happened. He explained that because of their recklessness, they were put in an unpleasant position, so he asked him not to be too strict. Since Siwo interrupted him by saying that he understood what he was talking about, then he said that everything was fine. Putting a cookie in his mouth, he said that he didn't have to go there and take responsibility for resolving the conflict either. Murian looked at him in surprise with his eyes wide open and said that however. Sivu again did not let him finish and, extending his hand to the table, told him that if they came to him, he would tell them about what happened in his own words. He explained that it was he who escalated the situation from simple apologies to violence and insults, so he did what he had to do and it would be clear to anyone who was right and who was wrong. Then, chewing the cookies, confidently looking in front of him, he said that Hongrian and the gentleman should apologize for not apologizing and for bringing everything to a fight. He noted that he would rather just fight because it's easier for him. Murian told him that this was a deep thought. Then with a thoughtful expression on his face, placing his hand on his chin, he said that High Tai should not be underestimated since even Lord Yuzium's younger brothers are on a completely different level than the stupid monster he fought with. The main character, licking cookie crumbs from his finger, confirmed this, saying that this was expected. Then he said that he had seen few monsters, however, he had already fought with two that were stronger than him. He himself understood that they did not seem bad to him in fact. The protagonist then continued to say that there was nothing he could do about it, because ultimately, to become the king of demons, he needed to defeat them all. Murian looked at him interestedly without removing his hand from his chin. Then he said that you don't hear something like that very often. After that, he noticed that he seemed to be serious. Murian, turning to Sivu, told him what if he said something like that somewhere else. The main character anticipated his answer and asked if he could die. Is that so? Then he noticed that he knew this, and he was ready for it. He explained that this Yusum got excited out of the blue, and if he had mentioned that he wanted to become the king of monsters, a real disaster would have happened. Muriong looked carefully at his interlocutor, and thought about what this guy was. The main character, looking thoughtfully at the ceiling, continued to say that the mere thought that people like him in 6 months would be walking around the world was scary to even think about. Muriong, addressing him, said that if he wants to stop this, then this is a very bold statement. He noticed that he had heard a lot of these. The main character with a smile on his face allowed him to laugh as much as he wanted, then he noticed that he really thought so. Muriong answered him negatively and said that he didn't even think of laughing. Looking seriously in front of him, he said that on the contrary, he was very interested in him. When he said this, he addressed him as a dear guest. After he said these words, his silhouette began to glow with magical energy. He looked piercingly at Shiva with his head on his hand. He reasoned that earlier he had assumed that this was just a poor guy who was unlucky, but now he thought that it seemed that he had rushed to conclusions. He realized that since the era of the previous owner, this was the first time that his premonition had played out like this. After his reasoning, he lowered his hand into the sleeve of his cloak. Without a doubt, this was incredible luck. Muriong put an object on the table. The main character looked at it in surprise and said what it was. On the table was what looked like a medal with decoration and painting on it. Muriong explained that this is a gift that they give to guests as an apology. However, he noted that if he presented it like that, he might not take it. Then he asked if he should have paraphrased himself a little. Then Marayan, continuing to look carefully at Siwa, said that it was too early to talk about this, perhaps, but he told him that he wanted to invest in his future. After some time in the multi-story building where the main character lives, when he entered the apartment with a tired expression on his face, he was looking at the phone, thinking about what a busy day he had. Then he saw the time and realized that it was almost lunch. From inside his apartment a voice spoke to him, and asked him where he had been. Then this voice asked him why he only came now? The main character, with a tired expression on his face, apologized and said that he did not think that he would be so late. Selwa, dressed in a tracksuit, was talking to him. She looked at him menacingly and ordered him to stop. She held a bird on her forearm. Then her face became emotionless. She told him, okay. Then she noticed that he hadn't been around that long, and she had gotten some information. Siva looked at her in surprise and asked, information? He then leaned down and, with a smile on his face, waved to the bird sitting on Selwa's shoulder, referring to it as Solmi. The bird with which he had just greeted took off sharply and sank its claws into his face. The main character screamed in fear. A few moments later he was lying on the floor, the bird tormenting him. Selva, continuing to stand still, asked him if he was a fool. Then she asked him why he thought it was Solmi. She shouted that she had a completely different color. She was a summoner who attaches the souls of 40 to the feathers of a crow. Soon this bird flew out of the open window. After the bird, Selwa turned to Solmi and told her to be careful. Then Siwa, looking at Siwa, told him that although she was a magpie, there was not a single white feather on it. She told him that as a child this had upset her greatly. She then told him that Solmi might not be angry if he accidentally said something because of his personality, but she explained to him that this did not mean that she would not be offended. The main character, with a battered face that was scratched, held his eye from which blood was oozing and, confirming this, said that he would be more careful. Selwa, looking at him, said that, be that as it may, this magpie was sent by Solmi. Then she told him that last night she ran everywhere collecting information. She told him that over the past month people had disappeared in the city. A large number of people, and the last known locations of the missing were concentrated in several areas. She suggested that perhaps this was something like a hunting ground for strangers, and today they themselves would hunt at one of these points. The main character confidently looked up at her. Selva turned to him and said that before that he had to prepare something. Siva zealously confirmed this and asked her to say what. He did not have time to finish speaking as Selwa interrupted his speech with a sharp blow aimed at his jaw. The main hero sat on the floor holding his swollen and bruised jaw. He looked in bewilderment at Selwa standing in front of him. She told him that she understood that the conditions here were not the best and that she was an unexpected guest, and she would not complain about changes in service. But she said that as for the rest, she asked if he really wanted her to go to his sweat-soaked clothes. When she asked him about this, she began to take off her sports jacket. She told him that she thought that he would bring her something decent if he had been gone for so long. The main character, with an upset expression on his face, noticed that this was his most expensive tracksuit. Selwa cut him short and ordered him to stop. Confidently looking down at him, she commanded him that they would go buy clothes, then she menacingly clarified that they would do it right away. Sometime after that, they came to a tall multi-story building. Selwa asked him, "Is this it?" And then she said, "The best department store in this country." She asked what it's called. Sivu answered her by saying that it was called a department store. He looked at this tall building in surprise, saying that he was not sure if it was the best in Korea. However, he said that if you go to the provinces, you can find more there. Selwa, crossing her arms on her chest with a smile, looking at this building, assumed that it was built by people. Then she asked him if this was true. She noticed that they created something quite impressive without any magic. The main character looked intensely at the department store. He was a young guy who was in the store for the first time when he buys clothes. It's not that he wasn't interested, he's at an age when appearance is very important, and he's saved enough money, but as always there was a problem, which was his build. Some time ago, when he was still big and he and Yashin walked inside this store, Yashin offered him then saying that he could buy at least one set of clothes, after which he asked him if this was true. The main character, with a frustrated expression on his face, exhaled the air in his lungs and said that he would do this as soon as he lost weight. Now he thought that this was exactly the moment he had been dreaming about for years. He tensely clenched his palm into a fist, telling himself that today he would enjoy this moment to the fullest. Then he confidently looked at Selwa with sparkling eyes and shouted to her, "Go ahead." With a smile on his face, he invited her to try on whatever she wanted, and if she wanted to buy, he asked her to just tell him about it. Selwa looked at him emotionlessly, noticing that this was what she wanted, after which she thanked him for now. When they went inside the store, it was worth reminding again that this was Siwoo's first time buying clothes for himself, so he didn't know about the average prices for clothes. The main character looked at the price tags in horror. Sweat flowed down profusely from his face. He held in his hand a label on which the amount of 950,000 was written, and on this label there was information about the style of clothing, color, and size. A girl consultant in a clothing store with a smile on her face pressed her palms against each other near her face and cheerfully said that his girlfriend was very lucky. Then she noticed that few guys buy that much. Siwoo, with a confused expression on his face, held the jacket intended for Selwa with both hands. While Selwa left the fitting room, the main character, standing with his back to her, looked at the label, thinking that it seemed to him that there was an extra zero on this amount. At this time, the consultant girl screamed in delight at what she saw. Then she turned to Selwa and shouted to her that it suited her very well. Selwa, in her new attire, carefully examined her reflection in the mirror. Then she looked around and noticed that she thought it looked good. After that, she turned to Siv and asked how he was. The main character, with a pained expression on his face and tears in his eyes, thought that it was more than 5 million. Then he thought that he was very glad that he had changed the money. Looking painfully at Selwa, he hesitantly remarked that he thought it looked cool. Soon after, a notification came to his phone about a debit of funds from his personal account in the amount of 1,980,000 from a clothing store. Siva looked at the screen of his phone in sincere surprise. Large drops of tears appeared in his eyes. Selwa crossed her arms on her chest and looked arrogantly at him and asked, did she ask him to get rid of what he had chosen for himself? The main character was silent in response to her, continuing to look worriedly at the screen of his phone. They were leaving this store and the girl consultant with a wide smile on her face looked after them. Siwoo asked himself to calm down. He explained to himself that Selwa still had a lot to learn and also the reason why he was able to get 30 gold coins. He exhaled the air from his lungs while Selwa suggested that he watch something else. He asked her in fear if she wanted anything else. She looked at him with a blank look and asked what he was talking about. Then she explained that he would not stay here for one day. But all he had, she asked, is this just one outfit? The main character crossed his palms in confusion and wanted to answer her something. But Selwa invited him to go to the side with a gesture of her finger. Then she asked him with words to come here. She asked him to extend his hand. Then she explained that he needed to extend 2 palms. Sivu obediently stretched out his hands with an incomprehensible expression on his face. Selwa placed certain objects in his hands telling him, here. The main hero looked in surprise at the objects in his hand. It was a small handful of gold coins from the world of monsters. Selwa, putting coins in his hand, asked him if he thought that 10 gold coins would be enough. The main character stood with his mouth incredibly wide open. He was delighted with this and could not say a word. Selwa told him that if he needed more, let him say it right away. Then she explained that if there was change, he could take it for himself. She explained this is because it is not much, however, she asked him to accept it as a gesture of gratitude. Selwa looked at him with her hand on her hip with a friendly smile on her face. Then, still with a smile on her face, she turned around and invited him to go forward. Sivu stood in confusion, continuing to hold his hands outstretched, in which there were gold coins. Soon after this, they entered another clothing store, inside of which there were many stands and hanger racks on which were various items of clothing. In the center of the large hall there was an area for paying for purchases. Selwa, who was using a new light outfit on herself, looked at her reflection with a smile and asked him, "How does he like it?" Sivu, folding the palms of his hands with a smile on his face, shouted to her that this was great. After that, Selwa tried on another outfit, adding a jacket to the previous one. She asked him how he liked it. The main character, clapping his palms, shouted in admiration that she was very beautiful. Then Selkva, looking uncertainly at the floor and putting her hand on the back of her head, dressed in the third outfit, asked him if this was true. Sivu, with a wide smile on his face, showing her his thumbs outstretched, shouted that under no circumstances. A few moments after this, the main character lay on the floor, bruised in the head, with light smoke emanating from the hair on his head. Selkva standing above him held her fist outstretched, from which smoke also emanated. Sivu, lying on her stomach on the floor, asked her in bewilderment, "But for what?" Selwa told him that she was not sure about that. Then she explained that for some reason it infuriated her. After these events, the main character, holding several bags with things in his hands, noticed that, to be honest, he was a little surprised. Selwa asked him why he was surprised. Siwu looked at her with wide eyes and raised eyebrows and assumed that this was her first time in the human world. Then he asked her if this was so. Selwa looked at him with interest. The main character continued to say that, however, she chose clothes as if she already had formed taste, and moreover, she knew more than him. Selwa, looking ahead, explained that it was all because of Solmi. She told him that she thought that she was interested in it, and continued to bring her all sorts of things as gifts. Then she noticed that it annoyed her. The main character looked at her in surprise as she said this. He asked himself, "But she read all this?" Selkva continued to talk about the fact that, to be honest, the reasons why she came to the human world. She didn't have time to finish because Siva suddenly bumped shoulders with a man in glasses walking past him. This man shyly put his hand on the back of his head and apologized to him. The girl who was walking next to this man asked him to be careful, after which she invited him to go quickly. Selkva, looking at them, noticed that she thought that he was like that. However, she noticed that it seemed to her that people in general had degenerated. The main character, looking at her in surprise, asked what she was talking about. Selwa noticed that the guy pushed him by mistake. Then she asked Siwa if this was true. She continued to say that one word, one look, and the problem seemed to be solved. Then she told him that he was the same. She explained that if he behaved like that, then he should have made him pay. Then she clarified that there was no need to kill him, but to cripple him so that he would not even dare to look at him. In her mind, an image appeared of the main character beating this man with glasses to a bloody pulp. Sivu, in great surprise, asked her if she thought it was necessary to go so far. Selkva answered him in the affirmative and, looking piercingly at him, said that this is the problem of the human world. Then she said that he does not know all the details. However, if the monster behaves like this, then he will be called a weakling, and no matter how strong he really is, she told him that if they look at him like that, it means that he is no longer dangerous, and even if he is a serious opponent, they can beat him without consequences, since he is just a big victim for someone who can defeat him. Then she crossed her arms on her chest and noticed that he probably bowed to Hai Tai. Although he could have one, she noticed that he might have one, but he let him go too easily. The main character looked at her in amazement and asked in bewilderment how she knew. Looking to the side, she repeated his question, "How does she know?" Then she said that as soon as he entered the house, she smelled a wet dog. Then she noticed that there was another stench, but this one was certainly special and rare. Then she said that if he was able to win, that means, she asked him, was it the youngest of the three? Then she asked if he was a talker without dignity? She noticed that he was ugly and stuff like that. The main character looked at her in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open. Then he confirmed it and asked her if she knew him. Selwa answered him that she didn't really know him. Then she explained that he was her friend's brother, and they somehow got into a fight. She then suggested that it was about 20 years ago, when various rumors were circulating around her. She said that after finding out about these rumors she started a quarrel because of some fictitious rivalry, and she was almost 100 years older than her. Then she noticed that it even sounds stupid. The main character looked at her in shock and asked, "Did she fight with her?" Selva closed her eyes, answered him in the affirmative, and asked why not. She further said that if he wants to ask her whether she won or not, she immediately noticed that this was a stupid question since she tore her to shreds. Selva then told him that she told her that it would be better if she didn't get seen by her again, and that she didn't want to see her annoying face. She explained to him that since then she had not seen him, and, according to Solmi, he kept walking and threatening her behind her back. Sivu reacted to her story with a surprised sigh. Then Selwa pointed her finger at his face, saying that in any case, the point is that when you win, you have to win correctly. She looked at him seriously and raised her index finger up, telling him that as a human he could not quickly understand the thinking of monsters. She advised him that when he uses violence, he should do it confidently, and thus there will be less violence. The main character looked down tiredly and told her that he would remember this. Then Selwan noted that he needed to be ready to kill everyone he met here. Sivu raised his surprised gaze to her and repeated, "Who will he meet here?" The guy and the girl who recently encountered the main character were running through the shopping center. The girl repeatedly shouted to him, "Hurry up." She held his hand and led him forward. He suggested that they take their time. The girl with a frightened expression on her face explained to him that if they were even a little late, the reservation would be cancelled. Then she said that she had been waiting a week to get there. Suddenly, the guy whose hand she had just held disappeared. She turned in his direction in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Then she reminded that she had already said that they were in a hurry. She looked behind her and saw no one. Looking around in bewilderment, she asked what? At this moment, magical energy rushed away from her. The girl asked the missing guy where he was. Then she asked him not to joke with a frightened expression on her face. The girl was sitting on a chair at the table. Her lips were pierced with staples. She leaned her head on her hand and said seriously. This girl's name was Madeira, and holding a cup in her hand she said, 20 guys and they all taste disgusting. Then she noticed that everyone is disgusting except those who can fight. Then she noticed that it is better to eat those who are next to them. When she drank a drink from her cup, she looked to the side in surprise. A boy holding his mother's hand looked at her with wide open eyes. Madeira looked back at him. Then the boy's face distorted, his mouth opened wide, his face turned red, he looked ahead in horror. Madeira at that moment opened her mouth wide and took out the bloody glasses from the man who had recently been eaten. Large drops of tears appeared in the boy's eyes. The pupils of his eyes narrowed from the fear he experienced. After that, he screamed loudly in horror. His mother asked him in bewilderment why he was behaving this way. Madeira continued with a calm expression and sipped the drink from her cup. Suddenly they turned to her from behind, calling her a puppeteer. A man approached her and asked her to talk. This man's name was Ray. Madeira, looking up at him with an ominous smile, reminded him that the upper world is his territory and the dungeon is hers. Then she asked him, wasn't there an agreement that they would not interfere in each other's hunting grounds? Then she noticed that he apparently took this rule too seriously. After that, she asked why they, that is, relatives, should be separated even though they were so close before? Chen, calmly looking down at her, said that the underground monsters of these territories were already coming. He explained that they had tracked them. Madeira spoke happily finally. After that, she asked him if they would give up. She noticed that the broker's conditions were not to fight with the monsters here, after which she asked him if this was true. Ray answered her by saying that to be precise, the condition was not to create problems. He explained that in other words, everything is possible as long as they don't make a fuss. Madeira noted that he knew the theoretical conditions well. Then she said that a month had passed since they started hunting and they only now began to do something. She noticed that the monsters in this region are no good, and they can't even protect their own cattle behind the fence. It was funny for her to think that they were afraid of them. Ray explained, removing the glasses from his face, that that's why he does this with his brothers and sisters. Ray continued to say that if they were taking risks by being here, they didn't need to worry about casualties. Then, with a smile on his face, he looked carefully at Madeira and asked him to help him. Then he said that today 2 local monsters came here, and they will simply catch and eat them. Selkva noticed that they continued to carry on their impudent nonsense. The main character, looking at her in surprise and realizing, said that this means that she did not come here for clothes. Selwa explained to him that this was one of the reasons, but also because of the information from Solmi. With a smile on her face, she said that the largest department store in the country and here people disappear most often. Then she said that during their shopping she deliberately scattered the seeds. Siva looked at her tensely as she said this. Selkva continued to talk about how they would not run away and that in crowded places it was better to watch and grab than to run. Then, with a sly smile, looking ahead, she asked, "What is this?" She noted that instead of running they just sit here, which is why she said what to give them. After that, the protagonist and Selwa looked ahead with sinister, confident smiles on their faces. Siva said that this area, he interrupted himself and said that this is not so. He clarified that this city is their place for hunting. Selkva continued to talk after him that they were very mistaken. After this, Selwa and Siwa thought about the reason why there were so many people in the department store. This reason was not only that it was the most popular department store in Seoul, but also that it was the intersection of 3 subway lines where a large number of people passed through. In addition, in the same department store there was also a bus terminal that connected Seoul with other regions, and intersecting, these 3 elements created the center of Seoul, where tens of thousands of people passed every day. Selwa and Sivu understood that if several people disappeared here, no one would notice, and looking around, the main character added, "If the monsters do everything, avoiding witnesses and cameras, no one will know anything about it." But he immediately corrected his words, suggesting that the monsters don't even need to hide from the cameras, because if someone disappears in such a crowd, many will simply think that they made a mistake, or the person moved to another place. Selkva admitted that she was not sure of this, but noted, judging by the tracks, there were about 4 hunters here, who, as it seemed to her, divided the hunting areas among themselves in such a way that there were 3 territories, one of which had 2 hunters. Before continuing the discussion, Selwa honestly said that she did not know what kind of monsters were hunting here. Having learned that there were 4 monsters, Sivu asked if it would be better to report everything to the Divine Judge if there were so many hunters. He was also worried since they didn't know anything about the enemy, but Selwa noted that this would be a good option in another situation, but if they did this now, there would be no fight. She understood that the monsters seemed to provoke them and seemed to say that they knew that Sivu and Selwa had come for them, but they warned that they would not run away. She introduced the hunters, saying, in other words, they should have an escape plan in case someone other than her and the main character were involved. Selwa suggested that in this case the monsters would simply run away, noting that for her and Siwu this would be tantamount to defeat. She understood that since they needed to catch those monsters, running away was not an option, and admitted that she did not know if they could pursue these monsters, since, unlike them, they had to obey the law. Looking at the crowds of people passing by, Selwa warned that it would be difficult for them to chase without harming people, and added that most likely the monsters would use this advantage as soon as they could, and this would most likely be where the battle would take place. With a tired sigh, Selkva said that Babai gave them this test for a reason, and honestly admitted that she saw no other solution unless they ran to the monsters without thinking anything through, but even this seems crazy. Shiwu didn't think that the area near the subway or terminal would be empty, but he looked at his phone screen and asked if it was true that the department store would be closing soon. And although the staff remained even after closing, Selwa grinned and realized that it didn't matter anymore, so in this case it wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, in the garden on the roof of the department store, Brendan Byran, noticing a man coming closer, asked him where Madeira was. Ray responded that she had left, explaining that Madeira didn't want to get involved. He remembered how Madeira told him that she was refusing because she was not interested in it, but rather liked to relax and eat plenty. Taking a sip from a cup standing nearby, Madeira admitted that she was not going to give up comfort in order to catch 2 incapable people and eat them. Ray, frowning, recalled that he said that there would be no problems, since 4 would definitely be enough to win. However, interrupting his words, Madeira said that it was only Ray who thought so, and putting down the cup, noted that in her opinion it sounded as if Ray was inviting her to play roulette with odds of 50-50 at best. Smiling, she added that she understood that Ray might be unhappy, but asked what to do. The ones Madeira had seen this month were not reliable, and she asked if it was true that Ray thought he would stop her by force. Ray clenched his jaw angrily and asked if Madeira was seriously saying this nonsense. He assumed that she thought she could interfere with him and the others, but Madeira, standing up, admitted that she was not going to interfere with anyone, and asked that Ray not worry about it. Regardless, she knew that she now needed to find a new place to hunt, and decided to be honest since they were going their separate ways. Ray wanted to say something, but, not paying attention to this, Madeira walked past him and finally thanked Ray for everything, since thanks to him she had learned a lot. However, now Madeira understood that this was most likely the end, and finally grinning, wished Ray good luck. Now Byran, crossing her arms over her chest, called Madeira names, noting that she did not appreciate Ray's kindness, and added that Madeira's head should have been torn off on the spot. Wei Ran realized that for some reason Ray had a soft spot for Madara, but ignoring these remarks, Rain warned that nothing would change because Madara was gone, since she couldn't be said to be very strong. Ray was sure that the three of them should be enough, and Wei Ran, placing a finger on her chin, knew that this was true, but admitted that she did not think Madara would refuse, given how much she loved to absorb. Bai Ran caught Ray's attention and asked what he was going to do once they killed those two rookies. She was sure that other monsters would have to be spoken to harshly, and Ray explained that he had prepared a place where they could hide and noted that from there they would continue to hunt the area. Bai Ran asked in surprise, "Is he really saying that this place is here?" Ray, confirming this, said that they will continue to hunt people and kill the local monsters that are chasing them. He explained that they have a geographical advantage, because if they are lost among people, those who hunt them will not be able to use their full strength. Wei Ran suggested that everything has its limits, and excitedly noted that leaving them alive could be more dangerous than letting a few people die, since that way those trying to catch them would lose. Ray admitted that this was indeed the case and explained that this is why they need to absorb as much as possible until they return to the continent and reach the Kingdom of Soul. Turning to Wei Ran and Bai Ran, Ray asked them to think about the humiliation that their family had suffered, and frowning, warned that they most likely would not be able to return home yet, but noted that when they did, no one would dare underestimate them. Magic energy began to be released from Ray's body, and after calming down, he added that together they would be able to control the monsters of all the central plains. However, Ray stopped himself, disagreeing with these words, and announced that they would rule the next era and become kings of the monsters. Bai Ran and Wei Ran smiled happily when they heard this, but at the same time Selwa began to use her magic, and Ray, Bai Ran and Wei Ran felt this and froze, their eyes widening in amazement. They were surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster's power, which engulfed the entire building. Soon after, a voice was heard, and Selwa asked, "Isn't it already late?" She ordered everyone to go home, and people who were walking around the department store and were exposed to Selwa's magic froze, and then began to disperse, obeying the order. Selva added that they should do everything now, and strengthen the innate magic, which was called Violet Whisper. The voice, which was enhanced by the power of the monster, subtly convinced the surrounding creatures, and the effect was stronger the greater the difference between the strength of the monsters and the closer the one who used the magic was to the target. Now using her skill, Selwa remembered how she used it on the main character, and then, moving to Ray and his sisters, she asked, "Weren't there 4 of them?" Ray and Bai Ran frowned warily, looking in the direction where the voice came from, and Selva admitted to herself that it was quite difficult to use this ability from afar and without a direct contract. Smirking, she noted out loud that Ray, Bai Ran and Wei Ran could not be completely stupid. Everyone understood that only an exceptional genius among the monsters, who possesses incredible technology and strength, could cover the entire department store. Ray, frowning, confidently thought that Selwa felt on the floors below, but in an instant she jumped here, onto the roof. Selwa offered to look at the current situation and announced that she could smell Ray and the others even inside the department store, but now that she is closer, she feels it even more clearly. Now Selwa even envied people's dull sense of smell, and was glad that there was fresh air here, since it even hurt her to breathe next to Bai Ran, Wei Ran and Ray. Not hearing this, Bai Ran frowned angrily and clenched her jaw, calling Selwa names, but Ray stopped her, ordering her not to pay attention to the pathetic provocations. Calling out to Wei Ran, he told her to go down, and Wei Ran was surprised to hear this, and then asked if they didn't want to fight together. Ray warned that they needed to catch both, and, looking at Selwa, said that he and Bai Ran would deal with her, and the second monster that prepared the attack was not so strong, and that is why Ray thought that Wei Ran would cope in alone. He told her to catch Siwa and eat it herself, and Wei Ran was very happy to hear this, but just in case, she asked if it was true. Without waiting for an answer to the question, she instantly ran to carry out the assignment and disappeared, and Selwa said that this was a bad decision, since it would be better if Ray told Wei Ran to run as far as she could, because in that case he would have saved at least one life. Bai Ran noted that Selwa was very kind, but warned that in such a situation one should worry more about one's own life than about Wei Ran, who was their younger sister. Ray, still frowning, looked carefully at Selwa, thinking that she was obviously strong. No matter how Ray convinced himself, Selwa was very skilled, and if Ray, Bai Ran and Wei Ran had met Selwa a month ago, she would have easily defeated them. But Ray understood that now everything is fine, since they ate about 1,000 people in the last month and now had to deal with it. Ray and Bai Ran prepared for battle by modifying their arms. Selwa, undeterred by this, admitted that she liked the way Byran and Ray did not understand what they were getting into, and tearing out one of her nails, she frowned confidently, offering to see what Byran and Ray were good for. At the same time, inside the department store, a woman who was subject to hypnosis had not yet left, and stood leaning her forehead against the wall. Coming closer, Siva put his hand on her shoulder, and the woman, feeling the touch, woke up and began to look around in amazement. Siwa asked if the woman was okay. She did not understand what was happening, and the main character, smiling, said that a little earlier there was an alarm because there was a gas leak. He explained that this was why the department store closed early, and pointing behind him, said that the main entrance was still open, and therefore the woman could leave through this. Thanking Shiva for the information, the woman continued to look around and asked if he had seen a child here who was quite a bit taller than this woman. Siva guessed that the woman was talking about her grandson, and explained that he saw him on the lower floor, adding that he went to look for the woman precisely because the grandson was very worried about her. Sighing with relief, the woman began to go downstairs, and Sivu, seeing that she had left, closed his eyes, also sighed and assumed that there was almost no one left here. He remembered saying something similar before Selwa left, and Selwa explained that if they were lucky, there would be no one left at all, since she whispers to people 3 digits away at the same time. Crossing her arms over her chest, she explained that if there was a certain level of resistance to magic, then persuasion might not work, and that was why she asked Siwu to walk around the department store and look for those who did not listen. Turning around, she began to leave, and the main character agreed to fulfill the request, and now continued to walk through the department store, looking carefully around. He found about 7 people, but decided that he needed to look around again just to be on the safe side. But suddenly Siva was distracted by hearing someone's voice, and turning around, noticed a person who had come closer to him, who noted that Siva's aura was very strong. The main character had been looking for this man for a long time, but he was still not sure of his decision, and Siwa frowned in confusion, not understanding what this meant. Meanwhile, the man continued to talk, as he assumed that all this was a little strange. It was Weiran, who smiled, leaned forward slightly and suggested that Siv pretend that they had not seen each other, and in that case not fight. Such a proposal surprised Siwa even more, and he asked again in bewilderment, and Weiran honestly admitted that she had come to absorb the main character, but noted that it would not be very nutritious for her. Besides, Weiran liked people like Shiwu, so she asked if it was true that monsters don't have to eat each other. Unlike Byran and Ray, Weiran did not want to become the king of the monsters, and upon hearing these words, Siwu clenched his jaw tighter, leaning back a little. Weiran, meanwhile, continued to speak, noting that in any case, this world will belong to monsters in 6 months, and this will be enough to eat and never go hungry again. Without ceasing to smile, she leaned closer to the main character and asked if it was true that he, too, would calmly eat everyone in 6 months. In this case, she suggested that they become friends instead of being stupid boars, since no one understood that Weiran herself and the others ate here. Noticing that Shiwu still had not answered, Weiran hurried him to answer and asked how he viewed this proposal. She admitted that she liked him very much, and the main character only opened his eyes wider, still unable to cope with his shock. Finally, ignoring all of Weiran's previous questions, he asked if she had come from below. Weiran looked in surprise at the escalators that were nearby, and thought for a while, and then, smiling, she guessed that it was Siwu who sent that old woman. She said that she saw that woman and her grandson when she was getting up, and that's why she ate it. Now for this, Weiran called herself stupid and, smiling, awkwardly put her hand on the back of her head, because now that she and Siwu had met, she understood that she should have done differently. However, before Weiran could finish speaking, Siwu swung his hand forcefully and hit her in the face. Weiran's head jerked to the side, and the main character gritted his teeth in irritation and frowned. Because of how strong the blow was, Weiran was also thrown far back, hitting the wall hard. Dust and fragments of stones flew into the air, and Sivu, having calmed down a little, froze, thinking that he had already understood everything. However, in fact, this was not at all the case, since the monsters ate people. The last 3 days have been complete darkness for Shiwu, and he personally understood what monsters are and how dangerous they are. Now Siwu was remembering all the monsters he had encountered, and so it was only at that moment that he finally realized that he only knew the danger that one monster poses to another. Now the main character could not contain his emotions, and this made his hands shake, as he understood that for ordinary people, monsters represent a disaster. Meanwhile, Weiran, moving a little away from the wall in which the dent had formed, cried out quietly and, touching the wounded part of her face with her palm, asked if Siva thought he was too rude. She added that he could have simply said that he was not happy, but she distracted herself from this topic and, licking the blood from the corner of her lip with her tongue, was amazed at how the situation turned out, deciding to turn a blind eye to the fact that Siwoo hit her. She honestly admitted that she thought he was very weak, but now she assumed that the main character was quite tasty. Weiran looked at Siwa, as well as the magical aura around him, and the main character, clenching his palms into fists, said that this was a relief for him. Weiran's eyes widened as Siwoo instantly approached her and jumped up to attack. Weiran realized that the attack would be from the left, but did not have time to do anything, and Siwoo dealt damage to her, throwing her a little more to the side. He decided that instead of the fact that he liked doing it, he would rather think that he just wanted to eat, since in that case it would not be so disgusting. Siwoo frowned seriously, and then continued to carry precise blows, attacking over and over again. Weiran gradually retreated back, but the main character did not stop attacking and, concentrating more forces, launched one of the most powerful attacks, from which the floor broke, and Weiran fell to the lower floor. Siwoo also jumped down, and Weiran laughed sadly and asked, "What else is this?" She realized that Siwoo had made a mockery of her, and looked at her body and broken limbs. She admitted that she had seen many types of monster powers, but noted that this was something different. Raising her gaze, she looked at the main character and, noticing that he was holding a created goblin club in his hands, asked what it was. Siwoo did not answer, but Weiran admitted that this was very cool, since she had never seen anything like this. She was truly amazed and asked if this was Siwoo's unique magic. The protagonist confirmed this and, getting into a fighting position, swung his club, directing a powerful attack towards Weiran. A stream of magical energy flew forward, but it turned out that it did not cause any damage to Weiran, and she realized that everything had turned out that way. Siwoo, noticing this, trembled slightly and opened his eyes wide in amazement, and Weiran, whose hand had changed, blocked Siwoo's attack and asked, "Is it true that the view is not the most pleasant?" She pulled the club, and the main character asked what kind of power this was. He failed to hold his club in his hands and the attack dissipated, and Siwoo, still in shock, realized that it was not just power, as he did not notice the instant recovery of Weiran, as well as the movement to block the club. Siwoo asked himself, "Does Weiran really look like this?" Frowning, he suddenly noticed an attack flying towards him, and put his hands in front of him, blocking it. He managed to defend himself, and Weiran, also frowning, prepared to attack again and sharply put her hand forward, but suddenly froze, dissipating the magical energy, and opened her eyes wide, as Siwoo managed to intercept her hand and delivered his own blow. Weiran did not expect this, and the main character, pressing his feet harder on the floor, continued to hold Weiran's hand and, pressing on it, lifted Weiran, throwing her far back. Weiran's collision with the wall caused a small explosion, and Weiran, who withstood the attack, confidently said that if Siwoo knew what she really looked like, he would have run away without even starting a fight. Siwoo remained silent, breathing heavily, and looked carefully at Weiran, and in the meantime she announced that this was her unique magic, or, to put it another way, her original form. Looking at her arms, as well as her legs, which had also changed, Weiran said that she looked exactly like this, but her face and torso were simply disgusting. The main character did not know how to respond to this, and smiling excitedly, explained that the problem is not how it all looks. Weiran knew this, and asked if it was true that it smelled like a decomposed corpse. She said that until recently she did not know what it smelled like, and noted that for a long time she and those who looked like her were called Yakija. Unlike other monsters, they were a species born to devour people, and remembering the trembling human bodies that were almost dead, Weiran said that if they do not eat human flesh, they cannot absorb life force naturally. And he asked, "Is it true?" She added that even naturally strong species like her and her relatives mostly survived by devouring the bodies of dead people on the battlefield. She presented a similar situation, but noted that they had been treated poorly since then, and also admitted that she had heard that they were almost on the verge of extinction due to that law. Weiran knew that humans were tasty and nutritious for other monsters, and noted that they were deprived of access to the main food, and because of this, most of her kind were starved to death. Several representatives of the Weiran species tried to return to the human world in order to feed, but other monsters killed them, and she frowned warily upon hearing this. Weiran said that her parents were among these killed monsters, and lowering her eyes, admitted that she was not very sad, since she barely remembers her parents, but added that her heart breaks when she sees Ray and Byran. She said that the three of them, without parents, lived in the shadows of the human world and could not even really maintain their human shell, and therefore lived in the sewer, covered in human feces, and also did not even know how terrible they looked. Wei Ran remembered how she had recently lived with Bai Ran and Ray, but now she asked Siwu to look at her and, smiling, declared that she was now very sweet and beautiful. In addition, instead of the dark and smelly sewer, Wei Ran could walk under a clear, fresh sky, bathed in sunlight. However, there was something that Wei Ran thought was more important, and she asked if it was true that eating people was not a big mistake. She recalled that they had been doing this for tens of thousands of years, except for the last 666 years, and would continue to do so 6 months from now. Wei Ran was not going to give up this wonderful life for a second because of some law, since she had already lost too much. Shiwu was amazed when he heard this confession, and Wei Ran, returning to the topic of the original conversation, asked if it was possible for the main character to just pretend. She recalled that she had finally met a monster that she liked, and therefore did not want to kill because of the law. Sivu decided to talk about something in order to clarify the situation, and warned that he is not a monster, and also hopes that this law will work forever. That is why, instead of talking nonsense without meaning or empathy, he suggested that Wei Ran simply attack. Wei Ran bit her lip, thinking about it, and then, lowering her head, she finally understood everything and, sharply moving forward, began to attack, although she admitted that she was sad that everything turned out this way. Activating her magic, Wei Ran launched the first blow, but Shiwu, already prepared for this, defended himself and frowned, asking himself if Wei Ran was even faster and stronger than before. He understood that a head-on fight was hopeless if it was not Wei Ran's full strength. Shiwu had all the qualities of a monster, however, it was obvious that he was special, as with his bloodline and talents, as well as the combat experience thrown at him at once in such a short time, his mental toughness, skills and ability to control the energy of monsters influenced to his new strength. However, in this particular situation, the enemy of the protagonist was several times faster than his learning speed. Thinking about this, Shiwu looked at the enraged Wei Ran who ran to attack, and mentally noted that the difference in strength between their species was very noticeable. Wei Ran struck at that moment, slightly hitting Siwa. The main character realized that there was one peculiarity. Because the main character dodged, the blow did not hit the target, but hit the wall behind Sivu, and broke it. After apologizing, Wei Ran admitted that she was not yet used to all the new strength and speed, since she had only recently acquired it. The main character paused to catch his breath and realized that there was a factor that erased any difference in strength, and that factor was human flesh. Wei Ran, also stopping briefly, admitted that she had almost gotten the hang of it, confidently noting that she could deal with Siwu without any problems. The main character, without answering anything, suggested that human flesh for monsters is not just a nutritious diet, since by simply consuming human flesh, monsters get an effect like an elixir, but with many pleasant bonuses and without side effects. Shiwu imagined a person injecting himself with an elixir, and thought that over the past month, constant consumption of flesh had made Wei Ran's growth so significant that she herself had not realized it. Drawing Shiwu's attention, Wei Ran asked him what he thought about using the spell he used earlier. Without answering, Shiwu snapped his fingers to summon a scroll and frowned, while Wei Ran noted that among all the attacks the protagonist had used, that attack was the strongest, and given the advantage of distance, there was a possibility that this attack had the most chances to defeat Wei Ran. But Sivu was not sure of this and, frowning, put away the scroll, and then began to concentrate the energy. He punched, sending streams of magical energy towards Wei Ran, but she dodged and ran forward, assuming that the speed and power of the spell would not be much different from simple attacks with her bare hands. She understood that the spell was unlikely to be as effective as she would like, and ran forward, delivering the actual attack. Siwu blocked it, although this one took quite a bit of effort, and Wei Ran, striking again, realized that all she had left was to kill Siwu and eat him. Very soon, when Wei Ran stopped briefly, the main character, covered in blood, bowed down, unable to control his trembling. Wei Ran suddenly admitted that it would be nice if she at least knew Shiwu's name, since she would be pleased to meet him. Despite this, she continued to attack, but Shiwu thought that depending on the strength of the battle, there was a good chance of victory. He sighed, but realized that even so there were some peculiarities. In the next moment, Wei Ran suddenly froze, realizing something, and Shiwu mentally noted that the fact that he did not use the club was a game with his life as a stake. And suddenly Wei Ran noticed that the main character, suddenly grinning, grabbed her hand and explained that this is how it is done, and is called Goblin Supreme. He won this game. A few hours before, someone asked if the interlocutor really fought with a black turtle. Sivu, who was driving in the car, awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger and admitted that he was not sure that he had fought the right word, since he had put in all his strength, but there was no particular effect. Although Siwu tried, his opponent seemed to be constantly relaxed, and Sewa, who was riding next to him, noted that this was understandable, since in the end such an approach was wrong from the start. She said that Goya's blood is thicker than water, and the strength and skill in controlling it is exceptional. Goya pretended to be indifferent, but he was impeccable in a fight, and this made him the best of the best. In addition, even if you look at monsters that are 3 or even 500 years old, Siwa understood that few on the Korean peninsula could match Goya's strength. Siwa thought, frightened by this, and simply asked, "Is it true that Selwa is 500 years old?" He assumed that what she said concerned her too, and Selwa, angry, looked menacingly at the main character and asked what he said. Siwu, moving to the other end of the car, nervously asked for forgiveness as he did not want to offend Selwa. Selwa, having calmed down, grinned, as she was sure that she would win, because no matter her age, she was the strongest. Returning to the original topic of conversation, Selwa asked what Siwu was doing when he fought Goya. She suggested that it was not as pleasant as when Siwu fought against her, and the protagonist froze in surprise upon hearing this question. He eventually responded by revealing that he tried to use the tools he received from Solmi, as well as the Sirium at full power, in order to defeat Goya. The driver who was driving the car thought that young people nowadays have very strange conversations. Sivu, meanwhile, lowered his head, closed his eyes and admitted that he did not see shock or anything like that in Goya, because it was pointless. Selkva, crossing her arms over her chest, looked to the side, and then asked if Goya hadn't moved. Sivu asked again in bewilderment, and Selwa clarified that he was talking about the moment when Sivu used his technique. She suggested that since Goya is not a physically focused fighter, he either stood still, or Siva played on surprise. The main character said that this was indeed the case and explained that he struck while they were shaking hands. Selwa realized that the reason why Siwu was unable to harm Goya was due to something other than the difference between their skill levels. In the end, she smiled and declared that it was simple, noting that no matter how powerful the magic, it does not make everyone equally invulnerable, and after all, Sirium is primarily a contest of strength. She asked if this was true. At the moment, when some time had already passed, Selwa, after thinking for a while, finally understood what she was feeling about what, and was glad that it did not make her angry. Ray, who stood in front of her, covered in blood, paused and asked what Selwa was even talking about. Selkva froze in amazement, not expecting this question, and then, smiling, said that her assumptions turned out to be correct, since she knew that it would be so, and therefore left something just in case. She admitted that she was still a little worried, as Ray and Byran were unusually strong, and so she was worried that they might die. And yet Ray, with his level, only slightly reminded Selwa of the person she was thinking about. Ray, trembling in pain, was silent, listening carefully, and Selwa honestly admitted that she was a little disappointed, because she thought that Ray and Byran would force her to get at least 4 tails. However, sighing, she calculated that she only used 3, but if I really wanted to, then 2 would be enough. She realized that this was not necessary, and suddenly admitted that she was wondering how many monsters similar to Ray were on the Korean peninsula, and assumed that Ray and the others had crossed the border secretly. She looked at Byran, who, also badly wounded, was sitting a little away against the wall, and then, returning her attention to Roy, asked if it was true that he should know at least something. She asked how many monsters came to the peninsula from outside. In addition, she wondered who brought the low-level monsters to hide here for a while. Frowning and clenching his jaw, Ray asked if Selwa really thought he would just tell her about this. Selwa asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Smirking, she admitted that she didn't know how Ray and the others did it all, but noted that they lived here secretly, breaking the laws, and therefore pretending that everything was fine would be simply ridiculous. This is why Selwa advised Ray and Byran to be obedient and cooperate with her if they wanted to save their lives. Ray became angry upon hearing this and clenched his teeth forcefully, refusing to accept Selwa's terms. His body mutated, and Selwa stood calmly, watching this, and tearing out another nail, assessed Ray, thinking, judging by his energy, he could be considered strong even by the standards of his ki level. Ray at that moment ran to attack, and Selwa summoned the foot of the Supreme Demon, suppressing the Emperor. The next moment, a huge foot appeared directly above Ray, trampling him into the ground as it obeyed Selwa's order to suppress. Selwa warned that it doesn't matter what Ray does since the result will be the same, because despite the huge level of strength, Rei's style is primitive brute force, and even if he were 10 times stronger than now, everything would end also. The small part that remained of Rei's body trembled in pain, and Selwa asked him to understand that power was not in the power itself, but in how the monster used it. Soul Mi, in the form of a bird, landed on Siawa's shoulder and exclaimed that this was really so. Looking at Siawa, she noted that Siawa looked cool, and Siawa, surprised by Soul Mi's appearance, asked how long had she been watching? Soul Mi, taking on human form, exclaimed that she had just arrived and added that Siawa's reaction was very boring, noting that Siawa was not like that. Selwa said that she reacted only the first few times, because she was sure that if she behaved this way every meeting, then there was clearly something wrong with her. However, distracted from this topic of conversation, she suddenly looked intently at Soul Mi and asked if something had really happened to her. She suggested that Soul Mi was very unwell, and Soul Mi, who really looked exhausted, said that a lot of things had happened. Since last night she had not slept, but was flying throughout the entire kingdom of monsters and the kingdom of people, and almost crying, she looked at Selwa with hope, asking her to save her. Siawa was surprised to hear this request, and Soul Mi said that she was collecting information, transmitting messages and clearing up the consequences, as well as entertaining the guests, but there was still a huge amount of work to do. Selwa, looking at the crying Soul Mi, asked in bewilderment what she was saying. Soul Mi asked Siawa to help her charm a few people, and Siawa agreed to this, but asked what Soul Mi meant when she said she was entertaining guests. Soul Mi wanted to explain what was going on, but suddenly froze, feeling the building shake slightly. She asked if something was happening downstairs. She wondered if there were still monsters there, and Selwa smiled and suggested that it was Sivu who was most likely fighting. Soul Mi froze in horror when she heard this and asked if Siawa was brought here by the main character. She recalled that she said that these were dangerous monsters that could be much stronger than Siwu. Sighing, Selkva did not argue with the fact that these monsters are quite strong, and noted that if Siv is unlucky, he will die, although the chance of this is small. However, she asked, so what? Selwa wondered if she really needed to look for some weak monsters for the main character simply because it could be dangerous here, and so she asked if Siwu's skills themselves should improve over the next 6 months. Siomi bit her lip as she listened to Siawa's words as she continued, noting that if Siwa's bloodline were ordinary, then at his current level he would be considered quite worthy, but the main character is a goblin, and even if we put aside his desire to become a king, his very nature means that he will fight non-stop, and if Siwa doesn't fight all the battles for them, that means Siomi just wants to block his way. Soulmi looked down, not knowing what to say, but still wanted to object, and Siwa announced that there was nothing to worry about. Soulmi looked at her in bewilderment, and Selwa announced that blood is thicker than water, and advised Soulmi not to be afraid, but just wait, since everything will be over soon. Sivu at this time continued to fight with Weiran, and she, approaching him, struck. Despite this, Shiwu continued to stand, and Weiran frowned and asked how he did it. She continuously struck, but the main character reflected this, and due to the force of one of the attacks, he jumped a little to the side. Weiran froze in shock for a moment, thinking that the attacks were hitting properly, and it was more than 10 times. She suddenly realized that something had changed the moment Siva blocked her blow, and asked what exactly happened. She suddenly noticed that Shiwu had stood up and asked if he was still standing. The main character suddenly thought about the Goblin Sirium, because, unlike the Goblin Club, only a few had this privilege. The whole point was that goblins were born with instinctive fighting skills. However, if it was just a technique that relied on strength, Goblin Sirium would not be called a magical ability. Siwu imagined a man fighting a monster, who at the beginning could not do anything and was trembling, clenching his teeth in despair, but suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was hugging a tree. It was because of this that goblins were known not just as monsters who fought well, but as monsters who could not be defeated by fighting. Sivu understood all this, and taking a step forward, apologized to Weiran, as he understood something and got carried away. He wanted to try something as soon as possible so as not to forget this feeling, and Weiran was very surprised to hear such words. Meanwhile, Siwu, frowning confidently, suggested ending this, and Weiran immediately ran to the attack. Siwu, looking at her, thought, if the blow cannot be neutralized, then there must be a movement that will soften it, and this means that we need to act differently. Weiran, meanwhile, announced that she was returning what she received earlier, and hit the main character with her head, and Siwu, feeling this attack, mentally noted that the movement itself was simple. Weiran leaned a little to the side, looking at Siwa, and he, frowning, realized that it was necessary to minimize the damage by redirecting the forces of the moisture. This was a basic principle not only in Sirium, but also in many other fighting techniques and self-defense. However, the protagonists learned that this was not all, as it was possible not only to reduce the damage received, but also to release it at a point in contact with the body to neutralize it. Sivu knew that goblins called these roots, because just as it was difficult to break a tree with strong roots, it was equally impossible to move a goblin who understood the root. In case the goblin stands firmly on both legs, minimizing the damage received, this increases the strength of the goblin's Sirium. Siwu remembered his fight with the large-mouthed goblin, as well as the first time he used a club in a battle with Selwa, and mentally noted that in this case the goblin was beyond his previous boundaries. Only then could the goblin show true strength, and so now, having managed to intercept Weiran, Siwu picked her up and threw her forcefully to the ground. Weiran's eyes widened in horror, and her body crashed through several floors. The main character jumped after her and, stopping on the desired floor, froze for a while, and Weiran asked if she could ask him for a favor. She asked that Siwu simply finish her off before she died from her injury, since if her power were to wear off, she would return to her original form, but she wanted to be as beautiful as possible even if she died. But Siwu said that he was not going to kill Weiran because she had a lot of testimony to give about the other monsters that crossed the border and how they did it. Weiran laughed desperately, noting that it would be good if Siwu wanted to keep her alive for another reason. She asked if she was hoping for too much? But suddenly the main character felt some movement and, frowning, turned around, fighting off the attack. At the same time, Siwa, in order to hurry Solmi to answer the question, asked what does it mean when she talks about entertaining guests. Besides this, she was wondering where these guests were from. Solmi said that it turned out that among those who crossed the border, there were several monsters from the mainland, and in the mainland monster kingdom, the monsters knew about it, so they sent help, thus taking responsibility for the incident. Selkva, crossing her arms over her chest, asked what was wrong with that. She admitted that she would like to meet these monsters if they were powerful, and asked with interest what their level was. Solmi thought that these monsters had all the necessary skills, but excitedly noted that out of pride, they sent an assistant with a particularly high reputation in the monster world, so dealing with such an assistant would be very difficult. Like this monster, if to be honest, he behaves very rudely. Selwa asked if Solmi was talking about reputation. She suggested that the monsters from the continent sent some kind of elder who had been sleeping for the last 1,000 years, or something like that, but Solmi said that it was not at all like that, remembering that others said that the monster they sent was a direct descendant of a great bloodline. Selwa asked, whose descendant is this and why is it here? At the same moment, Shiwu stood looking at Xiaohui standing opposite him, and Solmi said that this monster is the great and wise, equal to heaven, Xiaohui, who is said to be she is the granddaughter of Sun Wukong. Hui stood menacingly looking at the main character. She rested her hand on her side. Siva looked at her with his eyebrows furrowed. He thought that the attack was not aimed at him. He asked himself, does this mean that she is not an enemy? After that, he introduced himself to her with a serious expression, saying that his name is Choi, the main hero, and he hunts foreign monsters on the orders of the Divine Judge. Then he started talking about what if she doesn't create problems. Hui interrupted his speech, saying that she didn't care who he was, after which she called him unclean with an imperious expression on her face. Siwa looked at her in confusion. Thinking about her accent, he asked himself, is she really not a Korean monster? Hui said that behind him there was a sinner who deserved death. She raised her hand and took a strand of hair which she squeezed between her fingers as her eyes began to glow a bright pink. She said that once she would turn a blind eye to this, no matter the reason why he was here. Then she said threateningly that he would not have a second chance. After that, she pulled out one of her hairs from a strand of hair. She continued to say that if he did not want to die with this monster, then she advised him that he had better retreat. The body of Weiran lying on the ground began to burn. Her head and shoulder began to blaze with bright flames and instantly disappear. Hui placed her hair on her palm and then exhaled a magical stream of air to the side, thereby sending her torn hair into flight. The main character looked at this in confusion with his eyes wide open. A strong explosion was heard at the opposite end of the room from Hui. Looking ahead emotionlessly, she said that she thought that this would be enough. The main hero stood in front of the defeated Weiran with his arms crossed in front of him. His hands were tattered as well as all his clothes, and smoke was emanating from him. Hui then noticed that he was stronger than she thought. Sivu at that moment realized that if this had happened 30 minutes ago, he would already be dead. He looked intensely through his hands, which were shaking with tension. The stream of shock was executed perfectly, however, for the young stem and roots of the tree named Chao Savuter. Such force was very difficult to withstand. He began to get into a fighting stance along with this, asking himself if he could block this blow twice. He understood that most likely he would not succeed. Hwai asked him if he was still standing. Then she noticed that it didn't matter. She explained that even if he evaded, she would still kill him. Hwai was all glowing with bright magical energy, and a dazzling pink light emanated from her eyes. She squeezed another hair from her head with her fingers. When she pulled it out and placed it on her palm, she used a monster art spell. When she directed this hair to the side, a sharp gust of a cruel god was applied. Powerful magical energy was directed towards the main character. When this energy reached him, there was a deafening and at the same time a blinding explosion of energy. The entire space around them was filled with thick magical energy through which it was difficult to see. Suddenly, Hwai turned her head to the side and looked at her in surprise. The Demon King's fist was heading straight towards her. Then the fist hit her with great crushing force. The main character leaned tensely on his legs. He looked in front of him in surprise. His hands were bruised and all his clothes were shabby and dirty. The Demon King's hand carefully shielded him from the attack that had recently been made on him. Selva stood with her arms crossed on her chest. She chuckled and noticed that something was wrong, so she came to check, after which she made a remark that there was some kind of circus going on here. She glowed with bright magical energy that spread behind her. Then she looked menacingly in front of her, frowning her eyebrows and turning to Hwai asked her who she was. Then she asked her, did she come from China and now pretend to be doing something useful? Hwai looked at her emotionlessly with her palm out in front of her. Selwa continued to say that instead of catching those whom she was ordered to do, she asked her, did she decide to fight with some weak representative? Selwa, with a serious expression on her face, keep looking at Hwai, ordered her not to stand there with such a stupid expression on her face. Then she told her to try to explain herself if she didn't want to die. Hwai looked at her in surprise and remained silent. Selwa then turned to Siwa and asked him if he was okay. The main character confirmed this with a painful expression on his face, and said that it seemed to him that he was not seriously injured. Selwa noticed that it looked like that. After that she asked him what happened to that monster. She then asked him another question, what was the noise about? Siva tried to answer her, but Selwa interrupted him, saying that it didn't matter. She suggested that this was probably again something that was difficult to believe because the real reason most likely lay in something else. The main character looked in front of him in shock and asked, the real reason? Selwa asked him in response, isn't it obvious? Then she explained that he stands out from the crowd, although maybe he doesn't understand it. With a sly smile on her face, she continued to say that it doesn't matter how long he lasts because he can't do everything exactly as he's told. Looking confidently in front of her, Selwa turned to Hwai, noticing that she wanted to make an example out of them. Then she asked her, should she capture them or something like that? Hwai told her that she did not want to go to the Korean peninsula, but everything turned out to be even worse than she thought. She looked ahead with a surprised look and put her hand on her forehead, saying that no one here understands the problem well. Then she asked how you can tolerate working with people like them. Selwa, with a sly smile on her face, noticed what a mess was happening here, after which she asked, does it seem like she would be okay if everything in this area was done in poor quality? After that, Selwa took hold of the nail with her fingers and noticed that she did not need to hold back. She asked her to just name the place. She further said that she would explain this problem well. The main character looked ahead in bewilderment, his face illuminated with a bright light from the magical energy that emanated from Selwa. Hwai and Selwa stood opposite each other at a short distance. Powerful magical energy emanated from their bodies, which actively increased as it rose upward. They looked piercingly into each other's eyes. Selwa's gaze was confident, and Hwai's gaze was worried. After that, Selwa grabbed her nail and Hwai grabbed her hair. The main character worriedly put his hand in front of him with a frightened look, asking them for forgiveness. An unexpected scream interrupted everyone in this room. This scream screamed, ordering them to stop. This cry belonged to Solmi, who, in a furious stance, clenching her palms into fists, turned to Selwa and asked her what she was doing. Then she asked her again with an irritated expression, didn't she explain it to her? Solmi shouted irritably that she was a guest and if a conflict arises, it needs to be resolved. After which she asked her with her mouth wide open, will she constantly bare her claws and fight with everyone instead of breakfast and lunch? After that, she again asked irritably if problems arise, will she take responsibility? In great indignation, she asked her if she was even capable of this. Siwa looked in front of her in confusion with her eyes wide open. She hesitantly answered her in the negative and tried to answer her something else. But Solmi interrupted her. She turned her irritated gaze to Hwai and said menacingly that she was like that too. Looking at Hwai, she asked her if she wasn't sent to help them. She threateningly told her that whatever happened between her and Sivu, it seemed to her that she was the first to use magic. Hwai looked at her with a serious expression on her face, silently continuing to hold her hair in her hand. Solmi, placing her hands on her hips and frowning at Hwai, said that even if he was rude, a fight between single monsters without the intervention of a magistrate is a clear violation of the rules, and despite the laws of the main court, this is an absolute law that was issued by the king of monsters. She explained to her that as a representative carrying the will of the magistrate, she could not close her eyes to this. Looking at her from under her brows, Solmi told her that if she did not retreat, she would do what she had to do. She explained that she would immediately call her to the main court and report on the reasons. Selkva turned to the frightened main character and asked him, "This is surprising, isn't it?" She further explained that even if Solmi is an errand girl, not everyone can be the magistrate's errand girl. Then she told the main character that she is a candidate who wants to take over the heavens. But she clarified that all these guys would not last a day in her role, since among those to whom she must convey the words of the magistrate are absolutely monstrous creatures that are countless like the stars in the sky, convey unpleasant news to people like them, and are not afraid to stand proudly. Such an action may seem too much to a weak will and spirit, and vice versa. Even if she meets someone very strong, she should not remain indifferent to injustice. Hwai let go of her hair with a chuckle. She told her, "Okay." After that, she said that she understood and admitted that she had lost her composure a little. Then she said that proving something to them was a Sisyphean task. Selkva crossed her arms on her chest and raised one of her eyebrows in interest. Siva looked at her worriedly. Hwai turned away from them and looked menacingly behind her back and said that they would immediately make it clear that she came here to punish sinners and she did not want to get involved with them or use their methods since this is their land. She would show a little respect. However, she recommended that they do better did not interfere with her feet. Then she clarified that it was better that fox especially did not do this. By fox she meant Selwa, and when addressing them she advised them to remember this. Selwa asked her irritably, "What?" Then she called out to her and told her that she barely escaped alive. She didn't have time to finish as Solmi's distorted expression appeared in front of her. Solmi stood with a deathly terrifying face. She clenched her jaw, frowned her eyebrows, the veins on her face bulged, her bruises under her eyes and disheveled hair gave her a particularly terrifying look. Then Solmi exhaled the air from her lungs and said that no matter how the destruction went according to plan, they captured another one. In the clothing store they were in, most of the wall was smashed to pieces, fragments of which were scattered throughout the room. From behind the hole formed in the wall one could see the city at night. Solmi, placing her hands in different directions, turned to the main character and said that he had done a good job. Then she clarified that a lot of people have disappeared here and thanks to him, starting tomorrow it will be peaceful here. The main character looked at her in surprise with wide open eyes and asked, "Are there many such places in Seoul?" Then he noted that if this is so, then it is necessary to at least close these places from people. Solmi asked him not to worry, then she said that he is not the only one who hunts at night. She explained to him that just like Goya, a monster from the human world and people like them entered the human kingdom, and are carrying out this mission. She explained that everyone was assigned their own hunting ground. After that, with a nervous smile on her face, she said that although it was not easy, she hoped that today she would be able to catch most of the outsiders. Selwa, looking at her emotionlessly with half-closed eyes, asked if there was anyone else from the kingdom of monsters besides them. After that, she asked Solmi if there were so many useful monsters in such a boring place as the human kingdom. Solmi answered her hesitantly, saying that this was not entirely true. She explained that not only monsters do this, but people also took part in the hunt. Then she told that the old man told her that direct cooperation did not work out, but they came to an agreement regarding the zones. She explained that to the south of the Han River their monsters are responsible for everything, and to the north, human shamans organize purges. Siva looked at her in sincere surprise with his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide open. Mentally he asked himself, "Really?" At that time, Yashin was sitting near a thick bush and carefully restoring his breathing. On his face was a shaman's mask and his blade lay next to him. From the outside they turned to him and asked why he decided to do everything himself. A girl named Ji Soyeon stood in front of him holding a fan in her hands. She said that she would go with him because according to the law of Doranim, he could take 10 more shaman assistants with him. Then she asked him if this was true. Soyin was an assistant to a free shaman. Yashin took the blade in his hand and, relying on this, began to rise, telling her that he could handle it himself and there weren't enough people for today's cleanup. After this, he added, saying that, to be honest, it doesn't matter to him how many there will be, since they will only get in the way. He explained to her that he was more comfortable alone since he hated giving out individual orders. Soyin, looking at him, replied that besides there are more reasons to use this opportunity to practice command. She explained to him that this is the role and duty of a shaman. Yashin, removing the wooden mask from his face, told her that he had never asked her for anything as a shaman, after which he asked her again if this was true. He took off the mask from his face and said that the old man put him in a position that he did not want. Turning to Soyin, he told her that if she wants him to refuse, then he will do it at any moment and become a shaman unless she commands him in any successful case. Soyin looked at him in confusion. Pressing a closed fan to her face, she said that a shaman who does not want to command or a shaman who does not want to do anything on his own. She asked him, are they both stupid? Then she noticed that the monster behind him was quite large. After that, she asked him, is this from the key class? She then asked him another question, is this the creation of a group leader in Namsan? Yashin turned behind him and asked her again if this was what she was talking about. He then noticed that it was indeed from Key's class. However, he informed her that it was not a leader since it was average in its group. In front of him on the ground lay a large defeated monster who lives in the mountains and loves the meat of women. Also, this creature mainly lives in Japan. Yashin said as if that would change anything. Then he said that the leader was about the size of the Namsan Tower. Soyin looked ahead with interest and thought that there were about 10 of them in Namsan, after which she asked herself, can she single-handedly defeat a group where the average monsters belong to the key class? She thought about what happened a month ago. After that she interrupted herself, and realized that even a couple of days ago, the growth was enormous. Looking ahead with a smile, she thought that although he lacks experience, no one in the Sessa department is capable of achieving this, and despite the objections, the elder appointed him as a shaman for that very reason. She realized that he was the first genius in centuries born in a transitional state to reach the level of Zen. While she was thinking about this, she looked at Yashin. He, looking around and summing up, asked what's next on the schedule. Then he asked her another question, should she meet with someone and report the situation to the Minister of Defense? Soyin answered him negatively and said that this should be done in relation to the head of the police, that is, the commissioner. Then looking at the phone she clarified that they were waiting for him, so she would send him right away. Yashin, with a tired expression on his face, hunched over in bewilderment, asked her, now? After that, he suggested, maybe he'll just sleep and go tomorrow? He noticed that this was just a report. She told him that he was talking nonsense, after which she said that today the whole of Seoul was turned upside down. Shifting her gaze from the phone to him, she said that they had done everything to minimize losses and successfully destroyed the enemies. So for them, we will make it over, but for civilians everything may turn out to be a little different. She looked at the phone with a picture of a department store and said that even if they control the media, these are not 100% methods in their days. She then suggested that maybe they would blame it on a North Korean terrorist attack? Yashin, with an exhausted expression on his face, suggested that it seemed to him that she just wanted to think so. Soyin told him that this means that you need to make people believe in it even if it is nonsense. She added, saying that rumors make even the most meaningless news more credible, after which she asked him if he knew about this. Yashin tiredly put his hand on the back of his head and told her, okay. After that he said that he understood her. Then he noticed that it was late but it was the weekend, after which he interrupted himself, and said that it made no difference. Soyin emotionlessly informed him that he needed to be at Incheon Airport at 7 a.m. with her. Yashin asked her again in furious bewilderment, at 7 a.m.? After that, he aggressively asked her, why is this so sudden? Soyin, not reacting in any way to his expression, continued to look at her phone saying that this was true. Then she said that she had just received information from an elder, and it seems that the request came from a rather famous Onmoiji family in Japan. She looked up and Yashin said that they asked to send 2 people, and the elder agreed. Then she asked him if he had heard about Cyrus's family. She noticed that she only knows about Japan from anime. Yashin clenched his jaw in bewilderment, and asked why they needed him and not someone else. She assumed that this was so that the levels matched. Then she said that the children of the head were coming here, and they were his heirs. When the sun went into sunset and painted the surface of the city a golden red color, the plane began to take off. A guy named Yoshihiro walked through the building and was carrying a suitcase next to him. He said that just one look at the airport, and everything seemed somehow unreal. Then he noticed that even the air here was different. After this, Yoshihiro turned to his sister named Yuzuru and asked her if this was true. They were in the airplane terminal. She asked him to make it simpler. After that, she noticed that this was their first trip overseas. Then she asked him if this was true. Yoshihiro, holding one hand in his pocket and holding the suitcase with the other hand, said that he knew what it was. It's difficult, but he hopes that Korea will turn out to be a fun place. Yuzuru, who was walking behind him, carefully looked around. A little later, approaching the airport building, two people said hello. It was Yashin and Soyeon, noticing Yashin intently looking at the screen of his phone, asked if it was too late for him to bother with a translator. Yashin asked Soyeon not to make any noise, noting that those who arrived were guests, and therefore he couldn't just talk about anything. Frowning, he asked what made Yoshihiro and Yuzuru's father approve of the business trip in the first place. He remembered that it had never happened before that shamans and Onmiji worked together. Soyeon said there was one precedent, explaining that during the Japanese colonial period, under the supervision of an elected governor-general, two Onmiji arrived through the port of Busan. Soyeon knew that there was a record that these two Onmyoji collaborated with Korean shamans and performed exorcisms together in Seoul and Busan. Yashin asked what came of it. Soyeon said that together they were able to capture the supernatural creature that caused the noise, but noted that there were problems in the process. From what Soyeon knew, she could tell that the atmosphere was far from friendly, especially between one of the resulting couples who didn't get along with each other at all. She introduced the man and woman, saying that it eventually came to the point where one of them was ready to kill the other, and the damage both sides suffered during the skirmishes was greater than what they received during the exorcism. Soyeon presented the bloody sword and fan, and then noted that this was to be expected, since both their working methods and their way of looking at things are very different from the Onmeiji's. Finally, Soyeon asked that Yashin be careful, because although she did not think that the Onmeiji who arrived had evil intentions, she still assumed that disagreements could very well arise. Yashin thought for a while, not knowing what to say, and after that he suddenly admitted that he didn't know what he was doing, and decided that if he didn't like something, he would simply leave. He guessed that the Onmeiji might want it, so it wasn't the worst option. And suddenly, noticing several people in the distance, Soyeon asked Yashin to look at them and froze. She assumed that Yoshihiro and Yuzuru also knew the faces of Soyeon and Yashin since they sent them photos. Suddenly looking towards Yashin and Soyeon, Yoshihiro raised one eyebrow upward, and before coming closer, Yashin wanted to say something, although he knew that it would sound rude, and Soyeon understood his intention, deciding that she would agree right away, so how Yuzuru and Yoshihiro didn't look very good in her opinion. Yoshihiro suddenly walked a little forward and, stopping opposite Yashin, grinned, and Yashin, ordering himself to remain calm, noted out loud that he was glad to meet him. Yoshihiro suddenly bowed and greeted them happily, thanking Yashin and Soyeon for coming to meet them. Yashin was sincerely amazed at this behavior, and Yoshihiro, meanwhile, gave his name and said that he was 16 years old, adding, if counted according to the Korean system, then he was 17 years old. With his hand on the back of his head, he closed his eyes and smiled and asked Soyeon and Yashin to take care of them while they were here. Yashin, hearing the way Yoshihiro spoke, asked if he really knew Korean well. Yoshihiro exclaimed that this was true, explaining that he had been studying Korean since middle school, but added that Yuzuru's command of the language was even better. Turning towards Yuzuru, he asked in his native language what she was doing. Yoshihiro ordered her to quickly say hello, and Yuzuru raised her head to look at Yashin and Soyeon and greeted them before returning to staring at her phone screen. Yoshihiro was displeased when he saw this reaction and, turning to Yashin again, asked him to forgive Yuzuru's behavior, explaining that she was not very good at social interactions. He said Yuzuru's name, noting that she was 2 years older than him. Yashin, closing his eyes, said that there was nothing wrong with it, and thought that it was better not to judge by the cover, since Yuzuru and Yoshihiro risked much more. He briefly kept his gaze on the bored Yuzuru standing to the side. Some time later, they got into the car and drove on, and Yashin and Soyeon said that they had booked a hotel in central Seoul for Yoshihiro and Yuzuru. Soyeon added that Yoshihiro and Yuzuru should immediately let them know if they didn't like the place or the hotel itself, but Yoshihiro said that everything was fine since they asked at the last moment, and therefore now they would be grateful for the fact that Soyeon and Yashin at least we found something for them. Before continuing the conversation, Soyeon looked at Yashin, indicating with her gaze that she was addressing him, and Yashin, understanding what she wanted from him, asked if he could find out more about the purpose of Yuzuru and Yoshihiro's visit. He announced that he had heard that this was an exchange trip, but admitted that he was wondering what it was for. Yuzuru, oblivious, continued to look at the phone, and Yashin asked if they wanted to help drive out the monsters or just want to see the sights and engage in cultural exchange. He explained that they needed to know this for sure so that there would be no misunderstandings later. Soyeon, not yet interfering in the conversation, drove the car, looking intently at the road, and Yashin mentally noted that he asked directly, but decided that this was better than beating around the bush. Yoshihiro didn't answer right away and thought for a while, and then finally revealed that they had come to investigate, and explained that a certain monster might have fled to Korea and they would like to know. Yuzuru, hearing Yoshihiro's words, looked at him and wanted to say something, but Yoshihiro, interrupting her words, announced that there should be no problems, since even their father told them to act at their discretion. He reminded that this is the land of Soyeon and Yashin, not Japan, and therefore decided that it would be wrong to hide information. In addition, it seemed to Yoshihiro that when a person speaks openly, cooperation is more productive. Bringing attention back to himself, Yashin asked what monster Yoshihiro was talking about. He understood that if this monster came here, then it could be a dangerous spirits class monster, but Yoshihiro said that this was not the case, noting that one could even say that, at least for now, this was not the case. Frowning, he admitted that he didn't know what it was called in Korea, and explained that they divided types of monsters into 4 categories. The first of these categories were demonic beasts, which were animals that lived so long that they gained intelligence and supernatural powers, after which they became monsters. In addition, there were vengeful spirits, which were human souls who received supernatural powers due to strong affection or resentment. There were also tsukumagami, spirits of old objects, which were also called monsters. Yoshihiro explained that unlike the previous 3 types, which come from animals, people, and objects, energy monsters are called spirits, but there is one exception to this. Hearing this, Soyeon and Yashin froze, and Yoshihiro said that they call these types of monsters tatarigami. Wearily closing his eyes and placing his palm on his forehead, Yashin asked if it was true that in Korean this is called a dark god. Soyeon, sweating from tension, said that this was indeed the case and explained that it was a monster that did not fall into any of the 4 categories. That is, a monster created from emptiness. She knew that until now no one knew how these monsters appeared, but she noted that it was believed that the dark gods were born from the fears and desires of all living beings in the world, both humans and monsters, and although there was a division between species, there are never 2 dark gods in one era. Soyeon explained that when an existing dark god dies, another dark god appears hundreds or thousands of years later, and although the form and abilities varied between species, they all had an invisible potential for growth and a thirst for it. In addition, Soyeon added, judging by the records from the moment they appear, the dark gods are incredibly smart and grow through devouring and endlessly strive for this. Dark gods were too dangerous even by monster standards, and in the past, when a dark god appeared, great chaos would ensue, and monsters and shamans would join forces to defeat it. Soyeon asked if Yoshihiro knew what species this dark god was. Yoshihiro noted, as he said before, they don't know about it, and aren't even sure that the dark god is in Korea. He said that thanks to the divine prediction of the appearance of the dark god, they knew that it had already been born and was heading west across the sea. Very soon they arrived at the hotel, and Yashin, promising that they would contact Yuzuru and Yoshihiro in the evening, told them to rest now. After Yuzuru and Yoshihiro left, Soyeon asked what Yashin thought about all this. Yashin closed his eyes and sighed, advising Soyeon to think and rest, and decided that they needed to help Yoshihiro and Yuzuru as best they could, and they also needed to report this to their father. Yashin understood that if what Yoshihiro told was really true, then this was a disaster, since there was simply no worse problem for them now. Soyeon wanted to say what she meant, but Yashin interrupted her words, declaring that she understood what that meant, and admitted that he was thinking about something while destroying monsters last night. He asked if there was someone behind these monsters, and what could be the purpose of the one who controls all this. Yashin noted that each of those he fought were ordinary monsters, but they all became stronger by devouring people, although they did not know how to use this power. He understood that if the other monsters were the same, then their destruction was just a matter of time, so these were meaningless sacrifices if one did not question the reasons. Frowning, Yashin asked what to do if the monsters originally had a different goal. He assumed that whoever was running it all was going to fill all the streets with low-ranking monsters so that Yashin and the others would underestimate the situation. Looking at the people passing by, he assumed that this was the goal, and Soyeon, holding her chin in thought, lowered her head, agreeing with this, and admitted that she thought that the big purge last night would end everything. However, if among those not caught monsters have a dark god, everything will be completely different. Yashin warned that the dark gods might be involved in this, and Soyeon's eyes widened, looking at him in confusion. Yashin recalled that not only their monsters were here, and saying that there were monsters from China and Japan, he assumed that there were fewer other monsters, but they were also from other places. He suggested that if the dark god came from Japan, then there was no guarantee that the same monsters would not come from other places. In Soyeon's opinion, all this was too difficult, since dark gods are very rare. Yashin thought that they were overly worried, but warned them not to relax, because if the dark gods from other regions had become stronger over the past month, they would be completely different from the monsters they encountered last night, and it was quite possible that similar monsters even at the level of spiritual beings. While Yashin and Soyeon were talking, Madeira walked through the streets, looking around, and Xiaohui stood on a raised platform, frowning and peering at the street below her. Yashin, meanwhile, suggested that someone like the masters of Yin and Yang had arrived here in order to capture these gods, and expressed the hope that it was just his worries. Around the same time, in Seoul near Mount Moya, stopping in the forest, Siwoo looked around, deciding that this place would be suitable, since there were very few people on this mountain in general. Selwa, grinning, noted that even if several people noticed them, it doesn't matter, because this is not a department store, where there are many people who are not allowed to see monsters. She added that everything will be fine if the number of people here is controlled, and Siwoo, closing his eyes, smiled, lowered his head, and noted that this was for their own good fortune. Noticing this reaction, Selwa fell silent for a while, thinking, and then asked if it was true that the main character could not sleep yesterday because of those 2 people who died in the store? Siwoo sharply opened his eyes upon hearing this and looked at Selwa in shock, and she admitted that she did not think that it was Siwoo's fault, because if anyone was to blame for this situation, it was her, since the spell was not strong enough. She also admitted that this might sound like an excuse, but noted that this was the first time she had cast this spell remotely, and over such a large area. She suggested that the main character might not be any better because of this, and Siwoo, hanging his head, sadly admitted that this was true, but explained that he was just wondering if there was anything he could have done. Selwa explained that this is why she called Shiva here, since situations similar to yesterday will be repeated, and from this day, when Selwa gets such a chance, she decided that she will teach the main character, because this is her original role. She also added that SIV needs to understand a lot in order to be a full-fledged monster, and even if the main character's skill is not as strong as hers, purification is still a useful thing. She imagined Siwoo trying to cast a spell and explained that there were also a large number of spells similar to barriers, banishment, search and seals that could be useful in different situations. Selwa ordered SIV to get ready to teach it, and he agreed with it with a confident frown, but Selwa decided that there was something she needed to do before that. She abruptly approached SIV, and he, amazed by this, leaned back a little, having difficulty maintaining his balance. Noticing that he was starting to fall, Selwa grabbed the main character, telling him to be careful, and looking at the shocked expression on his face, she warned him that even if Siwoo is a goblin, he should not be distracted. Continuing to hold Siwa and hover over him, Selwa decided that this was an excellent position, and grinning, advised the main character to relax and let go of his strength, and also not to twitch. Leaning even lower, she promised that it would all be over soon. From the fact that Selwa activated her magic, Siva felt that the scent of an unknown flower and the subtle smell of peach had quietly crept up. These aromas overwhelmed the subtle sensation that Siwoo had never experienced before, and his heart began to beat as if after an intense run. Siwoo opened his mouth in amazement, but said nothing, looking at Selwa looming over him. After that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, he suddenly recognized the landscape that was in front of him. He froze, not knowing how to react to this, and suddenly heard someone behind him asking the main character not to worry, since what was in front of him was not real. Turning sharply, Siva saw a grinning Selwa, who explained that this place is the depths of Siva's mind, which are the most inaccessible place of consciousness. She also said that what Siwoo sees, hears and feels was based on his memories, and the main character was relieved and thought that it was very good that it was all make-believe. He asked if that meant it was a fantasy that didn't really exist? He asked, what about Selwa herself then? Selwa said that Siwoo is now talking to the real her, and added that she has a special trick for Siwoo. One of Selwa's unique spells was called Violet Whisper, and through the senses it introduced false stimuli into the brain and created visual or auditory hallucinations. Such a spell could make a person forget what he had already seen, or force him to do simple actions that SIV already knew about. However, there was something that was a little stronger than this, and not only introduced the stimulus, but opened the gates of the mind, and thanks to this, Selwa and the main character temporarily united their minds. Selwa explained, to put it simply, she mentally went to visit SIV, and sighing, she admitted that usually there is no special reason to resort to this, but she said that now the situation is different. She activated her magic again, noting that, to be honest, the results of their future tests were interesting even to her. Siwa was shocked when he heard this, and Selwa, extending her hand to the side, created a dark silhouette, offering to see how Siwa would hold up against this opponent. The dark silhouette began to move forward, gradually acquiring the outline of a person, and the main character, smiling nervously, asked to wait and said that this could not be. Selwa warned that the familiar sight meant nothing and noted that this was the first time Siwu would face this opponent. A copy of Shiwu emerged from the shadows at a time when he looked more like a goblin. Selwa suddenly noted that it was impossible to say that this copy was the same as before since, be that as it may, it was a copy created from the information in the memory of Siwu, as well as from the memories of the Siwu with whom Selwa herself fought, and those memories that Siwu experienced personally. Since Selwa had combined this information, the copy must have been quite high quality, and Selwa asked if the main character wasn't curious about which of them was stronger, and by how much? Sivu admitted that he was not sure about this, and Selwa, snapping her fingers, remembered that she needed to say something else, and asked if it was true that the amount of the monster's strength was the same as at that moment. She created a table and chair a little to the side and noted that the body was already on the verge of destruction and depleting the monster's strength, as she clearly remembered the truly small amount of the monster's strength. Selkva continued to speak, and the copy of the main character, meanwhile, pushed off the ground with force, ran forward, instantly approaching Sivu and striking. Sitting down at the table, Selkva said that even without the power of a monster or something similar, the copy was very strong, and Sivu, having difficulty blocking the blow, opened his eyes wide in horror and asked what kind of monster this was. He mentally noted that his copy had lost some damage as it stepped onto the ground, but realized that the impact was still strong. The copy of Sivu, meanwhile, continued to strike, using his leg this time, and the main character was unable to defend himself, which is why he frowned. The copy continued to attack, delivering powerful blows, and Siwu barely blocked it, and mentally asked himself, was he really that strong back then? He realized that both strength and speed were superior to the Wayran he fought with in the store, and he also noticed that there was something else. Sivu was about to strike, seeing that his copy was preparing for another attack, but did not have time to do this, since, jerking sharply, the copy hit the main character in the face with its knee. Holding her cup of tea with her palm, Selwa asked if it was true that this was not easy. She recalled that she had already said that Shiwu had talent, and admitted that if she were not a monster who used her body directly, then perhaps it would have been even more difficult. Siwu, ignoring the blood running down his chin, frowned as he thought about how his copy had an inexplicable level of fighting instincts. While Selwa was carefully watching the battle, Shiwu assumed that so far he had run and won only thanks to these instincts, and suddenly heard Selwa say that all this only works when the enemy's level is low, because no matter how talented the monster is, fighting with an enemy that is superior to him in many aspects would be too difficult. Sivu, trying to defend himself from the attacks of his copy, asked how he could be defeated. From one of the blows he flew back a little, but managed to land carefully, and again asked himself how to do this. Even when he put all his strength into the blow that struck the copies, there was not a trace left on the copies, not even a single scratch appeared. No matter how much the main character thought about it, it still seemed very strange to him, because he did not understand why everything was happening like this if he did not have the monster power that he had then. And suddenly Siva felt something, which made him freeze, and even Selwa was distracted, amazed at what had happened. She was suddenly frowned, getting into a fighting position as his copy ran to attack. Sivu realized that all the techniques he had used before were formed under the influence of the main character himself, whom his copy now personified. Even when Siwu first took out the club, he was able to change the form of it precisely because of the memory of his copy. In other words, Sivu suddenly realized that what his copy could do, he could do too, and looked closely at his copy so as not to miss a hit. Despite this, the copy still hit Siwa, and he asked if it was true that it was Earth control. The copy froze in shock, and the main character realized that his copy was using the ability to reduce damage, transferring it to the ground. He noted that his copy was much better at this than Siwu at the moment, but noted that this was to the extent that the difference in the style of the monster did not matter. When the copy dealt another blow, the main character grabbed the hand of this one and, although he assumed that he would not immediately close this gap, he nevertheless pressed the ground harder and threw his copy high into the air, mentally noting that he could still do something. Sivu summoned the Goblin Club and, while the copy had not yet fallen to the ground, decided that he needed to try it if there was a way. Smirking, he suggested to the copy to see if he could use earth control without touching it. Sivu got into a fighting position and, using his club, delivered a strong blow, which made him smile contentedly as he watched his copy fall to the ground. Due to how hard the landing was, dust and fragments of stone rose into the air, and Selwa smiled contentedly when she noticed this. Siwu called out to her, joyfully shouting that he had succeeded, and closing his eyes smiled, admitting that his copy was very strong. However, since it was the main character himself, it was quite easy to determine the weakness. Selwa, closing the book she had previously been reading, noted that Sivu had done a good job, and added that both Sivu and his copy should acknowledge this. The main character, hearing this, stopped smiling and asked what Selwa was talking about. Selwa, smiling more, pointed behind Sivu and asked him to look at it. Turning around, Sivu noticed that his copy rose up, summoning his own club, which took the form of a huge weapon. Frowning, the copy of the protagonist swung, and Selwa, grinning, noted that at least Sivu recognized the copy as an enemy worthy of him, pulling out his club, and noted that this was so, even if Sivu had not thought about it before. Sivu froze, eyes wide in amazement, and looked at the huge weapon his copy was holding. Realizing that his copy was about to strike, the main character looked with horror at his small club and, almost crying, said that it was not fair. His copy at that moment dealt a powerful blow, and when the club dissipated, splashes of blood became visible on the ground, as well as the cracks that had formed. Sivu lay on the ground, trembling in pain, and the lower half of his body was torn from his torso due to how strong the blow was. Sivu closed his eyes, clenching his jaw, but the next moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly noticed that he was lying on the ground. Sivu was amazed at this, and Selwa, smiling, praised him, because she thought that the main character would be beaten much more severely, but he showed himself well. Gradually rising, Sivu did not answer, and Selwa admitted that victory was not even an option, because the battle was planned to be unfair, since the creation that was a copy of Sivu would have taken Selwa herself 5 tails from the very beginning. The main character remembered that the more tails Selwa uses, the stronger the enemy, and asked how many tails it would take to kill him? Holding her chin in her hand, Selva admitted that it was very difficult to say, and suggested that 2 tails might not be enough, and with 3 it would be difficult. She realized that if she had to finish everything quickly, she would have used 4 tails, and suddenly added that, to be honest, each new tail allows her to increase her strength by 1.5 times. Sivu, thinking about it, realized that the difference between 3 and 5 tails is 1.5 times squared, that is, more than twice the force. Selva, looking to the side, said that she could deal with most of the monsters even with just 1 tail, and suddenly activated her magic, making her look more threatening, and called the person she noticed a mouse that is looking from the shadows. Hungrian, leaving her hiding place, asked for forgiveness, admitting that she was afraid that she would interfere. She dropped to one knee and, closing her eyes, swore that she was not planning anything bad, but was simply watching. She asked Selwa and Siwu to believe it, and Siwu, seeing Hungrian, was very amazed. Selwa, hearing that the main character knew the name Hungrian, looked in his direction and asked if they really knew each other. Shiwu said that this was indeed the case and explained that Hungrian was from the House of Humility Cultivation. Hungrian said that last time she made an agreement with their leader, and as an advance for this agreement, she came to hand over the things prepared by the leader. She explained that these were the best treasures of the monsters, as well as clothes for Shiwu. The main character froze, eyes widening, as he did not know how to react, and even Selwa was a little surprised. One day ago at the House of Humility Cultivation, when Murian and Siwu were talking in the room, Murian suggested that calling it an investment would be too abstract, after which he asked him if it was so. Then he noticed that everything was simple. He said that he wanted to help him so that their guests became a winner in the arena as quickly as possible. Then he added that financial assistance is just the beginning. Raising his hand up, he said with a slight smile on his face that he would also provide him with very special things that even their guests do not know about. He said that in addition he would be provided with various amenities, such as assistance with any information that reaches them. Siwu listened to this information with a confused expression on his face. Lowering his eyes down, he looked at the table on which there were many different dishes and replied that it sounded great. Then he raised his eyes up and asked him, but isn't investing when there is an expectation that they will get more than they invested? He noted that if he became the king of the monsters, what they would demand from him could be very significant. Murian looked at him with a thoughtful expression, a slight smile on his face, and he combed his beard with the fingers of his hand. Murian confirmed this by noting that he is very smart. He stated that in this case he would speak directly. The main character listened intently to what he would tell him. Murian said that they wanted absolutely nothing in return, for now. Murian said these words with a wide smile on his face. He laughed loudly with a friendly expression on his face. Siva looked at him in bewilderment. Murian explained to him that, as he said, this cannot be called an investment. He told him that at the moment, he had nothing more to say. He suggested that they be honest and said that he was not the only candidate in whom they were investing. The main character looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide. Muriam continued to talk about how not only do the two sides invest in candidates, he explained that this is a given and the king of monsters is a being who will rule the kingdom of monsters for the next 666 years in sickness and in health. He said that relationships with him would affect not only everyone personally but also the fate of entire groups. He then turned to Siv sitting opposite him and called him dear. He told him that those who are not strong enough to dream of becoming a king at least want to be his faithful followers. The main character listened carefully to the words spoken by him. Muriang said that even if it was a stretch, they were going to select the most promising candidates. He explained that they were planting seeds for the future. The main character, looking uncertainly at his interlocutor, put his hand on the back of his head and said that when he heard all this, it became much clearer to him. Then he asked him, "But aren't their monsters unhappy with this approach?" He explained his question by saying that doesn't anyone wonder why they are not being helped, or why someone else is being helped? Murion closed his eyes with a smile on his face and confirmed this by saying that of course there are such people. Then he explained that there were no particular problems with them, and such dissatisfaction was resolved by itself. After that, he gave an example, saying about the youngest of the High Tai family with whom he had a conflict. He said that he too should have received their sponsorship since he possessed such attributes as the potential and hidden power of a divine beast. Muriang said that they considered these enough to invest in him. Then he extended his hand in front of him and said that one guest contacted them directly and said that he was not worthy of their resources. When he spoke about one of their guests, he pointed with his hand at the main character, who was looking in surprise in front of him. Muriang continued to say that moreover, this guest convinced them that it was better for them to give these to him. Then he ended his speech by saying that this is how everything is. He looked at Shiva with a serious expression on his face and, stretching his hand in front of him, said that if he wants someone to invest in him or for the amount of investment to increase, then he must show that he deserves it. But if he thinks that he is worthy and he does not like his opponent who attachments are provided, then you just need to overcome it. He told him that as the competition progresses, those who do not have support will be destroyed and only those who have the greatest chance of becoming the king of the monsters will remain. He looked piercingly in front of him, saying that when this moment comes they will discuss the terms of the investment, and of course agree on this deal, or not after hearing his personal choice. After that, he asked him to consider this as a regular service until that time. The main character, holding his hands on his feet, looked in front of him in surprise and was silent. Some time later, he examined his hands in surprise at these reactions. He examined his new robe and said that it was amazing. With wide open eyes he noticed that although he pulled it right onto his clothes, he was still very comfortable. Then he noticed that the fit was simply perfect. Selkva, standing opposite him, crossed her arms on her chest and noticed that this was a common thing for an elven. Then she said that, moreover, he does not need to get thing after thing, since he can simply call upon these when necessary, as if from a spatial storage. Selwa then turned her question to Hungrian and asked her if there was a special set of commands. Hungrian crossed her fingers in front of her chest in the affirmative and answered and said that such a gesture seal had already been created. She asked to just say put it on, and if you want to take it off, you should say take it off. The main character also crossed his fingers in front of his chest as Hungrian showed and said hesitantly, so take it off? After this, the robe that Shiva was wearing began to shrink and disappear. The main character looked at it in bewilderment, surprised and screaming in fear. He then began alternating his orders. He shouted, put it on. After that he shouted, take it off. Selwa, with a serious expression on her face, calmly watched him and frowned her eyebrows. Hungrian looked at her warily standing behind her. Siva continued to shout. He commanded, put it on. After that he again commanded, take it off. Selkva asked him if he was having too much fun. Hungrian looked at Selwa carefully, and thought that this Gumaho girl was a nine-tailed fox. She understood that despite the attempts of their house and many other factions, she was a genius who refused investments by firmly answering them that she would not be in debt to these insignificant forces. At this time, Selwa irritably asked the main character if he was a child. Then she looked behind herself in surprise. She looked at Hongrian and asked her what else. She told her that if she gave everything, then let her just leave. She asked her why she should stand here. Hongrian opened her mouth and put her palms out in front of her. Selwa asked her if she was trying to find something. Siwoo exhaled heavily from his lungs and asked Selwa. He then turned to Hongrian and asked her if there was anything else to tell them. Then he asked her what the gentleman told her. Selwa continued to look at Hongrian menacingly. Hongrian put her hand to her chest and said that last night there were those who survived the hunt, and they know the location of one of these groups. Then she said that the gentleman would like to convey this information to him and offered to help in clearing them out. The main character looked at her in surprise as she said this. Selwa looked at her with her eyebrows furrowed. Then Selwa asked her to wait. She said that she understood why she was telling him about this. Then she asked her, but how did they know this? She warned Hongrian that she had better not lie. Hongrian stood pressing her hand to her chest. Looking ahead, she said that Mr. Main character remembers Mr. Yusum from yesterday. Siwoo repeated after her, Yusum. After that he asked her if she was talking about Hai Tai. Hongrian answered him in the affirmative and explained that last night Mr. Yusum took part in a hunt and settled down in the outskirts of Seoul with 2 other creatures. The main character sighed in surprise and asked if they were seriously injured. Then he asked her, was it Yusum who reported the location of the remains? He understood that something was wrong here. Hongrian told him that instead of receiving a report from them, last night they learned that Mr. Yusum's partners were killed by those they were hunting, after which she told him that Mr. Yusum was able to escape alone. Selwa opened her mouth with a surprised expression and asked her to stop. Then she asked her, were they unable to destroy someone? After that she said that she had never heard of such a thing. Hongrian, looking at the floor, said that they themselves found out about this only in the morning and Yusum came to them late at night. She told them that despite his wounds he panicked, so they brought him inside to help, but he never recovered from the injury and he continues to fragmentarily repeat the events of last night. She told them that he, shaking with fear, told them about fear of the enemy and guilt for the failure of the mission. He hid under the blanket and turning to his mother and sister asked for their forgiveness. Hongrian then said that the shock of 2 accidents in a row seemed to have hit him hard. Selkva said that he would have a bleak future since he did not even lose in battle, but shamefully fled alone. Then she said that the entire clan had been destroyed and in his place she would have been better off staying there. The main character turned to Hongrian and asked her, is this the only thing they know? Then he noted that he thought the judge should find out about this. Selwa, in response to his remark, noted that he most likely already knows or will find out soon. Then she said that no one will do anything special. Then she asked if this is true. Siva looked at her in surprise as she said this. Selkva stood and looked at the bird that landed on her hand. Selkva said that last night had been much more eventful than expected. Then she started talking about the fact that they could not finish the hunt in one area and perhaps the plan would be to unite with other regions to resolve this issue later. Then she said that first we need to check something. The main character looked intently at the bird that was sitting on Selkva's hand. The bird stared back at him. Selwa suggested that she thought Solmi was suffering from the consequences and was a little inexperienced in using the skills she had learned. Selwa turned her head to Siwa and said that if he cares about this. Then she asked him to check on her, then she asked him, okay. The main character asked her in bewilderment, is that possible? Selwa, stroking the bird on the head, noticed that the Mande master would most likely say not to tell Solmi or her father. However, she noticed that it was she who thought so and now permission was not needed. After that, she asked if it was known where that monster was. Then she said that if she catches the monster and reports on it, there will be no problems. After that, she said that something else was more important. She asked him if he wasn't worried too much right now. Saying this, she noticed that if at least one was captured, then at least several people would be saved, after which she asked him if this was true. Selkva, looking carefully at the main character, said that in his place she would go, so she would not stop him. Letting the bird fly with a gesture of her hand, she said that if he wanted advice, then she recommended that when he saw the enemy, he should determine his type. Then, going to the side and glowing with bright magical energy, she said that if his feature was physical strength, then everything would be fine. However, she clarified that if this feature was magic, then she recommended that he be prepared and that he would run away from the battle and she advised him to fight accordingly. She explained her advice by saying that whatever he decides, everything depends only on him. Then, with a sharp magical jerk, she teleported to another space. In the place where she had just been, a stream of magical energy was formed, rushing far upward. The protagonist and Hongrian looked at this. Siwoo, without looking at Hongrian, assumed that she would not forget about it, after which he asked her if this was true. Hongrian looked at him in surprise with her eyes wide open. The main character turned to her with a serious expression and asked her to tell him everything that Yusum told her. At the hotel where the newly arrived guests from Japan were staying, Yoshihiro asked his sister where she was going. Walking away from him, she turned around gloomily and repeated his question, "Where is she going?" She then told him that it was obvious that she was going sightseeing. Then she asked him, did he come here to stay in the hotel? Yoshihiro answered her negatively, after which, with frowning eyebrows, placing his hands on his sides, he told her that she understood what he was talking about. He then explained to her that he was asking if she really cared about sights. He further said that they had already discussed this. He asked her if this was true. Then he explained that they were guests, and this was not Japan. Yoshihiro reminded her that there are rules and customs that they do not have. He then asked her if she had already noticed it. After that, he said that they do not want to help even if they cooperate with them as needed. Yuzuru exhaled heavily from her lungs and asked him back, what about him? Then she asked him again what he thought of her. She looked into his eyes intently, asking him if he thought that she would just go hunt monsters. Then she asked him another question, in a foreign territory where she doesn't even know the streets? Yoshihiro looked down at her in surprise and asked her in confusion, but she won't go. Yuzuru pointed an irritated finger in his face and said that he was pretending to be a temporary leader. So she told him to behave accordingly. With furrowed brows, she told him that instead of doing stupid things, let him concentrate on doing his main job properly. Yuzuru then pointed at his confused expression with her finger and asked, who is causing them problems with the Sumid family? Yoshihiro chuckled in response, confused. Yuzuru, not paying attention to him, leaving the room, turned around and told him that she would return in the evening and if he was worried, then let him call her or do something like that. The door slammed shut, and Yoshihiro continued to look ahead in confusion towards the closed door. Then, exhaling air from his lungs, he said that even if he called, she would not answer. Yuzuru, who was in the elevator, thought that no one knows how long they will be here. After that, she pressed the button in the elevator on which there was a picture of the number 1. She understood that she couldn't actively interfere, because if the monsters wanted to find her, then so be it. Around her, magical energy of a bright blue color began to increase. Above her hand was a short anthropomorphic spirit with a certain object in her hands. She formed it thanks to her magic. Looking in front of her, she said that she needed great luck, after which she asked the spirit she had formed in her hands, could he do it? Kira Yuzuru is a Shikigami shaman, meaning she is the one who can control various spiritual beings. The spiritual beings she summoned told her that it was possible, given how much she had collected up to this point. 7 lucky children increase their shaman's daily luck by maintaining energy and normal luck. There are 7 types of luck. These are wealth, health, love, business, study, family, and society. Yuzuru took out a paper bundle of magical energy from the box that the spiritual being she had summoned was holding in her hands. Pulling it out, she thanked it with a smile on her face. The shaman cannot choose which of these types of luck she will get. 7 lucky children automatically give the luck that, in their opinion, is most suitable for the shaman at the moment. Yuzuru looked at the unfolded paper package with a smile on her face and thought that she was very sorry to use such a lucky chance. But she understood that this way she could grab the monster without problems and figure it out. When she opened the package, she saw that it was written there that she would have luck and love. She looked at it in shock with her eyes wide open, then confusedly she looked in front of her in bewilderment asking, what is this? It was literally written on paper that it would be a wonderful day when she would meet the betrothed of her dreams. Then there was an inscription, the process can be extreme? After that, it was written on the paper that the color of luck is black. In an incredible rage of misunderstanding, Yuzuru loudly screamed, what kind of nonsense is this? People on the street not far from her turned worriedly in her direction. She looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked, does she need this in this situation? With an irritated expression on her face, she said that even if something goes wrong, she needs a normal one. Her indignation was interrupted by a voice that sounded not far from her. This voice suggested that someone had made a mistake. Then the voice asked if he had the correct address. Someone got out of the taxi saying that he was probably right. Then this person said that he would just walk because it seemed to him that it was close. Yuzuru looked towards the taxi in bewilderment with her eyes wide open. She saw how the main character, exhaling air from his lungs with a tense expression on his face, looked at his phone and said that if he knew that everything would turn out like this, he would have taken the bus. Seoul's Han River Park looked like an embankment located along the river. Along this embankment there were many benches located near the lawn and trees. City residents walked through this park. A guy named Baehyun was a monster. He sat on a bench and carefully watched people passing by him with a smile on his face. From the outside they addressed him by name and said that he was having fun. It was Madara who said that it seemed to her that she hated people. Baehyun turned to her. She leaned her elbows on the bench on which he was sitting. Looking at her, he asked, "Is she here too?" After that, he asked her how long she had been here. Madara answered him holding a drink in her hand that she had been here for a couple of minutes, and she was enjoying the view, thinking not to disturb him. She lowered her gaze to him and said that his unexpected appearance was quite interesting. He asked her if she didn't expect this. Then he closed his eyes and leaned his hand on his hip and told her that in order to watch something you don't have to love it. Then he explained to her that most people don't like insects, but from the outside looking at them is quite interesting. With a smile on his face, he looked in front of him and told her that it was the same with him. He told her that he was sometimes interested in watching how these people scurry around. Madara sat down on the bench next to him and, with a bored look, lowered her face into her hand, saying that even if they were unpleasant to him. Baehyun laughed, telling her that she was still young. Then he told her that she hadn't even celebrated her second birthday yet. He asked her if this was true. After that, he began to continue talking about how, given how quickly she learns, she will soon understand what he is talking about. Madara looked at him with a bored expression and chuckled in response. Then, exhaling air from her lungs and looking at the people passing by, she said that this is certain. Then she noticed that some things can only be understood after these are over. After that, she asked him if those three monsters were dead. Baehyun, looking ahead with interest, told her that the eldest two, that is, Ray and Byran, had definitely died since their enemy turned out to be surprisingly strong, after which he said that the youngest Wayran might still be alive, but he said that she could consider dead. He explained his statement by saying that if she had already been captured, they would do everything to get information about them out of her. Then he noticed that she would not be able to tell them anything. About the fact that last night she regretted what happened, she told Baehyun that until she refused Ray everything was going well. But when she left the store, the more time passed, the more it dawned on her. After that she asked how she looked at three of them. She said heavily, "And what did she do?" Baehyun looked at her with interest, and she said that it was quite stupid, after which she asked him if it was true. She said that she spent a year with them and only now understood. Then she, with a crazy face, red and blood-filled eyes, with a wild animal grin and dripping saliva that flowed into her from her beard, said that she had to eat these three. She said through her teeth that she was very angry, and the more she thought, the more she becomes angrier. She said that all night she ate whatever she wanted. People walking in the park began to hug their bodies. They were shaking in bewilderment from the cold and asking what had changed suddenly. The girl was trembling from the cold and squeezed her shoulders with her hands, saying that she was so cold. Madara said that her hunger had not been satisfied. Baehyun looked at her with a smile on his face and asked how many did she eat. Madara, with incredibly wide open eyes and small pupils, looked madly at the floor, indicating that she did not count. However, the building in which they hunted with those three monsters is now useless since she ate everyone inside. Then she turned to Baehyun and asked, "Is this possible?" Baehyun, smiling, answered her that it didn't matter whether it was possible or not. Since there was no point in hiding anymore, he explained to her that after last night, the inhibitions had disappeared and wherever she went, and whatever she did, there would be consequences. He then told her that he would not interfere or stop her since he never had the right to do so. He looked at her friendly and told her to go and have fun. He told her that this is all he asks of each of the 7 of them. He took out his phone and with his fingers clicking on the screen, he said that all the residents of the apartment complex were missing. Then he asked, "Will the news spread by lunchtime?" Madara, continuing to hold the drink in her hands, said that apart from this, she asked how he knew that Ray and Byran met a strong enemy and that only Wayran survived. Then she turned to him hesitantly and asked if he was there too. With a smile on his face, Baehyun asked her again and then confirmed it. He told her that he was there too. After that, he explained to her that it was not that he had anything to do with her or those 3 monsters. He told her that it was more of an accident, since he was keeping an eye on what was happening because he was already nearby. Madara grinned and noted that it sounded like he had noticed something important. Baehyun, with his eyes glowing with magical energy, answered her that there was nothing special about it. Then he noticed that there was nothing like that, at least not yet. Shirwu walked along a crowded street. Behind him was Yuzuru, who carefully looked after him. She mentally stopped herself and asked, "What else is this?" Looking at him in surprise, she realized that his aura was as if he was not trying to hide. She thought that even if he is not the kind of monster who breaks the law, given the recent events in the country, this is quite stupid. The main character walked with one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand he held his phone, which he looked into with a tense expression on his face. Yuzuru, looking at him carefully, understood that she needed to take into account a couple of nuances. She assumed that he was being controlled by magic or a supernatural entity, and she also realized that there was a possibility that he could not control his aura. However, in fact, the main character specifically showed ineptitude in order to lure someone out. Siwoo continued to walk forward looking at the small knife he was holding in his palm. It was a miniature knife with a black handle and a decoration on it in the form of a picture of white flowers. The blade of the knife was miniature and glowed with purple magical energy. It was called an engraved sword. This blade belonged to Master Yusum. When Hanrian handed him this sword, she said that if you pour aura into it and throw it at a target, the blade will separate in such a way that it will allow the one holding the handle to track the one he hit from a distance. The main character then asked her, "Is the broken part of this blade in the monster that Yusum was chasing?" Then he asked her another question. He asked her if there were restrictions like how long the blade could stay inside. Hungrian in response explained to him that the effect works at a distance of about 1,000 kilometers or until the target reaches the blade, but then she clarified that there is a special condition for this. After that, she told him the condition was that he could only get it with a stronger aura than the one who drove it into him. She said that this was the only way to get a piece of the blade. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and looked at her as she said this. Now, when he walked along a richly built-up city street, he thought that when it was taken out of the handle, the missing part would grow. After that, he thought about the fact that if the enemy was able to overpower Yusum and not only him, but also two other monsters, then despite the fact that he had the strength to defeat the blade, he could not reach it because the sword was still broken. Siva thought about this while carefully looking at the dagger that glowed brightly in his hand. The main hero looked confidently in front of him. Frowning his eyebrows, he understood that there was only one explanation, which was that the enemy deliberately did not pull out the blade from himself. Siva saw how, at a short distance from him, a large building similar to a factory glowed with a thick purple light of magical energy. This factory was an abandoned building with a lot of debris and construction debris inside. Someone's voice addressed Tao. The voice belonged to a monster with an unusual appearance called Zen. Tao, to whom he turned in response, asked him what was there. Zen hesitantly pointed his hand buried in his sleeve at him, and said that this was blood in Tao's hand. Then Zen asked him if he could just leave it like that. Tao, with a wide smile on his face, asked him if he was talking about this thing. Tao sat on the rubble of construction, stretching out his hand, pierced through by a blade, in front of him. It was a blade from a blade belonging to Yusum. His hand was bandaged. Tao said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. Then he explained that the wound was small and he would not pull out the blade as new ones would come to him. They were interrupted by the voice of a monster approaching from the direction. This monster said what he just wanted to say about it. The monster with extreme squint was called Hyufin. Hyufin, simultaneously looking in different directions, turned to Tao and asked him what was the matter. After that, he asked him if he wanted to attract those who were hunting for them. After that, he asked him another question: what is the point? He noticed that if the chase continues, they will be able to feed on people as before. Tao, continuing to smile, confirmed this and began to talk about this topic. He told them that from now on he would not eat people. After these words, Hyufin and Zen looked in his direction with wide open eyes in bewilderment. Hyufin furiously asked him what he was talking about. Then he explained that if he doesn't eat people, then he will. Tao didn't let him finish and told him affirmatively that they were delicious and the more you eat them, the tastier they become. However, looking thoughtfully ahead, he said that for some reason, no matter how much he ate, he couldn't satisfy his hunger. He told them that he thought about the reasons, but did not find an obvious answer. He then told them that last night everything became clear to him. He mentioned the three monsters they fought. He noticed that they were strong. He also said that if they had encountered him as before, he would not have put him up against them. Then he said that the latter fought well in the end, and be that as it may, having defeated them for the first time, he seriously told them about that he was really full. After that, he said that the one who brought him here probably understands what he is talking about. He assumed that it is obvious that he was born for this feeling. Zen looked at him in confusion. Rising to his feet, Tao, with his eyes burning with interest, said that he wants to hunt those who are worthy of defeat and not just for the sake of taste. With his hands he rested on his hips, saying that if this is a feeling that people cannot give, then he does not think that he should eat them. Hyufen, straining his jaw, noticed that this sounded like nonsense, and he was losing interest. After that, he said that he didn't understand him and didn't want to understand because they had a great chance, and he didn't want to get into trouble because of his whims. Tao turned to him with a smile on his face and asked, "Really?" He then suggested that perhaps this was true, but his greed and his view of things were incompatible. Tao approached Hyufen and with a smile on his face suggested that this meant that everything was over between them. Then he said that he was very sorry, but he noted that perhaps it would be better this way. Hyufen stood in front of him with his back straight, confused. At that moment, looking confusedly in the direction of Tao, he stopped himself thinking that if he was not going to eat people, then perhaps he looked in fear at the hand that Tao extended to him. Tao, with a wide smile on his face and a friendly expression, extended his hand in front of him. He turned to the two monsters surrounding him, Hyufen and Zen. He told them that although they had known each other for a short time, he had learned a lot and if not for them, he would have died. Then he continued to hold his hand outstretched and said that it would be nice to continue together. However, he admitted that they were right and he thought that it would be much better if they went their separate ways. He apologized to them and thanked them. Hyufen clenched his jaw in great tension and called him a bastard through clenched teeth. He then turned to Zen and told him that if he had heard everything, then he ordered him to move. He explained that they had to leave before sunset. However, Zen did not move from his place. He stood unwaveringly, looking uncertainly in front of him. Hyufen, irritated, asked him why he was hesitating. Zen said hesitantly that he wanted to be with Tao. Hyufen asked him again in bewilderment, "What?" Zen exhaled heavily from his lungs and spoke about what they experienced last night thanks to Tao. Then he asked if this was true. After that, he confusedly continued to say that he also wants to become as strong as Tao. Tao looked at him in surprise while Zen continued to say that in this case he wants to fight not with people. Hyufen asked him irritably, "What is he saying?" Then he angrily pointed his finger at Tao and said that he didn't even know the details. He asked him if he had forgotten who he and he were in the first place. Pressing one of his hands to his chest, Hyufen shouted that the transformation of their bodies was not the same as his. He shouted loudly that he was just a dirty copy. Tao said that, as he said, it was dangerous to be with him, especially for Zen, after which he warned him, saying that he would most likely die. Hyufen turned his surprised face towards the speaking Tao. After this, Tao noticed that, however, while he was with him, he promised him this. With a confident smile on his face, he clenched his palm into a fist and told him that if he died, he would not do it before him. Zen, looking in front of him in surprise, said, "Tao?" Hyufen looked at him irritably with his eyebrows raised high and his jaw tense. Then he turned away from them and exhaling air from his lungs, closing his eyes, said that he could not stand it. He told them to do stupid things together. Walking away from them, he turned around and asked, "They both don't eat people, is that true?" After that, he said that if this was the case, he would eat those who were below himself and leave. Then he added that no one would complain. Tao, with a smile on his face and looking up, confirmed this and said that it is better to eat to the maximum state of saturation before sunset. Then his face took on a confused look. He looked in front of him in surprise and said that this was true. At this moment, the main character stood in front of the abandoned factory building in which those monsters were located. Like other creatures of the night, this monster existed for many years, countless epochs. Zen turned to Tao and asked him if he was okay or not. The ominous name it bears depends on the era and region. Tao answered in the affirmative. Zen told him that everything was fine with him. Then he noticed that he was just a little surprised and that was all. However, in any era, its essence remains the same. It consists in an uncontrollable thirst for conflict. Siwa looked ahead with a confident expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows. Tao said that he knew that he would come, but after that he noticed that he thought that he would do it after sunset. The era in which he rampaged the most, monsters and people together called him by this name. Tao glowed with thick magical energy. His pupils were bright purple. He looked ahead gloatingly, saying that they needed to prepare to welcome guests. Chiyu is the violence that consumes the world. Soon, Siva entered the building, although he felt that he was afraid to go inside. Once inside, Siva froze briefly, his eyes widening as he felt two different sensations from two different directions. The magic was palpable from above, and the bloody stench was felt from below. Siva looked first up, noticing the flows of aura, and then down, and thought about what decision he should make in this gloomy dilemma of choosing a quantum superposition. Thinking, the main character clenched his teeth more tightly, but still went forward, and at that time Yuzuru stood outside the building and, slightly raising her head, looked at the streams of aura visible from above. She frowned and asked herself, what kind of absurd horror is this? Yuzuru assumed, unless this knowledge has some kind of history, then there is something like a canteen for monsters here. She was sure that Siwoo could not help but sense this, and now she was amazed that he went inside without hesitation. Yuzuru understood that this was a trap with a 99.9% probability, so Sherwoo's behavior was completely stupid, given the probability. However, he still entered, and Yuzuru, clutching the paper with the prediction in her palm, mentally noted that the prediction of the 7 lucky children never lies. She understood that even if it was a prediction of love, it was a guarantee that the day would be happy, and no matter what happened, it meant that Yuzuru would meet her love safe and sound. Suddenly lowering her head, Yuzuru realized something else and asked what Shiwa was all about. She suddenly realized that she had never thought about this, and recreating the appearance of the main character in her thoughts, she mentally noted that she had not noticed any special features, and one could say that Siwoo is not ugly, but not handsome either. Thinking about this, Yuzuru sighed, and, distracted from thoughts about Sherwoo, noted that, be that as it may, she felt the energy that most likely came from above. Activating her own magic, Yuzuru summoned the beast and told it to go ahead. The beast, taking Yuzuru, jumped up, moving immediately to one of the upper floors of the building, and landing carefully. Yuzuru frowned, carefully assessing the situation. She suddenly asked herself, was she being too careful? Looking at Zen standing in front of her, she realized that he did not look like a dangerous monster. Zen really seemed harmless as he stood there, shaking violently, trying to convince himself that he could do it. Grinning condescendingly, Yuzuru decided that she just needed to catch everyone who came across. Shiwa was going down at that time, but suddenly stopped when he noticed that Hyufin was sitting on the ground, bending over a shapeless heap, the details of which could not be seen in the darkness. Feeling the presence of the main character, Hyufin was distracted from eating people and, sharply turning his head to the side, asked what was happening. At first he assumed that a man had come here, but soon realized that it was a monster, and Sivu, lowering his head, seriously asked how many people did Hyufin and his comrades manage to eat. However, he himself realized that this question was stupid, and asked how many other creatures were there. He was sure that Hyufin could not be the only one, and assumed that the others most likely went upstairs. Hyufin, running his hand over his mouth, called Siwa a joker, and asked if he understood that there was no point in asking. The main character suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to quickly kill Hyufin and leave, and Hyufin, smiling, announced that because of Siva he could not even calmly eat his stash, and decided that Siva would have to answer for this. The main character simply smiled and said that he agreed to this, and after that he ran into the attack, and Hyufin, without having time to react, froze, his eyes widening, and Siwoo, clenching his palm into a fist, prepared to strike, telling Hyufin to force him to do it if he can. The next moment, he hit Hyufin in the stomach, and Hyufin screamed and spat out blood from his mouth, thinking that Siwoo was very fast. Sivu, meanwhile, without hesitation, grabbed Hyufin by the clothes and, pressing his feet harder into the ground, threw him far to the side. Having flown into the wall, Hyufin stopped, clenching his jaw, and the main character announced that he would ask something again, and asked how many monsters there are and what are the strengths and abilities of each. As magical energy began to be released from him, Shiwu seemed more threatening, and ordered Hyufin to answer him quickly. Hyufin, having modified his body, called Siwa and noted that he was funny, but the main character practically did not react in any way to the changes in the shape of Hyufin's body. The next moment, Hyufin suddenly struck, and blood sprayed out from the scratch on Shiwu's body. Sivu continued to stand without moving, and Hyufin formed him and, smiling, announced that it was necessary to finish him off when Sivu was close. He suggested that Siwu was trying to look cool and was only making things worse for himself, and then added that everyone else boldly came here, not understanding why Hyufin was nicknamed that way. Noticing that the main character was still standing without moving, Hyufin asked himself if everything had gone more smoothly than he thought. He decided that this was a very good thing, because if he could strike from a distance, his targeted attack would not fail him. Having struck, he sent powerful attacks towards Shiwu, and this, hitting him, sprayed even more blood into the air. The main character continued to stand, without moving or defending himself, and Hyufin continued, and very soon Shiwu's clothes, torn to shreds, gradually began to fall to the floor along with splashes of blood. Hyufin did not stop, and Shiwu did not move and did not pay attention to everything that was happening. After some time had passed, Hyufeng stopped breathing heavily and asked what was going on. Such amazement was caused by the fact that despite his injuries, Shiwu continued to stand, and so Hyufeng asked who the main character was. He was sure that Sivu must have fallen and asked why this did not happen. Siwu simply called Hyufeng a weakling and added that he understood why he eats people. Hyufeng froze, listening carefully, and the main character announced that Hyufeng was doing all this in order to become stronger. He understood Hyufeng's desperate desire to become at least a little stronger, but he asked whether it was really necessary to kill and eat so many people for such an insignificant growth. He looked at the bloody bodies on the side and asked, even after all this, Hyufeng still can't get enough to eat. In Sivu's opinion, this was strange since killing people for such a small thing was beyond his understanding. Frowning, he raised his hand to strike, and Hyufeng, seeing this, clenched his jaw and leaned back, but still managed to wave his hand to stop Shiwu's strike. The protagonist's palm was cut off from his hand, but because of this he did not stop his blow and, hitting Hyufeng in the face with the remaining part of his hand, threw him further, slamming him into the wall. Hyufeng laughed with all his might, calling Siwa funny, and declared that the reason why they eat people is obvious, since they just can do it. Shiwu stopped listening to this explanation, and Hyufeng, although trembling and greatly injured, smiled and asked, "What is wrong with the strong eating the weak?" He added that the main character is exactly the same, as he waves his power as if declaring something. In Hyufeng's opinion, this was funny, and Shiwu did not argue, after which, with the next blow, he plunged his hand into Hyufeng's body and pulled out a core from it. Hyufeng fell to the ground, and Shiwu, holding the cannonball in his hands, looked around and briefly focused on the bloody bodies to the side. In the end, he still absorbed Hyufeng, and at this time on the upper floors, Zen, attacked by Yuzuru's magic, flew a little to the side and trembled, not even being able to say anything. Yuzuru suddenly admitted that no matter how much she thought about it, she understood that something was wrong, and asked if Zen was really alone here. She also asked if he didn't have a boss or other allies. The beast Yuzuru had summoned stood next to her, and Yuzuru crossed her arms and frowned to make herself look more threatening. Zen, still shaking, admitted that he didn't know anything and asked Yuzuru to stop threatening him and focus. Yuzuru seriously declared that this was what she was doing and launched her next attack, knocking Zen back. Zen was unable to repel this and stopped resisting, and Yuzuru realized that even if Zen didn't try, he was at an average level, but even so it was clear that he didn't know how to fight, and it wasn't just his strength. She assumed that Zen had separated or been kicked out of the group, and assumed that such a monster would be too much trouble to kill, so she asked herself if she should just grab him. Zen, still shrouded in the remnants of magic, lay to the side, hardly moving, and someone suddenly announced that this would not work, turning to Zen. It was Tao who, grinning, added that Zen had the wrong attitude, and if he continued in this spirit, he would not even be considered a worthy enemy. Yuzuru, noticing Tao, froze, her eyes wide open, and thought that due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities are used much more often in this region than in other regions. Yuzuru was an exorcist who, from the age of 14 in Korean reckoning, had exorcised over 100 spirits within 5 years, but the experience she felt now took her by surprise. Turning towards Tao, she watched as he declared that catching the moment in a fight was all that was needed. Despite Yuzuru's experience, among all the spirits she had banished, none of them could compare to the Tao now standing in front of Yuzuru. Tao continued to smile, and then added, "Even if the enemy is stronger, it is very important to make it clear that the enemy will not be easy." Yuzuru, not paying attention to these words, clenched her jaw and asked if Tao had been hiding all this time. She felt its energy overflowing, and although it was not the spirit she and Yoshihiro were looking for, the dark energy of it was still very strong. Assessing the level of this, Yuzuru realized that the energy was already at the poltergeist level. As Tao continued to approach, he began to look more menacing as he became enveloped in magical energy. He apologized to Yuzuru as he didn't want to cheat, but just wanted to give his colleague a chance if he wanted to. Yuzuru didn't answer, but she realized that the chances were the same whether she ran away or fought. Tao, meanwhile, wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly he felt something and, turning to the side, sharply put his hand in front of him, and it turned out to be engulfed by a long vine, which was taken by the goblin club used by Siwu. Looking in the direction of the stretching thread, Tao soon noticed how the main character jumped closer, about to strike. Even before landing on the ground, Sivu regrouped in the air and, clenching his jaw, swung his leg to strike. Noticing the new enemy, Tao smiled in anticipation, and the next moment Sivu delivered a powerful blow. This attack even sent Tao flying a little to the side, and when he hit the wall, clouds of dust rose into the air. Zen, noticing this, excitedly shouted Tao's name and tried to rise, and someone, attracting Yuzuru's attention, asked how she talked about this recently. This person remembered that Yuzuru had said something about a Superman or something like that, and Yuzuru froze in shock, amazed at this outcome of the situation, and her beast frowned, preparing for a possible battle. The main character, looking seriously at Yuzuru, ordered her to return, as he was sure that she had nothing to do here. Yuzuru, having mastered her shock, asked the main character to wait a little and suggested what it could mean if Shirwu also came here in order to get rid of these monsters. But before she could finish speaking, someone said that this person's behavior was even upsetting. It was Tao, who, despite his wounds, smiled and also asked, "Isn't the main character trying to say that Yuzuru is standing in his way, and if something gets in the way under his feet, he won't be able to act freely?" Tao added that he could tell at first glance that Shirwu was different from him, but noted that he looked like a friend that Tao would like to fight. Sivu was silent, ignoring these words, and Yuzuru suddenly asked if Tao was really saying that she would get in the way. She was angry that a worthless monster would say such things to her, and took the vessel that the beast had previously clutched in her teeth. Activating the Beggar's Union and Roaring Thunder, Yuzuru asked how Tao even dared treat her like that. Tao was amazed at how everything turned out, and Yuzuru, drawing Shiwa's attention, added that if she were in his place, she would have moved away, since she was not going to control her own power in order not to hurt the main character. Shirwu looked at Yuzuru in bewilderment, and she, again activating the Roaring Thunder, waited until the required amount of energy was concentrated, and summoned a furious thunderclap. The beast that was previously standing next to Yuzuru turned into a ball of energy and flew forward, turning into a powerful attack. Yuzuru continued to stand, concentrating, and when she noticed that the attack exploded, raising clouds of dust, she thought, since these monsters are her enemies, she is not going to fight with half her strength. Frowning determinedly, Yuzuru decided that she would give it her all and unleash all the power she could muster. Seeing that her beast was ready to attack, Yuzuru again used a furious thunderclap, and it, flying up from the other side, struck again. When the dust that rose from the attack cleared, Yuzuru froze, breathing heavily, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, since after just 2 lightning strikes she was already exhausted. This was not even half what Yuzuru was usually capable of, and suddenly, with her eyes widening, she realized that the energy of this country did not match her energy. The next moment, Shirwu suddenly approached Yuzuru, grabbing her hand, and asked her to hit a little easier. Yuzuru looked at the main character in bewilderment, but didn't ask anything, and he explained that it hurt. The next moment, a powerful attack suddenly flew towards Yuzuru and Shirwu, but the main character pulled Yuzuru towards himself, removing her from the trajectory of the attack. When the attack dissipated, Yuzuru looked slightly to the side in shock, and Shirwu frowned, noticing the opening that had formed in the wall. Yuzuru asked if Tao had really escaped, but Siva said that this was not so, and suggested that it was most likely the other way around, since Tao could have been freed long ago if he wanted to do this. He felt that the thread that he continued to hold in his hands suddenly became tense, and looking along it, he noted that he was one of the monsters who was completely unaccustomed to fighting. Sivu explained that this was why he defended himself and completely forgot about Jean during that attack, but then added that Tao would return soon, and suggested that in this way he also wanted to tell the main character to follow him. In the end, Sherwood decided that it was time for him to go, and added, as he had already said, he did not need Yuzuru's help. Yuzuru asked irritably, "What kind of nonsense is Sherwood talking about?" She suddenly opened her eyes wide, scared, and Sherwood asked if he needed to show this to Yuzuru. He activated the magic, and began to look taller and more menacing, and then asked if Yuzuru really didn't understand how things really were. She leaned back, frightened by what was happening, and the main character, grabbing her throat with his hand, admitted that he had never killed a person, but even after one touch he could say something for sure. Yuzuru trembled, trying to grab Shiwa's hands to get his hands off her, but she couldn't do anything, and Sherwood declared that if he applied any more force, Yuzuru's neck would break. He asked if she would just stand there. She clenched her jaw, but still couldn't do anything, and the main character warned that if she didn't do anything right now, she would die. He suddenly froze in amazement, feeling something, and looked a little to the side, noticing that the spirit summoned earlier by Yuzuru had become much smaller, but still tried to attack Shiwa, crashing into his side. Sherwood paused for a while, thinking, and eventually released Yuzuru's neck, asking for forgiveness for his behavior. Yuzuru fell to the ground, clutching her throat, and Shirwu suddenly admitted that he didn't think he'd crossed the line. He wasn't sure if Yuzuru knew about this, but he warned that the attack was actually aimed at him and not her. Yuzuru was surprised to hear this, and Shirwu explained that he meant that Yuzuru would not have been able to dodge, and he knew that he would have to save her. The main character remembered the moment when Yuzuru saved her from the attack, and explained that that is why she staged this attack in order to delay Yuzuru and gain some time. He didn't know whether it was pride or something else, however. Looking at the disappointed expression on Yuzuru's face, he asked if it was true that she now understood everything. Siva warned that her strength was not enough to defeat Tao now, and therefore declared that it would be better if she simply turned around and left. The spirit that Yuzuru was summoning frowned, ready to fight, but did not attack yet, and Shirwu, stepping aside, warned that at least today he did not want to see more people die. He also suddenly remembered that he needed to say something else, and when Yuzuru turned in his direction, he said that in the basement of this building there were human remains, and although he understood that this was an extremely unpleasant sight, he still asked that Yuzuru took care of these people. He asked her for a favor, because he was sure that those people couldn't be left like that and they needed to be buried properly. Having said this, the main character left, and some time later, following his thread, he stopped when he heard that someone was happy that Siva had come. It was Tao, who honestly admitted that they could have fought back where they were, but warned that in this way he could keep his promise to his comrades. He also assumed that Shiwu had already realized this on the way here, but noted that he needed to worry about random people getting involved. Tao explained that the area will be demolished, so there won't be many people here. In addition, certain rumors had arisen due to Tao and other monsters, so even those who were still left had recently left. Scratching his temple with his fingers, Tao noted that sometimes some people passed here and filmed something, but said that thanks to them it was easier for the monsters to hunt. In the end, diverting from this topic of conversation, he suggested not to pay attention to it, and noticing that Sivu had gotten into a fighting position, he apologized, suggesting that he had been explaining everything for too long. He asked that the main character still understand him, and grinning, exclaimed that he was very excited. The next moment, Sivu and Tao simultaneously ran forward, preparing to attack, and when Sivu struck with a club, Tao managed to block it. Not intending to stop, the next moment Sivu tried to strike again, and Tao, although he noticed this, was unable to parry the blow. From this, Tao flew back a little, and the main character firmly grabbed his club with both hands and delivered the next powerful blow with this. This attack threw Tao far back and he crashed into a wall, breaking it. He opened his eyes wider, and the next moment he noticed that Siva had already jumped closer and swung again for a new attack. However, this time Tao was already able to parry the blow, and at first glance this battle seemed quite tense, but in fact, Siwu and Tao were on approximately the same level. However, as they competed in strength, the difference in technique became more obvious, but despite this, they continued to fight, striking each other with powerful blows and gradually moving. Tao, who was well aware of its nature, smiled enthusiastically during the battle, and its strength was truly stunning. When he struck again, the protagonist spat out blood from his mouth, and Tao used perfect compatibility. There was quite a lot of blood, and Siva realized that he was just lucky. He suddenly remembered talking to someone, and the person announced that someone was talking about a preservation gem, and noted that it didn't matter what state the monster's body was in or whether it was the first time he had taken something like that. Although the interlocutor was not sure, he did note that it seemed that Siwu had taken it quite well. This man was going to make sure to hammer this into Siv's empty head, and warned that there was no need to eat the pill a second time. The main character, looking at several bottles of pills standing in front of him on the table, asked in amazement what these words mean. He remembered that he was able to defeat Yusum by eating it, and also spent a huge amount of money on the pill. Selwa, who had been talking with Siva all this time, noted that she was saying that he was simply lucky, since an excessive increase in energy is just as dangerous as exhaustion. She explained that this is exactly what happened then with the shutter swallow with whom Siva fought, and recalled that the main character could not cope with the overwhelming energy, and lost his mind due to the sharp increase in it. Siva listened attentively, and Selwa explained that if he continued to take pills because of the thirst for power, then something terrible could happen, although she admitted that she did not even know what could happen after the next dose. She assumed that nothing might happen, but noted that if it were otherwise, Sivu could turn into a monster. Now Sivu, having flown a little to the side due to the blow, stopped, and Tao, looking at him, seriously exclaimed that the main character was truly unusual. He smiled happily, enthusiastically noting that even with the 3 monsters he fought last night, It was not possible to exchange blows like that. Tao put in so much effort for the first time in his life, and Sivu, trembling with pain and fatigue, threw a pill into his mouth, intending to eat it. Tao suddenly noticed that the main character had something and asked what this elegant thing was. Siwu could not answer this question, however. If there was someone at the place where the battle took place who knew about the existence of goblins, then perhaps this person could give an answer to this. What now appeared through the use of Shiwu's magic was called the Goblin Cap, and was the third ability that the goblin race possessed. Some time before, someone, talking with his interlocutors, swore that he saw the goblin with his own eyes. The man, who was sitting with two other men at the table, said displeasedly that his friend was again saying the old things, and exclaimed that even looking at the cat, he said that it was a tiger. But another man exclaimed that this time everything really happened, and said that on that day, when he was crossing the mountain range, a snake-like creature appeared, claiming to be some kind of supernatural creature. However, then a goblin appeared and saved this man, and the third man asked if it was possible that after the goblin saved this man, he said something about belonging to his race. In addition, the man was wondering what the goblin looked like, and the man who saw the goblin looked up, remembering, and suggested starting with the fact that the goblin was huge, elongated and almost twice as tall as this man, and the shoulders were several times wider than the man's shoulders. However, in other respects, no matter how strange it was, the goblin was not much different from a man, and remembering the appearance of the goblin, the man noted that the monster was different only in its slightly dark skin tone. Apart from this, there was nothing unusual about the goblin, that is, the eyes, nose, and mouth were in place. One of the men suggested that it was a man, and said that the goblin must have horns. But the man who saw the goblin declared that the monster did not have any horns, and exclaimed that he had never heard of a goblin having horns at all. The man who had spoken before closed his eyes, took a sip from the cup, and asked if his interlocutor knew that a blacksmith lived in the neighboring village. He noted that, unlike his interlocutor, the blacksmith is not a cowardly person, and therefore noted that he trusts the blacksmith more. Suddenly the third man warned that he was not saying that the blacksmith was lying, but said that the goblin he had seen also did not have horns. Both other men, distracted from the argument, looked at their comrade in amazement and asked if he, too, had seen the goblin. The man admitted that this was indeed the case, saying that he was still very young then, but he managed to see the battle of the goblins. He remembered peeking out from behind a tree and looking at the two monsters, and noted how the other man had said that besides their fasting and dark skin, the goblins looked human, and no matter what happened, they just looked at each other silently. One man asked if goblins really didn't have horns. However, without waiting for an answer to the question, he decided that it was not that important and asked what happened. The man admitted that nothing happened, and the goblins simply disappeared without a trace. One of the men trembled, feeling too much emotion to express it, and the other man admitted that it was dark, so he could not clearly see whether it was a cap or a helmet, but replied that one of the goblins had something sticking out of his head sharp, like a horn, and assumed that this is what his interlocutors meant. In any case, as soon as the man noticed this, he stopped seeing the goblins, and the other man realized that it was not the goblins who had disappeared, but simply that they could not be seen with the naked eye. The male narrator suggested that this was most likely the case, since as soon as the goblins disappeared, the ground under his feet began to split, and trees began to be uprooted, and the entire mountain shook. Frightened, he then ran away, and now assumed that the goblins were fighting each other, while remaining invisible. In the end, he admitted that he could not say exactly what he saw, since goblin-like creatures defy human understanding. Filling his cup, the man decided that there was no point in arguing about this, since for such creatures it had no meaning. He simply offered to drink another cup of the drink, and took a sip first. Legends, myths, and folk tales about monsters were most often based on real life, but this interpretation was based on human speculation. Thus, the truth could have turned out to be completely different, and now Tao, without ceasing to smile, looked at Siwa standing opposite him. A horn suddenly became visible on the main character's head, but goblins' horns may or may not exist in accordance with folklore, but they were not an integral part of the goblin's body. And the ghostly battle mask, which was better known as the goblin mask, and also appeared now on half of Shiwa's face, was also a piece of protection created from goblin energy. Activating his magic, Siwu prepared to attack, thinking that the claim that the masked goblin was not visible was only partly true. When the main character ran forward, he was not visible for a second, but this did not mean that the goblins disappeared while wearing this mask. Tao suddenly opened his eyes wide in amazement, as he noticed Shiva instantly appearing next to him. The thing was that the goblin's movements became so fast that most supernatural creatures could not even see them, let alone people. Siwa threw a punch, but Tao, extending his arm forward, blocked it. And yet, when the attack dissipated, he suddenly smiled, noticing that the fingers on his hand were broken, and Siwu, without waiting, decided to continue fighting, delivering a new blow, causing Tao to lean back, spitting out blood. Very soon he was ready to fight again and launched the actual attack. Ignoring the blood, he smiled, and the main character looked at him with concentration, striking back with his own blow and at the same time intercepting Tao and lifting him off the ground. Activating the magic more strongly, Siwu frowned, and in the next moment, suddenly the street, as well as the building standing nearby, shook slightly as Siwu threw Tao to the ground. The magic gradually began to dissolve, and Tao stopped, surrounded by blood dripping onto the floor. Both of his arms were torn from his body, but he continued to smile, looking at the empty space in front of him. The next moment, Siwu appeared nearby and instinctively understood how to use the mask on his face. Unlike others, he greatly lacked practical experience, and this was a kind of tool that pushed his limit. This could be compared to the tale that was mentioned by people in folklore, causing the protagonist to greatly increase the level of power he could harness. Now he frowned, realizing that this was more than enough, since for the first time since he became a goblin, Sivu suddenly felt pain in his muscles. He looked down at his shaking hands, noticing the rate at which his energy was being expended, as it was 3 times the normal rate. After analyzing his condition for a short time, the main character realized that the speed was even greater, and mentally noted that he would not last long in this state. Clenching his jaw tighter, Siva looked at Tao, who admitted that Siva was indeed unusual. He was trembling, but his limbs quickly recovered, and he admitted that not only last night, but all the time since his birth could not compare even with a few minutes of their fight. Now Tao has realized a lot of things, and declared that he now understands how strong, tough and fast he can be, and also understands what he is capable of. He thanked Siwa again, as he was sure that he was very lucky to meet him. Now Tao was using a unique magic called the Iron Deity, and the main character, taking out a club, asked if Tao was really thanking him. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and advised Tao to go to hell or whatever place he came from. Tao laughed, admitting that he didn't know what about everything else, but he couldn't agree with it. He got into a fighting position, exclaiming that life is crazy fun, even if it means a quick death. He especially understood this now and ran to the attack, intending to strike. Sivi did not have time to block the blow and flew to the side, opening his eyes wider, but very soon he was ready to fight again and reflected all the subsequent blows that Tao sent at him. He pressed his feet into the ground with such force that cracks appeared in it, and at this moment the strength and speed of Shiwu and Tao were almost on the same level. However, jumping over one's head and quickly reaching one's own limit was the result of a person going beyond what was permitted, and now Tao, grinning, suddenly activated a new magical attack. He hit Shiva with it, throwing him far to the side, and when the explosion dissipated, he saw the main character, whose body had formed a dent in the wall. It turned out that not only goblins could evolve during battle, and looking at the new attack that he learned, Tao asked in amazement, could he really even do that? It was the unique magic of the mystical wind of past winters. Sivu quickly recovered from the damage he received and leaned forward slightly, and the next moment Tao launched a new attack. Sivu managed to dodge this and ran forward, simultaneously taking out a goblin club and cutting through Tao's attack. He frowned carefully, and suddenly noticed that Tao was approaching again, about to strike again. It was a battle of indomitable monsters, and the force with which Tao hit tore off Shiva's arm. Looking at this, the main character clenched his jaw, but continued to fight with one hand, realizing that in order to break an opponent like Tao, one would need so much power that it would be head and shoulders above the enemy's level. Shiwu and Tao continued to fight and realized this at the same time. Tao grinned and Shiwu frowned, and Tao began to create weapons using the Iron Deity and the mystical barrier of the past winters. In his hands, the spear of the Wind Lord gradually began to be created, and the main character at that moment began to change the shape of his goblin club and endow it with his magical energy. Tao hit, and a powerful stream of attack flew towards Shiwu. However, when it dissipated, Tao, spitting out blood, noted that this was all very unfortunate, but at the same time predictable. He admitted that the main character's weapon was much better, and gradually began to lean to the side from the fact that he had suffered serious damage. Siva stood for a while, breathing heavily, and looked at the weapon he had created, but suddenly he heard someone say that it was all amazing. Turning around, Siwa noticed someone come closer to him, who noticed that Siwoo was using a ghostly battle mask, as well as goblin wrestling. It was Baihyun, who admitted that even for an ordinary goblin, all this was very impressive, and smiling, noted that in any case, he was glad to meet the main character, and also said his name, extending his hand forward. Finally, he announced that he and Siva are the same, and activated the magic, causing his eyes to glow dimly. The main character stood a few meters from Baihyun. Baihyun, looking at him carefully, told him that he shouldn't strain himself so much. He then explained that she did not plan to interfere in their fight with Tao. The main character, regaining his breath, looked carefully at Baihyun. With eyes wide open, looking carefully in front of him, he asked himself, did he say that they were the same? Then he asked himself in surprise whether he really meant it. Baihyun interrupted his thoughts by throwing an object on the ground in his direction. Sivu opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard the sound of a falling object, after which he turned around in the direction where the object fell. Baihyun, standing with his back to him, looking at the defeated Tao, told him that he looked happy. Tao was lying in a pool of blood. All his clothes and body were smeared with thick drops of blood. His body was cut into two parts by a straight line in the upper part of his body. On his bloody face there was a happy smile from which thick streams of dark burgundy blood were oozing. Looking at this, Baihyun said that it even disappointed him a little. He noted that if he had more time to get used to his magic, the outcome could have been completely different. Then Baihyun said that there was nothing wrong with it, and next time he would definitely succeed. The main character, jumping up behind him and preparing an attack, said that there would be no next time. Baihyun opened his eyes wide in surprise. After this, the powerful blow that Siwa made provoked a strong explosion emanating streams of magical energy. The main character with a concentrated expression on his face looked menacingly in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. Baihyun reacted to this in surprise and, standing on the cracked concrete, told him that even with a perfect block from behind the horn, he still felt the blow. Baihyun held a large weapon with his bloody hand and turning to Siwa, told him that he had a rather sharp horn. His hand was shaking from the tension it felt after blocking the blow of the horn. Then Baihyun noticed that he could have lost his sight if he had made a mistake. The main character looked up in sincere bewilderment with his eyes wide open. His mouth was slightly open and a drop of sweat was running down his face. What he now felt so clearly was the same thing that his opponents feel when they hit him. Blocking a blow inflicted with full force is only a matter of pure strength. The completed form of the technique that Siwoo awakened not so long ago is called dispersing a blow using the ground. Baihyun, looking at the main character with a smile on his face and continuing to hold the sharp horn with his bloody hand, through which drops of blood were flowing, told him that he thought that there was no need for additional evidence. However, he noticed that he was glad that he understood everything. After that, with a slight movement of his fingers, he threw away the horn with which Siwa had just attacked him. The main hero was thrown several meters into the distance from such a strong push. Baihyun continued to say that he understands that this might shock him a little, after which he told him that they said that he was the only remaining goblin in the whole world, and then out of nowhere someone like him appears. Siva looked at him from under his brows. He was heavily recovering his breathing. After this, the main character confidently said that he was not surprised. Then he added that besides, he didn't care if he was a goblin or someone else. After that, his destroyed arm began to grow from his shoulder. He moved forward saying that he was just curious and that was all. Then he asked him a question. Did he really bring all these monsters from other countries to this one so that they would hunt people? Baihyun, with a wide smile on his face and a friendly expression on his face, shouted confirming this. Then he loudly said that this is how it is. He explained that from their recruitment to all these murders, as well as various hiding places and providing information, he shouted loudly saying that all this was created by him. He then turned to the protagonist, assuming that he was wondering why he was doing all this, after which he asked him, "Isn't that right?" Siva looked at him in surprise without saying anything in response. Baihyun put his hand in front of him, and still with a smiling expression on his face, started talking about how there was no problem in this, and there was no point in hiding anymore, so he would tell him everything. After that, Baihyun began to tell him that they were the same species and everything like that. He said that that's why he thought it would be very interesting to talk with him. He then looked piercingly at the protagonist with his glowing eyes. Siwoo tried to make a sharp lunge, striking the place where Baihyun had just recently been. His eye glowed with a bright red light from the rage that overwhelmed him. Baihyun, with a calm expression on his face, slowly stepped to the side, thereby dodging the blow. Then he chuckled and heading towards the main character said that his first advice to him as a fellow man. Then, using an uppercut, he struck Sivu in the torso, from such a strong blow, the main character spat out a clot of blood from his mouth. Sivu's eyes widened from the pain he experienced. Baehyun told him that they were facing an opponent who was much stronger than him. He should make sure that at least one of his feet was on the ground. After that, standing right in front of Sivu, he told him that even though their horn is small, it is an absurdly unbalanced magic. The main character, with a tense and angry expression on his face, looked at Baehyun, who was preparing his new blow. Along with this, he told him that unless he deals with the magic of poisons or curses, then as long as he stands firmly on his feet, he is not at all afraid of most attacks. Then Baehyun, raising his hand back, added that even the blows were from the other side. Immediately after that, he made a direct blow with his fist directly to Sivu's face. Many rays of bright magical energy poured out from his fist towards the main hero. The main hero's face was thrown back. Baehyun hit him with many blows. Moving from one place to another, on a huge speed he struck him. Then Baehyun held a smoking fist in front of his face with a smile on his face, and said that he is still amazed at how he can withstand a blow at full power even without using supernatural powers. Then he said that it was amazing. Sivu at that moment was lying on the ground. His clothes were dirty and torn. His whole body was covered in abrasions and bruises. Blood was flowing down his face. His whole body was shaking from the load he had endured. The main character looked at the ground with a lost look. In front of him this time he talked about how without any training he had mastered almost all the basic abilities of goblins. Then he asked him if they would return to their conversation. He then addressed Siv by name and asked him if he liked dogs. The main character looked at him with wide open eyes in bewilderment. Baehyun continued to say that dogs are beautiful and in many aspects these are even superior to people. However, he noticed that sometimes these can be annoying. For example, in his opinion, dogs that are raised by a weak-willed owner bare their teeth without even realizing the whole situation, after which these noticed that these sometimes even bite people. He asked Shiva if this is true. The main character was on his knee and shaking. There were many bruises on his body. His clothes were also stained with his blood. Baehyun standing in front of him said that of course in such cases the fault most likely lies with the owner. However, sometimes these pathetic creatures become incredibly repulsive. He said that creatures that exist solely to satisfy the needs of the superior race are able to live only by receiving care and care. He told him that the fact that these are wagging their tails without understanding all the dangers is obvious in itself. With his eyes glowing with magical energy, he said that as soon as this realization comes, these will cease to be cute puppies. He continued to think, telling Siv that they are disgusting and useless creatures that live in ignorance. The main character, looking at him from under his brows, called him a crazy bastard. Then he said that he would release monsters and kill people for such a stupid reason. Baehyun suggested that it seemed to him that there was a misunderstanding, after which he answered in the affirmative, and said that he did not like people. However, he said that he despises not only those who do not understand anything. Then, with a smile on his face, he exhaled the air from his lungs and said how long ago it was. He explained to him that the king of monsters did not yet exist then. Then he added that there was no need for him then. He squatted down opposite the surprised main character and told him that there were no laws among monsters since force ruled everything. He told him that the only thing that mattered was the food chain of the strong and the weak, where his position was determined precisely by strength. He said that if the strength of people and monsters was not enough, then they were nothing more than prey destined to die. Then with a wide smile his face noticed that if you think about it like that, it even sounds interesting. After that he asked the main character sitting opposite him, "Is this true?" Without waiting for an answer, he said that countless monsters were looking forward to the end of these 6 months so that they could finally freely catch and devour people again. However, he noticed that if you delve a little deeper into this topic, there is nothing more fun than this. After this, Baehyun continued to think out loud that most likely the vast majority of these creatures were initially not much different from people. He said that only the prey had been protected for much longer. Siwoo looked at him in bewilderment with his eyes wide open. He listened carefully to his words while Baehyun talked about how such people could only do that, bark at the weaker as if they themselves were predators. However, at the same time they lived in safety much more people. Baehyun gave an example that creatures of the same species with them are unpleasant even to look at. He suggested that with people everything is exactly the same. After that, he turned to the main character, suggesting that he had probably seen a lot of these in his life, after which he asked him if this was true. He said that parasites who receive much more than what is worth, under the protection of laws, common sense, and various organizations, without any shame, they make purchases for which they are not able to take responsibility, as if it is their inalienable right. He said that they live in the hope that they will be protected. After that, looking carefully at Shiva, He asked him to imagine what a world would be like where such unreasonable defense does not exist at all. He asked him, "Doesn't that sound great?" Then he began to argue out loud that there was no such right or law that allowed such a parasite to exist. He again said that the only criterion is strength, and those who cannot answer for their actions simply die or suffer. The main character frowned at him, frowning, and tried to restore his breathing by actively inhaling and exhaling air from his lungs. Sivu, with blood running down his face, said that this was far from beautiful and it sounded like the sick fantasy of an 8th grader. Baihyun laughed at this comparison and noted that perhaps this was so. Then he noted that he did not expect that he would understand everything just because he said it, and noted that, in any case, such a reaction is quite normal. After that, standing on straight legs, he informed him that despite the fact that they belong to the same species, their age, experience, and values are different. After that, looking down at the main character, Baihyun said that that's why he decided to make them look alike. Siva looked at him with a questioning look in surprise. Baihyun explained that since he defeated Tao, he had an interest that went beyond the usual kinship. Baihyun stood next to him holding his hands in his pockets. With a smile on his face, he invited the main character to join him, after which he, with his eyes wide open and lighting up with interest, said that he would tell him everything that he is capable of as a goblin, and what he need to know in advance. Then he added by saying that he would explain to him what kind of creatures they are, and what debt the world in which he lives in owes to them. The main character seriously looked up at him, and told him that he didn't want to. Then he said that if he asks him to stop talking nonsense then. Baihyun closed his eyes with a condescending smile on his face, and said that everything was fine. Then he explained that this is not a case where he has the right to choose. So he shouldn't worry. Wave-like energy lines began to appear around Shiwu. Looking intently in front of him with a serious expression on his face, Baihyun said that although this was disappointing, he should have already realized that resistance is useless. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A few meters behind him, from behind a pile of construction debris, Yuzuru flew up holding an artifact in front of her. Baihyun turned to look at her in surprise. Yuzuru, holding the artifact in her hands, used the Nakto Thought Power spell. It was a lightning trap spell. After she cast it, many powerful dazzling lightning bolts simultaneously hit Baihyun's body. Such a strong attack made him tense up his entire body, which began to rise into the air. This was an attack aimed not at causing damage, but at pinning the enemy. At that moment, the main character, with eyes burning with rage, rushed into the attack and with his knee struck Baihyun's jaw from the bottom up, thereby throwing his head back with the blow. Baihyun's body began to fly up, and Siwu at that moment formed a goblin club near his palm. Regeneration has slowed down due to the fact that the entire nervous system is focused exclusively on one thing. The main hero formed a goblin club weapon in his hand and ran towards Baihyun. The formation of a goblin's own club is an incredible and boundless transformation, and almost nothing is known about what exactly provoked such changes and the principle responsible for increasing strength. But one thing can be said for sure about the emotions experienced at that moment. After her attack, Yuzuru landed on the ground near Sherwu. In the past, the term that was used to refer to the goblin club essentially meant a weapon that could become anything. However, more precisely, this weapon can be described as something that takes what the owner of the forum wants. Yuzuru looked up with a concentrated, surprised look, holding the artifact in her hands. Using this ability, the main character could use a variety of forms for a certain situation, however then and now. Sivu, with his eyes sparkling from the magical energy overwhelming him, held in his hand a goblin club, which spread out in clots of dark magical energy throughout the space surrounding him. What he does is not just a tool that will be useful at this moment. This is not so, because now a fierce desire to achieve the goal has been added to this. The main hero looked at his victim with a menacing gaze. A monster that devours people and the people who are eaten. It is no longer possible to prevent this terrible catastrophe. But if this is so, then at least one cannot miss this goal that is right in front of his eyes. Without taking his eyes off, he looked at Baihyun, who was in the air. The main character confidently told himself that he would not miss this time, after which he furiously turned to Baihyun, and told him not to even doubt that he would kill him. Siwu, with eyes brightly glowing with multicolored magical energy, holding a powerful weapon with many sharp teeth in his hands, looked up. For the first time, he puts into the club all his determination and emotions that come from the heart. Baihyun laughed looking down at him. The main hero was clutching a goblin club that glowed with a bright bloody color. He had the intention of killing. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck. Imbued with the will of the owner, the true nature of the goblin club, Siwu made a powerful blow aimed at Baihyun, who was in the air at that moment. Two directed beams of magical energy met in the air, forming an explosion. The main hero demonstrated strength worthy of the spiritual level. Yuzuru looked above her in a shocked state with her eyes and mouth wide open. Sivu, heavily regaining his breath, held the goblin club on his head. His whole body was incredibly tense. After this, the exhausted protagonist wearily lowered his goblin club down. He began to relax his body in an unsuccessful attempt to catch his breath from the intense struggle. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise and asked herself, "What the heck?" Then she asked herself, was this monster really that strong? Remembering the appearance of the warlike Sivu, she thought that she had never seen such power before. Immediately after this, the main character, with a sharp jerk of his whole body, keeping the depth of the goblins at the ready, ran up to Yuzuru and raised his weapon, preparing to cut it. Looking at her intently, he ordered her to bend down. Yuzuru at that moment was holding the artifact in front of her with a frightened expression on her face, preparing to defend herself from Sherwoo's attack. Then she realized in shock that there was something behind her. Her eyes sharply widened in realization, and at the last moment she managed to move her body away from the blow committed by the main character. Sivu dealt a strong blow cutting the space from top to bottom, then he looked in front of him in great fatigue. Baihin was there and asked himself what he could say about this. Then he said that just like before, it never ceases to amaze him. Baihin stood opposite him with a calm expression, a large and red glowing horn growing from his forehead. He was dusting off his slightly stained white shirt, and in his right hand he held a goblin club. The main hero, looking at him with tension, thought that he knew that he was weaker than him, but he did not even suspect that he was that much weaker. Baihin continued to say that, moreover, this is not an instinct that is revealed in a crisis situation, but a conscious desire to reveal his true nature. Then he asked if he was capable of this at his age. Then he looked carefully at the main character and asked him what his feelings were. He suggested that this was not bad, after which he asked him again if this was true. He said that he was finally able to take control of his lust for murder. After this, he noticed that, however, the most surprising thing was that during the first manifestation of his essence, he did not kill anyone. After these words, he used as an example a saying that says that the first manifestation of truth and nature must always achieve the goal of awakening. Baihin put out a goblin club formed into a weapon in front of him. By creating this, he was saying that at this rate he might even stop being considered a goblin. Sherwoo stood next to Yuzuru holding a goblin club in front of his body. A sharp impulse of magical energy was sent to the center of the body of the main hero. Sivu was able to put a goblin club in front of him, which received the blow. Baihin, with a smile on his face, told him that this would not work. Immediately after his words, the club that the main character was holding in his hands broke into two parts, the fragments of which scattered in different directions. Due to the broken defense, the attack from Baihin hit Siv, causing him to fly several meters back. Yuzuru looked at him in fear. Approaching her, Baihin said that the essence of the club is that the shape it takes depends on the desire of the owner, and now his club is a weapon created to kill him. He explained to him that in other words, the only purpose of it is to kill. He further said that trying to defend himself with this would not make much difference from simply taking a blow on his naked body, after which he interrupted his words, denying what he had just said. He admitted that if he had prepared for the blow from the very beginning and did not try to fight back, that would be even better. The main hero was on his knees and shaking from the pain he received with a black hole in his chest. He strained his hands and squeezed a fragment of his club in his palm. Baihin approached Yuzuru, who stood with her back to him. He, turning to her, noticed that she was not from this country, after which he asked her if this was so. Yuzuru looked ahead with a frightened expression on her face. Then she looked at him in shock, her pupils greatly reduced in fear. Baihin asked her why she was here. He then remarked that he certainly had one guess, but at the very least she should have found out about this place first before interfering. Baihin spoke these words with wild eyes. He said, voicing his desire, which was that he wanted to wring her neck right now. Then, turning to the main character, he asked him, what does he think? Then he noticed that he could let her go, but he clarified that he would only do this if he threw away what was now in his hands. The main character at that moment looked at him with an intense gaze, greedily inhaling air into his lungs. In his hand he held a pill received in the House of Humility. Baihin said that he thought this pill was from the House of Humility, after which he asked him if this was true. After these words, with a sharp movement, he grabbed Yuzuru's neck with his hands. She screamed in surprise and then, straining her head, squeezed her jaws and frowned. Baihin also calmly continued to say that this is a good remedy, but he noticed that for some reason it has a positive effect on him, after which he asked the main character if this is so. Looking at him with a smile, he said that this is the essence of the fact that drugs have both positive and negative sides. He assumed that this was the second time, after which he asked him again, "Is this so?" Baehyun began to talk about how the sudden surge of energy overloaded his energy center, and it would recover 3 times more than usual. He admitted that he couldn't even imagine what could happen in the worst case. Then, continuing to speak, turning to SIV, he told him that even if nothing happens, he still won't do anything about it. The main character calmly continued to look at him, holding the pill in his hands. He did not answer his words in any way. Summing up, Baehyun lifted Yuzuru, who he was squeezing by the neck with both hands, and asked him to sit aside for now, since he did not want to cause him even more harm. Yuzuru was shaking from the suffocation she was experiencing due to Baehyun's hands squeezing her neck. Yuzuru turned to Beer and asked him not to listen to Baehyun. The main character continued to silently look in their direction, while holding the pill near his mouth. She said that she died during an exorcism. Through suffocation, she said that she was always ready for this death because it was her job. Baehyun looked up at Yuzuru and told her that she was seriously upsetting him. Then, with even greater force, he pressed his hand on her neck. Yuzuru tensed up greatly from the pain she felt at the same time. With her hand she grabbed Baehyun's hand, but she could not do anything to him. Baehyun reminded her that he told her to shut up. He was unable to continue his speech because the sudden movement cut off his arm at the elbow. He looked at his severed stump in bewilderment. The main character looked in front of him in surprise at what had happened. Yuzuru at that moment fell from a short distance along with Baehyun's severed hand. Baehyun turned to the side with a surprised expression. In front of him was a man in a business suit who was preparing to strike him. This man's name was Young. He frowned his eyebrows with a concentrated expression on his face and raised his fist to strike. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck right in the center of Baehyun's face. Suddenly, a hand squeezed Siva's shoulder. They ordered him from behind to stand where he was. It was Goya who, calmly looking down at him, told him that he had already done more than was required, after which he said that if he continued to use energy in a similar state, the result would become irreversible. The main character looked up at him in surprise and asked, "Goya?" Then he asked him how he was here. He didn't have time to finish his question because Goya, looking at the battle in front of him, asked him, answering the question with a question, "Doesn't it seem to him that it's too late to ask something like that?" He explained that although there were no people there, the destruction was too serious. Siwoo, looking at the devastation surrounding them, many destroyed buildings, houses, smoking fragments and construction debris, exhaled heavily from his lungs. After that, he turned his attention to Yuzuru who landed on the ground. He looked in front of him with a smile. Goya, with an emotionless expression on his face, looked carefully in front of him and said that, however, it wouldn't stop there. At that moment Young, quickly moving around Baehyun, tried to strike him. He stretched out his arms in an attempt to reach Baehyun, but he dodged these attacks. Due to the fact that he had missed one blow to his face, he now had a cut on his lip and chin, blood flowing from it. Baehyun, with a concentrated expression on his face, jumped up and hit Young with his knee from the bottom up. While doing this he told him that it was too bad. He explained that despite his outstanding skills and speed, his lack of strength was too noticeable. His head was thrown back by Young's missed blow. At that moment Baehyun, with a smile on his face, was holding a goblin club in his hand, saying that in this way, no matter how hard he hit, there would be no effect. Suddenly, thin streams of blood began flowing from his eyes. He looked ahead in shock with his eyes wide open. Young summed up by saying that nothing can be done about it since they were not born with bodies blessed by the gods like theirs. Young said this with a straight face. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. His body began to glow with bright magical energy as he cast the pure autumn water innate magic spell. Copious streams of blood began to flow from Baehyun's ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. He looked ahead in bewilderment, while many streams of blood concentrated on his chin and flowed down. The spell he used was called the Blood of the Maiden. Adjusting his glasses on his face, Young said that when fighting such an opponent, he has no choice but to use this method. Yu Young was a representative of the main sanctuary of the Setsi clan. With a shocked look, Baehyun tried to say something, but all that came out of his mouth was clots of blood that he spat out of his mouth. The unique magic of the Setsi clan is associated with changing the shape of the nature of the surrounding water, and the closer it is, the more effective the magic is, which is especially noticeable in the example of pure water, so most methods of application involve attacks using groundwater and steam. A smile appeared on Baehyun's bloody face. He understood that hand-to-hand combat would not work here. Then he asked himself, Did he apply this to his body? He then suggested that it was heating the blood. He realized that even if this was just a theory, given the entire history of the Setsi clan, it is safe to say that not many people could repeat this. Young at this time, with a confident expression on his face, concentrated magical energy of bright pink color around himself. He then extended his outstretched palm in front of him. Baihyun looked at it carefully with his eyes wide open and a slight smile on his face. After that, a projectile was sent from Young that flew towards Baihyun. He managed to dodge and a blinding and deafening explosion occurred a few meters behind him. With a smile on his face, Baihyun asked him what he just shot was a drop of water. And then he noticed that given the material, the efficiency is not so high. He asked him again, "Is this so?" Young, carefully observing what was happening, said that regardless of race, everyone has their own advantages, after which he asked him if he agreed with this. When Young asked him about this, several drops of water appeared near his body and levitated near him. Immediately after this, several projectiles created from droplets were sent towards Baihyun. Many powerful explosions sounded synchronously near the houses. Goya said that he had already encountered something similar. At that moment he turned to the main character telling him that this is the magic of Seiji, and he himself experienced it the day before. Siwoo, looking at him in surprise, asked again, "Setsi?" Then he realized that now that he heard this surname, everything fell into place. After that he noticed that, however, the effectiveness of his magic was on a completely different level. He mentally admired. The difference was like between heaven and earth. The main hero looked tensely in front of him, thinking that even if this is the same attack where they shoot drops of water, he can fight back as much as he wants. He thought about what compared to this. Goya interrupted his reasoning by saying that even among monsters of the same type, their abilities vary greatly. Shiwu looked at him in surprise as he said this. Goya continued to talk about the innate talent and efforts that everyone offers to hone it as well as the instructions that guide them. He told him that in all aspects this guy is the best in the Shieji clan. When he talked about this, his gaze was focused on Young, who, with a calm expression on his face, standing in a fighting stance, concentrated magical energy around himself. The space behind Baihyun was blazing and smoking. Young, looking at him carefully, thought that even under the influence of magic he was able to move as if it had almost no effect. He understood that this was exceptional regeneration and adaptability that surpassed common sense. Baihyun, with a bloody pattern on his face, asked with a smile, "Is that all?" He noticed that he had just begun to warm up. Young unemotionally pronounced Goya's name and told him that he would have to give it his all. After that, he asked him to take care of these two and any possible consequences. The main character and Yuzuru reacted in surprise to the sounds they heard. They did not understand what it was, but they heard something powerful approaching in their direction. Tensely clenching his fists, Young raised them up. As soon as he performed this action, an incredibly huge and wide stream of water burst out of the ground, crushing many centimeters of concrete asphalt into small pieces. Baihyun, looking at this admiringly with a smile on his face, said that he had just noticed that it had become dry. He then asked Young if he had really collected all the water that was here. An ominous and huge something similar to a water dragon of incredible size looked menacingly at Baihyun, opening its mouth wide. Young referred to this something as Isami. After that, he ordered Ishimi to take it. When he gave this order, his small, brightly glowing pupils looked carefully in front of him. With a hand gesture, he pointed down with his index finger. Ishimi stretched out, becoming taller, and Yuzuru opened her eyes wide in amazement, and even opened her mouth, but could not say anything. Sivu was also shocked and noted that Isami was very big. Goyo, unlike them, did not show such a reaction, and simply looked straight ahead with an indifferent expression. Sivu suddenly realized that this was the same magic that he had seen last time. However, remembering the battle with Yes, he remembered that back then a similar attack was barely 2 meters high. But even so, this attack was capable of wiping out a house or several buildings at once. Ishimi, in contrast, was much larger and more powerful, and by controlling this, Young, pointing his hand forward, ordered Ishimi to attack. Ishimi, immediately following the order, leaned forward, opening his mouth slightly, and aimed his blow at Baihyun, who was standing a little to the side. Baihyun, seeing Isami approaching him, smiled and exclaimed enthusiastically that this was simply magnificent. He, without resisting, simply looked at Isami, and only pressed his feet more firmly into the ground, realizing that everything would happen now. The next moment, Ishimi, who was very close, struck, and from this a powerful explosion appeared, scattering streams of magical energy to the sides. Yuzuru, to protect herself from this, put her hands in front of her, closing her eyes. However, not feeling the shock wave, she opened her eyes slightly, noticing that the main character was standing in front of her, covering her with himself. She was embarrassed and shocked by this, and Sivu, not paying attention to this, looked behind him, as he was also amazed that he did not feel the blow. They managed to avoid the consequences of the explosion due to the fact that Goya, standing in front of them, activated his own magic, building a protective dome around them. He was focused and silent, calmly holding the magic. When the explosion finally dissipated, Goya did not immediately remove the protection, but first looked at the destruction left after Ishimi's strike. A deep hole appeared in the ground, and the buildings closest to it turned into heaps of broken building materials. From the center of the resulting hole, small clouds of dust rose into the air, and everyone suddenly thought of Goya and Young, who were supernatural beings whose essences lay in the water. However, the synergy when they were nearby did not bring anything good, since they were two spells, each of which manipulates water in completely different ways. Goya, frowning, mentally noted that now was not the best time for such a combination, since the synergy effect was not very successful. Looking at Young, he thought about a formidable opponent who could show his full power in the middle of the day, and realized that if this were possible, then cooperation would be the best outcome. Young stood on the edge of the cliff and breathed heavily, clenching his hands into fists, and Goya was amazed that, of all the people, it was he and Young who were nearby. Finally breaking down his defenses, he turned to Young and asked how he was feeling. Young, although he continued to breathe heavily, said that he was fine, explaining that he just needed to catch his breath a little, as it was difficult to release all his power after so long. Frowning, he looked into the depths of the resulting hole and admitted that he did not know whether his use of magic had produced a significant result or not. For some time, no one said anything, looking at the destruction around, and Siwoo, unable to contain his shock, trembled slightly, opening his eyes wider. Someone suddenly announced that there were only two possible options. It was Young, who, turning sharply, began to move away from the edge of the cliff and said either he could have overestimated the skill of his opponent, or Baihyun had no intention of continuing the fight. Closing his eyes, he admitted that the latter was most likely, and assumed that he had not even caused any critical damage to Baihyun. He thought that Baihyun knew that he would face Goya, and Goya, putting his hands in his pockets boredly, noted that even after that blow, which did not cause significant damage, it was difficult to say whether Baihyun would have bothered with him. Young did not answer anything to this, but suddenly frowned, clenched one of his palms into a fist, and looked seriously at Siwa. The main character was amazed to notice such attention to himself, and Yuzuru, who also noticed this, looked at him in fear. Young suddenly extended his hand forward, launching a magical attack towards Sivu, and he did not have time to react to block it, and flew far back. Yuzuru turned sharply to the side, looking at the fallen Shiwa, and asked what does this even mean. Hearing her question, Goya looked in her direction, and Yuzuru frowned and asked if they weren't on the same side. She did not understand why, out of the blue, Young attacked the main character, and Young, adjusting his glasses, closed his eyes and asked Yuzuru not to worry about it, since he just did what he had to do. Looking at the face of Siwoo lying to the side, which was no longer hidden behind the mask, Young announced that the main character would now return to normal, since there were no longer any factors posing a threat. Yuzuru frowned, pursing her lips tighter, but said nothing, and Young said seriously that from now on, he and Goya would take care of this matter, since people should not interfere. Gradually they left the destroyed area, and a little later, when it began to get dark outside, in another place Tao was sitting with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Madeira, looking at him, realized that he, too, was a dark god like her, and assumed that Tao felt different due to the fact that he belonged to a different species. This was slightly different from what she expected, however, Madeira realized that in this case it would be even tastier. She opened her mouth, about to devour Tao, but Baihyun stopped her as he came closer, as he was sure that even if they don't know what will happen in the future, now they still need to take a more friendly approach. Madeira stopped and looked at Baihyun in surprise, and he smiled and noted that it was not bad that Madeira and Tao could absorb each other. He came closer and expressed the hope that they would both grow up and do everything right. Looking at Baihyun with displeasure, Madeira cursed and asked why he was still alive. Baihyun didn't understand what she meant and noted that this was too much, reminding him that he was not so easy to kill. However, at some point it even seemed to him that this was quite possible, since Young knew perfectly well about his strengths and weaknesses. He talked about the roots, which is a spell used by Baihyun to redirect attacks into the ground. Recalling the moment before Ishimi's attack, Baihyun noted, in other words, if the ground underfoot is unstable, then the magic will not work at full strength. That is why, before extracting all the water from the ground, Young changed the terrain as much as possible so that Baihyun could not completely redirect the blow. Before creating Ishimi, Young weakened the soil using underground water, and currently Madeira, listening to Baihyun's story, decided that she would keep this in mind when she decided to eat Baihyun. Baihyun suddenly trembled slightly and asked, "Is it really amazing to face a creature that even people couldn't tame?" In his opinion, it was even more amazing than Shieji, who lived 1,000 years ago. Unable to contain his delight, he smiled, still trembling, and admitted that if he could do it, he would enjoy Young to the very last bite. After taking a few sips of the drink, Madeira suddenly admitted that she didn't quite understand this, but felt that this was a completely different sensation, which was different from her desire to satisfy her hunger. She was sure that Baihyun could do as he wanted, and he admitted that although his desire to do so was great, the heavens were against it. Madeira was surprised when she heard this and asked again, squinting her eyes a little in displeasure, but before Baihyun explained, she noticed that raindrops began to fall from the sky. Baihyun held out his palm and looked up at the sky and announced that according to the weather forecast it shouldn't rain today and suggested that it would be a real downpour. This was precisely the reason for his action, and he said that Goya and Young are very strong, and even if he faces them separately, he has no confidence that he will remain unharmed after the battle on a rainy day. And even if Baihyun managed to win, it would not only affect him, and given Madeira's current state, even a simple fight could lead to death, and Baihyun asked if she thought so? Madeira admitted that she didn't like the sound of that, and Baihyun noted that that's exactly what he was talking about. Besides this, there was also Tao, and Baihyun assumed that the others had the same idea as him, because even if it only concerns them, there is an enemy that other monsters do not need to mess with. He noted that not taking Siwa with him was one thing, and although it was sad, Baihyun knew there was nothing he could do about it. Still, they still had time, so Baihyun didn't despair. Some time later, Siwu slowly opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling above him. Noticing the unfamiliar surroundings, he suddenly woke up, asking himself where he was. He suddenly felt that he could not even move, as his whole body hurt. His body was actually trembling, and although it was expected, he didn't think the muscles would be so damaged. Suddenly the main character noticed that someone's shadow had fallen on his body, and looked to the side, without turning his head, noticing Young next to the bed on which he was lying. Young held the phone in his hands, carefully looking at the screen of it, and feeling the vibration, answered the call, announcing that he had received a call. Siva listened attentively, but did not say anything, and Young continued to talk on the phone, and turning to the head, exclaimed that everything was really like that, trying to convince the interlocutor that he was fine, and only received a few scratches. He thanked the head for his concern and ending the call, explained to SIV that he had asked to take half a day off because he wasn't feeling well, and because of which the head was very worried. He also wondered if Shiwu's body was okay. There should not have been any serious injuries, but Young warned that the body would ache for some time, since the main character had overdone it. Thinking about the mask Siwu used, Young asked if it was true that Siwu had awakened this spell not long ago. He didn't know for sure, but he noted that the mask was clearly not the kind of spell that could be maintained for that long, and thought that it was a spell for a short-term increase in strength. This is why there was such a high consumption of magical power and physical stamina throughout the entire action, and recalling the moment when he directed the attack towards the main character, Young explained that it was for this reason that he had to resort to force deactivation. Still, Young realized that Siwu was confused and asked if this was true. Sitting down on a chair nearby, he wearily lowered his head, closing his eyes, and apologized to Siwu, since he had to act as quickly as possible. The main character forced himself to sit up on the bed, although his body continued to tremble, and Young suddenly wanted to talk about what happened to his younger sister, but he interrupted his story and decided to get to the point. Sivu was surprised to hear this, and Young, continuing to avoid his gaze, explained that he was not an evil being by nature, but he must admit the mistakes he had made, because this could not be justified by immaturity. As a member of the monster species residing in the human realm, Young formally apologized to the protagonist, but Jiwoo admitted that he didn't think he had anything to apologize for, as he felt that Young simply had no other choice. Besides that, he was wondering what happened to Baihin in the end, since he remembered that he said that he was also a goblin, and besides, his magic was similar to Siwa's. However, the main character also knew that there should only be one goblin, which is himself. Babai, who entered the room, suddenly announced that he also thought so, but suggested that this judgment was erroneous, Along with his apology, he felt it necessary to explain everything, and Siwoo, hearing Babai's voice, looked at him in shock. Young also turned his head, and Babai, closing his eyes, touched his beard with his hand, calling the name Baihyun and explaining that he was the prince of the goblins who lived on this peninsula 1,000 years ago. In addition, it was possible that Baihyun was Siwa's ancestor. At the same time, while it was still raining outside, some people walked by, hiding under umbrellas, and someone, placing their palm under the drops, thoughtfully noted that in the human world the rain is exactly the same. It was Selwa, who was amazed that people were surprisingly resilient, since she thought that in such weather everyone would sit at home without going anywhere. Solmi smiled and asked who Selwa even thinks people are? In any case, she diverted from this topic by declaring that yesterday she was able to survive only thanks to Selwa, since yesterday, while communicating with the department store staff and with all the witnesses, she kept thinking that she could not cope with this alone. Recalling the moment when Selwa helped enchant the right people, Solmi noted that if she had not helped, the situation could have gotten out of control. Selwa advised Solmi to save her gratitude for the main character, since it was not at all difficult for her to do this, and she decided to help Solmi instead of communicating with the guy. Closing her eyes, Solmi suddenly admitted that she was very ashamed, since she said that she would help Siwoo, but she herself was only causing trouble. They soon came to a small cafe that had a sign on the door saying it was open. Around the same time, two girls came out of the cafe, one of whom looked very upset. Another girl, putting her hand on her shoulder, smiled and noted that they didn't even talk normally, and the person they were talking about didn't even recognize their number, but immediately offered to sit in an empty seat, which was a little strange. In their opinion, this person really didn't understand the hints, especially considering how many people were already likely asking him about such things. Selwa frowned hearing this, and Solmi suddenly became embarrassed and, looking after the girls as they left, asked what does this mean. Solmi, opening the door to the cafe, explained that most of the visitors are actually people who come to see Goya, but what is most ironic is that he did not even understand this. Walking inside the cafe, Solmi and Selwa folded the umbrellas they were walking under, and Goya, who didn't realize it was them at first, apologized, announcing that they were closing early today. However, he soon realized that it was Selwa and Solmi, smiling, exclaimed that Goya was ahead of her, and asked why he decided to close the cafe, although it was not yet evening. Selwa didn't react to this, and Goya explained that they weren't originally supposed to work today since they only needed to serve a few customers, including Solmi herself and Selwa. He asked if they wanted something. Solmi exclaimed that she wanted a drink as usual, and Selwa, without answering the question, looked to the side, concentrating. Goya closed his eyes and said, even if Solmi said that, he still has no idea what she's talking about and advised her to order what's on the menu. Solmi was offended when she heard this and asked Goya to stop since she had already gotten iced coffee here several times. Besides them, in this cafe there was Wangwi, who, sitting on the side, was eating ice cream, not paying attention to the argument between Goya and Solmi, but was distracted when he noticed that someone had come closer to him. Solmi, also distracted, called out to Selwa and asked what would she do. She noted that there was tea here, but wanted to recommend some kind of drink if Selwa was not against it, but fell silent when she noticed that Selwa was looking at Wangwi without looking away. Wangwi asked displeasedly why she was looking at him. He assumed that Selwa wanted to die, and the next moment someone suddenly screamed, asking Selwa to calm down. It was Solmi who, running closer, asked if Selwa could see that Wangwi was just a child. She didn't make excuses for him, of course, and Selwa said she knew that, adding that they weren't in the monster world, and Wangwi, whoever he was, shouldn't act so arrogantly. Solmi asked, don't Selwa and Wangwi know each other? Suddenly someone said that in a place where there is no tiger, the raccoon thinks of itself as the main thing. Wangwi, frowning, remembered that someone told him that where the tiger disappeared, rootless creatures had appeared, and one fox was especially disturbing. He stood up from his seat, and Solmi, hearing these words, looked at him in amazement. Selwa was outraged, thinking that even among monsters there was a concept of natural enemies. This mainly concerned those who came from the animal kingdom, and the confrontation between the original individuals still had an impact on the monsters even after transformation. However, after becoming monsters, the balance of power between the species could not coincide at all, and yet the enmity did not disappear anywhere, and this influenced the descendants in whom the same blood flowed. That's why Selwa and Wangwi stopped next to each other and looked seriously into each other's eyes, and Solmi, looking carefully at Wangwi, thought about the reason why such an atmosphere could arise from their instincts. She guessed who Wang Wei might be, but was distracted as Siwa told her not to worry, because even if Wang Wei made the first move, she was not going to pounce on the first person she met like a weak-willed animal. Not paying attention to all this, Goyo calmly wiped the table in front of him with a rag, and Selwa, looking threateningly at Wang Wei, asked if they needed to call bye-bye. She was already ready for battle, since she came to the human world, she had not really had normal food. Wang Wei didn't mind this, although he wasn't very interested in fox meat, and he assumed it wouldn't take much time. However, before anything could start, someone suddenly stopped Wang Wei, realizing that they couldn't leave him alone even for a minute. Hearing someone else's voice, Solmi turned around, noticing Woolian approaching closer, who reminded that Babai had given Wang Wei a rare opportunity to enter the human world, and if he got into a fight on the first day, it would affect his reputation. Looking at her with disappointment, Wang Wei exclaimed that Siwa was the first to look at him, reminding him that Babai said that other monsters could also call him, and asked if even then they shouldn't fight. Wu Yun, remaining calm, reminded that in the business world, mere correct protocol is not enough, since Siwa, with whom Wang Wei was arguing, is currently the most powerful member of his time on the Korean peninsula, and Wang Wei himself, who is not even a member of the tribe, is in no position to argue. Moving closer to Wang Wei, she leaned against him from behind, warning that in this case it doesn't matter at all who is really to blame. Wang Wei did not argue further, and Wu Yun added that ultimately the responsibility would fall on Wang Wei, and noted that Siwa was well aware of this. Selwa did not answer anything, but simply frowned, but then still admitted that of all the requests for mercy that she had heard before, this request was the most pitiful. In the end, this time she decided to forgive Wang Wei, since she was even embarrassed to kill a tiger cub who had not even known the taste of life. Solmi realized that fortunately this was more of a provocation than a real threat, since, given Siwa's personality, this was probably the only correct answer, because if Wang Wei decided to attack or began to grovel, Siwa would have killed him without any pity. Selkwa, meanwhile, noted that all this is quite old-fashioned, since there is not only a possible Sukran, but also a Changvi that raised a young tiger for many centuries. She imagined a girl hugging a small animal and added that if Wu Yun and Huan Wai didn't want this to continue, then they'd better get a grip on themselves. Wu Lian, smiling, asked Wang Wei not to listen to Siwa, and Siwa admitted that she didn't know why Wu Lian cared about Wang Wei, but noted that for someone like him, it was simply ridiculous. In the end, distracted from this, she frowned and asked why anyone even needed to call her and Solmi. She also asked that the others just say why they were there, since it was a cafe, and she didn't like it when anyone smelled like burnt wood. Wolian admitted that she and Wang Wei were also interested in knowing this, since after yesterday's hunt they were told to hide for a while, and so she asked if something had happened. Goy, closing his eyes, said, as far as they already know, in order to suppress the commotion that has arisen, Babai has issued a temporary license, and therefore even monsters without qualifications who come to the human world can take part in expelling the uninvited guests if they have enough strength. However, the situation changed, and to Siwa, Wang Wei and Wu Yun, Goya warned that all temporary license holders except them were ordered to return to the monster world due to lack of skills. Everyone was amazed to hear this, and Goya wanted to say more about the details of everything that happened, but, interrupting his words, Siwa and Solmi simultaneously asked what about Siwa. Goy honestly said that he did not know what was happening, but noted that with the main character everything was different. Wolian, not understanding what they were talking about, watched the others in amazement, and Solmi asked in horror if it was true that the others did not send Siwa to the world of monsters alone. She exclaimed that otherwise this would go beyond all the wounds, and Selwa agreed with this since, although Siwa was not so weak that he could be beaten by the first person he met, it was still dangerous, and she asked if it was true that Goya knows that strength is not everything? Because of this, when considering the pure power of the monster, the main character was still not ready, since the point was that a human, no matter how skilled he is in battle, is just a big prey, and if Shiwu is left alone in the monster world, he will only live a few days before he is hunted down and eaten. Closing her eyes, she turned around, heading towards the exit, and said that she was leaving and would tell Babai that she was returning to the world of monsters. She was going to train the main character for a month, as promised, and after that appear in court, as she was sure that everything would be fine, because Siwu is persistent. Goyo, sighing, warned that no matter what Selwa and the others decided, it all depended only on them, but asked that first they listen to him to the end, adding that Siwu was still here, and the decision to send him to the world of monsters or whether to leave it here has not yet been decided. Selwa stopped and turned around in amazement, and Goya added that, in addition, all this is closely connected with their new goal, since Selwa and the others must protect Siwa from people. At this moment, the main character, slightly coping with the shock, asked if Babai was really saying that Baihyun was his ancestor. He realized that at first glance, Baihyun was almost no different from him, but he wondered what that meant if Baihyun was indeed his ancestor. He asked out loud how old Baihyun really was. Babai, closing his eyes, announced that if this goblin is really Baihyun, then he is about 1500 years old. Siwa was very surprised, and then announced that when he saw Baihyun, he said that was his name. Thinking about the number of years that Babai mentioned, the main character asked with interest how long Baihyun lived. Young noted that the story is slightly different in this case, since while it is true that monsters have a longer lifespan than humans, it averages out to about 500 years. What made it possible to live beyond this period was the strength of the monster itself, and when the monster accumulated a certain amount of energy, it could increase its life expectancy and preserve youth for 1,000 years. Siva asked in shock, is Young really saying that it is possible to increase lifespan to 1,000 years? He remembered that Baihyun lived to be 1,500 years old, and Young and Babai confirmed that at the age of 1,500, Baihyun looks like he wouldn't even live to be 100 years old. However, it was not only this, because even being an experienced fighter and using all his power, Young was unable to inflict significant damage on Baihyun, thanks to which Baihyun was able to successfully leave the scene. He knew that no matter how lacking in skill he was, this pathetic pretense had to stop right now. Babai was surprised that there was a monster capable of matching Young in skill, and realized that among the local youth, Selkva and Goyu were the best they had. Even if Baihyun claimed to be a goblin, he still could not meet Young with a decrepit and old body, because in that case he would only be an ancient myth that could be told to Siwa if they had time. The last time the goblins completely hid the traces of their existence was 666 years ago, right after the Great War, and Bapai said that over 1,000 years ago, the goblins split into two opposing sides, and the Goblin King of that time and his faction were defeated, so they had to hide from the whole world. However, the victors also suffered serious losses. They became fewer and fewer until 666 years ago, only one goblin remained. This last goblin was Bacon, who lived until the second half of his allotted time, but even he died from wounds received during the Great War, and from that moment on, goblins were considered extinct. This is why Babai thought that the main character is a secret descendant of Bacon, since when Bacon breathed his last, more than 100 years would have passed since his transformation into a goblin, even if he was the only one left. Even though there was no direct evidence to identify Siwa's ancestors, if we take Bacon's short lifespan into account, it is somewhat consistent with Siwa being a descendant of Bacon left 666 years ago. The main character listened attentively, and Babai added that one of the infamous family members who died 1,000 years ago is Baihyun, and the fact that he has now returned, while maintaining his appearance and strength, makes one think about something. Siwa realized that if there were other goblins and Baihyun was alive then they could be his ancestors, and Young and Babai confirmed this, realizing that if the goblin that Siwa encountered was really Baihyun, that it no longer mattered how he could not have aged at all, and much more importantly, a goblin with such power was hiding for a certain reason all this time. And therefore it did not matter at all whose blood flowed through the veins of the main character. Frowning, Babai asked why they only learned about Siwu and his family's pedigree now. He asked the protagonist to answer his questions as honestly as possible, and asked whether Siwu's parents, and especially his mother, were truly ordinary people. At the same time, opening the front door, Siva's mother entered the apartment, and asked if the main character was here. Long before, after apologizing, Siva's mother closed her eyes and said that she was truly sorry. She stood with her hand on little Siva's shoulder and announced that it was all her fault, admitting that unfortunately she had nothing more to add. She asked if other children were badly hurt, and what their parents were saying. But the woman my mother was talking to waved her hands, exclaiming that everything was wrong, and explained that everything was not that serious. It didn't look like the main character was bullying other children, since it was the 5th graders who instigated all of this in the first place. At that moment, Siva was in the 3rd grade of primary school, and stood looking to the side with a frown. The woman, meanwhile, noted that, apparently, Siwu tried to take away from the 5th graders a soccer ball that his classmate had brought to school, and the 5th graders took it away. The main character saw all this and decided to intervene, telling the older children to return the ball, which is why they ended up quarreling. Fortunately, those children were not harmed in any way, except for a few small wounds from a slight push, and since in this incident it was those children from high school who offended the third grader, even their parents could not object. She promised that she would inform Shiva's mother if any other problem arose, and she bowed and thanked the woman for this. Soon she and Siva went outside and, looking at the main character, assumed that he was very angry with her, but Siva said that this was not so, since in any case it was all his fault. But his mother didn't think that he had done anything wrong, since hurting others is wrong, but she knew that sometimes there was simply no other choice. She still wanted to tell Siv something and squatted down in front of him, admitting that she sincerely hoped and wanted the main character to never find himself in a situation where he would have to hurt someone. Now, looking back, Sivu realized that even then he had a vague premonition, because what his mother told him then was very strange. Stretching out her little finger, she asked if the main character promised her this. This was not at all an educational conversation about the dangers of violence, which parents usually conducted. Sivu then promised what his mother asked for, realizing that it was more like a peculiar request. Remembering how they hugged then, Sivu asked himself with interest why his mother asked him to do this. Although he didn't know the reason, he realized that it was very important to her, so he agreed, and after this incident, he never resorted to violence until he became a monster. In the end, now the main character said that his father was a professional athlete and met his mother at 24 years old. They got married, and then almost immediately Siwa was born and, as far as he heard, his father died of an incurable disease shortly after his birth. Judging by how successful his father was in sports, Shiwa thought that he had inherited the goblin blood from him. Now, having gotten dressed, he continued to talk about his mother, noting that she works as an appraiser of ancient art objects, such as ceramics, paintings and much more, and sometimes she is even offered to act as a mediator in transactions. She was an ordinary person who had absolutely nothing to do with the world of monsters, since Siwu was sure that otherwise he would have found out much earlier that he was a master, and not just a few days ago. Babai noted that she could not specifically talk about this, and noted that he knows that for the main character this may sound quite strange, especially given the suddenness of what is happening. However, if you compare the current Siwa with the one he was just a few days ago, one could say that his life was completely transformed, like day and night. Even when Shiwu and Babai first met, the protagonist was much closer to a human than a monster, and then Babai only told the only goblin about the need to participate in the festival, and he had absolutely no expectations for Shiwu's development. However, the main character now realized that he was not as useless as Babai imagined, and asked if it was true that this was ironic. He frowned slightly, straightening his hair, and Babai admitted that everything was really as Siva had said, since the speed of his development, which Babai had observed in recent days, was simply phenomenal. Young stood all this time, just listening carefully to their conversation, and Babai added, even taking into account the talent of goblins who specialize in battles, Siva's growth is clearly beyond the bounds, and that is why Babai began to suspect Siva's mother and asked if the main character is really an ordinary half-monster. He assumed that Siwa was originally an instrument that was created so that Baihyun would have the opportunity to participate in the festival. Frowning, Siva confidently shouted that this was nonsense, and warned that the likelihood of this is extremely low, because even if Baihyun is still related to the main character, at least Babai knows that Sivu is not guilty of this. The main character did not understand why all this was happening in this case, and Young announced that the problem is that only they think this way, and more precisely, people who know about the existence of monsters think this way. The shaman people, on the other hand, saw Siwu as a threat and as someone associated with Baihyun, as just today there have been several cases of mass disappearances across the country. Siwu was surprised to hear this, and Young and Baihyun said that around noon, police confirmed that most of the residents in the high-rise residential complexes in central Seoul were missing. Last night there were reports from people that some residents had not returned home, which many reported to the police. 2 similar incidents occurred in another area of Seoul, as well as in Incheon and Busan. Since this incident was covered in the news, public opinion was currently on the verge of panic, and having said this, Young handed the main character a phone on which he opened the desired application. He also noted that as far as the kidnapping last night was concerned, this was something they had been preparing for 2 weeks together with the shamans. They coordinated and provided work in areas in which the other party was involved, and also collaborated with members of the other organization. The shamans asked the country's leaders to facilitate their operation, and if they simply agreed to turn a blind eye to the night of unrest and cooperate with the monsters in the latest operations, then they would make every effort to destroy most of the monsters in the city. However, in one day, which did not even pass completely, certain problems arose. Sivu carefully read what Young showed him on the phone screen and frowned, and Young said that not only last night, but over the past month, interest in mass disappearances began to grow like wildfire. Babai announced that this caused them some difficulties, but from the point of view of the shaman people, they have to constantly expend strength to compensate for their incompetence, and what Shiwu did today while fighting Tao was too noticeable, and although it was lucky that no one was hurt, there were quite a few witnesses to this incident. Sighing, Young added that it was actually his fault, and Babai announced that the shamans were asking for a new person, using this as an excuse, and suggested that they wanted to punish the monster who had gone berserk in the middle of the day. The main character was amazed, but did not argue with the fact that it was his fault that he went alone without receiving permission. Although this was true, Babai and Young were sure that this issue only concerned monsters since, despite the fact that Shiwu acted against the judge's order, his opponent was a monster who had killed countless people, thereby breaking the law. Moreover, Siwu did not harm anyone with his powers, and his monster form was not revealed to human society. Even if the main character had to suffer some kind of punishment, Babai, as the judge of monsters, was going to assign it himself, and it would not even be a punishment, but rather a reprimand. Although the shamans tried to forcibly take Sivu, Babai said that he need not worry about it, and Sivu, sighing, closed his eyes and lowered his head, and Babai added that Sivu and his mother would be under his personal protection. The main character opened his eyes when he heard this and asked again in bewilderment, and Babai confirmed that this was indeed the case, suggesting that the shamans know about the existence of Baihyun and suspect that he and Siwu may be somehow connected, so if indeed Siwu's mother raised him, the shamans have already pronounced the sentence on her. The main character was horrified when he heard this. Babai frowned, and Young became wary, and the next moment Sivu suddenly ran forward, heading towards the window. However, he suddenly froze as Babai, stretching his hand forward, activated his magic, admitting that he understood Siwu's feelings, but could not allow him to go to his mother on his own. Sivu found himself tied up with a piece of cloth, and Babai warned that this is exactly what the shamans would want, adding that he had already sent someone to protect Sivu's mother, so he asked him not to worry, since it would be best if he stayed here, under their protection. Young noted that the main character needs to listen to Babai's words, since given his physical condition, if he encounters shamans, it will be impossible to predict how it will all end. He wanted to continue speaking, but Sivu, interrupting his words, tried to get up, since he had fallen before, and trembling, admitted that it was all his fault, since he forgot to get permission and went there himself, without even notifying anyone. From why did he create problems for himself? He was fully aware of this and was willing to receive the appropriate punishment, but noted that he was too stupid and did not think it through that far, so he did not imagine that anyone else could suffer from his actions. Moreover, Sivu could not even imagine that it would be his mother, and Babai and Young frowned when they heard this. The main character suddenly admitted that he was sorry and noted that he understood that he was causing trouble, but he could not do anything about it, because if something happened to his mother, he would never forgive himself. Sludge began to flow down Sivu's cheeks, and he activated his power, thereby tearing the fabric with which he was bound. Having freed himself from this, he clenched his jaw, and Babai asked himself, did Sivu really tear the magic apart with such physical force alone? The main character, meanwhile, promised that when he sees with his own eyes that his mother is safe, he will immediately return, and Babai and Young will be able to do whatever they want with him. Finally, he added that he was really sorry, and jumped out of the window, and Babai and Young were silent for some time, looking after him. Eventually Babai asked why Young just stood there and watched. He asked Young not to say that he was so pathetic that he couldn't even say a word, and Young explained that there was no water nearby that he could use, and blowing up a fire hydrant would only cause unnecessary attention. He awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, and Babai, frowning, asked what about the rain outside the window. Young did not know what to answer to this, and Babai, sighing, called him simple-minded, and noted that this is why everyone says that Young is behind even his sister, although she lacks talent. On the other hand, Babai did not know why this was so, but he realized that this was the nature of the Young clan, because the softer they stayed, the more they turned out to be like real people. Young suddenly asked, wasn't Babai himself too rude to Siwu? Although Young understood that Shiwu's potential exceeded his expectations, he also knew that the magic of the magic cloth did not dissipate just because it was torn. He and Babai looked at the scraps of fabric, and in the end decided that it did not matter what the main character did, since their relationship with the shamans would not change in any way. They looked at how Shiwu quickly ran through the city, noting that, moreover, the reason why Shiwu ended up in such a situation was largely their fault, since they did not even handle the situation properly. First of all, they were not so callous as to turn a blind eye to the child's desire to protect his own mother. Sivu ran, frowning and clenching his jaw, and at this time in his apartment, his mother, looking at the screen of her phone, excitedly noted that the main character was not even responding to her messages. She didn't understand where he had gone, and suddenly she heard a sound and looked sharply in that direction. She realized that the sound was coming from the door and asked who was there. She didn't understand why they were knocking at her apartment, but suddenly Selwa, who suddenly found herself behind Siva's mother, ordered her not to move and stand still. Siwa's mom froze, obeying the order, and Siwa realized that Solmi was right and assumed that she had underestimated people too much, since she did not know that they would be so annoying that she would want to kill them. Frowning, she stepped forward. At that moment the door opened, and Yashin walked inside, who was surprised to notice Shiva's mother and Selwa. He finally announced that he didn't know how many monsters had already come, but noted that it didn't matter since he just needed to get rid of each one as soon as he saw one. He advised Selwa to leave if she didn't want to die, but before he finished speaking, Selwa ordered him to bow down, and Yashin frowned, clenching his teeth. The order that Selwa gave sounded like a call to bow down. This call was embedded in Yashin's consciousness. Selwa used the unique magic of the small violet string technique. The use of chi in the voice causes disorientation and clouds the listener's consciousness. Selwa pointed her finger downwards, resting her other hand on her hip. She looked down at Yashin imperiously. The enchanted Yashin, shrouded in magical energy, stood motionless, frozen in motion, trying to take the sword out of its sheath. Selwa looked at him carefully, thinking that he did not attack immediately. Then she asked herself in surprise, was he really worried that the main character's mother might get hurt? After that, Selwa, exhaling air from her lungs, turned to Solmi and told her that she could leave since everything was under control. Solmi came out from behind the wall and asked her, is this the main character's mom? Then she rejoiced that it was good that they had time. Selwa asked her if she was serious. Then she noticed that given his level, even if they were late, nothing would have changed. Yashin was on his knees, tensing his whole body. His fists were tightly clenched. He sat with a gloomy face, unable to move. Solmi screamed that she had already said that they should avoid conflicts as much as possible. Selwa, placing her hand on Siwa's mother's shoulder, lightly confirmed Solmi's words and noted that in the end no one was hurt and they were able to protect her. Then she noticed that besides, it wasn't on purpose. After that, Selwa said that she herself said that they should not interfere in people's lives. Then she asked her, didn't she? Without waiting for an answer, she asked another question. She asked her how she managed to do so well and escape. Suddenly, Selwa and Solmi's eyes opened wide and they looked ahead in surprise. A large magical barrier of enormous height was located around a small area built up with multi-story buildings. Solmi, with a frightened expression on her face and a pale forehead, noticed in confusion what it was. Since they were born after the last competition, this is the first time they experienced such a feeling that completely covered them. Selkva, looking at the shaking fingers of her hand, assumed that it was only they who were trying to avoid conflicts. However, given the current situation, both monsters intuitively understood what had happened. Selkva said barrier. She then noticed that, moreover, that this could not be created quickly since it required careful preparation. She concluded that they had planned this from the very beginning. Then she looked ahead in surprise, realizing the situation that had happened, and asked a question, then what is the point of sending someone forward? At this time, Yashin was already standing in the doorway. Thick magical energy of a bright blue color poured out from his body and eyes. Selwa turned at him in surprise, asking herself, was he able to get rid of the small violet string technique with the help of his own chi? Realizing this, Selkva grabbed the nail with a sharp movement of her hands, preparing to attack it. The sound of metal hitting the floor echoed in the room. The sword that belonged to Yashin was thrown to the floor. Yashin spread his hands in different directions and told them that he was not going to fight with them. Then he told them that the person they were holding was the mother of his friend. After that, he told them that he came here to prevent her from being kidnapped. He explained that if they have the same goal, then he will help them. Solmi, hugging the protagonist's mother, looked at him in surprise with wide eyes and shouted, "He!" With her brows furrowed, Selwa looked at him piercingly, saying that he had a familiar face, after which she asked him if he was Siwa's friend. Solmi answered this in the affirmative, and said that just the other day he protected the main character while he was not around. Yashin, looking at them with a serious expression on his face, told them that time was running out and perhaps they themselves noticed. However, A barrier was installed around the complex. He explained to them that while it was active they would not be able to get out. Then he noticed that fortunately there was a way to get through this from the inside. Selwa, looking at him menacingly and continuing to hold on to her nail, said that in addition to the fact that he was telling them about a way to get out, she asked him why he behaved so self-confidently as if this is how it should be. Yashin asked her again, looking at her in surprise. Selkva told him that, as she understands, he is a friend of the main character. She asked him, but wasn't he a shaman before that? Frowning her eyebrows, Selkva looked at him carefully, squeezing her nail. She said that the past Sivu and the current one are completely different creatures. She asked him, isn't this more important for them, that is, for shamans? After that she asked him another question. She asked if he really wanted to turn his back on them just for the sake of friendship? She noticed that he was not so stupid as to think so. Solmi watched what was happening with a tense expression on her face. She thought that although this might sound rude, she understood that there was some truth in her words. Yashin, lowering his hands down, said what he understood. After that, he tensed his hands so that the veins began to swell, the tips of his fingers began to sparkle subtly. Selwa watched him with concentration and thought that she knew that everything would be like this. Suddenly, Yashin began to beat himself at certain points on his body with lightning-fast movements of his hand. From the pain he created for himself, he tensed his body and clenched his jaw, continuing to pierce himself with his finger at great speed. Selwa and Salmi watched what was happening in sincere bewilderment. Drops of sweat flowed down Yashin's face profusely. Trying to restore his breathing, he said that by including the blood flowing through the meridians, he temporarily stopped the flow of qi, which is used in martial arts. Wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand and leaning on his legs, he said that now he is no different from an ordinary person, after which he noted that if he activates the qi again, he will not be able to resist its magic. Selkva, looking at him warily, asked, does he understand what this means? She explained that this meant that she might not stop with the usual reading of his thoughts, after which she gave an example, saying that she could make him her toy, which would control him until his death. Yashin, with a tense expression on his face and his mouth wide open, answered her that he could tell that it mattered, but he admitted that at least it could help his aunt escape. Then he said loudly that if it was possible, he didn't care. Salmi, clenching her fists with wide open eyes, looked at him saying this. Selwa, continuing to hold her nail, looked at him uncertainly and asked why go so far. After that, she asked him another question. She asked what kind of relationship he had with the main character? Yashin answered her by saying that he had already said that he was his friend. With an exhausted expression on his face, looking down, he said that that was all. Selwa let go of her nail and exhaled the air from her lungs, after which she said that he was either too naive or Siwu influenced him too much, after which she noticed that it was the same thing. Solmi went up to Yashin and asked him how he was. Yashin, wearily leaning on his legs and lowering his head, asked her in response, what does she think? Selkva turned away from them and agreed that they would listen to him. She noticed that now they would see how good the shaman's abilities were. The main character walked along a wide city road rolled into asphalt. With eyes wide open, brows furrowed, a drop of sweat running down his face, he tensed his fists, clenching them, looking carefully in front of him. The pain that was felt throughout his body with each step receded more and more into the background due to anxiety, but he stopped due to increased intuition, which even temporarily suppressed concern about his mother. The main character raised his head up and looked in surprise at the multi-storied building that was in front of him. He thought that at first glance there was nothing unusual here, but he understood that he definitely felt something. Subconsciously he realized that if he took a couple more steps then. He did not have time to finish his reasoning because someone addressed him by name and asked him, Chao Civili is his name? Siva looked tensely towards the person speaking to him. This man said that he was much smaller than he thought. Then he noticed that he could not believe that goblin blood flowed in him. The person speaking was named Lim Yagwang. Yagwang looked at him arrogantly, resting his hand on his hip with a smile on his face, and said that judging by the fact that he stopped at the edge, he still has a sense of danger. Then he introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet you anyway. He told him that as a third-ranking officer of the Sangha department, he had practiced hand-to-hand combat and reading scriptures for 15 years. The main character, looking at him menacingly with anger, replied that even if this is so, it means nothing to him. Then the main character tensely and consciously repeated the words he had said, Department of the Bag. He remembered that he had heard that this department was directly related to the Yashin family. He thoughtfully asked himself if it turns out that Yagwang is his relative. He then suggested that it was possible that He didn't have time to think through this thought because Yagwang interrupted him, saying that since they had already met, he suggested that he get down to business. With a smile on his face, he advised him to just give up. He explained his recommendation by saying that he shouldn't make a fuss unnecessarily. Then he assumed that he understood the situation he was in. He asked the main character if this was true. Siva looked menacingly without answering him. Yagwang continued to tell him that the surrounding area is already surrounded by a barrier and his colleagues, he thinks, have already found his mother. Then he began to approach the main character with his hand out in front of him. He said that he didn't even know if he was familiar with the concept of filial duty. However, he warned him that if he tried to escape, only she would suffer from this. He then noted that if shamans from all over the country had come here to capture him, then his capture was only a matter of time. The main character frowned at him with frowning eyebrows, realizing that a fight was inevitable. At the same time, he understood that the problem was that he was again not destined to think out his thoughts since the girl with a mask on her face tried to attack him with her foot while jumping. Siva looked in front of him in surprise and then turned around and met this kick with his forehead. Chejiang stood opposite him, blue magical energy emanating from her. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, clenched his jaw and put his hand in front of him. At that moment, Chejiang hit him with a direct blow from her foot to the hand he was defending. The impact sent the main character flying several meters into the distance. After that, he managed to stay on his feet and looked at her from under his brows, resting his palm on the floor. With his other hand he clenched his palm into a fist and looked at her carefully. After that, his eyes widened greatly, his mouth was slightly open, he looked ahead in surprise. He saw that in front of him there was a huge barrier. Yagwang, with a smile on his face, standing behind him, put out his finger and pointing at this, said that it was like setting a trap. He explained that as soon as the prey takes a step forward, it can't get out. Then he said that there is a problem only to force him to take this step. He suggested that he now understands that he will not run away, after which he asked him if this is true. The main character looked at him with an angry expression and was silent in response. Yagwang began to stretch his muscular arms in a circular motion, holding his hand on his shoulder. Then he noticed that he could still make a choice. He said to choose one of two. Yagwang reminded him that he could calmly give up or run away until he was on the verge of death, which it seems to him that he will look extremely pathetic. Siwoo silently stood in a fighting stance, looking at Yagwang with frowning brows. Then his face contorted from the surprise that descended on him due to the sharp sensation. The next moment, a slight tremor ran through his nerves, tense to the limit, and he heard the command spoken by Selwa. It was a command to bow down. Just this one word, which was uttered more than 100 meters from him, made it impossible to even hear the voice itself. But this formidable chi that was contained in it was so familiar to him that he immediately ran. The main hero ran away from Yagwang with a sharp jerking movement. He ran as fast as he could. At this time he was thinking that it was definitely Selwa's chi. He was thinking that the other monsters. He interrupted himself and said that at least she was now inside the barrier. Then, along with the way he was running, he began to think that he was not completely confident. But judging by where he felt this chi from, it is now in his house. He realized that if this was so, then he needed not to run towards them as fast as he could, but quite the opposite. He understood that even though Yagwang said about being surrounded and about being found, he understood that they definitely hadn't caught his mother, at least not yet. What? He did not know the whole situation, but he understood that Selwan must now be with his mother, and even if they suspect his mother, then first of all they want to capture him. He understood that if he could create unrest as far from home as possible, that alone would give Selwa time to escape. He ran at high speed into the distance. Suddenly he saw a movement near him. It was Yagwang who tried to kick him. The main character dodged this blow by lowering his torso down, thereby avoiding the jumping blow that Yagwang dealt to him. Yagwang noticed with a smile on his face that he had a good reaction. Then he landed on the asphalt road, dust flying in different directions after he landed. Immediately after this, Yagwang began to try to attack him with blows of his fists. Siva put up a block with his hand and received these blows. Looking intensely at Yagwang, the main character thought that he was fast and strong. He understood that this Yagwang was superior to Yashin in all aspects. He understood that maybe then he treated him with condescension, but it seemed to him that there was something else besides this. After these thoughts of his, a strong direct blow was made to his block by Yagwang. The main character flew several meters back from this blow. Siwoo continued to keep his arms crossed near his face. His hands were bruised. He looked carefully in front of him, thinking about what if this was the case. He did not have time to complete his thought. Yagwang, continuing to hold his outstretched hand clenched into a fist in front of him, sighed in surprise and noticed that this was unexpected, after which he assumed that it seemed to him that he still knew something. Chejiang approached him from behind. The main hero understood that from the very beginning this was not an equal one-on-one battle. He realized that he was seeing them for the first time, but according to his feelings, they clearly had more energy. Chejiang was approaching him, abundant magical energy emanating from her. He understood that their energy increased due to their synergy. Sivu stood in a fighting stance. He told them that he knew that this might sound strange given the situation. However, he stated that he did not want to fight here. He explained this to them by the fact that they were in the middle of the street in a residential area and he did not know how long people may get hurt because of them. Jag Wang irritably asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After that, he raised his hands high and asked him if he really thought that they erected this barrier just to catch him. Then he explained to him that ordinary people would not even see what was happening on this side of the barrier, and if they were able to enter, they would be stunned. Then he told him that they were all sleeping peacefully, and would wake up only after a certain time after the barrier was removed. He asked him if he understood this. Yagwang then remarked that this was not the best excuse, although he made the observation that it was even funny. Immediately after these words, Yagwang tried to strike him with his fist. He grabbed the hands of the main character with his hand and planned to move his block down to hit him in the face. When he did this, his eyes glowed brightly and he talked about what he was offering he can easily surrender. Then, when he delivered his powerful punch, a surge of magical energy was released from his fist. Siwu, with a straight face, grabbed his fist with his palm. He said, "It's clear." After that, he grabbed Yagwang by his robe with his second hand and told him that there was no need to create disturbances. Yagwang looked at him in bewilderment. The main character continued to hold him, clutching a piece of cloth from his clothes in his palm. Yagwang looked at him angrily, clenching his jaw. Soon after this, Siva's eyes glowed with a bright magical light. Magical energy began to pour out of him. He cast the Goblin Sirium spell. Immediately after this, the protagonist launched a powerful punch with his fist. A large explosion was heard as he cast a lightning strike spell. Chejiang continued to look in his direction emotionlessly. She did not take any action or say anything. Siva suggested that he now realized what was happening. Then he asked him if this was so. With glowing eyes, he stretched out his hand in front of him and told him that he deliberately did not weaken the blows so that they would understand which of them should be afraid. He then explained that he no longer wanted to kill people. Yagwang sat in a crevice in the asphalt. His body was shaking and he looked ahead in fear, unable to say anything. The main character said that he knew very well that the battle would not end just like that even if he decided so. So he told them that he had to warn them that he would hold back with all his might, but he warned in advance that he could still losing control in the heat of battle. Jagwan clenched his jaw in rage, exposing his teeth. Immediately after this, he made a sharp leap towards the main character. He put his leg in front of him, preparing to attack him. Siva pressed his feet into the ground so that he could later take the blow into it. The main character calmly looked at Yagwang flying towards him. When he struck, Siva remained motionless. Yagwang thought furiously that this couldn't be. Then he began to realize that it wasn't just that he had a good physique, he felt like he was hitting a giant wall. Beads of sweat flowed down his face profusely as he tried to strike the main hero again and again. Then Sivu, with a sharp movement of his fist, struck Yagwang in the face, causing him to be thrown back many meters. When Yagwang hit the asphalt and exploded, the protagonist turned away from him, his fist glowing with magical energy. Then he paid attention to Chejiang standing in front of him. He thought that she would help him by attacking from the other side, but he noticed that she did not move a millimeter, after which he asked himself, shouldn't she fight in close combat? After that, he thought that if this was not the case, then he looked piercingly at her and said that the danger came from her. With a serious expression on his face, he said that he did not want to fight unless necessary. However, he said that if he had to, he would do it without hesitation. Chejiang clenched her palms into fists. Jagwang shouted at her angrily, asking her what she was doing. He was kneeling on the broken asphalt, trying to get up. His whole body was trembling. He irritably reminded her that he had already said that he would take care of it himself. Then he began to be rude to her, saying that she was just a pathetic concubine. He asked her if she really thought that she could bring at least some benefit. Chejiang stared back at him silently. Yagwang continued to shout at her that she just needed to cover him from the back. Blood flowed profusely from Yagwang's mouth. There was a purple bruise where his eye should have been. His eyebrows were furrowed. His only open eye was bloodshot and his pupil was tightly compressed. Veins were swollen all over his face. he screamed at her in incredible rage, asking if he could is her pathetic brain capable of remembering at least this. After that, he asked her in a state of rage, or did she just decide to ignore him in order to piss him off even more? After that, he rudely shouted at her, calling her a nonentity. He yelled that she should obey him and do what he told her. The main character watched this verbal skirmish in surprise. The opponents suddenly began to quarrel. Although the reason was unknown to him, he knew exactly what needed to be done first. Siwoo ran towards Chejiang. He understood that she was the one who remained unharmed and had a much more powerful aura. At that moment, Chejiang took out 3 gold-colored papers and raised them near her face. The main character raised his fist to strike. He understood that he did not know what she was going to do, but he needed to get rid of her as quickly as possible without getting hurt. Chejiang said at that moment, 100 ghosts, the embodiment of evil, a restless beast. The 3 golden-colored papers that she held in her hands began to glow with a bright blue color of magical energy. These began to burn from above. Soon, when the papers turned to ashes, she said, "The archer guard." After these words, abundant magical energy began to emanate from her. Her eyes glowed blue. Siwoo stopped a meter away from her, as he was chained with magical chains that restrained his body. 100 ghosts is the summoning and strengthening of 100 different types of spirits. The main hero looked up in bewilderment. A powerful beam of magical energy hit him from above. The embodiment of evil is the expulsion of evil beings. These attacks did not harm the main character. He tried to attack her with his fist. Chejiang only chuckled looking at it. After he hit her, he looked at her in surprise. She told him that she used 3 high-ranking amulets at once, but hundreds of ghosts and embodiments of evil did not even work. She said that out of all this, only the restless beast had an effect. The main character's fist did not hit her face, but a certain substance that covered her entire body. He could not break through this barrier that protected her from him. Chejiang said that the monster can't do anything against exorcism. The restless beast is the caster's protection from monsters. A red horn appeared on Siwoo's forehead. He formed a goblin club in his hand which began to gather in his palm from the space around him. He was not sure that he had hit it, but he had the feeling that the bud had hit the void. He looked ahead with a tense expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, and thought that the point was not that he touched her and she flew away. He convinced himself by telling himself that this was not so. He began to understand that she somehow managed to dodge from his attack. He thought that if this is what covers her body, then it is a kind of protection from blows. Chejiang stood opposite him with her palms out in front of her chest, her body glowing a magical blue. He understood that this must have some limitations. At that moment, Chejiang said, "The blue edge of the sword is a sentence, and the dew that appears at dawn is the blood of sinners." After that she joined her hands in front of her chest. Her palms began to burn with magical blue fire. She said that that's why she prays to him. At that moment she turned to the great deity. The main character looked at her warily and asked, "Is the spell limited in duration?" After that, he suggested asking himself, or was it all about the number of shots blocked? After that, he made another assumption and asked himself, does this only miss certain types of attacks? Chejiang uttered a command ordering him to come down. A blue flame appeared behind him. Siwoo looked in front of him in surprise with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Yashin said that 5 shamans including him were sent here. With a gesture of his hand he put out 3 fingers out of 5 and told them that 3 of them were real professionals. About the rest he said that they were of an average level. Yashin said this with a frown eyebrows, after which he reported that they all form a 4-sided barrier that surrounds the residential complex. He then explained by saying that initially the boundaries of the barrier were drawn by installing a column or amulets on the outside, but in their case everything was different. Yashin explained that the capital shamans themselves act as supports. Selkva crossed her arms on her chest, looking at him, and asked, "Why is everything so complicated?" After that, she suggested that they just need to get rid of them so that the barrier disappears. She asked him if this is true. Then she suggested that half of them would be enough, because the barriers would already collapse if a significant part was removed. Yashin answered her that everything is not so simple, after which he admitted that they had enough strength. Solmi listened to their conversation. Holding the main character's mother, they sat on the sofa opposite them. Leaning his hands on his hips, Yashin said that, however, it does not matter how powerful they are. He explained these words by saying that if they have not lived at least 666 years, then they simply do not have the necessary knowledge for this. He then said that their strength is different from that of monsters. With a serious expression on his face, he explained that most of the martial arts and crafts they practice were created specifically to catch monsters. he explained that this meant that a battle between monsters is a confrontation of pure strength. After this, he clarified that, however, a battle with a shaman is like stepping on a trap that was created specifically for her. He added by saying that it is not a matter of strength or superiority, but of incompatibility. Then he asked, he already spoke, didn't he? After that, he repeated himself, saying that 3 capital shamans were heading here right now. He told them that only the most worthy can get this position. He explained that they are the only ones who can fight on equal terms with a deity-level monster. After this, Yashin, putting his hands in front of him, said that, nevertheless, a fight is inevitable and he would advise them to deal with only one. He reminded them that, as they said, they need to get rid of only 2 in order to overcome the barrier. He said that he would take on one and they would have to attack the second at the same time as him. He explained to them that they needed to get out of the barrier before the other shamans had time to help them. Then he noted that fortunately he knew the role and capabilities of each of them. Selwa reacted to this by saying that this is of course good, after which she asked him, but can he use his power now? After that, she noticed that it seemed to her that she saw how he sealed his channels with his own hands. Yashin's face contorted as he suddenly realized what had happened. At that moment, Solmi, who approached Selwa from behind, put her hand in front of her and said that she understood that nothing could be done about this, but she noticed that it would be quite difficult to defeat 2 shamans at once. After that, she noticed that even though all ordinary people are now unconscious, however, if they do not want them to get hurt. Selva exhaled the air from her lungs and said that she didn't care. She explained this by saying that they weren't the only ones who should care. Then she said that first of all, people themselves try to protect civilians. Yashin at that moment leaned against the wall with a gloomy expression on his face and pressed himself against it. Selva said that they, too, because of this, cannot fight at full strength. Yashin, without moving, said that this was not so. Then he looked at the floor in confusion and pressed his palm to his face and said that they are obsessed with the main character much more than they think. After that, he explained that he didn't think that they were in any way concerned about the fact that innocent people might get hurt. Solmi looked at him in surprise with her eyes wide open and asked him with her mouth what he meant. After that, she asked him another question, what's the point of doing all this just to catch Shiva? Yashin told her that it was not because of him. He then said that this was because of the pride and strength they would gain in 6 months. Then he turned to them with an exhausted expression on his face and said that for the last 666 years, not only they had been waiting for the monsters to come at night, but also the shamans. Solmi with a confident expression on her face told him that she didn't understand him. Then she suggested that the last few hundred years were the best time for humanity. After that she asked him if that was true. She noticed that they were able to protect themselves from the monsters. Yashin confirmed this assumption. However, at the same time he noticed that thanks to life without monsters, human civilization had developed much more than in the last few thousand years combined. He noticed that this was literally the peak of human development. However, he lowered his eyes down and said that if there were precisely, this is the peak of development of most of humanity. He explained to them by telling them that after the nights became safe, ordinary people took advantage of this peaceful time for their development. He told them that in the conditions of the development of culture and technology, in the era of prosperity and peace that they erected, shamans lived secretly in the shadows. He explained to them that they had been lowered from the level of guardians who protected the peace of people to ordinary superstition. He said that inferiority complex, righteousness, psychological compensation, he noted that all this is inherent in most modern martial artists and maybe in 6 months when the sun sets. With a smile on his face, he leaned his back on the wall and said that when people start screaming in fear, the hour of reckoning will come and then the shamans will again rule the world, ceasing to be a pathetic superstition. After that, with a slight smile on his face, looking at them from under his brows, he said that this is why what happens today does not matter at all. He said that he told the board that everything would be fine, but he was mistaken and lost face, so now he is just trying to catch the main culprit and sooner or later he will pay for everything. Solmi, in great tension, sadly looked at her palms, which she stretched out in front of her face. She said in confusion that then, if everything is so then. Selva didn't let her finish and, with an emotionless expression on her face, looking ahead, summing up, she asked him if it turns out that they don't care at all about the fact that ordinary people might suffer? After that, she said in surprise, that's how it is. An abundant flash of blue magical energy occurred behind the high-rise buildings. This flash was so powerful that it exceeded the height of these multi-story residential buildings. Selva turned around in surprise and asked what it was. Yashin also looked in surprise in the direction of the explosion. Then he asked with wide open eyes in shock, Yagwang? At that moment he thought that this was energy. Then he thought that this could not be. He asked himself, is the White House really involved too? Then he asked himself in genuine confusion, but how can this be? At that moment, Chaejeong landed with a jump on the asphalt. Resting her palm on the ground, she held her other hand clenched into a fist behind her back. Clouds of dust scattered from her in different directions. There are two main types of abilities that martial artists on the Korean peninsula use. The first is reading. This is the memorization of sacred scriptures containing divine power that is released when speaking words. As a result, you can instantly use energy enhancement and various techniques designed for specific situations. Most martial artists hone this particular ability. The second is the descent of the gods. It is believed that among martial arts, the sensitivity of white blood is different in that those who were born with it use white blood as a channel in your body, as a vessel, for creatures from another world. You can let God into your own body. The main hero at that moment stood opposite a powerful creature of bright blue color. In the hands of this creature there were two curved daggers. This creature appeared due to the application of the coming of the Sword Master. In front of this creature stood Yagwang, a stunning force that the main character encounters for the first time in his life. Siwoo stood opposite with a confused expression on his face, holding a goblin club in his hand. However, something inside him responded to this energy. One of the protagonist's fingers began to glow with blue magical energy. Confrontation with entities that go beyond the usual reality, especially if this is the first meeting with such a creature. A creature consisting of condensed magical energy looked down at Siwa. Regardless of whether he is a monster or a man, it will still be an incredible shock, so panic is not surprising. The main character clenched his jaw, baring his teeth, angrily looking up at the huge magical creature. His eyes glowed bright purple from the emotions he experienced. He tensed his entire body, clutching a goblin club in his hand. The magical creature looked at him carefully with its eyes glowing with white light. However, despite all this, the main hero clutched a goblin club in his hand, after which the main character directed the goblin club upward in front of him towards the magical creature. The goblin club consisting of condensed dark matter headed upward, spreading into the width of space. Siva did not run away but decided to go on the offensive. The goblin club aimed at the magical creature passed right through it. The main character looked at it warily and asked, is this not material? Yagwang, who stood opposite the magical creature, spread his legs wide and tensed his arms. Magical energy began to curl around him. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow with bright blue energy. His body also began to be illuminated with a bright light, and daggers appeared in his hands, synonymous with those that were in the hands of the magical creature. All this happened due to the completed merger process. Yagwang's muscles began to grow, and due to such an unexpected transformation, the veins began to stand out clearly on his muscles. Yagwang made a sharp cross-cut with his daggers, thereby creating a magical impulse directed towards the main hero. Siwoo, with a tense expression on his face, tried to defend himself from this attack by holding a goblin club in front of him. However, the force was not enough. Siwoo retreated back under the onslaught of this force. Yagwang looked ahead with a confident expression on his face, holding magic blades in his hands. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at him with his mouth slightly open. A huge number of bright rays were in front of him, rushing towards him. The main character in a hurry tried to fend off all the magical projectiles that were directed to the side. Waving a goblin club, he defended himself from these, but there were too many of them. With a tense expression on his face, he clenched his jaw and tried to defend himself, but these began to cut his skin and flesh. When Siwa fought off such a large number of numerous attacks, Chaejeong, who was watching this, asked herself, how is that possible? She understood that given his speed and agility, he could easily dodge all sword strikes, but he voluntarily went on the defensive and simply repelled attacks as if specifically showing his weakness. She asked herself in surprise, really? At that moment, the main hero, heavily repelling another attack, looked in front of him in surprise. He noticed that Yagwang was not in the place where he had been just a short time ago. Suddenly, Yagwang, who was right next to him, attacked him. Their magical energy collided. Red and blue magical energy impulses tried to overcome each other. The earth began to split. Large pieces of asphalt went down. The entire space around them over a long distance began to crush and fall down. Yagwang began to cut the goblin club with his swords. With his eyes glowing with rage, he was able to cut the goblin club in half. Then he pulled back and made a sharp blow with two of his blades that he held in his hands. With these blows he instantly cut off Siva's hand. The main character clenched his jaw and, with his teeth bared, looked ahead with a wild expression in his eyes, his eyebrows raised high. Yagwang looked at him with concentration and then began to beat him, attacking him with his swords, splashes of blood in huge quantities scattered in different directions. Some time after this, the main character lay in a huge pool of blood on the broken ground. Yagwang stood opposite him holding a magical sword in his hands. Approaching Chejiang, he asked, "Is this Yagwang's body?" Chejiang respectfully folded her hands on her legs and answered in the affirmative, calling him a general. The general said that he was extremely interested, after which he asked her why they were fighting this man. At that moment, the general stood opposite the body of the cut-up Sivu and looked at him. The severed hand of the main character lay in a pool of blood. It was all smeared in the blood of the main character, but this hand remained clenched into a fist. Chakyung told him that he is half a monster, and has demonic blood flowing in him, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless people. She then said that they dared to call him without following proper protocol. The general, without looking at her menacingly, said that she needed to watch her tongue better, after which he asked her, "Is this guy really guilty, or is she just distorting the truth in her favor?" At that moment, the general in the body of Yagwang looked at her menacingly with glowing eyes, holding a magical sword in his hands. He told her that if they had even a drop of common sense, they would have realized everything themselves. Then he added that despite the fact that he had a chance to avoid a collision, he decided to attack. The general suggested that perhaps he feared the consequences that would befall the locals. He noted that even when his own life was at stake, he was still focused on the safety of others. He then said that even if they said that he had the blood of spirits flowing in him, he still would not believe that he actually proceeded to legally harm someone. Looking closely at Chejiang, he said that most likely this accusation is false due to their distorted worldview and inflated needs. Then he said that if he were trash, he would never have responded to this call. Chejiang lowered her head down and asked him for forgiveness. Siva lay on his back, his face and neck covered in his own blood. He was literally on the verge of death, but his critical condition was caused not only by his injuries. The main hero, with his hand torn off, his body and face cut up, lay on the rocky fragments. He fought 2 opponents in a row at once, and this affected him much more than the wounds themselves. For ordinary monsters, the pill itself is akin to a complete nutritional supplement, and excessive consumption could be compared to simple waste without any side effects. However, Shiwa's body is extremely susceptible to similar drugs. Just a few minutes after taking 2 doses in a row, depleted all his vital energy to the last drop, and this is the reason for his current condition. Under normal circumstances, he could have healed 2 or 3 times already. The main character, barely moving his shaking hand, began to pick it up from the ground. That was all. But now it was possible to restore only one hand. Sivu snapped the fingers of his shaking hand, and a magical inventory appeared in front of him. The general looked in his direction in surprise and asked if he still had strength left. Then he remarked that this was admirable. Approaching the main character, he told him that he didn't understand. He noticed that he could have just run away. The main character at that moment was holding a certain object in his hand. The general then turned to Chejiang and said that he told her not to kill him, after which he asked her if this was true. Chejiang answered him in the affirmative. Looking at her with a menacing expression on his face, the general said that this was good. Then he said that he really did not want to break the thread of his life. Siwu held in his bloody palm one of the 3 colored pumpkins that Yashin had given him. The main character understood that to activate it, he needed to clearly and confidently pronounce the word trigger. However, he understood at the same time that if he made a mistake, it could break into pieces, releasing the technology hidden inside. Siwu squeezed the pumpkin with his palm, breaking the shell into many small fragments. The power of 3 colored pumpkins is not something special. Among 81 mystical techniques, the one most suitable for the situation in which the user finds himself is activated. The general looked at this warily. However, what the pumpkin released after analyzing the current state of the main character was not a mystical technique at all. Abundant waves of condensed magical energy began to fill the space around the main hero. What was released from the pumpkin was a simple infusion of all the energy it contained. Chejiang asked herself in bewilderment looking at this, a 3-colored pumpkin? She was surprised to think that this was not just something. She understood that especially considering the amount and density of energy, the outstanding martial artist had spent at least several years creating this. In bewilderment, she thought to herself where the monster could have gotten this from. Sivu was already on his feet, surrounded by magical blue energy. His feet were bare and stood on the cracked asphalt. The main character looked at his unharmed body with a surprised expression on his face. He was dressed in clothes that were still torn and stained with blood, but his body was completely healthy. The general said that it's really rare to see something like this. Then he moved Sivu at high speed with a jerky movement, and said that the monster used a 3-colored pumpkin and also absorbed all the energy. At the last moment, the main character was able to put up a defense with his hand. At that moment the general attacked him. The main hero looked at him intensely through the protection of his hand with wide open eyes and furrowed brows. The general again tried to tear his body to pieces with his magic swords, but inflicted a huge number of blows from different sides. Siwu, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that this was strength, as he understood it because of the pumpkins that Yashin gave him, but he asked himself in bewilderment, what kind of feeling is this? He felt as if a new energy center had appeared in his lower abdomen. However, in reality, everything was not so. The main character initially had 2 energy centers, but both of them became inactive due to the fact that they had not been used for 17 years and one of these had recently awakened due to a stressful situation. The other was restored just a few moments ago due to a collision with the demigod. With the help of the tricolored pumpkins, it was filled to the brim. The main character, looking through his block with which he defended himself from blows, thought that this is energy, a way of manipulating it, and the effect of this is no different from chi. Looking ahead with concentration, he reasoned that this was most likely due to the fact that there were almost no differences between the two. Then he noticed that this made it much easier to block attacks. But he understood that he could not summon a goblin club. His body along the contour glowed with the new magical energy he had acquired. Sivu understood that in addition to all this, when blocking, there is a feeling as if something was missing. He reasoned that depending on the type of energy, there should be different techniques for using it, and the goblin club could only be summoned using chi. At that moment the general, rushing forward, tried to tear him to pieces with his attacks, as he had done shortly before. The main character understood that therefore his current energy was clearly not suitable. He asked himself, what should he do now? He realized that if he continued in the same spirit, everything would happen again. When he thought about this, with a tense expression on his face, he put up protection from the many attacks that came at him from different sides and directions. He understood that this was not an opponent whom he could defeat with brute force alone. Then he confidently thought that if he could not use this energy then. He clenched his palm into a fist and put his hand in front of him. A powerful lightning appeared from his fist and struck right in front of him. The main character looked at his hand clenched into a fist in shock. Shigeon and a certain animal-like creature looked in surprise at the action taken by the main character. This small creature that looked like an animal was a few centimeters from his fist. The animal turned to him and made a questioning sound. Around the same time, at the hotel, Yoshihiro, attracting the attention of Yuzuru lying nearby, recalled that at the airport he was only able to have breakfast with a sandwich, and that was before they even boarded the plane. Yuzuru, looking indifferently at the ceiling, asked, "So what?" She noted that Yoshihiro could order food to his room or go out to eat somewhere, and Yoshihiro, sighing tiredly, asked in disappointment whether he really had such difficulty getting here in order to eat food from the hotel. In addition, he was sure that it was too arrogant to leave Yuzuru here alone, and asked if she knew that it was because of her that he could not eat alone. The whole point was that now Yuzuru was being watched because of what she had done during the day, and although Yoshihiro was grateful that they were not put under house arrest, they could still only go out together now. Yuzuru knew this, because otherwise she immediately went to look for the person who helped her. Hearing about this, Yoshihiro was surprised and asked who Yuzuru was talking about. He assumed that she had some business with the local people, and she said that she meant that goblin who also had human blood, thanks to which he saved her. Yuzuru remembered how she met Shiwa, and added that he was there because he, like her, was chasing those monsters. Yoshihiro frowned in confusion and asked if this really meant that what other people were saying was true. Yuzuru said that this was indeed the case and asked if it was not obvious what was happening here. She explained that the other people were trying to cover up everything the monsters had done, and after presenting a clip from a news broadcast, she explained that the others could only save their reputation by saying that they had caught the culprits. Raising his head, Yoshihiro finally realized how things really were, and added that if you look at it like that, then their countries are not so different from each other. He still admitted that he understood Yuzuru and suggested that she was uncomfortable with the false accusation. However, there was nothing more they could do about it, and Yoshihiro asked if it was right that Yuzuru understood this too. Not only were they guests on this earth, but they also worked with these people in the same field and would become competitors in the near future. Yuzuru remained silent, thoughtful, and Yoshihiro added that the fact that these people rule Korea, and he and the rest of the Amaji representatives are in charge of Japan, is only a consequence of the events of the Koryo and Kamakura periods, which passed 666 years ago. To the former Joseon royal family and the current Korean ruler, these people were nothing more than ancient myths written down hundreds of years ago, and although Yoshihiro and Yuzuru could now trust them, Yoshihiro still doubted that they could trust them with the future and power. Frowning, he added, "If these people are found to be powerless, then the government of this country will definitely turn to the shamans of other countries, which, of course, applies to Yuzuru and Yoshihiro." This question concerned all shamans from all over the world, but it would be wrong if they interfered. Rising from the bed, Yuzuru guessed that this would be considered as interference in none of their business, and noted that she herself understood this, because even if she wanted to do something, she did not have the authority to do so. Frowning, she sighed in irritation, and now understood what her master meant when he said that it was very difficult when the world changes. Before lunch, Yuzuru thought that she was in bad shape. However, after using her powers, she realized something, and remembering the moment when she used her magic in battle, announced that after she set foot on the soil of this country, her powers they definitely got smaller. Yoshihiro was amazed, and remembering that Yuzuru was a Shikigami master, suggested that her knowledge and adaptation to reality could be several times worse than his same skills. Looking at his palm, he asked if it was true that Yuzuru used a Reiju? He thought that the problem might be Shirwu and not Yuzuru, but she, without saying anything in response, activated her magic, admitting that she assumed that the problem might still be her. She asked if the spirit wanted to see her? However, in the next moment, Yuzuru suddenly froze in shock, and Yoshihiro was just as surprised, and Yuzuru, looking at the empty space above her palm, asked what does this mean? She didn't understand where the spirit went. At that moment, when Baihyun, grabbing Yuzuru by the throat, was talking to Shirwu, the main character, without answering anything out loud, mentally asked how he could save Yuzuru? However, he was not the only one thinking about this, since the spirit, who was flying nearby at that time, also asked himself the same question. At that moment, no one could do anything, either Yuzuru's Shikigami nor the Reiju, since the Shikigami was completely dependent on who controls it, and without receiving energy from the shaman or other people, it was no different from an ordinary spirit. That is why, realizing his powerlessness, the spirit closed his eyes and began to release energy, because he understood that he could make an effort to prove his loyalty to the owner. Then, feeling the energy, Baihyun looked menacingly at the spirit, and it, greatly frightened, trembled. Very soon, due to the attack, Baihyun's hand was cut off, and Yuzuru fell to the ground. While Baihyun and Young began to fight and Yuzuru's safety was ensured, the spirit needed to immediately return to her. However, Baihyun's frightening aura caused the spirit to panic for a moment, and it froze, unable to control the trembling. However, this was quickly distracted when Isami appeared, and after looking at the huge monster that began to strike, the spirit still realized that he needed to return, but it was too late to escape. Powerful streams of magical energy began to spread in different directions from the attack, and Yuzuru closed her eyes, trying to protect herself from it. Usually the Reiju would return to their master, but at that moment a new variable appeared, and the spirit opened its eyes wider when it noticed that Shirwu had suddenly appeared right in front of Yuzuru, trying to close it. A human body with shaman abilities blocked the path to Yuzuru and was eventually absorbed by the spirit. However, imprisoned in Shiwu's body, which contained only chi energy, the spirit was trapped, and, not understanding what was happening, looked around. At the moment freed, the spirit looked in bewilderment at the equally surprised Shiva. This had never happened before, however, it was not possible to think about it for a long time, since at that moment the general, having more conveniently grasped his weapon, prepared for a further attack, and the general threw the weapon towards Sivu, and understanding the trajectory of the attack, the main character grabbed the spirit, bending down along with it so that the weapon thrown by the general would not cause damage to anyone. This situation was something that neither the spirit nor Siwa were able to understand, but nevertheless, when they looked at each other, both instinctively had the same thought, which was the realization that they could die, if not for any of them. At the same moment, the general suddenly continued the battle, sharply approaching Siv, and the main character at the last moment put his hand in front of him to block the attack. He was briefly distracted by looking at the vessel he was clutching in his hand, but soon turned his attention back to the general, as it was necessary to continue fighting. Noticing another blow, he clenched his jaw and frowned, using the vessel in his hands as a weapon. Energy began to be released from this, which turned into a kind of blade that Siwu was able to use. For a while, he and the general stood with their weapons crossed, and the main character realized that this was a little different from the battle with Baihyun, but decided that it was enough for him to simply know that he was capable of dealing with the general. In addition, now Sivu was finally sure that he was superior to the general in strength and speed, and the only thing in which he was better than Sivu was technique. The general at that moment continued to fight, delivering a large number of blows, and the main character mentally noted that every time he wants to move, the general anticipates his movements and bombards him with attacks. In this case, Sivu understood that he needed to act differently, and because of this he missed some attacks that wounded him quite severely in various parts of the body. The general did not stop there and, frowning, struck again, but the main character had already blocked it. He could also block the previous attacks, but he didn't even try to defend himself, and Chaejiang, standing to the side, carefully watched everything he did. The general, stopping briefly, admitted that this was interesting, since Sivu could not seize the initiative, he was only forced to fight back. This didn't just apply to attacks, as Shiwu had no intention of defending himself until he was on the verge of death. And yet the general was not going to give the main character the opportunity to strike, no matter how long he waited. Sivu did not answer immediately, but was silent for some time, breathing heavily and clutching the weapon in his hand, but in the end he admitted that he was not sure about this. He honestly didn't know whether it would work or not, but he had already found the only way out and decided everything. At this point, Sivu was sure that the conversation was over, and the general agreed with this. He increased the concentration of his magical energy, and the silhouette of his true form appeared in the air, and the general himself promised that he would dance his sword dance for Shiwu as fiercely as he could, and advised the main character to try to endure it if he had enough strength. Sivu frowned warily, but did not have time to do anything, as in the next moment a huge number of cuts appeared in the air, aimed at Sivu. The energy released by the general was so much that it eventually turned into a bright flash, which was the dance of a god with swords. It was literally a god performing a dance with swords, and the powerful cuts that the weapon made flew far to the side, causing damage not only to the main character, but also to everything that was nearby. Shiwu was not yet prepared for such an opponent, and as he looked at the approaching general who did not stop attacking, he realized that even a good strategy would not be enough to defeat such a skilled opponent. From the wounds that Sivu received, blood sprayed into the air, and the general admitted that the main character did a good job, but warned that this would be his end. Clenching his jaw, he prepared to deliver one of the decisive blows, and thinking about these words, Sivu himself felt that this was the end. The general tightened his palm around the hilt of his weapon, and Sivu thought about his personal experience, since it was the only thing he believed in. Of all the opponents the protagonist had faced so far, the goblin's ability to instantly paralyze the body was the most hellish. Now, using this ability, Sivu managed to make the body the general was in stop, and the general realized that Sivu did not plan to wait for the right moment to strike. The whole point was that the possession of a deity has one weakness, because no matter how powerful a god was in a human body, the abilities that he could exhibit were limited by the vessel in which the god was imprisoned. The general meanwhile added that he endured while the thunder energy passed through this body, as well as through the sword, and remembered the weapon that Siwu fought with. The main character, ignoring the large number of wounds on his body, recalled that he had already spoken about this, and sharply running forward, struck, throwing the general back. He added that it was the only way and frowned seriously. The general guessed that Sivu was deliberately giving in, since he could have killed him with one blow if he wanted, leaving no chance for the general if he were even a little weaker. Sivu, still frowning, noted that in that case they would have had problems, and asked if it was true that everything worked out in the end. Although Shiwu did not know the identity of the general, he still understood that this body did not belong to him, and asked, "What is the point in killing this body if in the end it is not the general who dies?" Smiling forcefully, the general noticed that Sivu was being willful to the very end, and without further resisting, he realized that the loser still had no right to talk. Sivu warily took a fighting position, and the general, leaving Yagwang's body, offered to dance with the main character again later, when the chance presented itself. The next moment, the general disappeared into thin air, disappearing, and Sivu heard someone suggest that it was all over. He turned around sharply, looking at Jaegyang, who admitted that she did not have the strength to fight or perform another ritual, and agreed that she and Yagwang were defeated. Siwu frowned deeper, as he was sure that this was all a lie, because the battle with Chaejiang definitely helped him understand something, although this confrontation was only one. Recalling the moment when he fought with Chaejiang, the main character mentally noted that Chaejiang was much more capable than many men, although he was not sure how much stronger her abilities were. He suggested what should be done in this case, and leaned forward a little, but did not have time to do anything, as he heard someone suddenly scream, attracting attention to himself. Opening his eyes wider in amazement, Sivu turned around and, noticing Yashin, trembling and breathing heavily from tension, asked if it was really him. Realizing that the main character recognized him, Yashin called him a name, and Chaejiang, not understanding what was happening, began to look around, but did not ask anything. Siwu meanwhile asked why Yashin was here. He assumed that he was sent here by monsters, but Yashin said that this was not the case and explained that it was because of what the main character did here during the day. He recalled that he was simply telling SIV to be more confident and not to be afraid, and not to detonate bombs in broad daylight when there are people around. Sivu, looking guiltily to the side, put his palms out in front of him and apologized to his friend, explaining that it was all due to his stupidity and inattention. Yashin became angry upon hearing this and noted that Siwu was apologizing again like a professional, as if he was truly sorry. With a sudden change in his mood, he became more serious and frowned, noting that things would be much easier if the situation could be resolved with a simple apology. He looked around, noticing Yagwang lying to the side, and soon after looked at Chaejiang, who was still standing there, not saying anything. He advised her not to try to understand all this, since the situation was exactly as she saw it. Yashin explained that Shirwu had been his best friend since middle school, and admitted that he only found out yesterday that the main character was a goblin, and it was a pure coincidence. In addition, he convinced Chaejiang that someone like Siwu would never harm people, but Chaejiang noted that this was not for Yashin to decide, since he and Siwu have a close relationship, and he himself understands this. She wanted to say what Yashin should do if he really is the heir of the Seonsu clan, and Yashin said that she should understand that he is not at all an unscrupulous person, because whether Shirwu is guilty or not, he knows that his actions as a member Seonsu clan were inappropriate. Shirwu frowned in confusion but said nothing, and Yashin continued, noting that even if this excuse was absurd, the guard of the Seonsu clan could not side with the goblin. That is why, from now on, Yashin was vacating the position of guard of the Seonsu clan, and everyone was very surprised to hear this. Chaejiang, unable to contain her emotions, asked again, exclaiming that Yashin could not resign from the position of successor and guardian. He noted that this was the case until now, since everyone was trying so hard to get a position that they simply had no reason to refuse it. Grinning, he added that there should be no problem, although everyone would be surprised that he did so. However, Yashin assumed that deep down, everyone else would be thrilled to death that the position they so coveted had become available. He thought that these words were enough to express his position, and tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword in his palm, advising Chaejiang not to delay either and to sort it all out quickly. He reminded her that he had no intention of killing or seriously injuring Yuzuru, and therefore asked her to humbly remove the barrier, noting that in that case she would gratefully accept her submission. He understood that Chaejiang had no choice, because it was her duty, but he warned that he would not restrain himself and would do everything possible to defeat her. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he held it forward, frowning confidently, and Shigean, humbly lowering her head, assumed that she had no choice, and took off her mask, since she could not resist Yashin. Siwu paid special attention to Shigean's eyes, which were closed, and meanwhile she, folding her palms together, lowered her head and cast a spell, removing her part of the barrier. She was going to do as Yashin ordered, because if even part of the barrier of any of the 3 shamans present here was removed, the entire barrier would disappear. Siwu did not yet understand what was happening here, and although this was so, he still thanked Chaejiang, and Yashin added that she was acting wisely, and advised her to now take her younger brother and leave here, because if she was caught she obediently removed the barrier without even fighting Yashin, it wouldn't do her any good either. Having bowed, Chaejiang did not argue with this and picking up Yagwang from the ground, began to leave with him. Sivu looked thoughtfully at Yashin and wanted to say something, but he, interrupting his words, frowned, clenched his jaw, and announced that he had not come here because of Sivu, but was simply sleeping and was suddenly dragged out on a mission by other shamans. He said that the other 5 of the shamans were assigned to set up barriers and wait for Siwa, not knowing whether he would come. Yashin himself, according to the order, had to fight the monsters who were the first to arrive inside the barrier and bring out the main character's mother. But in the process, Yashin encountered monsters who came to save the main character's mother, and after that they decided to cooperate with each other. Sivu listened attentively and wanted to say something, but Yashin, interrupting his words, announced that Sivu did not need to worry about him, and asked him to listen carefully, since the current situation was quite complicated. But suddenly everything around seemed to shake, and Siwu frowned warily, and Yashin, looking behind himself, assumed that Siwoo had already guessed everything if Chaejiang listened carefully. Now, not counting Yashin himself, there were only 3 guards left here, and these 3 shamans were stronger than the 2 that Siwoo had just fought. Siwoo asked if he understood correctly that Yashin assumes that Chaejiang participated in the battle. Yashin said that this was indeed the case and explained that everyone who was sent here, excluding these siblings, are guardians, just like Yashin himself. However, when Jaegyang and Yagwang join forces, they are given abilities comparable in level to a guardian, and that is why they were urgently called. At that moment Yagwang, who was being dragged by Chaejiang, woke up and interrupting, said that all this was due to her mediocrity. Chaejiang did not answer, and Yashin continued the story, adding that only if Chaejiang and Yagwang join forces do they become powerful, but in reality, Yagwang completely relies on the abilities of his older sister. Yashin assumed that Siva noticed that something was wrong with him, but was glad that he managed to deceive the main character. Sivu asked excitedly if Yashin really got hurt somewhere. Yashin simply admitted that this annoyed him and asked not to ask, noting that there were only 3 of these monsters he was talking about anyway, and in order to get out of here you need to defeat one of them, and then asked how many of the pumpkins that Yashin gave to Siv are left. The main character, calling on the scroll, announced that there were 2 of these pumpkins left, and asked if he needed to give Yashin all of them. But Yashin said that he would only need 1, and Siwoo, taking it out, handed the gourd to Yashin. Clenching it in his fist, Yashin cast a spell, and energy began to flow into his body. This caused a slight wind to rise, and Siwoo covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from it. Finally, having finished with the magic, Yashin asked Siwoo to listen carefully, and noted that one of the guards would most likely fight one of the monsters that had come to protect the protagonist's mother. Throwing the pieces of the pumpkin onto the ground, Yashin continued speaking and added that the roar that was heard just now proved that the fight between the 2 people had already begun. As for Siwoo's mother, the other monster, which was Soul-Mi, should have already taken her and escaped, and at that moment, indeed, Soul-Mi and Siwoo's mother were climbing the stairs above. Yashin added that the main character's task is to find them and join them, promising that he will take on one of the guards, and they need to find a way to hide from the other guard. When Yashin or Selwa win and destroy the barriers, Sivu and the others had to leave here immediately, and the main character froze, because he wanted to argue that he could not leave Yashin and the others, but these words remained in his head. The reason he never did this was because Siwu realized how irresponsible and presumptuous it was. Yashin recalled what he said during their training on the court, and said that the abilities they showed there were not more than half of their real strength, and asked how Sherwood felt looking at this right now. He assumed that the protagonist thought he was lying and released energy from himself, ready to fight. Yashin was ready to sacrifice everything and give everything for Sivu, and sighing, Sivu closed his eyes, noting that he did not think that Yashin was deceiving him then. He asked himself how could he not worry about such a friend. Before the main character could say anything else, Yashin suddenly frowned as he pulled out his sword and ran forward, greatly surprising Siwa. Swinging his sword, he deflected someone else's blow, and Siwu screamed in shock, looking at how Kim Shagan, jumping to the side, said that the elder would be shocked if he found out about this. Holding his chin in his hand thoughtfully, he added that considering that the elder had been very sensitive these days, it would be a very unexpected reaction when he found out that his only son was having fun with a monster. However, Shagan wanted to watch the elder faint and announced it out loud. Drawing Yashin's attention to him, he asked if it was true that he wouldn't change his mind. Continuing to frown, Yashin advised Shagan to forget about it, and Shagan, while admitting that this was Yashin's life, still added that he liked him very much, since he had abilities and was very different from his family members. He was sure that this was not necessary, and asked why Yashin should not kill the one standing next to him. Siwu watched Shagan warily, and he added that, one way or another, only Shigian and Yagwang know about what happened here. He was willing to make sure that they remained silent, as he felt sorry for a person like Yashin. Stretching his palm forward, Shagan wanted to say something about how to act, even if Yashin is now thinking about his mother, and Yashin suddenly said that he didn't even think that his uncle thought about him like that. However, unfortunately, before coming here, Yashin met with Unshim, and Shagan froze, calling this man a cunning old fox. In the end they decided to leave it, and with a grin, Yashin announced that he had long ago decided to leave the house, since he really did not like his family. Sighing, Shagan admitted that he could not disagree with this, and Yashin said that the protagonist's mother would be on the roof of the house, since in this case it would be possible to fly away as soon as the barrier was removed. Sivu opened his eyes wider, but didn't say anything, and Yashin ordered him to quickly leave and be near his mother, no matter what happened. Sivu bit his lip, but very soon agreed and left, and Shagan, looking at Yashin, noted that if he understood everything correctly, then Yashin and the main character were friends. He understood that anything can happen in this world, and Yashin, grinning, admitted that he would have nothing to answer if Shagan scolded him. Shagan did not understand why he should scold Yashin, and tilted his head a little to the side, asking how he could scold such a person who risked himself to save his friend. He also didn't know how many such people there were in the world, and Yashin thought that there were only 7 guards in the Seonsa clan, each of whom was capable enough to engage in battle with spiritual class monsters. Shagan, meanwhile, continued to talk and, preparing for the start of the battle, said that he was still very sorry. Yashin continued to think about the guards who possessed physical strength that could rival that of a single military corps. These shamans were trained in martial arts according to their inclinations, and each of them was given the title of immortal. Meanwhile, releasing his energy, Shagan said that he would have to personally beat one of those crazy people who protect them from their friends. He was the 3rd guardian of the clan, who was called the Immortal Butcher. He promised that he would try to finish off Yashin as quickly as possible, and Yashin, also releasing his magical energy, stood in a fighting position, frowning in concentration. At the moment Shagan said that in this case, Yashin would not hurt so much. A few minutes earlier, when a large amount of magical energy was released into the air, Selwa turned around warily and asked what it was. Yashin, frowning, unmistakably identified this energy, realizing that someone had let a spirit into the body. Just in case, he decided to ask something, but did not have time to ask the question, because at that moment Solmi suddenly exclaimed desperately that this could not be. Her hand holding the phone shook and Selwa asked what was wrong. Solmi, crying in horror, said that Saiwa was coming here, announcing that she had received a message about this recently, and suggesting that he would come here now. Yashin, frowning, asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He was outraged that someone had left Siva alone and exclaimed that if they had spent a few days together, Siva would have known about it. He called him a name, but suddenly frowned, noticing something, and the next moment suddenly someone asked what this site was. It was Ha Woonsum who called the whole environment some kind of rubbish. She didn't understand why Yashin was slowly talking to the monsters, and suddenly assumed that he was worried that Sherwa's mother, whom they were supposed to pick up, would get hurt. Hearing that Woonsum said something about the main character's mother, Solmi frowned and stood in front of her, blocking her with her body, while Woonsum suggested that Yashin might have mistakenly thought that monsters can be intimidated with simple words and pride. Selwa frowned with displeasure, and Woonsum, continuing to speak, admitted that she did not understand anything at all. She was the 5th guardian and was called the Flying Immortal, and Yashin, frowning and clenching his jaw, remembered that guardians were supposed to protect all 4 sides. However, he could not call the current outcome the worst, since the most important thing was that now he could not use its energy. But if he had time to prepare for the battle, he would be able to at least do something. Suddenly remembering something, Yashin opened his eyes wider, thinking about the 3 colored vessels that he gave to Siwu, and realized that if Siwu did not use all these pumpkins, then only 1 bottle would be enough for him to completely restore his energy. With his hand on his chin thoughtfully, Yashin wondered what would happen if only he could meet Siwu, at which point Selwa said that she didn't know what about Woonsum's skills, but her reputation most likely wasn't that good. But Yashin's friend noticed something and fearfully removed his hand from his face, and Woonsum, waving her palm, threw a small knife, which flew forward very quickly. Blood splattered on the floor, and Woonsum asked if everyone saw it. She was amazed at what abilities there were, and noted that she was definitely aiming at Yashin, but for some reason Selwa protected him. Selva actually stood there, frowning and holding the dagger in her palm. Due to the fact that she grabbed the dagger directly by the blade, her hand was wounded, and because of this, blood dripped onto the floor. Her hand was shaking, but she didn't pay attention to it, and Woonsum, taking off his mask, asked if Yashin had really forgotten about his duty and teamed up with the monsters. Suddenly Yashin felt Solmi grab his hand and turned around, noticing how she frowned and seriously announced that they should leave now. Yashin tried to object, but did not even have time to say a word, as Solmi admitted that she was not sure that they could use anyone as a hostage. Selwa announced that she thought, looking at the current situation, that even a disposable meat shield would not help them, and advised Yashin to stop sitting idly by and find Siwa and take care of him. Yashin did not answer immediately, but simply frowned, and Selwa wanted to tell him to do something when he meets Siwa. However, without finishing her request, she decided that she would scold him herself, since in any case all this would not take too much time. She activated her magic, ready for battle, and very soon someone said that there was no need to be so nervous. Woonsum asked Selwa not to worry, since she also thought that the final goal must be left alive, no matter what happens to Yashin and other monsters. She could wait long enough, since she was sure that the monsters would still not be able to get out of here, but it was unknown who would catch them and when. Diverting from this topic, she suddenly asked if Selwa's arm hurt. She was sure that just because Selwa was a monster didn't mean she didn't feel pain, and Selwa, still clutching the dagger, said that her arm might have hurt if the demon blade Woonsum threw had been better. Woonsum was surprised that Selwa knew about this, and smiling enthusiastically said that she did it herself. A demon was a degradation of the human soul, overcome by strong emotions and grievances, and such spirits were called evil, and they were not very different from demons. However, unlike ordinary spirits, a demon was a more thoughtful creature, and after someone caught a person who wanted to use him, he tortured him and inflicted physical and psychological violence on him until he died. If you killed a person when he had achieved his goal, you could create an object and encase magical power in it, and all that resentment and power would become the embodiment of a powerful weapon. Woonsum, closing her eyes, admitted that it took her a lot of effort to create this dagger, and asked if this was not enough. She assumed that even strong monsters could easily cope with this, and suddenly noted that nothing could be done about it. Selwa became wary when she noticed that Woonsum had used her magic to make other daggers ignite in the air above her, and assumed that she had no choice but to ask her friends for help. She asked if they had waited long enough. At this time, Yashin was running, clenching his jaw, and Woonsum assumed that by now he should have run far away, and at the same time Solmi and the main character's mother were climbing the stairs. Smiling menacingly, Woonsum asked if Selwa wanted to say anything else. She snapped her fingers and the daggers flew forward, heading towards Selwa, but she, releasing her magic, which briefly blocked the entire view, jumped out of the apartment window, dodging the flying daggers. She frowned in concentration as she looked at the floating Woonsum, who admitted that Selwa had a quick reaction time. She also noted that it was easier than she thought and sent even more daggers at Selwa. Selwa summoned the upper part of the demon patron emperor, and it appeared behind her. Woonsum opened her eyes in shock, and the patron of demons, called Selwa, waved his weapon and knocked off the daggers. In this world, shamans served different types of gods, and one of these types was one who was human. Most of these gods were heroes who left their names in history, but who became gods after death not because of their own powers. The reason was rather in the desires and prayers offered to life, and it was these prayers that raised the deceased to another level. Everyone who prayed did not necessarily need innate spiritual strength, but religion and other little things also did not matter much, since only the sincerity of the desire was important. Repeated repetition of these desires accumulated over a long period of time, and from an empty, meaningless vessel, a god was created to occupy this vessel. In a sense, the shaman dealing with a god was a person who had the right and duty to use the power thus accumulated. Thinking about this, Woonsum suddenly announced that she saw something quite strange today, and said, "No matter how you look at it, conquering the demon emperor is in line with the divine status of Guan Yu." She didn't know how the monster could use this power, and watched as the demon conqueror swung his weapon, knocking off each dagger. Woonsum meanwhile said that it didn't look good and sent another dagger, which managed to overcome the demon subduer and pierce Selwa's chest. She did not expect this, and Woonsum, calling her names, warned that Selwa would have to reconsider her views on some things. Unable to stay in the air any longer, Selwa fell to the ground, causing dust to rise into the air, and Woonsum, also falling, said that it was disgusting, since her nose even began to go numb from the animal smell. Holding her nose with her hand, she noted that Selwa must have many such small tricks, but she only has 2 unique spells. One of these spells was called Fox Beads, and the other, Woonsum assumed, was a mind control spell. Selwa did not answer, sitting on the ground, and at this time several more daggers stabbed into her body. Summoning more daggers and controlling it, Woonsum added that she had learned something new and decided that she would keep it in mind for the future if she needed to kill another fox. She pointed her daggers into the air, but Selwa said seriously that there was no need to count on that. Woonsum's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed her daggers frozen in midair and realized that Selwa had not blocked the weapon, but simply stopped it. Frowning, she asked how this happened. Foxes only had 2 unique abilities, but neither of them had a similar effect. Now, continuing to use her spell, Selwa made the daggers turn over and head towards Woonsum, and warned that Woonsum would no longer face anyone but her. Woonsum thought that no ability allows foxes to control other people's abilities, and asked in shock how Selwa took control of the daggers. Selwa asked if she said that Wunsum knives are completely ordinary. The point was that these magical daggers were predictable, and even if Selwa was a monster of a different kind, her situation would not have changed much. Now that they had rested a little, she said that she roughly understood how Wunsum controls her blades, and that is why she cast a spell that allows her to control the blades more effectively than Wunsum herself does. And this worked out, since Selwa was good at her spells, people, and Taoist magic. Trembling, Wunsum exclaimed that this was impossible, while Selwa was able to advance, since she was a genius capable of casting and modifying spells. Dragging the daggers to her side, she, straightening her hair, admitted that she herself did not quite understand this, but announced that she was still able to cast this spell. The monster's power is righteous chi, and although these refer to the energies used by people and monsters, in fact, the basis of these energies is nature. However, passing through a monster and a person, these energies are processed into fuel with different properties. Since each fuel is used differently, it is impossible to combine them. A person cannot use a spell with their righteous chi, but monsters are the opposite. Wunsum looked in fear, clenching her jaw. She put her hand in front of her. Her face turned pale from fear. Looking ahead in bewilderment, she asked herself, did Selwa transform her energy by making it better? She understood that she didn't know how it was for people, but for the monster it was simply impossible. She realized that if she didn't use the monster's power instead of righteous chi, she would have to create a completely new technique that would perform the same function. She thought that even if she was able to create a technique similar to her spirit manipulation, it would be impossible to copy all the properties of her technique in such a short time. Selwa, with a confident expression on her face and a bloody robe, looked at Wunsum with her hand on her head. There were many blades around her with blades directed towards Wunsum. With her magical energy she subjugated all the daggers surrounding her. Wunsum thought in fear that it was impossible to copy all the properties of her technique in such a short time. She understood that there must be at least some limitation of the commands that she could give. Then she looked warily in front of her, realizing that if this was so then. Selwa interrupted her thoughts and turned to her, and said that she was interested in something, after which she assumed that many of them use this technique. She asked Wunsum if this is so. Then, without waiting for an answer, she noted that by their standards this technique was no longer so good. However, she suggested that for them, most likely, any technique that causes harm to a fellow tribesman is taboo. Wunsum, with drops of sweat running down her face, smiled and insidiously asked her, to a fellow tribesman? She then suggested that she was mistaken. She said that demonic blades are prohibited not because they harm people, but because they are a simple and at the same time effective way to gain strength. Selwa looked at her emotionlessly, slightly raising his eyebrows upward, silently looking at her. Wunsum asked her if she knew about understanding the essence of objects. Then she, with an insidious smile on her face, suggested that perhaps there are no creatures who understand the essence of objects better than humans. Wunsum spoke these words while light-colored magical energy spread in the air behind her. She said that, however, the problem is not at all in understanding, but in the fact that people are also creatures who cannot stand themselves and their own kind. She continued to talk about physical abilities, intelligence, and even appearance, after which she explained that even within the same species there are differences in status that depend on innate qualities. After that, she began to talk about how in a society within which there is a dependence on status, it is natural that people of lower status will show respect to those above them. However, she said that rejection of this natural order is what defines a person. She said that people only quarrel, hate, and compete with a stronger and more powerful person instead of submitting to him. She started talking about ethics and morality, about laws and rights. She said that this is all just a show that was created to tame and make such people comfortable. Then she noted that fortunately this was enough to mislead people. Wunsum, distracting Selwa with her speech, began to carefully pull out a certain object from her sleeve. When she did this she said that they were beginning to think that they had innate rights and potential. Selwa asked her if she thought so. Then she looked carefully at Wunsum and said that she didn't know whether she was right or wrong, but it seemed to her that there were people who thought differently. She said that it happens that sincere people grieve and suffer because of the death of their fellow tribesmen without any ulterior motives or calculations. This is not because the blood of these people is mixed with another or that there was a special connection between these people. With a sly smile on her face, Wunsum made a sharp jerk back. Pulling out the item from her sleeve, she asked her with an insolent expression on her face, "Does she think that she cares about this?" She jumped back and landed on high ground with her feet. Selva looked up at her menacingly, frowning her eyebrows. Woonsum guessed that she must be infinitely stupid if she allowed herself to be distracted by standing in front of her opponent. After that, she rose up using her magical energy. She thought that this would be enough for her. She understood that the distance had increased, and now the blades would not reach her. With a wide smile on her face, she began to open the vessel that she had recently pulled out from her sleeve. Selwa, continuing to stand on the ground, chuckled and watched as Woonsum flew into the distance. Woonsum looked down at Selwa and asked her if she could intercept her. She then advised her to try to hold out longer. She opened the vessel and thick black magical energy began to emerge from there. She told Selwa that the resentment of this spirit was undoubtedly the most terrible weapon she had. Selwa looked at her emotionlessly, and with a bored look and sarcasm said that this was incredible. Then, tearing off her nail, she said that she would not tell her that she had promised something to someone, but she thought that there was an unspoken agreement between them obliging them not to create unnecessary noise. Then she asked, "If you look at the situation from the other side, what difference does it make to her if one of the people gets hurt?" With a wide smile on her face and a mad look in her eyes, Woonsum lifted the vessel that contained the resentment spirit onto her head. Suddenly her gaze changed, and she looked at Selwa seriously. Selwa at that moment agreed with the situation and said that she did not mind. Then she said that she had anyway moved them to an empty space without people in advance. She raised her bleeding finger above her head from which she tore off the nail from her bloody finger. Blood began to flow. With her blood she wrote a word in the air and, looking above herself with a smile, said, "5 tails, maximum power." Woonsum looked behind her with wide open eyes in bewilderment. A huge black demon spirit with brightly glowing red eyes appeared in the air above Woonsum. This demon acquired clearer features over time, and soon its fully materialized paw with long claws appeared in the air. Selkva, looking at this, raised her bloody finger up and said, "5 tails in one hand," after which she noticed that this should be enough. Woonsum looked in horror at the demon that appeared near her with the pupils of her eyes reduced, her body shaking and her face turning pale. The incredibly huge paw of the monster summoned by Selwa was reaching out to her. This monster's paw was the size of a multi-story building, if not larger than that. Selwa looked at this with a smile on her face and said that she thought that this would be just enough. Then she moved her hand to control the movements of the demon's paw. She prepared her finger for the snap by bending it. After that, she released her finger and the demon's paw made a synonymous movement. With one sharp blow of such a huge finger hitting Woonsum, a huge explosion was created that tore Woonsum apart. Some time later, in a space where there were many multi-story buildings illuminated in red, the object that Woonsum had previously flown on was stained with blood and lay on the asphalt, which was cracked. Selwa looked at her shaking hand with a serious expression on her face, then she exhaled the air from her lungs. They asked her from behind, "Is there a restrictive spell?" Selwa replied that she had never heard of such a thing, after which she assumed that she did not have enough qualifications. Babai, who stood behind her and combed his beard, answered her negatively and said that this was not so, after which he said that permission to enter the world of people may be, however, some of the creatures are forced to limit their powers. He explained that this applies to monsters of the Ryan class and higher. By this time, Selwa was sitting opposite him in a venerable position with her hands folded on her legs. Babai said that everyone has long known that she has reached a very high level. Selwa thanked him for his praise and asked him with a smile on her face, "But why does she always find herself in such situations?" She said that she was not experienced enough to get permission to enter the human world, but at the same time she was so strong that she even needed a restricting spell. Babai answered her by saying that she should not feel like an outcast because of the measures, after which he lowered his head down and closed his eyes and said that this is the will of the king of monsters and even him. While traveling around the world, people are affected by this spell. He then also said that if she really needed to use force, he was sure that even under limitations, her ingenuity would help her find a way out. When he talked about this, they were already in the world of monsters. Then the old man told her that for this reason he was looking for her. Selkva frowned at him with a questioning look. She said, "Thanks to her ingenuity?" Then she said that everything worked out as planned, however. At this moment, Selkva thought that even with one hand, summoning 5 tails was too much. She reasoned that the dantian was simply torn, just like the channels of energy circulation, and in this state she could not even call Siwa pathetic, after which she mentally noted that although going beyond her limits was not bad. She thought about the fact that the soul that she wanted to summon could not be compared with the one that was in her vessel. She thought that if she had let it out, it would have taken her more strength to cope with it. The second of 4 candles that until recently burned with a bright blue light went out. Selkva looked at this carefully and asked herself, Does this mean that there was a second support? She thoughtfully put her hand to her face and thought that the barrier would disappear immediately after losing everyone. She realized that there was not much time left. By this time, she was already together where she had recently defeated Woonsim. Behind Selb's back there was an open vessel containing an evil spirit. Selwa closed her eyes and began to wipe her face with her hand. She understood that it was time for her to look for Shiva. Suddenly she saw the vessel move. She looked at it in surprise with her eyes wide open. Suddenly she felt that something was behind her. She looked in front of her with a surprised expression on her face and her mouth slightly open. The evil spirit turned to her and thanked her, calling her sister. He told her that thanks to her he was now free. The sinister spirit had a smile on his face. He told her that now they can have fun with her forever. On the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, a door was opened to enter there. Solmi looked up with a smile on her face. She understood that the barrier was weakening, which meant that they succeeded. She thought that no one had serious wounds, and she also understood that there was no need to worry about Selwa, but for Shiva and his friend. Then Solmi turned behind her with a worried expression on her face. She looked at Siwa's mother and thought that the barrier was still standing, but if she made an effort, she could break through. However, she understood that it would not harm her. But the human body is still fragile. Approaching Siva's mother, she exhaled heavily from her lungs, thinking that she should wait until the barrier completely subsided. She hoped that nothing terrible would happen during this time. Suddenly, Selva looked in surprise behind the back of Siva's mother and saw how the main character was standing there, actively trying to restore his lost breathing. He was leaning his hands on his legs and breathing heavily. There were no clothes on his torso and all he was wearing were torn pants. Solmi sighed in surprise and asked him not to worry. She explained to him by saying that Sealwa used magic so as not to scare his mother. Siwu, with a surprised expression on his face, looked at his mother, who stood emotionlessly looking in front of her. After that, the main character thanked her for risking their lives to save her. Solmi, with a gentle smile on her face, repeated after him, "They took a risk." Then she told him that this was the least they could do. The main character told her that on the way here he felt something strange, as if he could breathe easier. Then he said that if he understood everything correctly, the barrier began to fall. He turned to Solmi and asked her if she wanted to fly away from here with his mother. Solmi answered him loudly in the affirmative and said that as soon as the barrier completely subsides, she will take them away. She didn't have time to finish because Siva interrupted her and with a serious expression on his face answered her negatively, telling her that she should take only his mother. Solmi looked at him in bewilderment and walked towards him, pressing her clenched palm into a fist to her chest. She asked him loudly and worriedly, "What is he saying?" Then she told him that she felt what he felt, however. Sivu interrupted her again, telling her that he had not made this decision thoughtlessly. Looking carefully in front of him, he said that on the way here he thought that the shamans were behaving strangely here. When they realized that they were inside the barrier, they would have destroyed them at once by combining his forces. However, he noticed that instead, after he and Yashin had dealt with one of the pillars of the barrier, the next shaman immediately appeared as if he had been waiting for this. Solmi looked at him with a surprised expression, her eyes and mouth wide open. Sivu suggested that he thinks there are two explanations for this. He said that the first, in his opinion, is that perhaps there are restrictions prohibiting shamans from being close to each other. His second assumption was that perhaps shamans simply do not get along with each other. He noted that of course this is unlikely, but not excluded. He looked ahead with a serious expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows and said that one way or another he thinks that they have a plan in case the barrier is removed. Then he thought that it was more important that there was one more shaman left. Siva said that if he were in his place, he would concentrate on those who are trying to escape after the barrier is removed. Solmi put her hand to her mouth with a worried expression. Her eyes widened and she admitted that he was right, after which she said that however, if the barrier weakens, it means that Sealwa has won. The main character, looking at his mother, said that he did not know what state she was in now, but without joining forces, he said that they would not be able to defeat the last shaman, after which he noticed that while they were busy with this, he asked Solmi to bring her out. His mother is from here. He frowned and asked Solmi not to worry. He confidently said that this was the right choice. At that moment, a spirit in the form of an animal appeared near him. The main character said that, no matter what, he knows that he and she will be able to get out of here unharmed. A surprised voice came from behind him and said, "Wow." It was Baihyun who, with a smile on his face, approached Siwa and told him that his determination and thoughts were worthy of admiration. The main character at this time looked in front of him in a shocked state. Baihyun continued to talk about how despite the fact that he is his descendant, he thinks that if this continues, he might fall in love with him. Seolmi looked in incredible surprise at Baihyun, who came to them with his mouth and eyes wide open. They were all horrified by his sudden appearance. Baihyun, with a friendly smile on his face, extended his hand to Siwa and greeted him, but then he said with a joyful expression that they had met again. The eyes of the main character instantly began to glow with bright magical energy. He angrily kicked Baihyun, and from such a powerful blow, sparks of magical energy began to spread to the space surrounding them. Baihyun's cheek began to smoke from the damage he had just received. Baihyun, without reacting in any way to the recent attack on him, said that the reason for his coming. He did not have time to finish as his gaze focused on the magical projectile that was rushing towards his face. The unique wind plumage technique swirls air currents around Seolmi's feathers. This makes her ordinary feather as strong as an anti-tank rifle projectile. The destructive power of such a feather is enough for monsters of the Su and Gyu class. Baihyun, without any tension, easily grabbed the projectile flying at him with his 2 fingers, stopping it near his face. For monsters of Ki class and higher, this poses virtually no danger. Baihyun held the shell he had just caught in his hand. Seolmi pointed 2 of her outstretched fingers at it. However, this technique has one more feature. Masters of this technique can accumulate wind energy in their feathers. Seolmi said with a concentrated expression on her face and frowned, scattering. The wind energy in the feathers that has been accumulated can be released later. Suddenly, the projectile that Baihyun was holding exploded with a bright purple flash. Baihyun looked at this in surprise. Siva looked at him warily. Holding the frightened creature in his hands, he thought that even if they used all their powers to attack him, he would simply brush aside their magic. He understood what would happen in this case. He took out an artifact that belonged to Yuzuru. This artifact sparkled with blue streams around the artifact. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked at it, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Sivu understood that he needed to focus not on the force of the blow, but on the sharpness of it. After his thoughts, he wasted no time in forming a sharp energy spear and swung it to aim at Baihyun. At that moment, Seolmi was quickly approaching them. Immediately after this, Seolmi jumped on Mama Siwa, thereby saving her and taking her out of the radius of the attack from the main character. Siwu angrily rushed towards Baihyun with his body tense and his jaw clenched. The magical beam of powerful blue light energy hit so hard that the duration of it was incredibly long. Baihyun said that this was the right decision. Then he said that this is how you need to fight your roots. With a smile on his face he said poisons, curses. After that he added saying that there are also piercing and fire-type attacks. At that moment, Baihyun grabbed Siva's hand in which he was holding the artifact. Baihyun, with a confident smile on his face, said that all of these are effective, provided that he hits the enemy. After that, Baihyun easily twisted the main character's arm. Siwu clenched his jaw from the pain he experienced at that moment. Baihyun burned his back with magical energy. Seolmi watched the events taking place with a worried expression, while at the same time she hugged the neck of Siwa's mother, who was sitting in front of her. Baihyun, looking at the main character kneeling in front of his feet, told him that, nevertheless, he deftly controls the righteous energy. The creature with which Siwa was connected was shaking with fear. The main character leaned his hands on the floor, trying hard to regain his breath. Baihyun continued to say that getting this energy is not so difficult, but managing it is a completely different matter. Then, turning to the side with a smile on his face, he said that in this matter, pedigree is also of great importance. At that moment, Siva was shaking with his whole body while on his knees. Seolmi looked at Baihyun intensely, her eyebrows furrowed, and she stuck out 2 black feathers in front of her face with a serious expression. She understood that Baihyun was the goblin that Siwa fought with today. Looking menacingly at Baihyun, she ordered him not to approach, then stretching out 2 feathers that began to glow with bright purple magical energy, she said that he would not be able to handle the next charge of her feathers with one hand. Baihyun, with a wide smile on his face, put his hand on the back of his head and told her that he was sure of this. He explained this by saying that the previous feather was also not bad. With a grin he suggested that he would not be able to block all of these with physical strength alone. He then noticed that, however, her friend's sad state would not allow her to use all her power, after which he asked her if this was so. Seolmi looked at him tensely and remained silent in response. Baihyun, with a confident expression on his face, told her that if she decides to do this, then in an attempt to destroy him she will blow up everything around. Then he noted that it is possible that the main character will survive after this. However, he drew attention to Siwa's mother, and told her that for now she has such a burden, so using feathers is not the best solution. Then he smiled broadly again and told her that they would miss it. He noticed that he was even glad that he had come to help them. Solmi looked at him with wide eyes in bewilderment. Baehyun, moving a little to the side and turning to Siwa with a smile on his face, turned to him and said that everything happened because he got into a fight without listening to him. Then he suggested that maybe he looked suspicious, but he told them that it was possible to ask why he had come. After that, Baehyun asked him, did his few blows weaken his bellicose nature? The main character with an angry expression on his face looked at him from under his brows. His whole body did not stop shaking, and he could only look at him with one of his open eyes. After that, Baehyun admitted that, to be honest, he didn't think that they would meet so soon, but he explained that nothing could be done about it since the guys had crossed all boundaries. Looking at Siwa with a smile, he said that he knew that they would do something, however he thought that he would be their ultimate target. He told him that specifically for this purpose he left traces along which he could be found, but they decided to capture him. He assumed that they did this either because of laziness or because they did not want to use their brains. He sadly said that if he had only known that this would happen, he would have acted more secretly. He admitted that it was indeed his fault, after which he asked for forgiveness to Siwoo. The main character looked at him menacingly from under his brows and noted that he hadn't come here to talk. Baehyun then asked him in surprise, didn't he talk? After that, he said that he was here to help them. Solmi continued to look at him intensely, extending 2 magic feathers in front of her. Baehyun, addressing Siwoo, said that his assumption turned out to be correct. After that, looking into the distance, he said that he did not know how they were able to weaken the barrier. However, he noticed that it would still not be easy to get out of here unscathed. He reported that despite the presence of only one guard, he thought that reinforcements were already on the way. At this moment, the protagonist and Xiaomi looked at him in great surprise with their eyes wide open and eyebrows raised high. Baehyun continued to say that, as he said earlier, in order to defeat him, they allocated a lot of strength, and this would be enough even to try to cope with him themselves. At that moment, Siwoo was already on his feet, and with a surprised expression on his face, he listened to what Baehyun was saying. Baehyun talked about what happened at the end. He said that this should never have happened to them under any circumstances. He said that there were 4 guards and 2 shamans whose total strength reached the level of a guard, after which he noted that it would not be an exaggeration to say that these forces would be enough to guard the entire Seoul. Then he explained to them that, in other words, even though without guards in the city there could be trouble, his capture was of great importance. With a smile on his face looking at Solmi and Mama Siwa, he said that therefore it was natural that his companions lacked strength. After that, he said that such a strict selection of the best shamans to capture him should have helped them cope. He noticed that all that remains for them is to follow this mission to the end. Siva looked at him intensely, raising his hand to his face. Baehyun continued to say that reinforcements were certainly not here yet, but he assumed that they were already on the way. He noted that given the temporary complete disappearance of the barrier, he would have to act quickly. After that, he came close to the tense Siwoo and asked him not to worry. With a smile on his face, Baehyun told him that he could make sure that everyone left here safe. He noted that he would agree to this if he did something for him in return. Siwoo frowned his eyebrows and looked up at him and said, saying everything. Baehyun with a wide smile on his face explained to him that of course he has her friend as well. He noticed that he is not so ruthless. The main character told him, okay. After that he asked him what he needed from him. Baehyun continued to keep the smile on his face, came close to Siwoo and stretched out on the toes of his feet, brought his mouth to his ear and told him that there was nothing special in his request, he just needed it. After the main character heard the request, his face distorted, he was in great surprise, his eyes were wide open as well as his mouth. Baehyun stepped back from him and asked him what he would say about this. Then he noticed that it was not so difficult, after which he asked him again if this was true. Siva thought about the proposal he heard for a few moments, and told him okay, after which he told him that he agreed with this. After that, Siva spoke about what was then now. He didn't have time to finish as Baehyun instantly confirmed this and told him okay, after which he took a certain object in his hands and asked them to go downstairs and leave. The main character with a surprised expression asked him what? Baehyun, who was holding the phone in his hand, explained to SIV that he heard everything correctly. After that he told them that they did not need to fly away and they could go down and go wherever they wanted. He explained that no one would bother them. Then, looking at the screen of the phone he was holding in his hands, he noticed that perhaps he should have said this earlier, but he began to talk about the fact that not so long ago he killed the last guard. Then he clumsily put his hand on the back of his head and, pulling his tongue out of his mouth, apologized to him for only reporting this now. he explained his actions by saying that otherwise their conversation might have taken longer. He then looked at the phone in his hands with a wide smile on his face. The phone started playing a ringtone. Solmi looked at Baihyun with a worried expression while standing next to Saiwa's mom. At this time, Baihyun received the call and, pressing the phone to his ear, looking at the sky, asked who it is. After that, he said on the phone that he was the one who killed the owner of this phone. Then he asked his interlocutor to get straight to the point. He noticed that insults would be unnecessary here. The main character, in bewilderment, continued to stand still, looking in front of him in surprise. Baihyun, with a wide smile on his face, pointed his finger down in a friendly manner and turning to Saiwa, told him that they should go down and walk. Then he added that he had already said that he would take care of everything. Solmi looked at him in surprise with her eyes and mouth wide open. Baihyun waved at them with a friendly expression. They began to go down the stairs from the roof when Solmi and Saiwa's mother had already left. The main character, following them, looked warily at Baihyun. When they went down the stairs and left the building, they looked in front of them in surprise. They saw Selwa sitting on the floor with a completely gloomy expression on his face. They shouted in bewilderment, "Selwa?" Selwa asked them not to worry about her. Then she, with large bruises under her eyes, looked up heavily at them and told them that she had simply stepped on something annoying. Shagan, who was talking on the phone at that moment and standing in the center of the asphalt road for cars, chuckled into the phone and asked, "Is there nothing to be done then?" Then, responding to his interlocutor's remarks, he said that he understood everything. Then he said that he would clean everything up here and leave. When he finished the telephone conversation, he continued to hold his large melee weapon on his shoulder, exhaling heavily the air from his lungs and said, "What nonsense." He annoyedly said that first he would take them all here and then order them to retreat. After that, he noticed that he thought it was even good for them. Turning to Yashin, he told him that he did not know much, but he assumed that his friend was not in danger. Yashin, who at that moment was sitting on the ground with an exhausted expression on his face, disheveled hair, and many drops of sweat flowing profusely down his face, seriously looking at Shagan, asked what? When Yashin asked about this, he was sitting on his knee, leaning on his sword. Shagan, lowering his face down, said that a real criminal had appeared. He said that he himself had come and surrendered. Then he noticed that, as far as he understood, this criminal also killed Pekon. After that, Shagan ordered Yashin to stop looking at him and advised him to go to his friend. Yashin looked at Shagan in sincere bewilderment with his eyes wide open. Shagan said, "Well then?" Yashin looked at him carefully without taking his eyes off him. Shagan said that they needed to sum up the results of the battle. Immediately after that, with a sharp movement of his huge sword, he emotionlessly chopped off his hand without showing any reaction. Yashin, in a shocked state, asked him what he was doing. Then he asked him in bewilderment, "Why?" Shagan interrupted his screams and told him that there was no need to make noise. He explained to him that this was all he could do so that upon his return he would not be accused of letting him go. Looking at his severed hand, he noticed that they would still grumble at him. Then he informed Yashin that it would also be easier for him to return later if rumors spread that he had defeated Shagan. Yashin looked at Shagan in true confusion, his pupils constricted from the shock he experienced. Shagan continued to say that he himself understands that everything is decided by strength. At that moment his severed but still pink hand lay on the floor. A puddle of blood spread under his hand. Shagan noticed that even if the old man gets angry with him, in his heart he will be glad if he says that he defeated him. After that, he said that if he wants to return, this achievement will be an excellent additional argument. Yashin, continuing to look uncertainly at Shagan, turned to him calling him uncle and noticed that, however, Shagan once again cut him off and told him that the decision still remained with him. However, he had one request, turning away from him to go into the distance. Shagan turned to Yashin and asked him to live his life so that it would be worth his hand if so. He decided to leave. After that, Shagan walked away saying that that was all. Yashin continued to look after him in confusion, holding the sword in his hand. A week has passed since those events. One could say that the world has not changed at all. Solmi was in a large supermarket. Inside it there were many shelves with various products and boxes. Solmi looked at her phone screen with a worried expression, while holding the grocery cart with her hand. Suddenly Solmi looked to the side in surprise. Near her cart stood a small child who had put his finger in his mouth and was sucking it. Solmi smiled sweetly at him, and waved at him with her hand. The girl quickly ran up to the child and took him in her arms. Despite the immutability of the world, this could not be said about the people who inhabited it. The girl with an angry expression on her face carried her child away while looking piercingly at Solmi. However, people could be understood. Solmi looked after the leaving girl with the child with a sad expression on her face. For them, those events were clear, but for people it is still not entirely clear. The appearance of the goblin Baihyun is a disaster called the Dark Gods, or rather a disaster caused by their arrival. So far, such catastrophes as there were a week ago have not occurred. However, despite the fact that these consequences are calming down, the actions of these are still active, so the fear of a threat to their lives from creatures about which neither the media, nor the police, nor the government is talking about. It is a feeling of anxiety that forces you to be vigilant. The girl who was holding the child in her arms walked into the distance, and rolled a cart in front of her through a deserted supermarket. Babai said that there was no work for her as a messenger, and while she could rest, he said these words leaning his hand on a wooden stick that he held in his hand. He lowered his head down, and closing his eyes noticed that besides this, if you taking into account Siva's situation, he thinks it's better for her to be near him. Then he added that nothing important was planned in the near future. So he advised her to consider it a vacation for her work. Solmi stood opposite him. Next to her was Young, who was looking at her. Solmi answered him hesitantly, saying okay. Solmi on any other day would most likely be happy, but in this situation being in the dark does not help her at all. She understood that if she was given a job, she would at least understand the surrounding situation. She thought that only one thing at least calmed her down and allowed her to control herself. When she was walking down the street, they suddenly turned to her and shouted her name. Solmi looked in surprise in the direction from where they addressed her. Siva's mother approached her holding a bag on one hand, and with the other hand she waved to her friendly. She had a big smile on her face and asked Solmi if she really went shopping alone this morning. Solmi thought that the calming factor for her was the need for her presence here, which was no less important than the duties of the envoy. Solmi respectfully greeted Siwa's mother and bowed to her. Siva's mother, with a surprised expression on her face, said that the store was not close at all, after which she invited her to go there together in the evening. Solmi answered her with a smile on her face that today was just perfect weather for a walk, after which she asked her where she was going. After that, she suggested towards. Siva's mother, also smiling widely, told her that she would be back soon and this meeting was with a friend from her hometown. Sivu has been living here for a week now. Because of that situation, his house was partially destroyed as it was damaged during the battle between Selwa and one of the guards, but fortunately none of the residents of the house were injured. This incident was explained to the public by a gas leak and, as compensation, the construction company temporarily moved the main character family to a country complex. However, it is worth clarifying here that someone contributed to this. This someone was Young, who was a landowner from the Haith clan. Siwa's mom told Solmi, okay. After that she waved her hand and said with a smile on her face that they would see each other soon. Solmi, according to legend, was just Siwa's classmate who lived next door to him. Solmi said goodbye to Siwa's mom and wished her a good day. After that, she heard someone's footsteps. Solmi turned around at this. It was Young who, leaving the building, reacted in surprise when he saw Solmi. Solmi told him with a smile on her face that she said that she had gone to meet a friend and would be back soon. Then she noticed that it was already the weekend and he was still working. She asked him if he hadn't worked all week. Young emotionlessly adjusted his glasses and asked her not to worry about him. He explained to her that this was his job and he had to do it. After that, he noticed that Goya was also helping him with his work. Solmi wished him good luck in that case. Young turned away from her and walked to the side, waving his hand at her without looking at her. Solmi understood that everyone was trying very hard to protect Siwa's mother from any danger, although she understood that now the likelihood of this was very low. She took the phone in her hands and turning to Sivu asked him if he was awake. The main character answered her messages in the affirmative, explaining that he had just done this. Solmi asked him if he would come over to see her. After that, she motivated him by saying that she would cook something delicious. She then sent him a message with a picture of a happy, plump chick. She looked at the screen of her phone with a happy expression, thinking that this was great. Soon after, she was in the kitchen, putting a large pot on the stove. Many different products purchased recently from the supermarket were on the table. Solmi turned around and looked at Siwa sitting at the table. The main character at that moment was leaning on the table, carefully looking at his phone. Solmi understood that he had been very tired over the past week and all this time he had not left the house. And today they saw him for the first time after that incident. Solmi looked at Siwa with a worried expression as she was near the kitchen utensils at that moment. She thought that it would be nice to somehow cheer him up. At that moment she, wielding a knife, divided the dough into thin strips. Sivu came up to her from behind and told her that there was no need to cut each layer separately. At this moment, Solmi was looking ahead with a tense expression on her face. She pursed her lips and frowned. Then she loudly asked him, Shiva? He told her that it was more convenient to put these together and then cut. Then he explained to her that if the knife is dull, then you can use scissors. After that, looking at the food on the table, he asked her if the only seasoning was hot sauce. And then he asked her another question, did she have any sugar or soy sauce? After that, he said that it would be nice to use soy sauce for dressing. Solmi, with a confused expression on her face, not knowing what to answer, tried to formulate something, but Siwoo turned away from her and said that he would bring everything he needed, after which he asked her to wait. Some time later, putting the pan in the sink and filling the contents with water, he explained to her that it needed to be soaked in water before cooking. After that, he told her that the fish pie and vegetables did not need to be cut perfectly. He advised her to just cut it so that it would be convenient to eat. By this time, there were 2 plates with ingredients on the wooden cutting board. The main character, looking at the food, asked her if she liked it spicy. After that, he asked her a few more questions. First he asked her, what about the broth? Then he asked her again, does she like it when it's a lot or a little? Solmi, with a surprised expression on her face, opening her mouth and eyes wide, asked him, what? After that, she said in confusion that she liked tteokbokki, but soon after that she noticed that she didn't eat it that often before. In fact, she was preparing this for the first time. Siwoo asked her, of the things she had eaten before, which ones did she like best? Solmi said not confidently that these were probably the ones who were in the wall. The main character asked her, is she talking about these? Then he explained that there was a lot of broth in those. Some time later, in a large black pan that stood in the center of the table, there was an appetizing dish that was of a thick red and golden color from which thick steam emanated abundantly. Siwoo served the prepared dish onto plates using a large spoon. Solmi pursed her lips and looked at it. Siwoo, continuing to serve the dish, said that he hoped that the spices would be just right, after which he asked Solmi to tell her whether it would be very spicy or vice versa. Solmi put a portion of food on her fork and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened. She loudly shouted in surprise that this was incredible. After that, she rated the dish saying that it was very tasty. She shouted enthusiastically that tteokbokki tasted better than in the store. The main character, looking at her with a smile on his face, said that it was because they had just been cooked. Solmi told him that she knew before, but she noticed that he was really a good cook. Siwoo remembered how, when he was very young, with a tense expression on his face, he cut food under the supervision of his mother. He answered Solmi that this was not entirely true, after which he explained that he just loved to cook and his mother taught him this as a child. A slight smile appeared on his face. He thanked Solmi saying thank you. Then he asked her, did she want to treat him? That's why she went shopping in the morning? Then he noticed that he was normal, and there was no need to worry about him so much. At this time, Solmi was looking at him with a surprised expression on her face and cheeks full of food, holding a fork in her hand. She admitted to herself that at that moment she had forgotten about it for a while. Sivu told her that he had been thinking about what happened all week, after which he looked at his plate and asked if it was right that he went alone to save people. When he was eating food with a fork, he said that in the end he still couldn't save anyone and even made it worse, which led to great casualties. Then he noticed that even his mother and his best friend suffered because of this. With a calm expression on her face, Solmi looked at him and told him that it was not his fault. Then she noticed that despite his reckless actions, he did not break the law. She explained that only the shamans were fully responsible for what happened then. He then raised his face and looked at Solmi and told her that he knew what she was worried about. He told her that he was fine even though he was blaming himself, but he wouldn't let it get him down. Then he said that, besides, this situation helped him understand a lot. When he talked about this, he clenched his palm into a fist with great effort. He confidently looked in front of him and said that he understood that, for example, what consequences his rash decisions lead to and how difficult it is to be responsible for his actions. He explained to her that he would not have felt this way if he had only put himself in danger, but he admitted that thinking about it now he realized that he had behaved selfishly. They sat at a small wooden table in a small room opposite each other. The main character, chewing his food, said that he could not even guarantee his safety. Then he noticed that Selwa should have returned and he would try to learn everything he could from her. Solmi looked at him in surprise and asked him again, is she already back? After that, Solmi noticed that she thought that she was still in the monster world. Sivu answered her, saying that her room was right above them and this morning he heard footsteps, which is why he woke up. Solmi looked to the side and sucked on her fork, mentally thinking about the fact that the sound insulation here is weak. Then she stopped herself, realizing that something was wrong. She thought about the fact that after that battle, Selwa returned to their world to rest. She noticed that in addition, she did not tell her about her return and, moreover, did not contact her at all. After that, using the elevator buttons, she went up to the floor above. When she opened the door, she asked Selwa. Then she asked her if she was at home. With a smile on her face, Solmi said that if she came back, she should come to her and say hello. When Solmi entered the room, she saw Selwa lying in the center of the room without signs of life. Solmi looked at this in fear and asked, Selwa? When she approached her, she saw that Selwa was lying heavily, inhaling air into her lungs. Drops of sweat were running down her face. There were large purple bruises under her eyes. Goya, who was at that moment at his workplace in a coffee shop, asked Solmi, who was talking to him on the phone, is she not injured? After that, he asked her another question, asking her when was the last time she saw her healthy? Goya, pressing the phone to his ear, suggested that perhaps she had been in this state all week. Then he told Solmi that she knew how stubborn and proud she was. He suggested that perhaps she was trying to cope on her own without showing others that it was difficult for her. Solmi, with a tense expression on her face, heavily exhaling air from her lungs, thought that she pretended to return home, thinking that she would cope there, but there she only got worse. Then she sadly asked Goya, what should they do now? He answered her that if she was talking about healing, then she should be sent to their world as soon as possible. By this time, Selwa was already lying on a sheet and pillow. She was covered with a thick blanket. Her face looked extremely painful. Goya explained this to Solmi by the fact that in this world no one could even examine her, but he noted that even if she succeeded in healing her, she would no longer be a representative of the clan. Ghost foxes among other monsters in her clan are distinguished by their view of the world, and this blood relatives squabble with each other. Deceptive conspiracies are common for them. Someone even dies in such a fight, and according to them, the weak themselves are to blame for their helplessness. Solmi heard that many people dream of taking her place, but she is significantly superior to her competitors. But now if they find out about her condition, then the rumors will spread instantly, and then her relatives can do something. Siwoo, sitting on a chair near the bed with a sad expression on his face, looked at Selwa's exhausted face. Goya said that there is only one way, but he noted that there is no guarantee that it will work. Solmi asked him interestedly if this is true. Then she loudly said that it was great. Immediately after that she asked him what needs to be done. Goya said that if she is in this condition and there are no visible wounds, then the reason is not a wound or illness. The main character was sitting on a wooden chair opposite the bed on which the sick Selkva was lying. Goya assumed that this was a divine punishment, after which he assumed that he thought that she knew what he was talking about. Solmi furrowed her eyebrows and pressed the phone screen to her ear. She said that this couldn't be. After that she asked Goya if he thought that she was tormented by an ordinary evil spirit. He suggested that perhaps she also thought so at first, so it only got worse. Then he said that one way or another, if the reasons really lie in an evil spirit. He explained to her that there was no need to go to the world of monsters since he knew an expert who lived nearby. Solmi asked him again, nearby? Goya at that moment was looking at the screen of his phone with wireless headphones in his ears to continue the conversation with Solmi. Then, looking at the screen of his phone, he said that they lived next to them. After that, he notified her that he had already called them. He asked to meet her. Some time later, a man entered the elevator. He had a smile on his face, and he said that it was interesting. It was Valan who, pointing her finger in front of her, asked, why did such a noble fox need such a ghost like her? Standing in front of her with a dissatisfied expression on his face was Wangwi, who frowned and looked ahead. Selwa with a painful expression on her face lay on the bed with many drops of sweat flowing down her face profusely. She heavily inhaled the air in her lungs while Wuliong leaned towards her with a smile on her face and looked at her, after which she put 2 of her fingers to Selwa's brushes to count her pulse. Then she informed those in the room that now only one thing could be said. Solmi and Siwa looked at her with worried expressions and waited for her answer. Valian turned to them, sitting on a chair, and told them that if she didn't do what was needed, she would last a maximum of 3 days. Then she added that then she would definitely die. Solmi asked in fear with a confused expression, but there is a way to save her? Then she began to assume that it was some kind of talisman, or perhaps a ritual. Wuliong answered her that the one on whom the dongbi was used seemed to be in the pouring rain. She said that the method of treatment was simple, but it depended on the situation and the enemy. Siwoo, with a pale expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and listened to her words. Valian told them that the most effective way is to develop the clouds that cause the rain. She said that if you do this, the sky will become clear again and the body will dry out on its own. But she clarified that if this rain becomes a storm, then you need to find a place to hide and wait it out. She explained to them that this was not the best option, but at least this way they wouldn't get wet through and through. Then Woolyong said that in the case of Selwa, she has no idea how she contracted such a nightmare. She said that she did not know whose hands this was, but the creation of such a thing should be punishable by death. When she spoke about this, she held in her hand a vessel that contained an evil spirit. Valian looked at this vessel with an ominous expression on her face and said that despite the fact that she was used to working with spirits, such a creature was scary even just to hold in her hand. Then she said that she was not even talking about releasing this embittered soul into the wild, after which she clarified that one way or another she was sorry. She closed her eyes and said that she couldn't help. Soulmi asked her in bewilderment, tousling her braid of hair, but maybe she could at least try. Woolyong answered her by noting that she thought they misunderstood the situation. Then she explained that they were now being driven by emotions. She asked them if this was true. Soulmi looked at her sadly with wide open eyes, pressing her hands to her chest. Valian reminded that she was not at all obliged to save her, and besides, they would not be able to cope with this spirit. She explained that even a simple attempt to remove it from her is very dangerous, and by trying to extract it against the will of the evil spirit, they will make things worse not only for her. Valian told them that the bitterness of this spirit would affect everyone around, and even if you imagine roughly, it could reach more than 1,000 people. Then she said that she was able to hold out for quite a long time thanks to her strength. Soulmi looked ahead with a very upset expression on her face. Her body began to tremble. She then continued to say that one way or another she must be returned to her world. Then she added that trying to help her here is very dangerous. Suddenly Wang Wei interrupted her, ordering her to stop. Woolyong and Xiaomi looked at him with surprised expressions. Wang Wei said that he is not an expert in perfumes, but he told Woolyong that she should know some way to banish it. He suggested that perhaps this method would be dangerous and stupid, but she could use it. He clarified that the most important thing is that it does no harm. Then Wang Wei, leaning on the doorway with his arms crossed on his chest, said that if they suddenly do something wrong, their conscience will not allow them to destroy them too. Then he asked, "Is he right?" The main character looked at him with a surprised expression on his face saying this. Then he loudly answered him in the affirmative. Valian, looking at him with a confused expression, asked, "But why he?" Wang Wei didn't let her finish and, looking away with an emotionless expression on his face, told her that this fox would never become his equal rival and then they should at least take pity on her, after which he added that besides, he couldn't look at how they all just stand there, unable to help. While Saiwa and Xiaomi looked at him in surprise, Wolian with an admiring expression on her face put her hand to her mouth. Her eyes widened, she said, "Wow." After that she ran up to Wang Wei and hugged him tightly, telling him that he was amazing. After that she asked him when he grew up so much. Saiwa and Solmi silently watched the situation unfold. After that, the main character looked carefully at Wang Wei and thanked him for agreeing to help. At this time, Wang Wei looked at him with a piercing gaze. He wanted to tell him something, but he changed his mind and only exhaling the air from his lungs, Siwa looked at him in bewilderment with his mouth slightly open. Some time later, the main character was walking along a city street, looking carefully at his phone. He chuckled looking at it. Some time before this, Woolyong explained to them that they needed to prepare two things. She put 2 fingers in front of her face and said that first they needed someone who would perform the ritual and also a vessel to seal the spirit. She explained that the exorcist must be professional and the vessel must be of the highest quality. Soulmi, looking at her with a surprised expression on her face, asked, "Can the vessel then be destroyed along with the spirit, and not just sealed?" Valan answered her by saying that this was impossible. She explained that the powers the spirit possesses depend on the negative emotions inherent in it. She said that when it dies, it gains strength depending on the hatred of it, and also attachment to those living today. She told them that therefore this power is not infinite, and when it is used up, some spirits disappear on their own. After which she put her hand to her chest and said that there are exceptions like her who become vengeful spirits in a new body. After that, she talked about the fact that there are spirits that others have cursed, and these are entities that are controlled with the help of magic. Siwu and Solmi looked at her warily, listening carefully to her words with frowning eyebrows on their faces. She further continued to say that the hatred in these does not allow them to disappear, but at the same time, these cannot become vengeful spirits. She explained that therefore, when expelled, others may come under the control of such a spirit. At this moment, Wang Wei leaned on the window frame with a bored expression on his face, looking out at the city. Valian at this time said that due to the fact that these cannot move into a new body and disappear, these take control of the body, and simply use these as vessels. She said that for this reason, in order to calm these vessels are made into weapons. She explained that these are not made of flesh but allow the spirits to expand. She further said that the stronger the spirit, the stronger and better the vessel for this should be. She explained that for weak spirits, in general, any vessel is suitable. However, for the strongest damned spirits, a high-quality weapon is needed. Soulmi looked ahead with a thoughtful expression on her face, pressing her hand to her chin. Sivu asked her if she said that they also needed an exorcist. Valan answered him that if you don't think about the fact that exorcism was created by people. Then she clarified that we should not forget about people's superior skills in exorcism. She put her hand on her chest and said that despite the fact that someone would be against, however, they need a person who is a master in exorcism rituals. She said that if he wonders where he can find it. She interrupted herself and asked him if she hadn't spoken. After that, she reminded that the chance of success is extremely small. The main character by this time approached the metal gates decorated with ornaments. Looking at these, he thought that Selwa's life was in danger, and he couldn't just sit idly by, but he understood that coming here still wasn't the best idea. Suddenly, a bag of things fell out of someone's hands. The man looked at Shiva angrily. His face was shaking with hatred. He clenched his jaw and said angrily, The main character looked at this man in surprise. It was Soyen. She looked at Siwa in rage. Her whole body was shaking. She tensed her arms, clenching her palms into fists, exposing her teeth. She asked him how dare he. The main character greeted her with a confused expression. He thought that he had already seen her, and she was Yashin's cousin and lived with him. Soyen, her eyes burning with bright magical energy, jumped with her foot and attacked Siwa, hitting him right in the face. From this blow, Siwa flew several meters into the distance. Soyen looked at him in rage, after which she landed on the asphalt and leaned on it with her hand, preparing her fist for the next attack. Looking menacingly at him, she ordered him to stop pretending, after which she said that she knew that he was not a weak monster at all and that he was a human, even if he was half a man, did not give him any concessions from her. She asked him how dare he come here? The main character sat on the asphalt wiping his battered face with his hand. Soyen irritably asked him if he understood how much trouble he caused him. Siva looked in front of him with sadness after hearing the words from her. Then Yashin's voice asked her from the side, what problems? Soyen looked in front of her in surprise. Then she turned around to see Yashin, who in home clothes with disheveled hair came out with his head on the back of his head. She addressed him respectfully, while Yashin, with a sleepy expression on his face, said that if he listened to her, he almost killed him. He then asked Siwa if he called him. He said that he was sleeping and didn't hear. The main character looked at him in surprise with a smile on his face from bottom to top. After that, Yashin told Siv to stop looking at him and go in, with a gesture of his hand, and Yashin pointed to the room behind him. Then he noticed that judging by his face, he again wanted to drag him into something. Some time later, Soyen placed a glass bottle of water on the table with a sharp movement, causing it to make a loud sound. The paper glasses that were standing on the table fell from such a strong and sharp blow. Yashin frowned and looked at it, and noticed that it was somehow rude. After that he noticed that they had a lot of things. He noticed that they could also have tea. After that he remembered that she had said that she was delighted with Sivu, how good he was and the like. Soyen, placing her hands on her hips, told him that she serves him, so perhaps this proves that she doesn't understand people well. Then she called Yashin a fool. She explained her statement by saying that he was stupid because he risked everything, including his future. The main character was in an extreme state of discomfort. He shyly lowered his eyes down and silently listened to their exchange. Soyen continued to talk about the fact that he also went to the bottom along with the monster. Yashin, opening a bottle of water, asked her why. Then he told her that she needed to be more positive, and if you look at it like that, he became free, independent and confident. Soyen ironically asked him for forgiveness. Then Yashin, pouring water into glasses, said that, as he had already understood from the conversation, he left his home and renounced his clan. Siwa looked at him with a worried expression and called his name. Yashin hastily interrupted him, telling him that it was not his fault, but he noticed that he could not be convinced. Then he said that, besides, he himself had wanted this for a long time. Emotionlessly looking in front of him, Yashin said that he thinks that there is no need to make excuses and now he does not work for the government. He noticed that, Moreover, his actions depended only on his decisions and not on what kind of relationship they had. He said that he must serve people, protect all people, including him and his mother. He said that doing everything for the country was his responsibility. The three of them sat in a small room with old equipment and a modest interior. Then, putting the glass on the table, he said that now he does not work and is just a poor teenager who ran away from home, after which he raised the glass to his mouth and asked the main character, "Does this mean that he needs an exorcist?" Without waiting for an answer from him, he said that he was one. Then he noticed that he was not the best in the country, but he was definitely in the top 3. Siva looked at him in great surprise, opening his eyes and mouth wide. Yashin noticed that, however, everyone who needs this ability for personal purposes must pay. Drinking water from a glass, he looked piercingly at Shiva and said that even though he was his friend. The main character confidently confirmed this and said that if he could pay, he interrupted himself and said that rather, he would still pay him even if he couldn't. Yashin pointed his finger at Siwa with a smile on his face and turned to Soyen and asked her if she heard it. Then he told her that this guy was far from just a friend. He explained that he was his first client. After that, he told her that because of this she should treat him with respect. Soyen looked at him in bewilderment, pressing her lips together, after which she exhaled heavily from her lungs. Yashin began to talk about how he already knew the world was divided into 2 parts. He told that their world and the world of monsters where most of the creatures live. Sivu interrupted him in surprise and asked, "The majority?" Yashin answered this in the affirmative and said that in other words, it's like 2 separated continents. When Yashin was talking about this, using cutlery, he cut off a piece from a layer cake decorated with berries. Next to this on the table there was a cup from where the abundant part came. Yashin continued to say that between these continents there are islands or smaller worlds. He said that in these, although not so long ago, people and monsters also live. Putting a piece of cake in his mouth, he talked about how they live without obeying the laws of society and the king of monsters. They are independent. Chewing food in his mouth, Yashin noticed that he could have heard or read about them. He said that this is Shangri-La, that is, a fairy tale paradise or a dragon palace. He said that the books say that these are in the mountains. After that he said that other sources write that these are kingdoms in the ocean. The main character, looking at him in surprise and holding a cup in his hand, asked him, "Are there many of these worlds?" Yashin answered him negatively, and told him that these are like small cities. He explained that some of these can be compared to a shopping center, so the inhabitants of these worlds can be called the world elite. He said that one of the monsters living there was a king, but got tired of the world and left. Then he said that people who had achieved enlightenment lived there and rose above generally accepted values. Siva noticed that this was very exciting, after which he asked him, "But how does this relate to the previously agreed payment?" Yashin, looking at him emotionlessly, told him that now he would not be able to pay him, but he noticed that, as he had already said, he asked him again, would he try? Then he said that in 2 days there would be a banquet in one of these places. She said that there would be a birthday celebration for the daughter of the Dragon King, as well as a tournament where anyone could participate. Siwa looked at him in shock after the words he said. Yashin, with a smile on his face, continued to talk about how he would take part in this as a team. He pointed to the main character with a fork in his hand and told him that this was how he would repay him. The east coast looked like a high rocky coast surrounded by a light azure sea with waves raging inside. These waves broke and the stones created large streams of water. The man walked away from the rocky shore while standing on it. It was a woman named Gu Pa who looked ahead with a wide smile on her face. She raised her face up and squinting, looked carefully into the distance. On a high rocky rock there was a small wooden gazebo. Near this gazebo stood Siwu and Yashin dressed in traditional outfits. They looked at the sea in front of them. Lady Gu addressed them from behind, calling them dear guests. Yashin turned to her with interest. She bowed and introduced herself to them, saying that her name was Gu Pa. After that, she informed them that she was the manager of the eastern wing of the Dragon Palace, and they could call her Lady Gu. She placed her hands on her torso telling them that she wanted to express her gratitude to the member of the Constellation Hall for attending Her Highness's birthday celebration. Yashin smiled back at her and reminded her that he had already said that he was not associated with the meeting room, and then he said that he was here as an independent participant, so he suggested skipping the formalities. Lady Gu with a wide smile on her face told him that despite this, he was still a talented person with a high status. Then she asked him if he would introduce his partner. Yashin with a smile on his face looked at Siwa who was standing next to him with a red mask on his face. Yashin put his hand on his shoulder and said that he has been serving him since childhood. Then he said that his name is Choi MacDowell, and despite the fact that he is not a member of the Constellation Hall, he is very capable. Then Yashin said that they would participate in the tournament together. Some time before this, Yashin explained to the protagonist sitting opposite him that the Dragon Palace is an amazing place, and although the king of the dragons and his subjects are monsters, for a long time they remain a neutral country that does not interfere in the feuds of monsters and does not harm people. Looking carefully at Shiva sitting opposite him, he told him that therefore both people and monsters could participate in the tournament. The main character looked at him with interest, and said that it seemed to him that problems might arise because of this. Yashin reminded him that, as he had already said, this is neutral territory. Then he added that especially since the palace itself observes its own laws. Pointing his index finger at Siwa, he said that for a long time the Dragon King maintained good relations with people, and he thinks that one can even say that his palace is the safest place. Then he noted that if problems arise, it will only be because he is a monster. Continuing to point his finger at Siva's face, Yashin said that since they will be in a pair, this will instantly become a topic of discussion. The main character looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and smaller pupils. Yashin continued to say that the people in the palace will remain silent, but the guests of the banquet can cause problems. Sivu, with a confused expression on his face, noted that, however, since the fights are the most important part of the event, he said that without using the energy of a monster or weapon, he would not. Yashin interrupted him by telling him that there were other options. Then he said that he himself had not seen, but felt that in the recent battle he had used righteous power. Siva answered him that he does not know how to use this as well as the energy of monsters. Yashin explained to him that this is not so important. He said that he would simply leave strong opponents to him. He asked him to simply pretend to be a person, after which he stated that this was his condition. At the moment, Lady Gu, smiling, told them that before they entered, she would explain to them the rules of the tournament. After that, she, holding her hands on her belt, said that as they already know, this tournament is dedicated to the birthday of Her Highness. She continued to say that the final will take place at the banquet, but the finalists need to be determined before that. She explained that they would not be able to carry out all the fights in one day. Yashin asked her, asking, "Will there be qualifying matches?" Lady Gu answered him in the affirmative, and, stretching out her hands in front of her, asked for forgiveness for the fact that they said about it so late. She explained this by saying that they could not do otherwise since the number of participants turned out to be greater than they expected. Then she showed them miniature tablets levitating in the air that glowed with magical energy. She explained to them that these were jade pendants, and these would allow them to stay here for 2 days. Siwu and Yashin looked at it with interest. After this, Lady Gu said that in addition, with the help of these, they would be able to monitor them and their condition. She said that the first touch would identify them as the owner of this thing and they would be able to participate in the tournament. These jade pendants glowing with magical energy had small ropes for fastenings. She told them that the pendant also measures the approximate level of chi to determine the level of their strength. The main character with a mask on his face began to look worriedly to the side. Yashin whispered to him not to worry. He explained to him that this mask completely hides his chi and the pendant recognizes him as a person. When he talked about this, he continued to look at Lady Gu while holding the pendant in his hand. After this, Lady Gu thanked them for choosing to take part, and she finally informed them that she would now lead them to the place of the qualifying matches. A moment later, a powerful funnel formed in the center of the sea. This funnel poured its contents into itself in a strong stream. Inside this stream there was a platform decorated with the image of a dragon. The 3 of them materialized in an instant on this platform. Sivu and Yashin looked around them in confusion. Lady Gu watched them with a smile on her face. After that, Yashin looked at the opposite edge of the platform. There were 3 more figures in the process of materialization. Yashin, with a serious expression on his face, suggested that it looked like they were their rivals. Sivu clenched his fists and looked there. A few moments later, there were 2 people in traditional outfits with blood-red eyes. Standing behind them was a person dressed just like Lady Gu. This man first asked to listen to the rules of the qualifying matches. He said that pairs of participants would fight with other pairs until someone loses twice. Yashin frowned and asked, "Does this mean that there are no other conditions?" The man answered him, "No." After that he extended his hand and showed 2 fingers, saying that after 2 defeats the fight ends and then they will have to wait for further instructions, after which he clarified that the number of final points will be equal to the number of fights won. He added saying that after all the couples compete with each other, the one with the most points will win. Yashin, frowning his eyebrows, looked at him carefully and thought that there was one catch. He noticed that this was a cunning method. He reasoned that it seems that losing is not so scary. So you can give up. But he thinks that everyone came here only for victory. He understood that tomorrow is the final and today is an endless marathon, and all he has to do is relax, and he has already lost. However, he also understood that despite the fact that it is not profitable for them themselves, they greet all guests personally, and this was done so that those who arrived would not be able to find out the exact number of participants in the tournament. After that, he thoughtfully asked himself, but is this really necessary? He thought that this no longer looked like simple qualifiers. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked towards the main character, who was looking concentratedly in front of him in a tense position. He addressed him as Choi and noticed that he had not told him what he was going to do. Sivu asked him not to worry. Looking carefully in front of him, he told him that since it was important to maintain physical strength, he could cope without his strength. After that, he again asked him not to worry. With a grin, he said that he would win at any cost. Lady Gu informed them that before they began, she asked permission for her to briefly talk about their rivals who came from the entire Korean peninsula. She said that they were monsters from Showdown. After that, she folded her palms in front of her torso and announced that they were both representatives of their clan at the festival, and despite their young age, they had already reached the level of Ki. At this moment, two monsters with bloody eyes silently looked at them. Yashin, with a tense expression on his face, understood that reaching the level of Ki without eating people proved that the monsters that entered the human world could not be compared with them. Yashin, frowning his eyebrows, turned to Sivu and asked him if he heard this. After that, he sharply told him that if he felt that he could not cope with them, then he asked him to retreat. The man who accompanied the monsters at that moment talked about Yashin and Sivu. He told them that, on the other hand, they were real hard workers and one of them was even a member of the Seonsa clan. A monster girl named Danik noticed that, as they say, the strongest of people are there. After that she asked the man, but if he was there, does that mean he is no longer in their ranks? The man explained to her that he did not know the details, but this was true, after which he assumed that. I didn't have time to finish speaking because Brother Danik asked them to stop chatting. He said that even in appearance it was noticeable what they were capable of. Looking piercingly in front of him, he said that he had always been curious how strong these guards were, but he noticed that apparently they were greatly overrated. He noticed that judging by the aura of the one approaching them, he was at the maximum level of Gyu and the one further away was at the Ki level. At that moment he was talking about Siwoo and Yashin. Brother Danik said that he was interested. After that he asked the man if he kills someone during the tournament, will he be held responsible for it? The man answered him negatively and explained that the participants agreed to the risk of accidents. Brother Danik noticed with a smile on his face that this meant that this was the banquet of the Dragon Palace. Then he turned to his sister and said that he would deal with both of them, at which time he began to walk towards them. Danik asked him if this was true. He turned to her with a smile on his face and told her that these qualifiers were not needed for the participants to accumulate strength. He explained to her that this was in order to deal with their opponents and become as strong and prepared as possible for the finals. Danik asked him with an irritated expression, "What?" After that, she was surprised to notice that it turned out that her brother interrupted her and asked her not to worry. He walked forward with a smile, looking ahead and said that he knew that she had not yet tasted people, but he said that he would share this meal with her. Soon after this, he stood opposite the main character in the center of the site. He extended his hand in front of him and, with a gesture pointing to himself, invited him to attack. Brother Danik looked at Shiva with a confident expression on his face and told him that his appearance here was already proof of great courage, so he would allow him to attack first. Yashin, looking at him, thought that he was very arrogant and emotional, but he understood that it was clear to him what he was waiting for. He realized that he wanted to sharply counterattack and kill Shiva before he himself surrendered. At the same time, Yashin understood that the main character was not so naive for this to work with him. He realized that he had well-developed instincts and intuition during battle. He remembered that he had already experienced this on himself. At that moment, Siva took off at high speed and ran towards the monster standing opposite him. Brother Danik, with a wide smile on his face, looked at the protagonist approaching him. Siwoo prepared his fist for an attack and clenched it, and aimed at Brother Danik's face. The main character dealt a powerful blow, but Brother Danik put a block in front of him using his hand. He did it with a smile on his face. Siva looked at him with a surprised expression, thinking that his hand was something impossible. Brother Danik at that moment put out 2 fingers on his hand, which glowed with bright, thick magical energy, and he cast an innate ability spell called Poisonous Strike of the Earth Dragon. Immediately after that, he pointed these 2 fingers towards Siwoo, making a sharp movement with his hand. The outcome of the battle had long been predetermined for two reasons. Firstly, the main character had already fought with an enemy who, using poison and his experience with information about the enemy, helped him predict the first attack. Secondly, he mastered many martial arts even before he found out that he was a half-breed monster with the energy of monsters and shamans. This may come as a surprise to many. Sivu confidently moved using his body. Brother Danik looked at him in confusion with his eyebrows furrowed. This is a martial art from a distant continent. The main character, in a roundhouse jump, attacking the monster with the movement of his leg, delivered a powerful blow using knowledge from capoeira. Brother Danik looked angrily in front of him, flying back. Blood was oozing from his nose. There were abrasions on his cheeks and nose from the blow he received from Siva's heel. He put his palm out in front of him and asked himself in bewilderment what kind of ballet this was. He angrily said that in his movements there is no force that violates the laws of nature, but these are effective. Siva was rapidly approaching the monster, moving away from him. Brother Danik created a stream of magical energy from his palm held out in front of him, which he directed towards the main character. Numerous techniques created by people are just body movements that help the weak become strong. With a furious expression on his face, Brother Danik fiercely clenched his jaw and bared his teeth, frowning his eyebrows angrily looking at Shiva. A moment later the protagonist delivered a powerful side blow with his left hand, twisting the monster's head, after which he hit him again with a direct blow of his fist in the face. Danik, who was carefully watching this confrontation, asked in confusion, "What?" After that, she asked again in bewilderment, how was he able to dance 3 times already? Yashin, watching this with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was great. He understood that he was able to take the initiative into his own hands from the very beginning of the battle. Not a muscle moved on his face, but from the positive impressions he joyfully clenched his palm into a fist, while he understood that his opponent was many times stronger than him and Sivu had very little energy, so his 3 blows were like light scratches for his opponent. The main character, with rapid movements of his leg, beat his brother with a dunk, trampling him into the ground with his foot. The monster looked up at him with rage, putting out a block consisting of crossed arms in front of his head. In irritated anger he thought that he was an impudent person who thought that his dance worked. He realized that he was needed only once. Only one counterattack would be enough for him. His face was already bloody. He strained his face and looked in front of him. At that moment, Siva took out an artifact from which magical energy of a bright blue color poured out. Holding this artifact in his hand, he said that he thought it was time to finish. Immediately after this, with a swift movement of his hands, he struck using the artifact, drawing a straight line of his blow through the brother's torso. When Siva's blow was completed, the monster stood for a while, holding his arms raised above his head, and did nothing, and Siva carefully watched his opponent. Finally, he stopped using energy, and the shining beam he used as a weapon gradually dissipated, and the protagonist calmly stood up, changing his fighting position. The monster trembled and asked how this happened. Monsters were usually very durable, but while different species differed from each other, most of them could easily regenerate even if they lost several limbs or if their body was cut into pieces. However, even monsters had a part of their body that they could not restore, and this part was the core of the monsters, and now Shiwu stood holding an object in his hands, from which blood was dripping onto the floor. This was the core he had taken from his opponent's body, and it was almost, if not more important, a second heart. Continuing to tremble, in a stuttering voice, the monster asked Siwa to return the core, because if it could be restored, it could only return to the state it was in at birth, and then the monster would have to start all over again. Despite the fact that the core had previously, there was a lot of energy accumulated over a lifetime. Stretching out his hand towards Sivu, who had begun to leave, the monster repeated his request to give him the core, but the main character did not pay attention to this and continued walking. Danik turned to Lady Gu and asked indignantly, "Is this normal?" She shouted that Siwu had taken her brother's core, noting that it was against the rules of the tournament. Suddenly someone asked, "Why shout?" Opening her eyes wider, Danik turned around, and the man offered to speak and asked why resort to rules if there is a simpler solution. It was Siwu who advised Danik to knock him unconscious or kill him, because in this case she could return her brother's core. In the protagonist's opinion, it was a piece of cake, and as a concession, he was going to allow Danik to eat him or do whatever she wanted with his body. Frowning furiously, Danik remained silent for a while without answering, and Lady Gu, horrified, asked herself, what kind of creature is Shiwu? Based solely on his energy, one could understand that he was a simple person, and so Lady Gu asked if it was really all about his abilities and martial arts. If the main character was so good in a real fight, she didn't understand how good his master, that is, Yashin, would be. Everyone was silent for a while, but then, smiling, Lady Gu finally said that now she understands why Siwoo is Yashin's partner, since his skills are truly worthy of praise, because he has the experience and intuition to fill the gaps of energy. Recalling the recent battle, Lady Gu also added that Siwoo saved his energy until the end of the fight in order to deliver a full blow, and this, in her opinion, was remarkable, because if he had used such a technique at the beginning of the fight, his opponent would have been more alert. If you look at Siwoo's aura, you could understand that he was just learning how to control energy. But Lady Gu understood that if he continued like this, he would achieve a lot. Yashin calmly said that Lady Gu flatters Siwoo, since he is indeed very capable, but such opponents cannot defeat him, because this fight does not reveal Siwoo's full potential. In fact, Yashin thought differently, and his plan was quite simple. The mask that was put on the main character hid the energy of the monster and blocked the release of it, and in addition, if a person had a talent for controlling righteous energy, he needed to train it, and since ordinary victories over weak opponents were commonplace to the monsters, as long as Siwoo wore the mask, his bloodline didn't matter, and he became an ordinary person. Yashin, imagining how Danik, with the help of his magic, would throw Siwoo back, mentally noted that the end of the battle was predictable, since in this case he, having taken out his weapon, would strike, gaining victory, but everything did not go according to plan. Before realizing this, Yashin imagined that Siwoo would apologize to him in disappointment because he could not help, but he would ask him not to worry about losing, because the main character is still new to this matter. He was sure that he still had a lot to learn, and he wanted his friend to leave this matter to him, since he was going to teach him all the techniques and tricks that he knew, so that in this case they would win together. In Yashin's mind, Siwoo would have been touched upon hearing this, and they shook hands, and now, realizing that he had imagined everything exactly like this, Yashin covered his face with his palm, disappointed by this. The reason he wanted Siwoo to participate so much was not for the reward at all, since in fact he wanted to take part in the tournament with him in order to teach his friend something new. Whatever side Siwoo took, the side of monsters or shamans, success awaited him, and moreover, he was just learning to control these forces. Yashin thought about this and therefore suggested that it might be possible to develop the energy of shamans in the main character, because at the moment the difference in the mastery of the two energies was not very large, and if you look at the speed of Siwoo's learning, this difference could be completely forgotten. If there was a chance to develop the shaman skills of the main character, it could suppress the influence of the monster energy, and if you remember from Siwoo's ability, you could say that it would only be better for him, because the ultimate goal of his becoming the king of the monsters is to protect people. And looking at this goal, Siwoo's development as a shaman seems very likely. In addition, the main character was also very soft-hearted, and he was constantly tormented by worries, because he wanted to save everyone, but there was only one way for this, namely, to become the king of monsters, but one person could not solve the problems that await people through 6 months when it becomes a battlefield. The power of man would not matter, and everyone would have to adapt to the new order. Siwoo's decision to change everything would make him the enemy of all monsters, and so Yashin assumed that the main character could become a respected shaman and live a happy life. So in Siwoo's situation, he can only accept reality, because he has no other choice, even if the path will be difficult. Then, thinking about this, Yashin frowned and realized that this tournament would help develop Siwoo's shaman skills. Distracted from his thoughts, he heard Danik announce that they were giving up, and, looking shyly to the side, admitted that this was their defeat, deciding that that was enough. She asked if she still needed to fall to her knees? But Lady Gu said that there was no need to do this, and announced the result of the battle, which was that the victory remained with the Yashin team. She wanted to warn about what further actions would mean that could cause harm to her rivals, but she did not have time to do this, as Danik, looking towards her brother lying on the ground, ran towards him, frowning desperately. She asked if he was okay and could he recover? Yashin, seeing this, frowned, lowered his head, and sighed resignedly, as he was very tired. He didn't understand why his plans always failed, and brother Danik, clenching his jaw and frowning, trembled, not answering. His sister was silent for a while, and then, looking towards Siwoo, advised him to remember what happened today, since she and her brother would go against their clan, but Siwoo, judging by her promise, would pay for this day. Next time everything would be different, and Siwoo did not argue with this, but called Danik to action. He told her to do whatever she wanted, because he didn't care, and promised that he would wait to meet her, because then he would be much stronger. From the way the protagonist said this, his monster aura appeared, and the phantom image of a huge monster became visible to Danik, who was afraid of it. Lady Gu, who also felt the change, asked what it was. The whole point was that Siwu for a second seemed to become another being, who was a different entity, comparable to the highest ranks of the palace. In addition, if you pay attention to the behavior of the main character in battle, it became unclear whether he was really an ordinary person. Looking at the surroundings, Lady Gu asked, how could a person behave like this? Suddenly, distracted from her thoughts, she heard someone calling out to her, reminding her that she had already announced the winner, and asking why she was standing there then. Realizing what was really happening, she opened her eyes wider in fear and, apologizing to those who addressed her, promised that she would immediately deal with the next in line. Putting her palms forward, she activated the magic, and the brother and sister disappeared, and Yashin asked if the next fight would begin immediately. Lady Gu explained that such an arrangement would be unfair to some of the participants, and said that the fights would begin at the same time, since some were still fighting at the moment. The next match was supposed to start 15 minutes after the end of the match of the last participant, and Yashin realized that the faster they finish the fight, the more time they have to rest, so saving energy is not the only correct strategy. He asked if there was a room for rest and recovery. After apologizing to Yashin, Lady Gu explained that there were no such facilities, adding that after the battles they would be happy to welcome all the participants, but this could not be done now, but the participants could relax here using everything they had. Sivu asked if it was true that this meant they could use what they had with them. Yashin and Lady Gu were surprised that he suddenly addressed them, and Yashin suddenly opened his eyes wide, frowning in confusion as he noticed the object Siwu was holding in his hands. The main character remembered how Murion gave him the Rising Moon House token, which was given only to the most valuable clients. This token was not only a sign of status, since with the help of this you can also summon a merchant from the House of the Rising Moon, and you could use this anywhere and anytime, even in places outside of this world. Coming closer to Sivu, Yashin said in shock that this was the token of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, and asked where the main character got it from. Such amazement was caused by the fact that the elders of the shamans tried very hard to get it, but, interrupting his friend's words, Sivu asked what he was talking about. He noted that it was Yashin who gave him the token when they got here, and Yashin, smiling nervously, said that it was true, declaring that he had simply forgotten about it. He asked what would happen if someone found out that they took it with them. Lady Gu admitted that this could cause problems in the palace. However, since Shiwu and Yashin were now here, she had nothing against it, as long as the merchant did not interfere in the battle itself. However, she warned that summoning items like this token absorb energy proportional to the summoning distance, and since this place is located far from the world of humans and monsters, the energy in this item would most likely only be enough for one summon, so Lady Gu advised use this only at the really right moment. She realized that Yashin and Siwa were more interesting than she thought, because although she did not know what kind of talent the king was looking for, however, with such guys, the ending could be quite exciting. She looked at Shiva, and then decided to look at how other matches were going, since this one ended too quickly. After activating her magic, Lady Gu placed her finger on her head, guessing that other battles were now in full swing, since there was usually not much difference in skill between the participants. However, noticing the necessary information, she asked in shock, how did this happen? Such amazement was due to the fact that 5 arenas had already completed their fights, and seeing this, Lady Gu trembled and almost cried. At the same time, in another arena, spattered with blood, Hui admitted that she did not understand anything at all, since her opponents could have saved their lives. She sighed, noting that they had completely lost their fear, and the person watching the fight realized that this was surprising since Hui had killed 2 fairly strong monsters so quickly. When she said that she would participate alone, the observer thought that she was too arrogant, but now he realized what her strength was, since she had the bloodline of a pitiful animal that was able to reach the realm of the gods. And suddenly attracting the attention of the observer, Hui said that she had one question and asked if it was true that there was really a great prize for the winner here. The observer, lowering his head, said that this was indeed the case, since the king expects a lot from this tournament, and in addition to the jewelry that the winner will receive, the winning team will have the right to take anything in the treasury of the palace, and the king himself will guide the winner and advise which is better to take. But Hui had no need for this, and she asked that someone tell the king about it, since the treasury is just a pile of metal, and Hui only needs one thing, namely, the inheritance of her ancestor Wukong, which he left in this palace. As she said this, Hui frowned so that no one would doubt her words. At the same time, in another arena, one of the monsters was encased in a huge block of ice, and Goya, standing in front of it, noted that this was not bad, adding that if no one touched this monster, it would melt on its own and the opponent would survive. Turning his gaze to another opponent who stood nearby, squinting in fear, Goya asked if this man and his partner were giving up. Noticing that the enemy did not answer, Goya extended his hand forward and warned that he would not give time to think, as he would think that the enemy wanted to continue the fight if he did not give an answer in 3 seconds. However, Goya quickly changed his mind and gave his opponent 5 seconds to think. Having closed his eyes, the man thought for a while, and then, trembling with emotion, he still said that he was giving up. The next moment, he and his partner disappeared, and Goya admitted that he did not expect his opponents to be bitten like that, suggesting that the qualifying matches provide good opportunities to experience various battles before the festival. He suggested that a lot of good fighters had come to the tournament, and Xiaomi, who was standing nearby, frowned confidently, clenching her palms into a fist, and decided that they should take first place at all costs, because in this case they would be able to take out treasury vessel for the evil spirit Selkva. Goya promised that he would try, and noted that if the organizers knew that the tournament would take more than 1 day, it was necessary to warn about this in advance, since he did not really close the cafe. At the moment, girls in the human world, approaching the door of the cafe, noticed that there was a sign on it informing them that it was closed, and assumed that the owner had moved away, since the sign near the door said that the cafe was open. Soulmi, listening to Goya's concern about the cafe, closed her eyes irritably, and said that it doesn't matter since he closes the cafe whenever he wants anyway. He explained that this is so that the products do not spoil and the assortment changes, and Soulmi, still irritated, crossed her arms over her chest, ordering Goya to stop dreaming, since his coffee is no different from regular coffee, and everyone in the cafe only comes from for his sweet face. Frozen in shock, Goya clenched his hands into fists in disappointment and asked, "Is this really so?" Ignoring this, Soulmi caught the observer's attention and asked if she could learn something from him. She suggested that the observer should not answer this, but still said that she and Goya would like to know if their acquaintance was participating in the tournament. The warden was amazed to hear this and, apologizing, announced that the list of participants was classified. But Soulmi was not going to give up and, looking pityingly at the observer, she asked that it tell her whether her acquaintance was participating or not. She openly pressed for pity and the monster, unable to resist, decided to agree, but to do it only once. Soulmi called out the main character's name, and the observer used magic to analyze the available information, finally declaring that Siwa was not on the list. This was due to the fact that he participated under a different name, and now Soulmi, having heard that Siwa's name was not on the list, asked if this was true. She sighed, and Goya noted that there was very little chance that Siwa would be here, but added that Soulmi should have directly asked the main character about it if she was so worried about him. Soulmi asked Goya not to talk nonsense, because if she asked directly, Siwa would do the opposite and go with them, saying that he could handle it on his own. However, she still admitted that Goya was right, since Siva would hardly have participated. Sighing, she remembered that he had gone in search of an exorcist, so now, most likely, he was with his friend. She didn't think that the two of them would have gone to the tournament, and at that same moment Sivu, who was standing next to Yashin, who was suddenly coughing, asked if he was really sick. After this there were 4 more fights, and Sivu won each of them. Having completed the next battle, he stood for some time, frozen in a fighting pose, and Yashin opened his eyes in amazement. Lady Gu noted that this was incredible, and the main character, when the opponents disappeared, came closer and Yashin asked him to give him his hand. Sherwood didn't understand what this meant, but he still simply extended his hand forward, and Yashin, grasping his wrist, asked himself in amazement, did his friend still have energy? Although energy is low, if you consider she was maximum energy reserve, this should have already ended several times, which meant that the main character was trying not to waste energy once again, using only the necessary minimum. This was basic knowledge, but Sherwood was able to master it without the help of others, and now, seeing that Yashin still had not said anything, the main character looked at him in confusion. Without explaining anything, Yashin simply told him to turn around and take off his shoes, and sit down. Siwoo did as Yashin told him and sat in the lotus position, which soon made his body tremble with tension. He wanted to say that this was unusual, but Yashin, interrupting his words, announced that he would soon get used to it, explaining that this was the lotus position. This was the basic pose for controlling energy, and Yashin advised the main character to remember this. He also warned that it would burn a little, after which he placed his palm against Siva's spin and activated the energy. This began to flow into the protagonist's body, and he froze, feeling what Yashin was doing. Yashin asked if he felt it. He said that he put some of his energy into Sivu's body, and told him to now inhale when he presses with his hands, and exhale when he does not press. At the same time, he began to explain that in the human body there are meridians along which energy flows, and the intersection of these meridians is called acupuncture points. There were hundreds of such points, and Yashin blocked only 64 of these points, that is, 32 when inhaling and the same number when exhaling. Blocking the points while breathing was the basis of the mind-focusing technique, but Siwu, after listening to the explanation, said nothing, trying to control the trembling. Yashin, meanwhile, added that now his energy is blocking Siwu's acupuncture points, but noted that later he will do this on his own, since such an exercise would help the body recover and accumulate energy. As soon as Yashin finished explaining this, new opponents suddenly appeared, and looking at the people standing in front, Yashin frowned and asked if only 2 participants had appeared here. He was wondering where the third party was, and while waiting for an answer, he carefully looked at Huai and the person who accompanied her. Lady Gu announced that Huai was very brave because she decided to participate in the tournament alone without a partner. She explained that Huai is a descendant from Mount Weigo in the center of the continent. Yashin, astonished by the information he heard, froze, and Huai asked if he was really a man. Her escort confirmed this, explaining that Yashin is the heir of the clan that is part of the organization of the Constellation Hall. This clan protected its territory for a very long time, so the enemy was not weakened at all, but Huai, hearing this, was not impressed and, sighing, noted that many had a good pedigree, but their skills were not so good. Siwu, noticing Huai, realized that it was she who started fighting with Selwa in the department store. Then only 2 attacks fell on the main character, but he realized what power Huai had, and now he remembered that he had to try hard then. Monsters could just as easily use familiar attacks, and, as far as Siwa remembered from Yashin's words, the Huai class was also run. Suddenly, Siwa felt that he could not move and mentally exclaimed that he could not allow Yashin to fight Huai alone. Distracted from his thoughts, he heard someone order him to sit, explaining that he had immobilized him. It was Yashin, who also advised Siwa to be sure to breathe properly, and asked if he had read martial arts comics. He explained that everything would be the same, because if Sivu did something wrong, he would have problems. The main character did not answer, but Yashin, having walked a little further, turned to him and reminded him that Shirwa had already won 5 fights, so now it was Yashin's turn. He stood opposite Huai and she suggested getting straight to the point, advising Yashin to just give up right away since he and Shirwa had no wounds and would have another free loss. Yashin remained silent, frowning, and Huai warned that he would die if he remained silent, or he would regret not giving up when he had the chance. He guessed that this tactic had worked before since after 5 fights, Huai was too unscathed. Taking out his sword, he realized that Huai's high rank had helped her come this far, and also added that either monsters revere their ancestors so much, or they are fools who believe everything, and Huai frowned indignantly upon hearing this. Yashin suddenly admitted that the fact that she was taking part here upsets him greatly in any case, and suddenly suggested that monsters might be too naive creatures, since their lifespan is longer, which means they mature later than people. Huai suddenly grabbed a lock of her hair, about to activate the magic, and Yashin threw the sheath aside so that it would not interfere. Huai activated Divine Wind Taming, and Yashin was about to use the Soaring Thunder Sword. When the sheath, falling to the floor, hit it and bounced off, the magical energy suddenly exploded, forming a powerful attack, and Huai, not having time to fully activate her magic, opened her eyes wide, amazed at what was happening. Yashin instantly appeared nearby and struck, after which he froze briefly and opened his eyes wide when he noticed that instead of Huai's dissected body, a hair cut into 2 parts was floating in the air in front of him. He did not expect this, and then looked a little to the side, at the last moment noticing Huai coming closer and striking. Clenching his jaw, he dodged, and she continued to attack, forcing Yashin to move back a little. Sivu, who, although not moving, was watching the battle closely, noticed that she was very fast and also moved very gracefully. But nevertheless, the main character did not understand something and asked himself why Yashin does not attack Huai, but only evades. He noticed that Yashin had many chances to counterattack, since during the entire fight she opened herself 4 or even 5 times. Yashin, meanwhile, continued to retreat, although Siwa was right, because monsters are tenacious, but they can be cut. Besides that, Yashin's body and sword were very suitable for this, however the reason he didn't attack was because his instincts told him not to. Once again, moving back a little, Yashin froze and looked carefully at Huai, who, jumping up, swung her leg to strike. Without dodging for now, he frowned in concentration, and Lady Gu suddenly activated her magic, and in the next moment, Huai descended, striking. Yashin dodged at the last moment, and the strength of the attack caused the floor to crack. Siwu and the other observer froze in amazement, and the platform on which the battle was taking place suddenly rose at one end, lowering the other part into the water. Yashin, clenching his jaw and frowning, asked what was going on. He realized that the arena had no supports and it was floating on water, but quickly decided that it didn't matter, since the more important thing should be that the platform shouldn't move. For all of the past 5 matches, the arena had been level, regardless of the strength of the spell, and Yashin guessed that the platform was designed to absorb the energy of the impact, channeling it into the water. However, it seemed that now the impact was stronger than what the platform was designed for, and because of this, the balance was upset. But this was strange, since the weight of the platform should have been even more than tens of tons. Suddenly paying special attention to the word weight, Yashin frowned deeper and remembered that, judging by rumors, the possibilities of the great sage Wukong's magic are limitless. But before he became a demigod, he was an unknown monster. Now Yashin, looking at Huai, finally understood why she was so confident in herself, because she was a spirit born of the earth. Huai, about to use another hair, said irritably that she usually gives opponents a second chance, but decided that she would make an exception for Yashin. With the help of magic, she could control her weight, and even control her overall mass, and now announced that everyone who laughs at her will feel how weak and helpless they are. Yashin, frowning, grinned and asked, "Is she really talking about those who are weak?" He explained that his job was to overcome his weaknesses and defeat his strengths. Yashin remembered how some time before, as a child, he lay, covered in sweat from exertion, and breathed heavily. His training weapon lay on the ground nearby, and he frowned and admitted that he was very tired and hungry, and couldn't move at all. He was 10 years old at that moment, but Shagan ordered him to stop lying down and get up and train, since they still had a whole hour before lunch. Since they were here, he suggested using this hour as productively as possible, because in this case lunch would be much tastier. He tapped the training weapon lightly on his palm and ordered Yashin to take his sword and continue training. Yashin, forcing himself to sit up, asked why he always does this. A similar question was related to the fact that the others only spent the morning training, and then played as if they were on vacation or something like that. Grinning, Shagan said if other students say that this cleanses their hearts, then this means that it was originally dirty for them. Frowning, Yashin asked why he wasn't given these heart-cleansing tasks. He assumed that this was all because he was himself, because if he were the same as the others, then he would have been given other tasks long ago. Shagan said that this was indeed true, and added that people and swords have a lot in common, since it takes a long time to forge to make a good and strong sword, but in the end, the most important thing is the quality of the steel. If the material used was of poor quality, it might simply not withstand the impact, and in Shagan's opinion, Yashin was like strong wood that would not break no matter how hard it was hit, and so it was important for him to become as strong as possible. Standing up, Yashin sighed and noted that if Shagan was saying that to encourage him, it wouldn't work since he never wanted to do something like that, either martial arts nor running a clan. He was confident that those who did it of their own free will could be given a very low price, and advised him to simply tell others to do it, as they would work much harder than Yashin himself. He asked Shagan to do it for him, and Shagan, after a short pause, asked why Yashin was so reluctant. Yashin explained that he simply did not want to do this, adding that there were no other reasons. In his opinion, it was simply not cool, since the probability of being born with at least the minimum abilities necessary to become a shaman was 1 in 10,000. It was necessary to overcome this probability in order to hone the skills necessary to confront enemies' humanity, and from the outside it sounded quite romantic. However, Yashin was sure that the heir to the clan was just a waste of time. A little later, the man, looking seriously at his interlocutor, noted that if you think about what half of the blood of the person with whom he is talking was spent, it will be easy to understand that this is all because of his character. But he advised him to think about what went into the second half, what the interlocutor received, and what he is enjoying now. He wondered if the person he was talking to understood this. Yashin, who stood and trembled, raising his pants so that his legs were bare, announced that he understood this, while the girl sitting next to him beat his legs with a thin rod. He wanted to say what he meant, but interrupting his words, the man ordered him to immediately dispose of this garbage, and promised that if Yashin looked into his eyes again, they would not be limited to the flutter of his eyelashes. However, briefly distracted from the conversation, the man drew attention to the woman and asked why she lowered her hand. He recalled that he had clearly ordered to continue beating until he said to stop, and exclaiming that she was sorry, the woman continued to strike Yashin's already badly wounded legs. Meanwhile, the man began to speak again and announced that when in a few years the world will change, the country in which they live will bow to Yashin, and the time will come when he himself will hold the whip. Just as Yashin received his punishment now, the man advised him to remember that his duty and responsibility is to manage non-entities, so he bears this burden and responsibility. Yashin bowed his head but didn't say anything, but after listening to this nonsense over and over again, he inevitably realized the truth, since they were not heroes against evil, but at best, they were villains following absurd rules. Yashin and the rest of the shamans became part of history, feeding on the weaklings who found themselves under their feet, and this is how it really happened. 4 years later, sitting at his desk in the school building, Yashin was intently reading a book until he suddenly heard someone order him to move. Taking a break from the text, he looked at the 2 hooligans standing next to them and said, as far as he knows, if someone is late, they should take an empty seat. One of the guys, who stood a little ahead, grinned, asked again, and leaning closer to Yashin, who had risen from his seat, asked if he knew who this guy was. He didn't understand who Yashin was to talk so arrogantly, but without further listening to such speeches, Yashin simply invited the students to leave here. The hooligan, amazed, asked again, and Yashin remembered what this student said about him behaving arrogantly. He suggested going to the restroom or some kind of utility room, but noted that it was not necessary to do this right now, but could even be done after school. He also added that the bullies can call all the students from the parallel or senior classes if they want, but also suggested that everything should be resolved right here and now. Having stopped grinning impudently, the hooligans frowned, and Yashin thought that this was surprising, but in such cases, true education, shown in works of art, did not help. Unlike the villains in the stories, the real villains were quite shrewd, and although at first glance they might seem simple-minded and aggressive, such people were actually quite cautious and cunning. At that moment, leaving, one of the hooligans asked his comrade if he knew who Yashin was, and by choosing a suitable victim, they could easily manipulate and control it. Having stopped paying attention to Yashin, the hooligans switched to Hyungu, who was sitting a little to the side and playing on the phone. They ordered him to stop eavesdropping on other people's conversations, and Hyungu, straightening up, turned around in confusion, noticing that 2 guys sat down right behind him. One of them, holding out his palm, asked if it was true that this was a hero's blow. He asked Hyungu to let him look at the phone, and very soon someone irritably asked, who told the other person to take these items? Hearing the screams, Yashin frowned and turned around, noticing that the bully, still holding someone else's phone, smirked, announcing that he would put some items up for auction if Hyungu didn't mind, and would buy it for his character. Hyungu tried to object, reminding him what would happen if these items were taken off when moving or lost, but the bully seriously said that he would not lose it, since he always plays like this. He guessed that Hyungu thought he was new to the game, and told him to watch him throw away those items right now. Hyungu was horrified when he saw this and tried to take the phone, but the bully did not allow him to do this, and Hyungu, realizing what had happened, apologized in a trembling voice, and the guy raised his hand and hit him in the face. He said that he just wanted to play together, and Hyungu was acting like an arrogant idiot over such a trifle, and irritably added that he didn't need anything, telling Hyungu to take his phone, but knew that the guy would kill him on the spot if their eyes will meet once again. He handed the phone back, and Hyungu apologized, not yet taking the device. Avoiding stronger predators, the bullies took advantage of the weak, and Yashin, learning to think of this as the basic nature of humans and the structure of their race, cleared his mind. Distracted from these thoughts, he turned to the side, mentally noting that he, his father and the other warriors were similar, because despite the power, they could be ordinary people, no different from each other, and not cowardly and escaping villains. At this time, the bully continued to shout at Hyungu, and Yashin began to think that in reality there are no real stories about heroes. He suddenly became distracted because Saiwoo, by asking for forgiveness, attracted the attention of the bully and Hyungu. They both looked at him in confusion, and Saiwoo, again apologizing for interfering, looked at Hyungu and asked if it was right that it was him. He said that they went to the same elementary school, although they were not in the same class, but admitted that he did not know who Hyungu's tall friend was, and then said his name, smiling kindly. He wasn't sure what had happened here, but he didn't think there was a need to shout or resort to violence since they were classmates now, and it would be nice if they got along. Continuing to frown in bewilderment, the bully swore, grinned, and said irritably that now even idiots open their mouths. Addressing the main character, he asked what his problem was. Sivu was a little frightened and remained silent, not knowing what to answer, and the bully swung his foot, kicked him and repeated his question, calling Siva names. However, he opened his eyes in shock, and even Yashin fell off reading the book, deciding to watch what was happening. The bully, trembling, fell to the ground and asked what kind of nonsense this is. Sivu, who didn't seem to feel the blow, asked if the guy was okay. He was sincerely excited, but at that moment the bully's comrade also hit him in the chest, but soon frowned, seeing that Sivu practically did not react. The main character looked at the second student in bewilderment, and he, continuing to frown, asked what was wrong with Sivu. Such amazement was caused by the fact that Sivu didn't even move, but, not paying attention to the enemy's embarrassment, the main character smiled and asked if the guy would let him go already. He grabbed the student's wrist, and he became more frightened, sweating from the exertion, shocked by the power that Sivu possessed. Smiling kindly, Sivu suggested they just talk peacefully, suggesting that they could do it. He let go of the bully's trembling hand, and cursing, the two students looked at the phone that had fallen to the ground, deciding that they would talk later. Sivu pursed his lips, not knowing how to react, but was suddenly distracted from his thoughts in surprise when he heard someone warn him that he was in big trouble. It was Yashin, who, turning in his chair towards Sivu, explained that these hooligans did not need a reason to cause problems, and therefore they would simply wait for Sivu either before lunch or after school, take him to some secluded place, and beat him up half to death until they are satisfied. Looking a little to the side with dissatisfaction, he asked if it was worth it. Turning towards Hyungu, he noted that even the one whom Saiwa helped did not thank him, and assumed that right now he was probably thinking about how he could avoid this. In Yashin's opinion, by trying to cover up such scoundrels, Sherwoo would only make his school life more painful, and laughing doomly, the protagonist assumed that everything would really be like that, but said that he knew what he was getting into and therefore has no regrets. Yashin was very, very surprised, and Sivu honestly admitted that it was terrible, but added that if he had ignored it, he would have felt even worse and would not have been able to bear it. He wanted this, so he was sure that this was now his personal problem, and he was going to do everything possible to deal with the consequences. He also explained that he was pretty good at hiding and avoiding things he didn't like, so he figured he'd manage somehow. Yashin was silent for a while, pondering what he had heard, and Siwoo began to look around, wondering where he should sit. He suddenly heard Yashin announce that there was an empty seat here, and realizing that the main character did not have many friends in the class, he put his palm on the next place at the desk, saying that Siwa could take this place if he had nowhere else to go sit down. The main character awkwardly said that he usually sits in front, since he is short, but Yashin advised him to stop being poor and sit down, because if he argues, he will not be accepted as smart. He also seriously added that he could not command Sherwoo, but promised that he would not have problems if he was near Yashin. He remembered Siwoo saying his name and introduced himself in response, before grinning and noting that he didn't think their school life would be that smooth. In the end, they decided to become friends, and now Yashin was remembering all this before launching another attack. While the platform continued to tilt to one side, someone noted that this was unusual, since such coincidences did not happen. This place had been used by the generals of the main palace for training for many generations, and a scene that had existed for 1,000 years had reached this state after one blow. Thinking about this, Lady Gu held the magic bubble around herself and Siwa, who continued to sit motionless, mentally noting that this was not all the power, but just a light blow. Hwai, meanwhile, used another hair, creating a new magical attack, and everyone understood that this was too much power for a young member who was barely 20 years old. Hwai was sure that it was all over, and Yashin, looking back, thought about what exactly made him leave home. He guessed that the factor was that night when Yashin realized that out of all the people he knew in this world, another person was the closest to becoming the main character of the story. He remembered Siwa, the moment he announced that he would become the king of the monsters. Yashin was then shocked that the one who was once considered the most ordinary person and needed protection uttered such words. Of course, Yashin's opinion on this matter did not change, since it was an incredibly meaningless and unsubstantiated statement, but it was very impressive. At that moment, the powerful attack Hwai made exploded, releasing energy, but Yashin dispelled it by striking with his own sword. Hwai was amazed when she noticed this, and even Lady Gu opened her mouth in shock, and everyone realized that this was different from what they thought about human shamans. Yashin, meanwhile, thought that Sivu was only a little short, as he needed to wake up and face the truth. Smirking, he said out loud that it was bad luck, since he was just an exception, and being a friend of a person like Shiwoo, he decided that he too should become much more naive. He remembered how, before the start of the fights, the main character noted with amazement that they went to school together, remembering that it was a crazy time. At that time, high school students came to them and said that they would defeat them, and many of them belonged to some kind of team, and Sure was suddenly asked if Yashin used his strength to defeat these bullies? Closing his eyes, Yashin smiled and asked, "Is this possible?" As a member of the Shaman Association, he had pride and wouldn't do that to people, so he only used basic skills when chasing those guys away. Sivu understood everything and said that Yashin was truly amazing, and his friend, moving a little to the side, now admitted to himself that he had used the skills several times. He remembered how, back in school, Yashin advised him to never deny anything, because even if he lands just one blow, he needs to make it victorious. Sivu, looking at Yashin in amazement, asked a little scaredly, "Does he really think that he needs to beat these hooligans?" In the past, on the first day of school, chaos began to snowball, and the two of them had to deal with negativity from all sides for 3 years. The main character thought that if they just apologized once and fought, everything would be over, but Yashin, who was secretly enjoying the situation, rejected this proposal, and remembered that despite the fact that Siwu seemed like an easy target, he took many blows, but no never hit back, so in high school no one dared to mess with him and Yashin. Now Yashin remembered this, but he was distracted from his thoughts, and getting into a fighting position, frowned, releasing more energy to continue the battle. Lady Gu, who was watching the battle, asked in amazement what was happening. The previous strike was more powerful than she expected, and even the palace generals, with the exception of the great general, would have thought of evasion as the best strategy. Of course, even if Yashin had dodged, he would have been quickly backed into a corner, so it was only a matter of time before he suffered the same fate. However, Yashin continued to fight, dodging the attacks, and tried to land a strike of his own. Hui suddenly raised her leg, and Yashin, noticing this, frowned, his mouth slightly open, and the next moment Hui, activating her magic, kicked the platform with force. It was amazing that just one step had such an impact on the situation, and everyone asked themselves, how much more powerful could it be? Trying not to lose his composure, Yashin narrowed his eyes slightly and, pushing off from the ground, rose into the air to stay in flight. He swung his sword, and Hui watched him carefully, ready to use her own attack the next moment. She used 3 strands of hair to create a triple divine wind, and when the right amount of energy was concentrated, 3 powerful streams flew forward. Yashin took out several small daggers, but waited for now before striking. It was similar to the previous attack, however, all 3 streams were much more powerful than the original attack, and with such magical techniques, even 10 people would not be able to block a single blow. Realizing this, Lady Gu clenched her jaw while continuing to hold a shield around herself and Siwa. Yashin, waiting for the wind streams to approach him, released small swords from his palm, and then struck with his weapon, cutting through the wind stream closest to him. Lady Gu, noticing this, was even more amazed, since it didn't even seem like a blow with full force. However, breaking through the ferocious power of the monsters in one fell swoop was almost impossible, and even Hui raised blood in amazement. Yashin, without being distracted, turned around, focusing on the remaining 2 streams, and in order to slow down his fall and stay in the air, he stepped on one of the small swords, which, thanks to the energy, remained in the air. Sharply pushing off from this, Yashin flew forward, and the next moment both streams intersected in the place where he had just recently stood. Without stopping or looking back, Yashin began to approach Hui, holding his sword at the ready, and Hui raised her arms, preparing to continue the fight. Yashin suddenly noticed that the streams had turned around and were heading towards him, and asked if the attack he had just repelled was returning? Considering that Hui was still standing in place, it was likely that this was direct control rather than automatic tracking, and Yashin jumped higher, dodging the attack path of one of the wind currents. However, at the same moment, the second stream approached him from behind, and turning around at the last moment, Yashin frowned, cursed, and was unable to dodge this attack. The energy exploded, forming a powerful impact, and as it gradually began to dissipate, Yashin fell down. Hui suggested that this could be expected, but admitted that when Yashin confidently cut through the first wind, she thought that 3 streams of wind would be a lot. She assumed that 2 streams would be enough for Yashin, and now she admitted that this amazing ending was not at all like what she had expected. Yashin was quite badly injured, and one of his arms was practically unable to move, so he stood with his head down, breathing heavily, and Lady Gu realized that this was bad, guessing that Yashin had used almost all of his energy to survive this attack. This could have caused fatal injuries rather than simply immobilizing his left arm, and even if Yashin had survived, He and Siwoo would have been virtually incapacitated after this fight, although a record of 5 straight victories was already impressive. Hwai, meanwhile, continued to speak and said that the last one would be the third stream, which would completely destroy Yashin from above. She waved her hands, controlling the wind, and this attack rose higher, directing one end towards Yashin, who continued to stand in place. Hwai understood that he had enough time to dodge, and asked herself if he was stubbornly striving for a meaningless death. She even felt sorry that Yashin was so stupid, but despite this, she had no intention of stopping and lowered her attack downwards. Yashin continued to stand and only tightened his palm around the hilt of his sword, after which, waiting until the attack was closer, he swung his weapon, cutting through the wind. Hwai opened her mouth in shock, as she did not expect something like this, and Yashin froze for a while in a fighting position while the wind energy dissipated. He frowned as the remaining pieces of the wind nearly knocked him off his feet as they scattered to the sides. Having mastered her amazement, Hwai suddenly realized that it was not the power of the sword that had just cut the wind, since due to the injury, half of Yashin's body was incapacitated, and there was almost no energy left. She came to this conclusion because she noticed that Yashin stopped, using his sword as a support, and was trembling violently. Even after splitting the divine wind in half, he could not overcome the consequences, but simply fell to the ground, and assuming that this was part of some kind of witchcraft used by people, Hwai asked why Yashin did not use it in the second round. She frowned deeper, concentrating, and assumed that it was not just Yashin's strength or energy, since there must be some other special condition. And suddenly Yashin asked, "Didn't she relax?" He grinned forcefully, saying that Hwai's opponent is in front of her and is practically turning her back, but she continues to follow her untouchable rule. He admitted that he wanted to give up, but now he assumed that he could no longer do it, but in fact, it was just a bluff, since Yashin was literally on the verge of defeat. His realized energy, which could be considered as a bet, was depleted by just one hit from the divine wind, and he had body cards in his hands with his hand immobilized. Still, Yashin frowned stubbornly, remembering that he had 2 remaining sections of the barrier that had withstood the previous blow. One of the knives suddenly flew to the side, and Yashin remembered that he also had weapons equivalent to small high-explosive bombs, and tools that could be used as support. And yet he understood that none of this would be enough to confront the monster standing in front of him in this completely inadequate situation. However, despite all this, Yashin entered the battle and ran forward, intending to attack Hwai. She grabbed another lock of hair with her fingers, pulling it out, but she didn't understand why Yashin continued to fight. It was possible that she might, faced with such recklessness, choose close combat over ranged magic, doing so at least out of respect for an opponent who had shown more than expected. Or things could have been completely different, and noticing that Yashin was almost approaching her, Hwai activated her magic, extending her hand forward and directing an attack towards Yashin. Dodging this, Yashin ran forward, striking Hwai's side with his sword, but frowned with displeasure when he noticed that she had used a unique monster technique called Time Mountain Pressure. This increased the caster's mass to a level comparable to the strength of mountains. Hwai used the same technique during one of her first powerful strikes, and because of this, even simple techniques could affect changes in the terrain. Density increased in proportion to weight also increased strength, and thinking about this, Hwai turned to look at Yashin, who had once again taken up his fighting position. In other words, in order to defeat someone who uses the pressure of the Time Mountains, it was necessary to crush or split the mountain. Previously, Yashin managed to avoid Hwai's attack only because he saw through these attacks, but trying to split the mountain with all his might would, at most, break or bend the weapon, and all that would be left of Yashin would be an arm and a sword. Frowning warily, Hwai thought about it, analyzed her feelings, and mentally noted that now it was as if she had just been scratched, and not hit with a sword. She assumed that Yashin tried to break through her in the same way as he split the divine barrier, but she realized that nothing happened. But even if the blow went through, it would be pointless, and Hwai thought so. The pressure of the Time Mountains was a mark of distinction and a blessing of her bloodline, and until now, there had been no opponent who could get close to her. Lowering his head slightly, Yashin mentally returned to the past and remembered how his interlocutor asked what he was talking about. Yashin's training, in this man's opinion, was not meaningless at all, but Yashin asked displeasingly, "When did he say such a thing?" He admitted that this is not entirely groundless, and noted, to be more precise, we are talking about the possibility of people winning over monsters. He, looking at Shagan standing opposite, noted that some could defeat several spirits, but explained that he meant not only them, but also the born monsters in their habitat. Shagan thought for a moment, and Yashin continued, saying that they do not need to discuss physical strength and endurance, since simple breathing fills a person with energy and increases life expectancy tens of times. The only drawback could be neglecting training, but anyone who has their sights set on the king of the monsters should not ignore this. But there was something more important, and Yashin asked what about the monster's unique techniques. He noted that he had recently read some old dusty books, promising that Shagan would bring it, and remembered that they talked about methods of extermination based on the characteristics of monsters. The whole point was that there are weaknesses, elemental characteristics, and useless abilities that undermine authority. Thanks to this, it was clear that it was impossible to destroy all monsters or defeat the strongest of them, but in order to at least survive in a world where monsters roam freely, shamans must cope with someone of the 8th rank or so. He wanted to continue talking about the possibility of teaching an ordinary person how to pierce steel, but before he finished, Shagan suddenly admitted that Yashin was right? Not expecting this, Yashin frowned and asked if Shagan was really saying this seriously? Shagan continued, admitting that no matter how much a person trains, he will not be able to break through steel, because even if it were him, he would cope with some ordinary monster. But, as Yashin himself said, when monsters born with unusual abilities appear, resist it's impossible for them. Shagan could handle several lower spirits, but facing a true monster would most likely end in defeat for him. Yashin asked Shagan to wait a little while and asked if it was appropriate for a person in Shagan's position to say such a thing. Shagan simply announced that Yashin needs to understand something, and noted that something hard like steel and real steel are fundamentally different things, and the difference is even greater than Yashin himself thinks about it. Yashin was very surprised at that moment, but now he was distracted from the memories and, clenching his jaw, frowned, leaning back a little, and Hwai stood in a fighting position to repel possible attacks. One of the small swords that Yashin used suddenly flew forward, and Hwai asked if there was even a single thread left from the previous rain of swords. She assumed that Yashin was counting on protection, but this was not necessary, and the answer was incorrect, since none of the threads of the rain of swords were intended for protection, and it was all to distract Hwai. Jumping up, Yashin used the sword as a support, and Hwai was amazed to notice this. The slight confusion caused by what happened simply created another opportunity, and before continuing the battle, Yashin remembered how someone explained to him that no matter how skillful the monster's technique, it is still a temporary phenomenon, like a mirage, which is caused by the use of energy. As a result, Yashin could read the flow of energy that makes up this spell, but closing his eyes, Yashin asked what the interlocutor was telling him. He assumed that Shagan also liked martial arts books, and noted that he had read even more than Yashin himself. He asked why Shagan didn't tell him about it, if something like that was possible in the first place. He noted that it was not Shagan's spirit to start with theory if it could not be applied in practice, and asked if this was correct. Shagan did not argue, because even if he trained all his life, it was not a fact that he would be able to achieve this. The same applied to Yashin, but Shagan still advised him to be more serious, because in that case he would speak completely differently. This was a technique that Yashin achieved for the first time in this battle, and as he instantly moved forward to reach Hwai, he noted that it was a miraculous power even compared to the supernatural abilities of shamans, which was the ability to move in unreal planes. Such miracles were similar to the divine techniques of the old shamans, and using this, Yashin ran past Hwai, striking with a divine technique called imprisonment. From the blow he struck, blood sprayed into the air from Hwai, and the released energy shone brightly. One of the divine techniques was revived today by a genius who turned out to be Yashin. Once upon a time in daytime China, there lived a butcher with excellent skills, and his movements while slaughtering cattle were as smooth as the flow of water, and not a single drop of blood spilled from his knife. The king, amazed at such skill, called the butcher, and exclaiming that this was amazing, asked how he achieved such a level of skill. The butcher replied that ordinary butchers change their knives once a month, because they mindlessly cut straight into the bones, and explained that a good butcher changes his knife once a year, because he only cuts the flesh of livestock. However, he also added that he does not look at the cattle with his own eyes, but perceives the carcasses with his mind, following heavenly principles. That is why, judging by the butcher's explanations, his knife did not encounter a single obstacle when moving through the space between skin and flesh, bones and meat. Following these principles and not changing his knife for 19 years, he cut down thousands of head of cattle, but his knife was still as sharp as if a butcher had just sharpened it. Dropping to one knee, the butcher stretched out his palms, on which his knife lay, to prove his words to the king. Placing his hand thoughtfully on his chin, the king realized that this butcher had truly comprehended the path of caring for life, and he said this in awe. This story and the skills of a butcher gave rise to a concept among the people called a butcher who knew the life of a bull. Among the shamans of the Korean peninsula, this concept was known as a divine technique called the killing blow, and when used correctly, the power of this technique was so destructive that even the most formidable opponents could not take a breath. It was this technique that Yashin used when striking Hawaii, and the attack worked, since such a technique was fatal to even the proudest warriors. Over the past few hundred years on the Korean peninsula, no shaman had surpassed this power, but right now Yashin did not feel much satisfaction from his achievement, since, while continuing to run forward, he suddenly dropped his sword from his palms without feeling anything at all. He fell into the water from the platform, and one of the observers, coming to the edge, looked at the water around him, noting that he was very sorry that everything had happened this way. He raised his hand, looking at Yashin floating on the surface, and admitted that with such outstanding skills, it would not be a tragedy to lose just once. Activating his magic, he lifted Yashin out of the water, placing him on the surface of the platform, and was glad that Yashin was able to continue until the very end. He sighed, admitting that he didn't know if it was Yashin's pride or self-confidence, but expressed hope that next time he would judge his opponents better. For some time the observer was silent, looking at Yashin, from whose hair and body water was flowing, but suddenly Lady Gu, who came closer, said that Yashin was not so stupid, and he did not do this because he misjudged his opponent, since he accurately assessed why, and that is why he made his move. The second observer asked in confusion, "What is Lady Gu talking about?" She admitted that this was contradictory, since the mysterious swordsmanship that Yashin demonstrated was incredibly unpredictable. Despite how easily Yashin would be destroyed by attacks that no one seemed to be able to stop, when he was faced with other attacks of the same power, and he didn't have enough opportunities to dodge or counterattack, he didn't. Lady Gu remembered how Yashin fought against the wind currents, as this was the perfect proof of her words. The man suggested that it was all due to severe exhaustion or the inability to attack without interruption for a short period of time, and Lady Gu honestly admitted that she thought the same thing. However, after observing the defense before the final duel, she understood everything, since despite attempts to strike, Hwai was unable to get through to the wounded enemy. And although he knew that it was useless and risky due to restrictions, in some way he wanted to use what he did not own. In other words, it could be assumed that Yashin wanted to complete a new technique during the battle, and the observer, with his mouth slightly open in amazement, looked at Yashin lying next to him and, stuttering slightly with excitement, asked what this was supposed to mean. Lady Gu was sure that there was a point to this, since it would be easier to accept if it was just arrogance or stupidity, and the man assumed that his colleague was trying to say that Yashin deliberately risked his life in order to perform, although and knew that he could not defeat the enemy. Turning to the side, Lady Gu announced that these were just her conjectures, and suggested that her opponent also thought the same. Why such a reaction? She looked at Hwai standing to the side, who did not move, looking straight ahead. Her body had almost recovered, although her clothes were torn and bloody, and Hwai was still standing only because her regeneration abilities were stunning. Even if she didn't belong to a race with strong regeneration, the monster's vitality and recovery abilities matched their personal strength. Monsters with a certain level of strength, even if they lost more than half of their body, could still recover, and the Yashin sword, which was now gradually sinking to the bottom, accurately cut Hwai's body in half. However, if you look at it from another perspective, it was just one effective hit, and the moment the divine sword passed through, Hwai's body had already begun to regenerate. Despite this, she immediately froze for a moment, because such an exceptional recovery happened for the first time in Hwai's life. She opened her mouth in shock as she continued to stand in place, and thought about the pressure of the Time Mountains, since it was literally an ability that towered like a mountain, and was not susceptible to any external threats. Hwai possessed this ability from birth, unlike flesh and blood beings who learn it through trial and error. She simply had no experience of being wounded or injured, and for someone like her, the feeling of a sword splitting her body in two was too acute. Taking another lock of hair with her fingers, Hwai was about to use magic, and the observer, continuing to watch her, suggested that even in this state it was still possible to fight, and asked if the other participant intended to continue the fight. Lady Gu understood that this was not yet clear, and the man asked again in bewilderment, because he did not understand what she meant. He noted that Lady Gu could simply ask this question from another precinct, and realizing that the man was right, Lady Gu still warned that asking this question now would be too difficult. She did not immediately notice this, but now she assumed that Siva had lost consciousness during the first exchange of blows. It didn't matter what they said, as he would remain silent, focusing only on breathing. Sivu continued to sit a little to the side, motionless and doing the exercise, and the observer remembered that he had heard a story from someone about immersion in breathing training so deep that people lost track of time due to blocked consciousness. It seemed surprising to him that such a dive was possible in the midst of such chaos, but he warned that if Siwu did not come out of this state, they might come to the conclusion that none of the team members could continue to fight. He assumed that this would be better for them, and focused his attention on Siva's face for a while, but suddenly he heard someone declare that there was no need for this. It was Hwai who summoned new clothes, covering the torn fabric with it, and said seriously that this was clearly her defeat. She agreed with this, and everyone was amazed, and the observer declared that if the parties involved in the battle admit this, then there is no problem, but still wanted to object, and Hwai, interrupting his words, said that this was enough. She was sure that this was true if there were no problems, and repeated that one admission of defeat should be enough. She looked at Yashin, who continued to lie unconscious, and admitted that she was grateful to him for the valuable experience that he gave her. If Yashin had mastered the art of fencing from the very beginning, which he used at the end, Hwai was sure that during the battle she would have died several times. Thanks to Yashin, she felt defeated and realized how reckless she had been, and what she needed to improve on. Lady Gu listened attentively to her words, and Hwai asked Yashin to promise her that they would meet again, and in return she promised that she would completely stun him and the others without showing any recklessness today. She activated her magic very slightly to make her appearance more menacing and impressive, and then stepped aside and, since there was nothing else to look at, suggested moving to the next place. Sighing, the man warned that the other participants' matches were not over yet, and Hwai said that the location of the Dragon Palace was unpredictable. And suddenly she noticed a glimmer of magic that appeared to the side, and opening her eyes wider in amazement, turned around, seeing that Siwu, as if waking up, touched his hair with his palm and admitted in shock that he had the feeling that he was fast asleep, but he also noted that it seemed to him that he had not slept that long. Standing up, he announced that he had heard Hwai's voice when he woke up anyway, and added that she didn't need to give up, suggesting that she just continue fighting with him. Hwai and Lady Gu were equally astonished at this, and with a frown, Hwai assumed that Yashin was trying to devalue the opportunity gained through his partner's efforts. Siva said that this was not the case, explaining that if Yashin received a fine, he would graciously accept it, but admitted that the teammate he knows would never agree to such a thing, since he always said that if a person loses, then lost, because a victory achieved without a fight is meaningless. Hwai was still amazed and assumed that Siwu wanted to say that he would defeat her. Siwu, tilting his head slightly to the side, admitted that he simply thought it was the right thing to do, regardless of his chances of winning, and promised that he would still try to win if he could. Despite his thoughts on the matter, he knew that Hwai was confident that she had every chance of winning, and she frowned, surprised by these words. What Sherwu said about Yashin's disagreement was simply sentimental, and although it was unexpected, everyone present felt it. Even the observer froze, not understanding anything, but the monster who saw Shiva from the very beginning felt this most of all. Lady Gu also didn't fully understand the situation, and frowned and asked herself, what exactly happened here? Only a few minutes passed, but Shiwu, who stopped in front of Hwai, began to look completely different, releasing magical energy from his body. He was clearly not the same as before, and Hwai decided to immediately say that Yashin was a very special case, so Shiwu would not have the same opportunity. The main character simply advised her to do something right now if she wants it, because if he leaves, it will affect his loved ones. Hwai admitted that this made sense, and stood up more comfortably to begin the battle, since she understood that there was no need for unnecessary words and mental battles. The changes that happened to her because she experienced the pain of defeat for the first time in her life helped her grow, and pushing off sharply from the ground, she ran forward at great speed. Without realizing it, she also wanted a new battle, but on the other side was Shiwu, who was in a state that had many restrictions. Although he got into a fighting position with no intention of giving up, his spiritual energy and magic were still blocked, and even if he regained some energy, he did not have the same complex and subtle magic as Yashin. However, he still confidently stood up to a monster who already knew his strength. Having reached a certain distance, Hwai jumped, and the main character became alert, intending to parry the blow. She, strengthening her magic, prepared for a fight, and Siwu at the same moment concentrated energy in such a way that a horn appeared on his head, similar to the one that is created before using a goblin club. Looking at the approaching Hwai, the main character stood, not yet repelling the attack, and at the same moment the observer touched his temple with his fingers, analyzing the information received, and Lady Gu, stretching her arms forward, activated magic, which made Huai and Shiwu equally amazed. The main character disappeared, and Huai's eyes widened in shock, after which she noticed that a man was standing next to her, announcing that since the battles of the other participants were completed to continue, he would acknowledge Huai's concession and move her to another location. She heard someone ask her not to be sad, but did not react to this, but looked a little to the side, not knowing what to say. Finally she said that there was no reason to be upset, since it was true that she admitted defeat. She also assumed that she could have won as a result, but there was something else, and the warden, hearing these words, was amazed, and Huai added that, looking at what happened, she could say that she was lucky that it ended without having begun. Despite this, something still haunted her as her time mountains burst like an egg, and as she continued to try to cope with the shock, she asked in shock what exactly happened during the collision. Shiwu, Lady Gu and Yashin were transported to another platform, and Shiwu turned around, not understanding what exactly happened. Lady Gu admitted that she understood Shiwu's desire to continue the battle, but explained that once Huai surrendered, there was really no turning back, and if the fight continued now, it would become an individual duel between guests, rather than a duel within the competition. Wearily running her fist across her forehead, Lady Gu sighed, warning that if Siwa was ready for this, the intervention of her and the others would be unnecessary. But the main character, having calmed down, refused this, noting that if the result could no longer be changed, then so be it. Noticing how Yashin fell just as Shiwu himself woke up, he realized that it was reckless of him, and Lady Gu admitted that she was glad to hear it. She asked if Yashin was okay? Sighing again, she noticed that at first glance there seemed to be no serious damage, but something still made her wonder, and although Siwa was not completely sure, he assumed that Yashin would be fine. Looking at his friend, who was lying calmly on the floor, Sherwood noticed that his pulse and breathing seemed normal, and realized that this was definitely the breathing technique that Yashin had taught him. As before, Yashin recovered by subconsciously regulating his breathing, but Shiwu was distracted from thinking about this as Lady Gu announced that he would have to face his next opponents, but offered to count the team's defeat this time if Shiwu was against continuing fight. The main character froze, thought for a while, and then suddenly asked Lady Gu to let him look at his opponent first. Not having time to finish this phrase, he screamed, feeling that spiritual energy began to be released from his body, and looked in amazement at how suddenly the spirit, instantly getting out of his body, flew forward, emitting small charges of lightning from itself. It was directed towards the emerging opponents and their own observer, and Yuzuru, who was on the newly arrived team, asked in amazement if it was Rei. She knelt down, hugging the spirit that flew closer to her, and Yoshihiro, who was standing next to her, looked at her in bewilderment. Yuzuru, also not understanding what was happening, asked what it was. She didn't know why the spirit was here. Yuzuru was holding a frightened Reiju in her arms, which was making loud noises. She explained to him that everything was fine and she was already here. At that moment she herself was thinking that they were lucky because they managed to return the Reiju. After that she looked carefully, raising her eyes upward because she understood that if Reiju was here, it meant that that person was too. The guy standing behind them named Nakgu said that their next opponents are human, after which he clarified that they are extremely experienced fighters of the same class as them. Yuzuru looked at him with a surprised expression. Nakgu continued to say that one of them was the main warrior of the Constellation Hall in the past, and the other is his servant. Yoshihiro, placing his hand on his forehead, said Constellation Hall. Looking carefully in front of him, he asked Yuzuru to wait and asked her, "Is this the wrong person?" After that, he asked in surprise if they were both human. Yuzuru answered him in the affirmative and said that the person lying on the ground in an unconscious state was Kim Yashin, and it was he who saw them off when they first arrived in Korea. Yoshihiro repeated in the past, after which he asked if this meant that he was no longer a member of the Constellation Hall. Then he thoughtfully said that given everything that had happened, it was quite understandable why the clan members could leave. After this, he remarked that, however, he thought that he would become the next head. Looking in front of him, he said that judging by the injuries, their last battle was brutal. He noticed that the situation was difficult in any case. At this time Siva began to confidently approach them. Yuzuru, with a frightened expression on her face and eyes wide open, looked in front of her. She understood that they were both people, but at the same time she realized that this simply could not be true. She thought that how could she not look at him? He was the same as he was before. Yoshihiro told her that he, too, was at first confused, wondering whether he was a monster or not, but he noticed that the dragons in the palace were not so unreasonable. Yuzuru, looking at Siwa, understood that he was the same height and build and the fact that Kim Yashin already knew him. At this point, their reasoning was interrupted. Yoshihiro said that he would talk to him. Yuzuru looked at him with a surprised expression on her face, and Yoshihiro, looking confidently in front of him, said that they still had to fulfill their duties. Soon after, the protagonist and Yoshihiro stood opposite each other in the center of the area. Yoshihiro spoke first and said that he was pleased to meet you, after which he introduced himself, saying that he was Yoshihiro Kira from Japan. Sherwood looked at him in surprise. Yoshihiro continued to say that he could have heard about him from Yashin since he and his sister flew to Korea on business and met Yashin as soon as they arrived. Saiwa answered him that he knew this. After that he answered him by saying that he was also pleased to meet them. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Choi Makdol and he served the young master. At this time, the main character was surprised to think that he was Japanese. Then he mentally noticed that his Korean was very good. After this, Yoshihiro, confused and at the same time uncertain, said that he did not know how he would take it, but he still decided and asked him if he could give in. Yoshihiro asked this question with a confused expression on his face, placing his hand on the back of his head. Sivu answered him by saying that he saw no reason for this. Yoshihiro hastily put his outstretched palms in front of him and shouted to him, "Okay." After that, he admitted, saying that he was right. He asked for forgiveness if he offended. After that he assumed that he must have insulted him, and he was very sorry for that. He bowed to him, lowering his head down and pressing his hands to his belt. He said that he had not thought, after which he said that if they pretended not to hear this, he would be very grateful to him. Siwu, looking at him, thought that he looked completely different from what he seemed at first glance. Squeezing his eyes, Yoshihiro said that he knew it sounded pathetic, but fighting against another person was simply wrong. He admitted that he had not prepared for such a battle. Nakyu told Yuzuru that her brother seemed to have a soft character. He remarked that based on what he knew about his abilities, he assumed that he must be able to win only with his skill, after which he hesitantly remarked that however, he bowed his head. Yuzuru sharply answered him, saying that he was not soft at all, after which she began to pour out magical energy from her palms, which she put in front of her torso. She began to straighten out these words to Nakyu that he was simply not serious enough, at which time she looked piercingly in front of her, frowning her eyebrows. At this time, the main character extended his hand forward, saying that there was no need for an apology. He admitted that it was indeed a little sudden, but not at all offensive, and he also said that he understood his reluctance to fight with another person. With a smile on his face, Yoshihiro asked him if he could suggest another way to solve this. Siva asked him interestedly, "The other one?" Yoshihiro, with a smile on his face, told him that he needed to find a way that they both would agree on in order to avoid serious injury or risk to life. Sherwood looked at him with interest while Yoshihiro, with a serious expression on his face, suggested eliminating the use of magic or enchanted objects. He proposed fighting using only their spiritual and physical powers. At that moment he raised his hand to his chest, clenching his palm into a fist. Around his hand, a thick magical energy of bright blue color appeared that enveloped his hand. Then the main character noticed that, to be honest, he is confident in himself when it comes to the skill of physical combat. Yuzuru and Nakyu silently looked at them from the side. Yoshihiro said that he did not know that he was trained as a warrior. Then he said that if he defeats him, he will retreat on behalf of his sister. So this will be considered his victory over both of them. At that moment, he looked at his sister who was behind him, and said that it would be fair. Yuzuru opened her eyes and mouth wide in shock and called out to him and asked who gave him the right to make such decisions. Yoshihiro told her that everything was fine, after which, with a smile on his face, he said that they still wouldn't be able to fight to the death. Then he noticed that, besides, he was still invincible and even if he lost once, it would not be the end. Sivu answered him that he was not against it. Then he stood in a fighting stance and said that he agreed with his proposal. He noted that although he was not against the fact that he would need to defeat only one of them, however, if they could not reach an agreement then he is ready to fight both. Yoshihiro replied with a happy expression that he was glad he had found someone reasonable to negotiate with. After that, he asked him to be sure that the conditions would not change. Nakyu silently watched them, thinking that this was not as exciting as he thought. He believed that they were in for a brutal and intense fight between invincible fighters. But now, looking at Yashin, he saw that one of them could barely move. He realized that if they are going to fight in such an atmosphere, then most likely everything will end in an exchange of several moves. At this moment, Sherwoo and Yoshihiro looked at each other confidently. Nakyu mentally suggested that they just get it over with. At a short distance, Yoshihiro and the main character, standing opposite each other, began to approach the center with synchronized sharp jerks. At great speed they struck each other. Shirwu hit him in the face with his elbow, and Yoshihiro hit him in the leg using his fist. From the unexpected shock, Nakyu's jaw dropped, opening his mouth wide. Zhang Nakyu is a low-ranking officer in the Dragon Palace who serves as a civil servant. He comes from a prestigious and noble family with great promise. However, he once dreamed of becoming a great general in the Dragon Palace, so he trained martial arts for many decades of his youth. Like a monster, he shed a lot of blood and sweat, but life was not kind to him. Everything would have gone well if the problem was only in the training methods or conditions. John Nakyu's family came from sea anemone-type monsters, and he did not have any outstanding innate abilities. In addition, he did not have ancestors who would be distinguished by similar qualities. For a young monster full of hope, this was overcoming a harsh and gloomy reality, so Zhang Nakyu left his dreams behind. With only a fraction of the effort he put into martial arts, he easily passed the civil service exam. However, even after giving up his dream, he remembered that interest and delight, which is why he was a volunteer at this tournament, doing something that other civilian officers avoided considering as troublesome and dangerous work. Partly among all the officials of this tournament, he could be considered the most understanding in combat arts, so what he saw sent shivers down his spine. With a shocked expression on his face and a blue forehead and wide eyes, he watched the active combat clash between two professional fighters in close combat. They attacked each other at great speed with a variety of attacks. Shirwu struck Yoshihiro with a side blow with his elbows, but this time he managed to dodge, retreating back from his blow. After that, he raised his right leg and kicked the main character with that leg towards his head. Sivu was able to grab his leg and grabbed him and did not let go. After this, Yoshihiro, making a sharp jerk upward, struck him a second time with his other leg, this time hitting him right in the face. Immediately after this, he looked in fear in front of him. Sivu, who still continued to hold him by the leg, threw him several meters into the distance. Yoshihiro's body crashed into the floor, splitting the platform into fragments. Yuzuru, watching what was happening with a surprised expression on her face and crossing her arms on her chest, asked what was happening. Nakyu continued to watch the battle in astonishment. In fact, even without special knowledge of martial arts, it was easy to understand what was missing in this fight. In this fight there was a lack of caution and attentiveness. The main character stood opposite Yoshihiro in a fighting stance, clenching his fists, which he held near his face. Yoshihiro was a few meters away, leaning on his knee, wiping his face with the back of his hand, clouds of dust flying around him. Caution and attentiveness are two key elements that are important in close combat between experienced fighters, but now these were completely absent. Only attacks were present in their battle. Siwu quickly began to approach Yoshihiro, who was sitting opposite him, wiping his bloody face. Their fight looked as if the rule of not using spells allowed them to tear each other apart without thinking. Yoshihiro rose to his feet and, in a fighting stance with a smile on his face, waited for Shiwa, who was approaching him at high speed, after which the main character, looking confidently in front of him, extended his hand and grabbed Yoshihiro by his robe. Yoshihiro, with a sharp movement of his leg, hit Shiwa right in the face with his knee, and from such a powerful blow, the bandage that was on the main character's head flew off. Shirwu grabbed Yoshihiro's robe in his hand and began to strike numerous blows to his torso, after which he grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. By this time, cracks appeared on the Siwu mask that was located on his face in the center. Yoshihiro, with his head thrown back and blood flowing from his mouth, accelerated and with a sharp jerking movement, hit the main character on the head with his forehead, straining his jaw. He did this jump kick, then they both landed on the ground and stood firm on it. Nakyu watched this with an admiring expression on his face. Holding his hands clenched into fists, he realized that they were both exhausted, and then he assumed that perhaps this was not the case. He realized that this would definitely be their final attack. Sivu, confused after receiving the damage, stood on the floor swaying from side to side. Yoshihiro at that moment, with a bloody face due to his broken forehead, tried to strike him with his right hand, but Shirwu managed to dodge this and struck him with his foot, hitting him in the inner part of his thigh. Immediately after this, he caught his face with a sharp left side blow, thereby sticking him into the floor. When Yoshihiro was lying on the floor, unable to resist, the main character raised his tense fist over him. Yoshihiro looked ahead in bewilderment. His pupils were narrow, his face was bloody and his eyes were confused. Yuzuru looked at him gloomily with a worried expression on her face. Nakyu watched with admiration. Yoshihiro asked him in surprise why he was becoming Sherwoo's fist was a few centimeters from Yoshihiro's face. After that, he noticed that he could finish him off. Sivu answered him by saying that they had an agreement, which was that they had to end this without serious injury or death. At this moment, drawing attention to the broken part of his mask that was lying on the ground, he added that, in addition, they agreed to use only their physical and spiritual energy. When the main character spoke about this, the part of his face that was open due to the broken mask exposed him an eye that glowed a bright purple color. Yuzuru looked at this with wide open eyes in surprise and said that this was what she was thinking about. She understood that it was really him. After that, she assumed that the mask that broke during the battle suppressed his demonic power. She asked herself if is it so? Then she thought that the people from the palace were one thing, but she feared how Yoshihiro would react. She understood that the conditions were proposed because the enemy was human, and if he believed that he had been deceived from the very beginning. Siwu and Yoshihiro were looking at each other carefully at this time. Yuzuru, looking at them with a tense expression on her face, thought that in this case he could become incredibly dangerous. Yoshihiro, who looked carefully at the main character, told him what he understood, after which he called him a half-breed monster with mixed blood. He said that all this time he had been suppressing his power with a mask. Yuzuru continued to watch them with a tense expression, her eyebrows furrowed. A smile appeared on Yoshihiro's face from which blood flowed. He grinned and said that he really was. Immediately after that, he shouted out how incredibly impressive he was. When he shouted about this, he stood on his feet opposite Sherwoo, who looked at him in surprise, while Yoshihiro stuck his thumb up. After this, Yoshihiro said that he was never particularly strong in close combat, even when fighting against other monsters. Yuzuru, with a confused expression on her face, watched in bewilderment at what was happening with a distorted face and eyebrows that were at different heights. Yoshihiro at this time shouted in delight, surprised that he was now fighting while depressed. In irritated confusion, Yuzuru asked what? This can probably be called combat communication, a fierce duel recognized by both sides not only in sports but also in life and death battles. Strong bonds are often formed between the parties. Sherwoo and Yoshihiro shook hands tightly in a friendly manner. The main character, with a confused expression on his face, also stuck his thumb up while Yoshihiro wiped his bloody nose. Yashin, heavily exhaling air from his lungs in bewilderment, asked what kind of nonsense this is. He looked at them with an irritated expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows and clenching his palms into fists. Yashin, looking at the broken mask, said, so he ended up breaking it. Crossing his legs under him, Yashin said that he was not so strongly attached to it. However, he clarified that this relic had been handed down in his family for hundreds of years. Siva looked at him in surprise and then, with a saddened expression on his face, asked him for forgiveness. Yashin exhaled the air from his lungs and said that everything was in order. He told him that anyway it was more of a symbol than a useful object, and after he left the Constellation Hall it ceased to have any meaning. At that moment he himself was thinking that, moreover, the fact that it broke during a hand-to-hand fight with a man was very surprising. He looked piercingly in front of him at Yoshihiro leaving to the side, realizing that even though he ultimately lost, he would physically continue the fight with Sherwoo within a few minutes. This means that his body is much stronger than other people. Lady Gu said that she was relieved that it seemed to her that he was not seriously injured. Yashin looked up at her. She told them that she had reported the two of them, or rather Sivu, upstairs and received an answer. After that, she said that, in short, the two of them could no longer continue to participate in the qualifying round. Yashin looked at her emotionlessly, and Sivu, with a completely confused expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and listened to this information with his mouth. After that, she continued to say that as they know, this tournament is held in honor of celebrating the birthday of the princess, and since the noble guests, including the King of the Dragons, will be watching the final, the presence of an unknown participant with such a biography and pedigree is very exciting. After which she noticed that fortunately they contacted Judge Babai on the Korean peninsula in advance, and he verified and confirmed Siwoo's identity. After that, he reported that thanks to this the situation did not worsen. Yashin responded to this that he had no excuse. He admitted that it was his initiative, and he said that if it was necessary, he would take full responsibility. Lady Gu asked him not to worry. She reminded him that, as she had already said earlier, the only responsibility he would bear was what she had already voiced. After that she reminded him that, as she had already said, they could no longer participate in the qualifying round. However, she clarified that she had keeping in mind that from now on they will both wait. If by the end of the remaining qualifying rounds their result with 7 wins in a row is one of the best, then they will advance to the finals. Siva looked at her in bewilderment, with his mouth wide open. After that, he asked her, "So they are not disqualified?" Lady Gu answered him that she herself had not heard this, but apparently the Dragon King himself said that it was interesting, after which he said that this was an interesting story about a half-breed goblin who appeared among people and won 7 victories in a row wearing a mask that suppressed his monster power. After that, he asked with a smile on his face, "Doesn't that sound funny?" The Dragon King then said that if Babai vouched for him, then there was no need to refuse such fun. Lady Gu, addressing the surprised Sivu and Yashin, told them that he vouched for them in order to give them both the opportunity to participate in the finals. The main character with a big smile on his face shouted, "What a relief!" After that, with a joyful expression on his face, he said that with 7 wins, the chances of getting into the finals are quite high, after which he asked if this is true. Siva looked ahead thoughtfully, he asked himself, "Without punishment?" After that, he asked himself another question, "Are they even giving them another chance?" After that, he consciously interrupted himself and told himself that, moreover, if the number of participants in this tournament does not turn out to be too large, then frankly speaking, the family of victories will be enough to reach the finals. He understood that in the last match it was almost certain that he would have finished the preliminary selection with 6 victories and several injuries. However, even if the finalists are given benefits based on the number of victories, for them it is a purely formal punishment without real losses. He looked thoughtfully at the floor with his legs crossed under him. He understood that this was not just a service. He thought about how it seemed to him that this was real concern. He imagined that they were telling them that they were waiting for them in the final. He looked ahead with a gloomy look, frowning his eyebrows, thinking that he wanted to quit the game right now, but he understood that the problem was that refusing this service could lead to an unpredictable reaction from the Dragon Palace. After that, he thought that at that moment when the mask broke, Sivu's participation almost lost its meaning and, moreover, he changed. He looked at the main character who was talking to Lady Gu at that moment. Yashin looked carefully at his back while asking himself, "Is it because of the mask?" He then suggested that it might be something to do with the breathing technique he was taught. Shiwu was talking to Lady Gu at this moment with a smile on his face. Yashin, who was watching him, thought that if this change was caused by breathing technique, then this was a good result. Sivu turned to him and told him that he would go talk to the guys. He said that they still had time before the end of other matches. The main character pointed his finger to the side with a smile on his face. Some time later, he waved to Yoshihiro and shouted his name. Yoshihiro turned to look at him with a smile on his face and joyfully shouted his name in response, while Yuzuru watched Shirwu with an unfriendly expression on her face. Shirwu asked Yoshihiro if he was okay. "Is he?" After this, he noticed that he was bleeding heavily. With a smile on his face, Yoshihiro told him that he was fine, everything was fine. Then he said that being tough was his only strong point. Yuzuru, watching what happened in bewilderment, asked herself, "What?" She was surprised to realize that they were already chatting so carefree. Yoshihiro then told the protagonist that his sister wanted to meet him. Yuzuru asked him in bewilderment, "What?" Yoshihiro said that she had been talking about him all week. Yuzuru screamed furiously, asking him to wait. Then she asked him when did she say that she wanted to meet him. She justified herself by shouting that she was just wondering who he was. Yoshihiro was laughing at that moment, and Shiwa was looking at Yuzuru in bewilderment. Yoshihiro asked her what she was talking about. After that, he asked her if she was planning to return Reiju. Yuzuru looked ahead in confusion. Yoshihiro, looking at her with a smile, suggested that she leave it for later. Then he reminded her that Shirwu saved her life. He told her that she said that she would have died if he had not intervened. After these words, Yoshihiro put his hand on the main character's shoulder and told him that he would talk a little with Yashin. After that, turning to Yuzuru, he told her to be sure to say everything she wanted. After these words, he left with the same smile on his face. Yuzuru, looking after him irritably, said that this guy. Siwu interrupted her by noting that only a week had passed since their last meeting, after which he put his hand on the back of his head and asked her if her neck was okay. After that, he said that he knew that the situation was emergency then, but it seemed to him that he was too rude. Yuzuru, exhaling heavily from her lungs, told him that everything was fine and the injury was not too serious. Then she noticed that even if he had injured her, it would not have been a problem. After that, she said that she was surprised by her brother's sudden statement, but she admitted that he really saved her life that time. She thanked him for this, explaining that she was only saying this now, although she should have said it a week ago. The main character laughed shyly, stroking his cheek with his finger. He explained to her that he did what he had to do. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise. She asked herself, what is this? After that, she thought about the fact that they safely returned the Reiju, and she found out what kind of person he was. At that moment, Sivu, with a smile on his face and stretching out his hand in front of him, said that he was wondering if she was safe. At that moment, Yuzuru, looking thoughtfully in front of her, thought about the debt for saving her life. She asked herself, could she somehow repay for this? After that, she asked herself again, what is this feeling? She felt like something was missing. People often don't know what they really want. They gradually understand their needs, tastes, and preferences. Gaining different experiences, trial and error. Kira Yuzuru, whose Korean age is 18 years old, if you ask her now, she would say that her ideal type is a little wild and a little unconscious guys. Last week, she didn't quite understand the disappointment that lurked in the depths of her soul. Then she lay on the bed emotionlessly looking at the ceiling when Yoshihiro asked her if she was going to eat. Although if you think about it, there were prerequisites, but the answer turned out to be too unexpected and inappropriate to believe it. It was so absurd, cruel, and even like a cruel joke. Now Siwoo was asking her with a worried expression if she was okay. However, she also saw the image of that Sivu that she saw in the heat of his battle with the monster. Understanding what exactly she wants from the guy who stood in front of her is something that Yuzuru still has to figure out. Lady Gu shouted out, put her fingers to her head and then stretched out her palm in front of her. Magical energy emanated from her palm. She said that they had just been informed that all matches were over and they would immediately take them to the waiting area. The main character looked at her with a surprised expression on his face, then turned to Yuzuru and with a smile on his face, raising his hand clenched into a fist to his face, told her that then they would see each other later, and then he interrupted himself and shouted that they would meet again in the final. In a shocked state, Yuzuru looked at the disappearing Shiwa without saying a word to him or taking any action. When he was already missing, she asked herself if he wanted to meet again. She asked herself, what does this even mean? She looked ahead with reddened cheeks and a confused expression on her face. However, this did not mean anything. Yoshihiro, who approached her, chuckled and said that this was a little problematic. Then he noticed that he did not expect such a reaction from Yashin. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise and asked if he said something wrong. Yoshihiro answered her in the affirmative and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, assumed that it was so. Then, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, he looked down and said that a week had passed and he thought that if he was the successor then he knew. However, he said that he did not know and found out about it only after he told him. Yuzuru looked at him with interest and a worried expression on his face. Yoshihiro hoped that this information did not shock him too much. At this time, Shirwu and Yashin were transported to the waiting room, which looked like a well-kept large room with a rich colorful interior and a lot of different furniture inside it. Shiwu, who had just appeared in this room, looked around in surprise, then looking at her Yashin, he asked him with a smile on his face, where is Lady Gu? After that, he asked Yashin if they should just wait here. Yashin continued to look gloomily in front of him without reacting to his words. The main character looked at him and asked, Yashin? Yashin, in a state of complete shock, did not react in any way to what was happening around him. He looked at one point in front of him, not knowing what to say. Memories of the dialogue with Yoshihiro that had just occurred appeared in his mind. Yoshihiro then approached him and brought him his deep condolences, saying that he sincerely regretted his loss. Yashin, with a surprised expression on his face, asked him, condolences? After that, he asked him what he was talking about. Yoshihiro answered him in confusion that he was talking about the disaster that happened a week ago. Yashin asked him with a surprised expression on his face, is it a disaster? Then he said that he was there a week ago. He asked him what happened to the Constellation Hall. Yoshihiro, with his eyes wide open, said in confusion whether it was possible. Yashin stood up and approached Yoshihiro and asked him to tell him in more detail what he meant by talking about the disaster. Yoshihiro looked at him uncertainly, and then lowered his gaze down with heaviness and said that, to be honest, they found out about this in an unusual way. After that, he explained to him that as far as he knows, it happened right after the village demolition incident a week ago. Their sister was put under house arrest under the supervision of people from the Constellation Hall, and he might think it was brave, but they were sent to Korea to carry out a search mission in subordination to the Oduksen, that is, the spirits of darkness. He told him that therefore they needed to gather information by any means, and when night fell, one of their 2 observers had to leave urgently. So they took advantage of this opportunity. Yoshihiro, furrowing his eyebrows with a serious expression on his face, explained that they hypnotized the remaining guard in order to extract as much information as possible from the one known to the Constellation Hall. He said that they learned that they were following the goblin who became the main culprit of the day's incident. Yashin, opening his eyes wide, asked him in surprise, "Is he a goblin?" Yoshihiro, closing his eyes, confirmed this and said that this was not his friend, but a Baihyun, that is, a goblin leading the Odaksini. After this, Yoshihiro said that he did not know the details, but it seemed to him that a goblin named Baihyun was the first to contact the Constellation Hall, stating that he was waiting on the outskirts of Seoul and revealing his location. He explained that this was why almost the entire staff of the Constellation Hall had been mobilized to capture Baihyun. After that, Yoshihiro asked him hesitantly, "And then?" Yashin sharply shouted to him, "Enough!" After that, he worriedly asked him what happened next. Yoshihiro hesitantly told him that he had heard that most of the clan members who went hunting did not return. Yashin, with a tense and gloomy expression on his face, looked in front of him, shocked by the news he had just received. Yoshihiro continued to say that there were about 300 people from Seoul in the province. He said that he was told that about 90% of the forces of the Constellation Hall died in the battle with Baihyun. He then clarified by saying that among them were 4 grandmasters including his father, that is, the Lord of 10,000 Gods, Chief Kim Soo-hyun. Yashin asked him in true shock, "What?" Yoshihiro confusedly spread his hands to the sides and told him that if there was anything he could do to help him. At that moment, Yashin suddenly disappeared and teleported to the waiting room. Yoshihiro, looking sadly in front of him, said, "Oh no." His face expressed great sadness and concern. At the present time, Sivu, turning to Yashin, asked him, "Is it because of his injury?" After that, he asked him to wait, saying that there should be a doctor nearby. Yashin, looking gloomily in front of him, answered him by saying that everything was fine, after which he asked him to just leave him alone for a while. The main character fell silent and looked worriedly at Yashin and asked himself, "What?" After that, he asked himself, what did he and Yoshihiro talk about there? Then he noticed someone's shadow behind the door and thought that someone was stranger at the door. Suddenly, Lady Gu teleported into their room. She asked him to wait. Siwa looked at her in surprise and asked, "Lady Gu?" After that, she put a finger to her mouth and told him that she was wondering why she was called so suddenly during the tournament, but it turned out that it was a trick to lure her out. She told him that there was no time for long explanations. That's why she asked him to remember what she says. After that, she said that the person standing outside the door should not be here. The main character looked at her in great surprise. Lady Gu continued to say that no matter what he said or did, she firmly asked him not to interfere. Then she said that she was really sorry, and she once again asked to forgive her for this warning. With a tense expression on her face, she said that this man was the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace.